I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back too far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know don't you know Delilah. been in place. Y'all really tested my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? And see what I'm lacking the placement. Thoughts as I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All that hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever made. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All that hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Test me.
Yeah. 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 The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke, taking the road to pull you ashore. The celestial scope, the stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core, inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've written. Scribe like highlights, flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air, walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know this is here to support you. The blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats for me. It beats on beat as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gifts in our gift, This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst, there's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth to rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's ever rising, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, would in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
Flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I mean, I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at the problems, they always on road and they stunt. She knows this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they stuck. She knows this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me, flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go where I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch,
The spark that this game ignited has now turned into a flame. Passion, teamwork, and one goal. These are what fuels the fire. 8 teams are keeping the dream alive and keeping the fire burning. This is day 5 of VCT Stage 2 Challengers Philippines. It's a battle of life and death over here as we've got players fighting for their spot to become the ultimate challengers. All of these in the updraft. Today is going to be a beautiful day filled with beautiful Valorant, and so happy to be surrounded with beautiful people. You've got the likeable on the panel, and alongside with me are Black and G10. How are you guys doing? Let's start with you, Black and Blue, since that's right.
Wow, you busting rhymes early in the morning. Well, we're definitely going to be busting some bums at the end of this day. No, I'm not calling anyone a bum. I'm just saying, like, if you kind of metaphorically, drop it on the bed, then you are going to be in for a rough time today, because we have some very tasty, spicy matches between a lot of the teams who, honestly, I don't think for any of the matchups today there is really someone who you can say is a favorite to win the matchup, because they're all very formidable teams, and just speaks to how competitive our top 8 has gotten here in the final day of this weekend, but we still got more next.
Yeah, it is the final day of this weekend. Yesterday was also action-packed, and G10, are you ready for more action today?
Oh, am I ready? I'm ready as ever, likable. As Black and Blue said, there's a lot of action that's going to be happening today. We're going to be seeing quite a few big drops. And as you mentioned earlier at the start, it is going to be kind of a last chance for a couple of these teams. Well, there is a small possibility that even if they still lose, next week could shake up things even more. But, a couple of teams have been doing quite poorly so far, and this today may dictate the rest of their life here in the VCT Stage 2.
And Black and Blue, look at the game that we're watching right now. This is the SVE versus APH game, which was a 2-1. And I want to get into the nitty-gritty of this game.
Yeah, I mean, this is, once again, kind of like a telltale bad moment for South Build, wherein the curse still of map freeze of theirs has yet to be broken. They were looking really solid on Fracture. Not as much on map number 2, but then map number 3, we saw it on Split. This time, at least, it wasn't a complete one-way show, bringing it ever closer. But we're looking at the second series of the day. This one was an absolute banger, at least from the side of Alpha Esports, bro. Finally coming back in a way that we know that they can. And man, that double-pronged spear that is Jing and Qeon and Sandy together has never looked more potent for this Alpha Esports Pro squad. And if you're gonna ask, do you really need the pro in your name? Well, apparently, yes, you do.
Yes, you do. Jin was able to prove to us that the pro in Alpha Esports Pro basically meant pros don't fake. That's Jin for you. And of course, the last series of the day yesterday was Team Secret versus Regum Qeon. G10, I would have loved to see more rounds from this game because the duels were phenomenal. But I want to know what your take is on this series.
Okay, so here, Team Secret still back to form, but RRQ, as we were calling them, a little bit of a Franken team so far, they have been the ones most successful against Team Secret in this stage. They were actually able to bring Team Secret to that mythical third round that so far no one else has been able to do. So, Team Secret, they can bleed still.
Oh, and they shall. I love the interview that we had with Dubstep yesterday. I was borderline viewed as the villain in VCT yesterday, even though it was my first day. I guess it was just the atmosphere. These players were out for blood, and I was also out for blood. But anyway,
you might
all of this
have that check, like you might be a vampire secretly.
No, not at all.
Stay away from the light.
Oh no. We stay with the light. And we shall. Anyway, all of the action that we just witnessed would not have been possible if it weren't for the help of our sponsors. So first and foremost, we'd like to give a big thanks to PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country, together with Riot Games for bringing the Valorant Champions Tour here in the Philippines. The VCT Challengers PH Stage 2 tournament is also sanctioned and overseen by the Games and Award.
We would also like to thank our official sponsors. This entire stage here, the Stage 2 of the VCT Philippines, is organized by Globe at Home. Fiber strong, family strong. The new G Fiber only $20.99 at home, giving it up to speed 150 Mbps. But it's not unlimited, meaning for you guys out there, it's fast and it's unlimited. For more, go to shop.globe.com/ph/broadband.
And also, VCT 2022 is brought to you by the Aces Republic of Gamers. The ROG Falchion is the perfect solution for Valorant players with a 65% form factor. That is a very smart looking keyboard, up to 450 hours of wireless connectivity, and the new ROG NX switches. Every strike becomes an extension of your intention. Go to ph.rog.gg/ROGXVCT 2022 for more information about the ROG Falchion NX wireless mechanical gaming keyboard.
There you have it, folks. I love it when I hear casters like Nico say even a little bit of Tagalog. It's just very entertaining, and it's just very uncommon for us to hear.
Stop mocking me. No, I'm kidding.
No, I'm not.
Oh, South boy.
I mean, speaking of languages, I would prefer to watch the broadcast in a different language. We do have you covered. We've got a Filipino broadcast over on Twitch, Facebook, and YouTube. And the links are listed down here. And of course, we have a counterpart for the English cast where you can catch Black and Blue as well later on. Have it, folks. Take your pick. And now, yeah, it's been quite a journey getting here, but it's only week 1. Can you actually believe that it's week 1? We've made it this far already,
It feels
and
like I'm forced to. Like, it just based on like
you
all
have to
the results
accept
here.
it.
Yeah, like, and at least I'm very glad that a lot of the teams that we were kind of not super expecting to show up did show up.
It was
Yeah.
a crazy week, honestly. If I could just say, like, from the first day, right? We had that an insane first day already from when South Built versus Team Secret was happening. That second series, absolutely amazing, and every single day since has just been a little bit of a surprise for everybody. So I think it's it's been a really exciting week, and it feels like it's been like a forever since we started this league already.
Yeah, and speaking of, when we look at the format, the tournament format that we do have, we'll realize how important the weeks that we're talking about are, because the format that we have here is once again a single round robin, which means that all teams will be facing at just one time, with each match being a best of 3, and only the top 6 teams will into the playoffs and take home the lion's share of $30,000 US. We're coming to the one BNB. I gotta know what team really stood out for you.
Team Secret, of course, they're back, baby. This is the first time we've seen them in a while that they really look like they're in this form, and I think the world is healing. It's a good sign.
Now that you mentioned Team Secret, they're actually at the top of our leaderboards. Yes. Would you say, BNB, that this kind of secures their spot in the playoffs, or do they have a few matches to go to fully secure their slot?
I would give you a very appropriate answer if I was really, but unfortunately I'm not. For the most part, though, what I do see here is that they, at the very least, have kind of secured a great chance at making the playoffs. Maybe not necessarily number 1 in that's barring if they have weaker number 2, but I mean the Brown Multiverse for the most part is looking pretty swell here. Team Secret and Bren Esports both at the only really SP down there, but Action PH, a team that we've always consistently seen ever since the start of this year, being like top 3, top 4 for the entire group stages. They're looking pretty solid as well, but I'm sure P10's got some other things to say about the next 2 teams here.
Of course, Alpha Esports, they have been looking extremely solid, but we will be taking a look at these schedules, and I'll rant a little bit more about the rest of the teams there, because we do see quite a few of them here. We have Oasis and Naos, who I think I was going to be talking about next anyway. Oasis not had the greatest start here, but they have shown some very good and competent Valorant against the likes of Team Secret, while Naos, they kind of have been underperforming, so I have a little bit of a negative expectation for them coming into this first match, but of course could be proven wrong. But the rest of these matches as well are going to be pretty hype, I think. Bren and Alpha Esports Pro, that's something that I really want to be watching. Alpha Esports, such an explosive playstyle, and Bren has been kind of matching that versus different teams in some ways, so I want to see how that's going to shake out if Alpha Esports can fell this giant.
Yeah, and then for the last game of the day, it's going to be Action PH versus RRQ, which is something that we'll really have to look forward to. There are a lot of predictions. We'll touch up on all of these teams later on as we progress to their series. But in the meantime, guys, we will be taking a quick break. And when we return, it is the amazing match that we're about to visit, the match that we're really looking forward to, which is Oasis Naos.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making the you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with
the patience. 200 every occasion, going to different locations. How they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. CZs don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What is you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try.
Welcome back to VCT PH Stage 2 Challengers. We are starting the day strong with a match between Oasis Gaming and Naos Esports. BNB, can you please enlighten us? Let's take a trip down memory lane. When was the last time Oasis and Naos faced each other?
Actually, never. These guys have never really matched up, and that's very interesting, I think, considering the fact that they did go very deep into their playoff runs last stage, especially now, going to the grand finals, Oasis making it to top 4, and yet they never really actually met each other. Apologies, I'm kind of blurry right now. I apologize. I promise you that I am very, I guess, clear-cut in how I see the situation.
Black and blurred. Nice one, G10.
Maybe I can rebrand to that, right? One day, G10. But looking at the team,
Japan,
they have lots of similarities, but also lots of differences. If I'm going to expound on that, I shall. Yes, thank you for asking. The real big difference, I think, between these two teams is, aside from how they're performing lately, more importantly, is their tenure. Naos haven't really had this pressure to try and balance. They've always been winning, at least during stage 1. That was their first stage. But Oasis have been in the position before where they had to come back, where their expectations were not met, and to make something work out of it, and they were able to. And this is why I think they're performing a lot better now with all this pressure.
Ooh, speaking of Oasis, let's take a closer look at the roster. This is Oasis Gaming. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Oasis Gaming. Now, Black and Blue, you are no stranger to this team. You've seen them perform in the past, but I gotta ask, among these names and faces, who has been really impressive for you this stage?
Ooh, man, it's so hard to tell. You know, we know players like Envy, always reliable ever since from the start. We've known him to be a great player. We know players like Coco who have also been, you know, kind of in and out of the roster in the past, but now they're keeping him because of how much value. I really do think we're kind of seeing the backline specialists really come into the fold a bit more. Ripper has been such a constant for this team, and Wild Oreo has now finally been as consistent as he can be. There were times where, you know, last stage and the previous stages on that, it's just that he would have so many, you know, huge games, but then on the bigger matches, maybe his impact won't be nearly as felt, but that isn't super true this time. Now he is actually doing what he has to do, and he's almost always, you know, at the top of that scoreboard, but not even on the top of the scoreboard. He does his job. He gets the space that they need, and it's more than enough for them to seal in the deal.
Ooh, and you know what? They're gonna have to seal the deal as they face off with the opponent that has a name that's kind of related to Black and Blurred, and that is Naos Esports. There you have it. The team that's hanging on for dear life right now is Naos Esports. G10, this team's run so far isn't on the level we were expecting it to be. What do you think Naos is struggling with at this stage?
Well, I feel like they are struggling quite a bit. That's with, I think, just gelling as a team. They have been underperforming in terms of, well, the matches that they've played. They've gone 0-2 in all 3 matches so far. They're currently 0-3, and that does call into question whether or not they'll be able to qualify for the playoffs with this form, because if I may remind you, these guys were the kings of PH. They won that tournament, and you know, they showed up quite a few big teams as well, like Action PH in the finals. So seeing them like this now is a little bit weird for me, because I was actually able to watch them during their Kings of PH run, and they were looking very solid, very collected. But it seems like on VCT they may be having a little bit of a trouble. Now, I'll explain a little bit more in the head-to-head, where we have, I believe it is Blurred versus
Marky.
Marky, yeah.
Yeah, let's take a look at that.
A duelist head-to-head here. Now, yeah, I said I was gonna explain, because Blurred, he has been, you know, underperforming. I'm just not gonna lie about it a little bit. He has done better than this. I've seen him do better than this. And it seems like he's kind of a coin flip player at this point. There's, I think, been an equal amount of matches where he's fragged out and actually been a very big nuisance to the other team. When, on the other hand, there's also an equal amount of games that he's been in where he wasn't subbed in by Z, that he just really couldn't get the fire going. So it's quite a disconcerting, I think, for Naos to have someone, you know, who may be, you know, having a little bit of a coin flip day. Meanwhile, Marky, I think Black and Blue is a lot more familiar with this guy.
I mean, Marky has always been that guy that, you know, you look at and he just, especially during stage 3 last year, suddenly blew up, and then it just it's such a big surprise. Like, where did this guy come from? Where did this kid come from? But as soon as he hit the server, you knew that was legit. You knew that this guy meant business, and that's part of the reasons why Oasis need him. Him and Wild Oreo are just so potent two factors that they really utilize to the best of their capabilities.
Ooh, Wild Oreo, Marky, we love to see that tandem. In fact, all of these teams, have had a stellar performance in the past. I agree with Black and Blue. I would love to see Naos step it up again. I would love to hear that Naos is actually the time. That's what we like to see, because everybody we're looking for challengers over here. So we want this to truly be a challenge. I gotta ask though, Nico, do you have some sort of biased with Blurred because you are now rebranding to Black and Blurred? Is that happening?
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily. All right. You know what's not blurry though is the maps that we're gonna be seeing. It's all crystal clear from here. Let's take a look at the map vetoes. There we go. We've got a new map veto style today. I love it. Ooh, all of the teams are apparently competing in the water. No, I'm just kidding. The first map ban, Nico, Black and Blue rather, I've gotten so familiar, is the veto map for Bind rather. Oasis has banned Bind and then Ascent. Oh, Naos has banned Ascent.
Don't worry, like we're all too close here in the VCT. You're gonna get used to it at some point. But yeah, map vetoes for either side. Bind and Ascent with the former being taken off by Oasis. This is curious to me, and it's almost like suspicious in a way because they haven't played Bind. So why do they feel like it would be a bad map? They haven't played Bind in the past 4 months at all, and it's making me think maybe they got something up their sleeves that they don't want to pull up till the playoffs, and so they're utilizing their large map pool instead for this matchup. We're going to go to Haven to start things off, but as you said, I'll touch on Ascent real quick. That was a ban here coming from Naos, and we have seen them kind of play Ascent in the past. It's been one of their, I guess, lesser strength maps. Last time we saw that was in APAC, though. They played against Bleed on that and SBE twice on over, and it really wasn't, I guess, a great map for them, so it makes much sense. But I think G10 has more to say about the actual maps they're going to be playing for this opening 2 maps of the series.
I do have quite a bit to say because Haven has just been kind of a weird map this stage, honestly. It's usually been deciders, and sometimes it has been quite difficult to get, a very consistent Haven for a bunch of these teams. But with Oasis, though, I think they have a pretty clean Haven. From the last time we saw them, it was Game 1 versus Action PH, where they did take Action PH down 13-7. So I think they're feeling very very confident there. They did have quite a bit of attacker wins on that map. While that is now it's going to be taking up Icebox. Now, for this one, Icebox has really been one of the maps that quite a few teams have pulled out, and when they pick it, they do quite well, I would say. We've had some amazing ice boxes this week, but it looks like today we're going to be getting more. The last map is going to be Breeze with Split and Fracture banned out.
Nico, there we go again. I can't
It's
prevent
fine.
myself. I am sorry. Black and
It's
Blue,
okay,
rather.
likeable.
Black and Blurred. Do you think we're gonna be seeing duelists on Icebox? I believe that it's become a trend that they've been avoiding using duelists, or like they prefer other agents to go into Icebox.
I do think so, because these two teams, at least from the last time we've seen them, have shown that they do play duelists, especially in this stage. Specifically, Naos did play Jet on Blurred during their match against South, their opening match in this one, and then we also did see in the group stages from Oasis to also play a Jet versus Team Secret. So I do think that's going to be something that might be a bit different from what other teams like to bring in to the table in this stage. While duels might be a mindset, it's also, well, a character pick. So in this case, it's going for the latter, and that's what they're going for here. If you look at Breeze, though, I think that is the map that if we ever go to that, it's going to be a complete brawl, because those huge maps really do kind of favor teams that, or rather players, to have their individuality stand out.
Yeah, it's gonna be a
Another thing to
battle
add,
of the
though.
duel. Go ahead, G10.
sorry, I just wanted to add another thing. Breeze has historically been, a little bit of a, I would say it's kind of a strong map for Naos based on what I've seen them personally on Breeze. They looked very, very clean last time I casted them on Breeze. So Oasis, though, it is just a little bit of a different level that they are on right now in terms of performance, I would say. Really, if Naos can get their, I guess, Blurred on a good day, or consistently just put Z in, I think that could be, that could be the decider here if Naos is actually gonna do well in the series.
Gotcha, guys. The input has been placed, guys, but I do have to ask our casters, as much as it pains me to ask G10, because I'm starting to believe that there is indeed a G10 curse. What is your prediction for this series?
It was a joke. I was joking about the curse, but
I'm
now,
starting to believe it. After what happened recently, I'm starting to believe it.
It's actually worked out, like, I think 5 out of 6 times I've lost my prediction. So right now, I do want Naos to stay in the tournament. I do want them to have the biggest chance, so I'm going to bet against them. I think that Oasis really does have the better chance of winning, but we're gonna be playing with this fun curse thing for now. So Naos, stay in the tournament, I guess, please, for me.
What about you, Black and Blue?
Really openly about our preferences there, aren't we? But I mean, I do think that Naos, they're a good team in terms of what they have discipline wise, but as I said, they haven't really been tested to be put in this position where a lot of expectations of them, but then they have to deliver from being down so low. We've seen other teams come back from similar situations, being at the bottom of the scoreboard, making it all the way to the top. This time, very stark contrast. I do think Oasis are feeling it on form even before the start of the stage. They're one of my picks to make it into that top 3, to make it very, very far. And I have to go with Oasis, especially with the recent results of Naos. I hope that they can come back for their own sake here in this match today, because they, by darn, need it almost over any other team we have in the top 8. But I'm not going to be too clear-cut, I think, on how it's going to work out versus against, rather, an Oasis squad that has been so formidable and so potent this past few days.
That's right. I mean, Oasis, even though their record doesn't really show it as much as it should, they have had some very stellar performances against some of the top teams here in VCT Stage 2. So now Naos, I really think that I want them to stay in. I don't want anybody to be eliminated or have the chance of elimination this early on in the stage, but just analytically and scientifically speaking, it's probably a bigger chance for Oasis to get this W, and I think it's going to be a quick one if they do. 2-0.
Just to be fair with our casters, I'll also put in my predictions, just to be fair with them. I also am feeling the side of Oasis. However, I would love to see the story of Naos, wherein they started from the bottom and then they start really picking up after themselves and really start climbing that scoreboard. But we'll have to wait and see how that plays out. In the meantime, though, we are about to start this game, and I'm excited to see the team compositions that are about to go out in this series. So we are going to be passing it to casters. See you guys later.
I'll do it. We got families clashing here, man, and it's time to see which family will win this feud, as this is going to be a battle of organizations for the final day of week number 1. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to VCT PH. My name is Tax, and I am here with Black and Blue. And in all honesty, this is a matchup many have awaited, because we know these orgs, we know their amount of people, the fan base, the content creators behind them. It's Oasis Gaming versus Naos Esports.
Definitely on both sides, a bunch of fun people to be around and a bunch of fun teams to watch, because they definitely bring a different flavor of Valorant here to the table, and we've seen them many times on over, especially Oasis since day one. They like to call it because they have been, at least even before they were named Oasis, here at the very start. It's Naos with a very different tale to their tape. Coming into stage one, nobody really knew what they were going to bring. They had these community runs before that, but then they come in big and they just demolish the entire PH scene. Not the same story here this time around in stage two. Really struggling to get their footing, I guess, super solid as we might expect from a team like Naos, especially with their performance, that bar they've set for themselves. But Haven to be starting off, Dax, this is, I think, curious map for both, because they both at least profound in this on Haven, but at least for the Naos side, we haven't really seen them do much on it as of recent.
Oh man, though, but I have to point this out. That Naos composition, now's the time for a change. Now's the time to do something a little bit different. And I'm absolutely excited to see the Naos Esports brand here for a map like Haven. I was absolutely expecting them to go back to the Astra composition, to just running their kind of comfort picks. But I'm already seeing so many adjustments here from Naos Esports that it's going to be looking very, very different. And I feel like their hand has been absolutely forced by this point. One thing I saw the draft, Delicious moves over to the preacher said, we have an Omen here, a number of role swaps right now. There's even a freaking chamber for Naos Esports right now. And they know they have put themselves at the absolute limits of this format. They are 0-3, I believe, right? They're not really in the best standings right now. And they desperately need this win to stay alive, to stay in the hunt for the playoffs.
It makes me wonder if this is a desperate choice from them and how, I guess, well thought out or planned out it really is. It could be that, a last Hail Mary of desperation just to get them a series win and keep them potentially in the game for the top 6. But we're going in here now into round number 1 now from the defending side. Oasis on the attack, and as you talked about it, Dax, the composition, no true duelists. At least they do have a lot of aggression, initiation power, but I'm curious to see how exactly they will utilize this. No real duelist once again.
Change is coming really for the Naos brand, and come on, there's just so many things to talk about right now. But later on, when we prepare for the second, because preparation time has become execution time. Courtesy of Oasis, Blasto with the first frag on Marty to kick things off. 2 shots in there. Wild Oreo now makes a trade work. 2 for 2 after everything's said and done. Oasis now hammering on to B side. Quickly he checked the start of the morning. Kevs though finds MV along the way. And this is Naos right now just playing the wraparound. Oasis doing the same thing. You spin my head right round in the morning. Kakarot though would take out the Wild Oreo. And there you go with Kevs catching out Ripper. So good start for Naos Esports. Able to hold things together on B side. But come on, man. Look who's playing what here. This is completely new from Naos.
Yeah, totally. This time, as you said, Delicious, not on the smoker. It's going to be Kev. So it's typically been that Sova. Always reliable Sova here on Haven. We see him, hit lots of blind ults, lots of great reconnaissance with it, but switching out for a very different style of initiation. But the thing is, we were kind of expecting the triple initiator in with the meta, including a fade, but that's not the case this time. Now, Kakarot being on that sky does take a very similar approach. Blast on the KO, not Kakarot, and Blurred still on that, well, Sentinel, but he is on the chamber this time, which we don't often see from the Naos squad. And, well, they get the opening pistol round. Can they convert the gun after?
What also interests me is Blurred is here on the chamber, right? Blast is still here on the KO, so they're not going to be whipping out Z for this kind of composition, even with Frenchmen on board. Naos Esports, I really feel like that this is the next wave of evolution for them. If they can make things work, we might see a repeat of their previous stage performance. Make that sudden change, play something a little bit different compared to everyone else, and just keep on applying pressure through that one bit of, agent utility that you have compared to the opposition. Oasis, though, in the meantime, something that they've done against Action PH already, all the flashes in the world for the setup and more. Blurred, though, fighting against Wild Order. There we go, Delicious. It's not too late to the party! Why would you set it up when he's already trying to bust down your door? Wild Order is there, but Kakarot with a cleanup. Whips out the ghost, but Ripper makes his mark happen with the share. Here we go now with Coco crawling against Glass, and a little bit of the spoilers there, but in the end is Blast blasting the existence of Oasis away from A side.
very expensive round. Now, very fortunate as well that, Kakarot was able to bail them out, dodging that flash, getting the triple right on after. Oasis, good job. My goodness, Wild Oreo. Up and back and forth, clearing double 180 corners on that hard point. That's not easy to do, but hey, he does it anyways. 2-0. Rifles abound for Naos. Look at this. They don't want to give up any single rounds. They realize the importance of a bonus. It's not a bonus if you lose it, so might as well take it.
Just take the win, right? You just go for more, and well, Naos Esports, as of now,
Spike down
Blurred again, catching out Invi. This is a really good start because Invi has been the linchpin of the Oasis success. High headshot percentage, just such impactful on the frags. And of course, in terms of the setup, he is absolutely necessary there for Oasis. But Ripper right now, catching out Kakarot, who peeks a little eagerly towards the sewers yet again. Blurred though, ready from up top. Will they catch him in time? Trademark right now, gonna get broken. But while Oreo able to get away scot-free, so really Oasis right now, they just want to try and prod the defenses of Naos Esports, but they will crawl their way towards A-Long instead.
No real contact made on A-Long by Naos. You can see Blurred just trying to jump peek it, gather that information. Ripper, lowest health player on Oasis's side. Maybe break through the barrier by TPing in as soon as Marky dashes in as well. We've seen them have very exciting executes here on the A side. Last time they played this map, you at least get that pick. So 3v3 the post plant though could be difficult for them to hold considering the health and utility left remains on both sides. Oh, Ripper's very, very fortunate that Blurred wasn't able to get him while he was going for that plant, but Marky keeping him safe.
There we go. Coco now fighting against Kevs. Tries to play from Link, gets that frag.
One enemy remaining.
He's trying to watch out for Heaven, and Marky will send Blurred to it there. Ripper also catching Kevs in response. And Oasis, they needed the round, and they made the buy work, but it was costly. So overall, this is looking to be a great start for Naos Esports relatively. They have now the rifles. They're going to have enough economy at least to try and keep up with that kind of firepower. And at the same time, it's not going to be complete here for Oasis. What we're seeing here from Naos is that since there are these kind of adjustments, there are these kind of agents being swapped on outright, we're getting them to kind of position in very, very different manners. That Blurred able to take more of those high grounds there on that A side. We're also seeing Kevs from back then playing that Sova, trying to reinforce. Now, they're at least getting more consistent smokes compared to the more all-in plays of Jalicious. So really now amplifying and basically solidifying their utilities for a map like this. And Blurred right now fights with a headhunter, but Naos has decided to play Eco instead.
Well, we got some pistols. Oh, what a great shot coming here from Blurred. Those lines certainly clear cut. Marky taking on down one single click at a time. Do have at least that to go off of in the round now. Also, for some eco, as we did see, it's only round 4, but because of the fact that they invested into round number 3, they lost that. It means they can't really force a buy here and do get something going. But look at the gamble here from Naos. Go towards the A side. The rest of Oasis, though, taking their talents the very opposite way.
That's a western flank they're gonna go for, and now Oasis
30 seconds
left into place to start things off. Kokodo by the double doors, and Naos right now just maybe trying to play the regroup as much as possible. Well, Wild Oreo now towards the window, and at least an advanced angle to fight to start things off. But Kevs, a beautiful tap from the side. Now then, Naos pushing forward, and this is gonna be Blurred, but his vision becomes his namesake. And Blast is the one who peeks it out instead. Rifle retrieve. Naos right now getting the head that they need. Invi though brawling, finds the kill that he needs. Second one here for Invi. Incredible stuff from the breach. Rolling Thunder into play, but now setting up a fire rage, and there's so many players to watch out for. Blurred the stairs to get rid of Invi. Coco right now in behind. Classic, it all that matters. Spectacle still in hand. 5 bullets in the chamber. Has to try and run on the way, but Kakarot with the takedown. Time is ticking, but Naos Esports should be able to get this. What a thrifty win from Naos.
Great eco from Naos, as you said, that this is looking like a good sign for the meantime coming from Naos. Maybe the change up in composition is giving them that new look they desperately needed. I mean, the trip to the barber is good as well, but this was a very different case, so move on.
Go next.
Go next.
Go next. And it just starts with Kevs. It just starts with Kevs getting those kind of frags and saying, sure, why not? Let's get that kill. Let's go for more. And really, Naos Esports, they're understanding right now that the more players they have on a map like Haven, then the easier it is to make that retake work. I say that, I mean, it's really obvious, but I say that because we compare it to some of the more Haven-centric antics from the previous days, and they would lose a Jet early on, they would lose an Astra early on, and they just lack that kind of retake value, really, retake potential when those scenarios do happen. But we're back now into the next round, and Oasis instead, they're going to be having to play the eco here. Ripper though, Hero Rifle to try and make a change if ever. Bladestorm also for Marky, so Oasis try to build a winnable scenario for themselves as they split up the forces towards the A side. Blurred though, oh, that could have been great. And he cannot hit his mark for the operator.
Marky uses that space given to take the entirety of the A site. Oasis, rather Naos, firmly giving it on up. They have the rifle, and they have Marky with his blades, but oh, that perfect null command is going to keep him with just a frenzy head. Coco, though, where is he doing this? On the flank, coming from the B site. They had no idea he was coming off of it, and Naos seemed to shake it on how to deal with it.
Yeah, this slows down Naos to an absolute crawl because they need to resurrect Blast back into the fight. 4v5 scenario, hard to retake with the operator. Oasis and these frags quickly. Naos might just decide to go for the save instead. While we go to take out Kakarot there, we go to drop the Blurred! He got the kill while he is falling! But apparently he turned into a splat there in the end, courtesy of Ripper. Thrifty meets Thrifty. Oasis answer back.
They're falling definitely here, stumbling one foot after the other. And the fact that Coco was able to make that happen was huge. Yes, they had the null command, which you're able to blast back up, but the fact that, as you said, they wasted so much time meant that they had to go for a quick scramble on the execute, allowed Oasis to utilize what tools they had. That Bladestorm and the solo rifle in the hands of Ripper, plus the Sheriff's all around were more than enough to secure the round at that point. And the 5v4, very, very great round by Oasis. Both of these teams trading really super efficient eco rounds against each other.
Come on. If you look at Naos, you look at Oasis, there are a lot of similarities between them, even outside the game. And not only that, you know, Oasis, they're looking to just keep on the pressure. Naos looking to prove again that this can be another unique instance. And really now, Marky into the backline because Rib Delicious is Veto. That's an easy lineup there, scoring both Kakarot and Blurred. Thank you very much. And Oasis, they have that A site, and they should be looking to take the round. Blast though, impressive shot. Maybe this is that kind of game where the Sheriffs will really find more and more value as the time progresses. Kevs though, over to the link. We have Blast one deciding to play on the high ground, but it's Ripper prepared yet again for anyone who drops. It's like a bungee without the cord to just fall as soon as possible, but apparently there's not even that kind of sight of height. Oasis catch out the clear lines, and they will tie up the scoreline.
3-3. As you said, we're all at an even now. Entirety of both sides being able to buy up, but the ultimate's favoring the Oasis side. And Invi should have his Rolling Thunder very soon, but so does Delicious. So this could be the two storm fronts hitting each other very, very close now. I mean, this defensive side of Naos, you would assume that their composition would kind of almost favor the attacking side because of the initiating power that they have, which arguably is one of the most important abilities, or rather pieces of utility in the game right now, you know, having initiators. But at the same time, you think of how exactly they're making it work here in the defense. And they're not necessarily trying to fight for the site. They realize that if they re-initiate, that's where the strengths lie. Oh, barely gets out of there. Lucky for Kevs.
Oasis, they're just like blacksmith basically. They're trying to forge a path towards the site. And right now is the furnace burning bright as they not only have already the spike down, they go for the lockdown, and there we go with the immediate trade. Blast catches Marky. Ripper right there behind them. Space now absolutely crafted here by Oasis. The guiding light towards the garage to get that confirmation, but suddenly now it's now stepping up to the plate while Oreo, his cookie has been crushed by Delicious. Coco though answers back. Coco right now looking oh so hot. Take a drink of the killjoy tonight. Blurred though able to find him along the way. 1 versus 1. Ripper versus Blurred. He's just thinking it right now. Gets halfway. Misses the shot though. Ripper is ready, but Blurred does it better. Finds the head of Ripper. Just able to tear it off him. And it's Naos who keeps the lead in their hands.
Very uncharacteristic kind of shaky moment there for Ripper. Like, okay, let's say he misses a shot, that's fine, but there's no reason for him to double dip into that fight. Just like your stick vendor might tell you, don't dip the fishballs back again after you bite, man. Like, there's no time. All he has to do is stall for like a second or two longer, and that should have been his round, but I guess the nerves getting to him in Blurred so deadly in those moments. For a second there, Oasis were getting away with theft. You know, they placed that lockdown in a very awkward position and long, but still worked because Naos weren't able to make their fragment connect from Blast and KO, but at the very least, Naos do get the round in the end. Still though, a bye, actually maybe 2 more buys after this round, even if they don't win this for Oasis, but this is definitely something that they do not want to let slip from them, especially with Blurred getting the kill.
Yeah, this time he makes the operator count, but wait a minute, did you say fishball? Squid ball? Neon balls, Pare?
Neon balls.
Right there.
Betamax Pro. That one.
I see you flexing your jerseys.
Oh, no, later. I wanted to talk about it once we were on the break. That's my on-break conversation. I always expect second falls to happen here in VCT PH. Delicious now. Fault line over to the sewers. That's a great paranoia though into play for the Ripper. And that's what Oasis wants here. Catches out Delicious with Kakarot, quickly catching Ripper in response. It really feels like it's just mixed right now, being held together by the two teams. The ball is on the court now of Naos Esports. Coco though able to receive the paranoia. He is blinded, he is sandwiched, and Kakarot will take a bite out of Coco yet again. 5-3. It's Naos keeping the lead.
You gotta fight those urges, you know, that voice in your head that's telling you, oh, this is what's happening, paranoia. Such a deadly ability to get hit by an infliction of just complete deadly repercussions after it. It's literally the only flash that you cannot dodge in the entire game. You're hit by it, you're well anxious. So like there's nothing you can really do. There's no way to deny it, and if you place it perfectly, like they did there, coming in from Kevs, it can be such a problematic ability to deal with. Operator once again from Blurred, changing things up though, this time playing towards the garage. Falls back just very so smartly, but gets envy this time around and loses so much from the potent operator Blurred. And again he gets Coco this time.
Crystal clear that he is really popping off with the op. We talked about it last time, right? When Naos was playing him on the operator, when he was on the jet, it was effective at trying to shut down Alpha as Delicious catches out. Wild Oreo too busy petting the dog there. All left now, the Ripper and Marky. Stuck in the garage, trying to fight, but Delicious is able to give him a fistful of justice instead. Ripper now, the only one left on that C side. But now, so gonna be backing on away. Spike into garage even, so Ripper has to really fight tooth and nail to try and get there. It's actually outside, but on the outside, he just lets that bullet pierce. And apparently, it's Delicious who is the recipient of that 1v2 scenario. Now is actually gonna be giving up the angle for the spike, and instead,
30 seconds
Kakarot
left.
looking on around to try and hold C-side together. Man. Ripper still has a chance for this, but Naos is anticipating this, Nico. They have seen that he has the From the Shadows, but Ripper is not overthinking. He's simply going to B-side, and this is gonna be him with a chance. Does he commit?
10 seconds left.
He's putting it here. Thank God for Ripper, because if he teleported towards E or towards C, that would have been the round over.
Okay, they use Seekers now, but I was waiting the whole time for him to pop it. Like, you could have found that information out a lot earlier, but okay, let's see how he goes. On path to get an ace, but he's gotten the 4th, not able to get the 5th on the Kakarot, who comes in big. Secures him to round way too dicey in a 3v1 there for Naos. Way too close for comfort, but luckily, well, this time around, they don't mind a bit of miscomfort. Able to get the round, get the half, get whatever they need. The operator saved. And the 6th round, importantly, to equalize at the very least the half in anybody's favor. Naos looking pretty good so far. This defensive operator, though, coming in from Blurred, has been absolutely crucial to their wins.
I mean, it's been one of the pillars that they're able to rely on that Alpha Esports matchup. And you can see it then when Blur was able to stay alive long enough to make it work, he would do so. And Naos has decided to go play by that tenant and really readjust their composition, adjust their agent roles just to really give Blur that kind of space. And not only that, him being on the chamber just gives him a chance really to get out pretty much scot-free, teleport on away, play a different angle. And the fact that they also know that Oasis doesn't play a KO on a map like this from their recent history, that they're going to be relying on the flashes instead, really gives a chance here for Blurred for more and more of those opportunities. So I think right now, Naos has used the last 3 matches that they've had so far as really stepping stones to success. I think I've been talking about it for quite a lot about Naos, where when it looks to be old school, it's strong, but it's readable. On the other hand, when it's the new stuff, then it's not as potent as it could be. But there were these small little moments, small little nuances that gave Naos chances in those series, just how survivable Kevs and Kakarot were, again, how potent the sniper is on their roster, that they really adjusted in a way on such a familiar map, and such a map that they have made such a namesake for themselves, wherein, well, you're seeing a completely different configuration that's effective for Naos Esports for now.
Quick fault line here. Open things up for Naos. But once again, Blur trying to dip in this fight very dangerously with Ripper. Heftily punishing for that. He almost got the shot off, but then he let that opportunity get. But with the neural depth coming at the perfect time, Kakarot in the right spot to shut down Marky. He thought I'm going for the TP, but Ripper gets a trade. Anyways, preview to what is happening in this scramble of an execute.
What is happening is Ripper is remembering that he's the one who clutches for the team. Huge kills by the Omen. And a little unfortunately for Oasis, there have been a few moments where maybe if Ripper just got one more kill, that would have been it. But they're not as reliable now, as has been winning some of these scraps. And the scoreline reflects that achievement. Then again, though,
I've got
Oasis
your trail.
now still ready for a split push towards that A site. They also pop the Seekers. Now they know that Kevs is going to be right behind them. Blasto having to back on away, but there's just no escape from the crunch that is Wild Oreo. He pushes forward to get that takedown. Kevs right now trying to run into action, but Real is in such an awkward time. His barrel is pointing upward. It's seen by the box, and well, for Naos, this might not be the time for them. Goes to the high ground where the boogeyman Ripper is waiting. A quad yet again for the Omen, and well, that's a good sign for Oasis to get the 4 rounds now.
Finally going on the board, and they've got a lot of ultimates to use in these last 2 rounds. Eco state forced upon Naos. That's what they're going to have to settle with for the meantime. But you've seen them be very proficient at converting these type of rounds, and at the very least, they've got lots of utility to work with. They do have that tour de force here in Blurred, and at least barring that last map, he has been pretty on point with every single snipe that he takes. And so we'll look for him to go for one more play of contact here in that sewers. Nobody really giving him the opportunity to utilize it, though. Look at how just out of his sight they are. Let's let himself be known, though, because of that trailblazer. A good reconnaissance gained here from the side of Oasis on Wild Oreo, but the dash comes on in. Marky going good for the updraft. Finds himself still somehow on top of the box. Kakarot does get the trade, and Blur does get one on Wild Oreo. Aggressive there from the sewers, holding down that position on the swing. Kakarot still gets one, and Blur does as well. Envy will take down Kakarot after it, but the Rolling Thunder is going to come on in. Envy last one after life, 1v2. He gets Blurred down. Can still go for the clutch. Rifle in the hands of Kevs, and that is actually going to keep him at bay. Now, no more flashes to be thrown on out. Plant has to be stuck. He knows that this is the last 8x.
Stuck in hell. And he was sent to the last circle there, my friend. Kevs with the takedown. You called for the rifle. He gave Envy, well, the potency of it. And now us making the score line 7-4. But let's see, another thrifties are just gonna happen in this series, in this game. Both sides with the clutches, with both sides with just really duelist players who have gotten consistent through VCT. Even though Blurred's not on the duelist right now, we know that from stage 1 and the months in that stage 2, he has just gotten even better at reaching higher peaks. And that was the case for Marky. He made that splash in stage 3 last year, as you mentioned. And you know right now that he has become that main duelist option for good reason. But he hasn't had the best game as of yet. Ripper is the one really fragging out right now for Oasis. But really, what I've seen from Oasis in this half is they're relying a little too much on the heroics. They're relying too much on players like Ripper or Envy to really bail them out, or Wild Oreo to push on forward, but they're not getting as much value from the setup that they would like. And I really feel like it's because Naos knows what they can get away with. You could see so many times Blurred was just willing to play an advanced position, able to shrug off the flashes, but he can't shrug off the dash in by Marky.
All right, last round of this half. As you talked about, Oasis have to try and utilize their utility a bit more, not rely on the heroics to bail them out of these situations. Cavs coming on in, blast, clean execute, clean retake coming here from Naos, completely shutting down actions of Oasis plans. And even before that lockdown gets exposed, they completely demolish Oasis in the post. 8-4, very, very good half from Naos.
Yeah, this is a great start to the morning of Naos Esports. And just before we talk about serious things, I'm going to give you a little bit of a tangent since halftime. So, this is a little unfair for Oasis. You know why? Because Naos Esports has an amazing coffee station. They have an amazing barista. Remember when we went? It was some of the best coffee we've had this side of, Manila. And so they have that shot of caffeine ready to go. In the meantime, Oasis actually has a really bad track record of games in the morning. No, of games in the morning. They have someone who can make that coffee, that's for sure. He makes the pictures there as well. Shout outs again, by the way. But yeah, these guys, they kind of don't wake up well in the morning, and it's pretty apparent. Yeah. Someone needs to get Marky to change out his pajamas by this point.
You're
But
right.
let's just.
We also saw them last stage, remember, play lots of 2 games per day, and they would typically lose that opening morning match.
Yeah, exactly. So when Oasis saw their schedule, they were like, morning game? Oh no.
Oh dear.
Oh dear. But of course, the real reason has to be Naos and their adjustment. They have given Blurred many opportunities for the snipes. He has rewarded for them. Blast has honestly been such an intriguing suppressor here for Naos Esports because it feels like he's really holding back with the KO 0 point and with the flashes to just counter after Oasis uses theirs. Naos is telling Oasis to go first, you guys first, and as soon as that happens, Naos is the one absolutely confident and kitted to stop whatever Oasis has set up for.
Yeah, and their insistence in constantly playing retake is because that's what their comp allows. For them to be able to reinitiate mid out throughout the fight is where they're going to be the best at. And if you just try and hold within the site and counter them back on over utility shuffle like that, they're not really going to have as much staying power because of their comp and how it's designed. And so for them to realize that is a really smart thing for such a young squad, even though how experienced they might be. The third round, though, trying to take early throw of the ground from Naos, but you 1-for-1 trades coming in on here. And Kevs gets an easy right click on the Wild Oreo. Envy doing the same 3v3 right now. One player on the site, though, is going to be Coco, but he's going to be found by Blast with a frenzy on, and it's off to Envy and Ripper to bring this back.
Yeah, awkward there for Kakarot, but now it's still on C-side, and Envy tried to set something up, but he gets knocked down before anything else. But here comes Ripper, the Grim Reaper of Oasis. Now Kev's on the other side, and really, you can feel that these are the guys you can rely on, the rocks of both teams. Now, the Omens and Kevs going around yet again. The wraparound is there, but Ripper finally able to reap those souls and gives Oasis the pistol round. That was as close as can be. This time, we get the RG clutch from Oasis Gaming. But yet again, it's still unsustainable. How many times do we need to see Ripper bail out the team?
Heroics really winning out here in the end for Oasis. But as you say, it's not necessarily the most consistent way, how exciting it may be to win a series or a map in that generality. 19 frags, far above and beyond anybody else. it's not necessarily a comforting aspect. Even though he's having himself a great game, doesn't necessarily reflect on the scoreline. And the rest of Oasis here, the rest of their players can step up and deliver the same performance we know from them, then this could be a comeback match from Oasis. It is generally attacker-sided, yes, here in Haven, but certainly have seen great stuff done on either end.
Look, Oasis are the ultimate content creators, but this is not the right time to do so, man. You're gonna see highlight compilation. Now it's Esports versus Oasis, and it's always just like Oasis clutch, Oasis clutch, Oasis clutch. No, denied. Oh, finally,
Can't
there's
play
one.
for the clips.
Can't play for the clips, man. But in reality, we still have to go back to the fact that Naos is basically anti-strategy in a way. I might say they have adjusted how they play against, but they've really found this composition to work well against the Oasis setup plays, and Oasis is the one now having to adjust on the fly. Marky though will just be able to mow down the competition pretty cleanly. He supplies water there, and he's smacking some fools. 3 and 4 already. Looks for the ace. Delicious will deny it. But Wild Oreo is there with the spray, with the frag, and with the takedown. 8-6, Oasis relatively clean there in that last round. But this is now when Naos gets the guns.
I was so close to being an ace there from Marky. Still had a few bullets in the mag. Finish off Delicious, but doesn't come to it. Still low. Big play. A bit more heroic this time from Marky on his end. Near the end of it, well, what we do get is an 8-6 scoreline. Oasis, they win this bonus, which is very viable considering how much they're still able to hold on to the Spectres. It could easily be a comeback half from them, as I've said. But the rifles have been quite proficient from Naos time and time on over for them to convert here in this map number 1. I'm expecting exactly just that.
And I think this is where Naos can try to prove that their double initiator will work on the setup, because this time I'm looking forward to what Delicious and Kakarot are going to do. Can they mirror the effectivity and efficiency of Wild Oreo and Envy for clearing out those sites, getting those right flashes, and allowing Naos Esports to make the setup play work? Because Naos doesn't have a duelist here, right? They don't have that sudden burst that Marky was able to give to Oasis Gaming. They're not going to get that kind of space, so they need to be as efficient with this setup as much as possible. And, you know, running this triple initiator, especially that Black is going to be looking for that intel instead. Well, Kakarot, he will be able to get as much value in that peak. So, already, as soon as it happens, Kakarot, though, gonna be a fast run all the way on the side blast. It's Kakarot, though, with a third kill, rather, kept on the board. Ripper, the only one left. And I just asked for the setup, and apparently, it's an absolute strikeout right now by Naos Esports. They hit all their pins, except, well, Ripper, finally, though, there's the spare. And Blast is able to get the final kill there. 9-6, Naos able to just win out their rifle round.
I thought that was going to be a royal flush, but hey, they lose a card in the process. Doesn't matter. They get it in the end in very proficient fashion. And as soon as they chose to start playing the round, well, that was it. This pick to set it off, and what a transfer there from Kakarot, as he did say from the sewer. Definitely did bring him to the dumpster. Still though, round disparity, not that big. Not too hard for Oasis to come back from. They have a gun round. Look at Ripper. Twice, double the amount of kills as the next player on his team. 20-10, the next on is. Wondering if Oasis still have that gas within them to continue here when it doesn't seem like they have been looking at the entire series. This round is going to dictate a lot of how this map will go.
Yeah, this is Ripper's day, but not yet Oasis's. Then again, though, Seeker has gotten the intel that the window is being held together here by Oasis, and now they're coming for the push. Paranoid gonna get thrown on out. There we go, though, with the Rolling Thunder. Good answer by Delicious. And the Aftershock also to get in the way. So now it's right now able to isolate Marky basically, and Kakarot comes on in for the triple kill yet again. Now, one more time, they find the solo, they find the other 4, and they will seek them all.
Kakarot back in fourth, getting 3 kills. This is the Kakarot we know, and a very different agent than we expect. Yet he's making it work out just as proficient as ever. 21 kills on the man. Look at that. 1 for 2. Super proficient, well trained, and my goodness, if Ripper wasn't in that angle, I bet he's gonna get even more. 10-6 in Oasis, down on the Eco. Ripper, the only one who's been performing, and that's why he has a Soul Spectre. Blades, though, coming in from Marky. They're going to have to make this eco at the very least expensive for Naos, because both in the long and short state of things, they're not looking in too good of a spot.
And you gotta give it to Jalicious there in that round 2. That was so perfectly timed. Rolling Thunder just to catch Marky and also stun him at the very edge, plus the aftershock towards Garage. Marky was all alone versus the whole Naos squad, and he's just like, okay, I guess I'm caught in your stream instead rather than ours. And it just allows Naos Esports to be so systematic. So really, we're seeing it right now. That Naos Esports says, you know, we want to reclaim Haven in another way. This is where it starts, guys. This is where Naos, again, will bring something new to the VCTPH ecosystem. And the invasive species will be so much of a mystery for all the other teams. Will we get that kind of performance into the first series? Last good one, Delicious is there. And as Oasis decide to just throw their lives into this pit, as they're on the eco state. They did get a kill. Marky, though, with the blades chasing after Naos right now. No fan signs needed, but apparently Kevs is not a fan of that frag. He shuts down Marky before his rampage can continue. All left to Veto in a 1v3 slate. Fault line and just gonna die as soon as Flird sees it coming. Apparently, the chamber doesn't need the glasses because it's crystal clear that he gets the read on the opposition again.
You know, I don't need glasses, but like, I don't have the worst eyesight. Like my grade's about 120, but yeah, it's still a nuisance. But obviously not for these guys. Seemingly very well read here coming from Naos.
Legally blind. I'm basically legally blind. If you remove my glasses, I cannot see. I cannot see my screen. Not gonna lie, it's blurry to me. Maybe I can read the name Blurred.
You read Blurred.
That's the only thing that's not blurry, right? But you were saying?
I guess it cancels each other out, right? Doesn't it?
Do you know that if you squint hard enough, you can make your eyesight clearer?
Yeah. If you like make a ring with your finger and make like a small peephole with it, you can actually use it as like a focus lens.
Yeah, that's why people sell those glasses with just holes in them. You know those? They're
you
basically
probably make one of those, right?
Yeah. They're like therapy glasses too. So if you put those on, it kind of helps your eyesight reset itself if your grade is really, really low. Not abysmal eyesight like that. There is no saving this. Maybe except laser surgery. But Oasis, they need a savior and fast. And while we have seen a really Saint Ripper of Oasis Gaming go above and beyond the kills that were expected from him, the team really struggling here to keep up with the Naos abilities and the Naos plays. And right now, Naos is looking the time for them to try and wrap things up because Blurred is back on the operator. And we've seen the initiators here, the triple initiators of Naos tested, and they have all passed with flying colors. Good intel, good suppresses from Blast, a great setup from Jalicious, especially on the attack, and the frag potential of Kakarot is just now potential absolutely unleashed here, Miko.
Look at this, mid control being firmly pushed back on Oasis' side. They want to go for the aggression, but Naos keeping them in check. Good discipline, though, from Oasis to realize that might be a bit too overeager. Seems like the Seaside is what they're going to be going for, and they have lots of initiating power to make this happen. So, Seekers clear out the site. They know it's entirely theirs for the moment. That gives them the plan. So, the retake's going to have to come in from Oasis. Looking at their utility, they do only have that from the shadows to gain information for the retake, but not much else. A bit right out of reach there with a single orb, especially in the Seekers of Valorant.
Yeah, spike planted and in behind. There's the suppress and there's the catch. What a time here! What a null command from Blast and a great firing range here for Blurred to work with too. Total blinded. The last sight he will see is Kev's bullets. And I'm believing everything right now to Ripper yet again. There we go with the third kill. But how many times, Ripper, must you try and save this team? How many times do you need to carry the weight of Oasis on your shoulders? You can feel the back breaking right now on this Omen, as this has become the limit pushed again by Naos. 12-6 match points for Naos Esports.
12-6, dominating performance here from Naos, and if they take this map, this is going to be their first map win this entire tournament. It's not something super comforting, but it's a small sliver of hope for the Naos hopeful. One that they've been looking for so long. Guns here, the weapons brought to the table. Not exactly the best for Oasis. Only a single rifle apart from that operator. You have Spectres abound, and being on the defensive side, they can pick and choose which angles they hold, but this B side, I'm not sure if this is the right idea for Naos. Luckily though, they do get some information before committing.
And really this matchup itself, Naos, Oasis, long time coming, and really the powers that may be for those two brands, they're eagerly watching and eagerly waiting for this result. And I really wouldn't be too surprised that for Naos, they have prepared specifically for Oasis gaming this week, because we finally get the composition like this where it's that no duelist, it's a triple initiator, and it really just works well against the Oasis flash-centric antics. So for now, well, now it's looking to be the one wiser here into the matchup, and Oasis will try to shatter their brains instead and go for the kills here. So set up by Coco over to the back side. Looking at that though, with the 0 point, Delicious back into the garage, but Wild Oreo will revoke his pass there. As it stands, Oasis still playing that waiting game. They want to go for a more passive defense now, knowing that Naos has been taking multiple opportunities when Oasis would try and make a play. All grouped up now, they go towards C side here, Nico.
They do have the numbers advantage with the firearms, not necessarily as fortunate. Ripper waiting, pops a paranoia, perfect timing on that, but not able to connect the kills. Maybe if you waited for a second or two, he still gets one, able to the second. Kevs and Gordon all fronted down. Wild Oreo coming in big, but still results of the 1v1. No time though, as you say, Daxon. That is Oasis scraping by with a round, just barely.
Scraping by when you're playing passive like that, you know that you might need to do something a little bit different. Now, it was a good start there from Wild Oreo. There is that antsiness really from Naos Esports to try and wrap up the job. You mentioned that this is going to be their first map win, and they want to finally get the 1 in 1 out of 7, basically. They want to get that victory here as soon as possible. But by that point, you still need to understand, if you're not suppressing the agents of Oasis, then you better be sure that you get those kind of sightlines as soon as possible. And really, the problem right now is Naos just didn't find anyone there. But as we're watching a cinematic view of the action, it's Kebs who will be unseen, unheard, and unstoppable in killing Marky. Kebs is just the guy to hunt down some of these more aggressive players. We saw it against Qeon Santi last time. This time, the operator gets nothing for Oasis Gaming.
12-7. Man, it's a long crawl up to the top of the hill coming from Oasis, especially with them losing Marky early on. Not really the best of scenarios for them to be placing flash for flash, bird for bird. This time the word is Rolling Thunder, great response, but maybe a bit too preemptive. They kind of timed that a bit later on. They could have used really good timing to work in their favor. Envy, oh, this is looking like it's on round 2v5. No one going down just yet for Naos. I think it's safe to say we're going to map 2.
And finally, Naos Esports, they've been staring at the doomsday clock, but we can lower that Stefan level. We can make it a little bit more chill on the Naos fronts, as they have finally claimed a map here in VCT PH, and they knew that this was their time. They know for themselves that, well, this was absolutely much needed. And well played by Naos Esports, a new look and a new result for them.
Yeah, it's just such a very, I guess, welcoming sight for the Naos fans, you know, especially knowing that they finally got the map on the board. Now, because of the way our format works, it's still going to be quite a long climb for them to get to the top. Just some kind of fighting power, right, to get into the top 6, especially since even though you get a 2-1, it doesn't necessarily matter, because the series win is what is more important at the end of the thing. There isn't really that much difference in how much you get, and knowing that factor, Naos have to win every series no matter what it takes at this point, and that's just to barely have a chance to make it into the top 6, to make it into the playoffs. So to start though, and every comeback needs this small kind of outing. Not even small, huge outing. Trying new things, innovating. It makes me wonder, Dax, was this kind of a plan that they put together last minute, or did they have this in their pocket the whole time, waiting for the right opportunity to use it and finally bring it out here when the stakes are so high?
I think it's really the latter, but more so because they still wanted to play that old style, especially on Haven. That was their roots. That was what basically planted the seed to the PH community that Naos Esports is a great team, and really changing away from something you're so comfortable of. It's a very mature decision, right? It really feels like you're ripping away your heart, ripping away from what you know what works, and taking a really big gamble. They were willing to take those gambles on the other maps, on maps that they knew that they could still make those kind of changes to make a difference. But here on Haven, they were able to swallow that bitter pill, and apparently they found the antidote to the poison that has been hurting them so far, for at least this Haven map. But it really boils down to the fact that I feel like for Naos, they were just able to outplay Oasis Gaming. Many a time, we mentioned it, Oasis puts themselves in a clutch scenario that they have to win, and Naos has a very strong comp, a very strong roster, even to play the out clutch if need be. You can rely on players like Kakarot, like Kev so much. You know that Blast and Delicious can be aggressive. Blur has been so consistent right now when he has the operator especially in hand, and it just doesn't work against Naos Esports in that kind of scenario. And one more thing I really notice is, especially for Blurred, he's on that chamber. He knows he can teleport on the way, and he's just so brave and so unafraid of the flashes that Oasis brings to him. He sees the guy in light coming, he sees the flashpoint, he walks forward so he just doesn't get full flash. He's ready to still get that kill. And really, for Oasis Gaming right now, they have just been bamboozled by Naos Esports.
Naos Esports at least really showing them up here in this map number 1, and we know they have what it takes to make this comeback happen, Dax. We're just waiting for the moment to do that, and as you said, the heroics really being one key factor for Oasis that even kept them in the game, but it wasn't even that close near the end of things. So we're going to see if map 2 on Icebox is where they're going to be coming back from, or are we going to see a 2-0, rather Naos, when they've been getting 0-2 the entire time. Can they deliver the same dish to the opposing side? We're going to see here when we come back for map number 2 for this break. I'm Black and Blue, with me is Dax. We'll see you guys in a bit.
I can see the promised land right over the hill line, and I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time, put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the night. But I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
Looks like it's the right strategy in the right time zone for Naos Esports, but will Oasis find the road to lead them back to this series? Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to VCT PH, first series of the final day of Week 1. My name is Dax here with Black and Blue, and if you are just tuning on in, well, you already know that there is a lot of fans, a lot of hearts watching this series right now. But Naos Esports, yet again, winning our hearts and giving us things to take note of, just like last time, because that Haven composition, triple initiator, looking very, very intriguing there, Black and Blue.
Yeah, and I think a lot of other, people and talents, analysts all alike and teams anticipating this to be the new wave, right, of triple initiators. This is what we're going to be expecting for the most part moving on forward. And when you see teams are so efficient at applying that, it really makes you think that this really should be, I guess, maybe not should be, but is the way the meta is kind of shifting towards, especially with the introduction of Fade. Now they did that without even having a Fade there, but as we talked about kind of backstage, they look the best when they are innovating. That's what they were known for last stage. They're innovating by KO, kind of being the center point of the way they played. They did it on almost every single map, to the point that other teams didn't even know what to do, even though they're expecting that kind of play style. And so them innovating once again is the best that Naos have ever looked.
And that's the thing about this, right? They've really buffed up their support structure. I know for both Oasis and Naos, they have really analysts right now, and for Oasis, they only have an analyst because someone left them. I don't know.
Yeah, the coach bailed.
Yeah, the coach just like, so all our hearts to that. But beyond that, though, we're going now into our second map, and it gets even more intriguing here because we're playing on Icebox. Now, overall, really, is this map pool here, Black and Blue, it feels like it can really just go either way. There are very, very obvious strengths here for Oasis Gaming to play on Icebox. They have showed how potent they could really been for quite a while, and really their last few series on Icebox in itself, just heartbreakers, losing out on overtime against the likes of Team Secret and the likes of Southfield Esports that pretty much made them vanish from the face of the community scene between Stage 1 and Stage 2. But in the meantime, Naos Esports, they got in close against Southfield last time. And what do you think right now? Will Naos continue on with running, no duelists? Will they go back to at least having that jet into play? Because it does feel like that we're seeing here from Naos, they're trying to find more value at longevity and utility.
Yeah, and that is, I think, the biggest difference, right, that Naos will bring to the table. Just having as much staying power as they can in multiple ways, both in and out of the game. It's really been, it seems like, the game plan for Naos as a team, as an org, and just how they kind of utilize, their strengths to the highest skill level that they can. Now, Oasis, they take of a similar approach, but I think the big difference between these two teams is in terms of how they play. We have seen Naos kind of take than what we are normally used to seeing from them, but when they do execute, at least on the retakes, that is when they hit super hard. Oasis have kind of almost sped things up to a pace that we don't normally expect. Last stage, they were playing a bit more tactically, a bit more decisively sound, but this time there's a lot more confidence, maybe, yes, brought in by the new wave of how they were able to stage and continuing that momentum. This time around, as I was saying, there is that difference of where sometimes they just go a bit too ham for their own good, and that leaves many corners unchecked, leaving up too much up to Fate. And at least for that map, number one, Fate really hasn't favored them.
Yeah, it just seems like that they were found out, they were exposed there, and just some of the woes really here for Oasis to wake up on the right day to day. As much as we love Oasis Gaming, it's just like, which Oasis will we get today? They have shown that they have been a bit more consistent this year. They've really found ways to build up that chemistry. There isn't that shakiness for some of the newer players in the roster anymore. But the day of all days is when they need to perform to keep solidifying their position in the groups. Now, one also thing I've noticed here is historically that both teams might actually end up in a mirror matchup right now here, Black and Blue. And from by this point, if that's going to be the case, who do you think has the edge there? Because as Oasis Gaming has proven that they can really set things up well for Marky and they can be sharp at the clutch, Naos, in the meantime, while they're trying to hold back and stay alive longer, we know how wild their aggression can be too.
Yeah, and first of all, it's kind of funny to say they're going to probably end up in a in the mirror match, considering we haven't always known Oasis to be a team that utilizes KO, except for this map. Maybe Breeze, yes, but except for this map in Icebox, for the last time we did see them play it out was the first time they actually brought out a KO against Team Secret. Now, they lost that one in overtime, double overtime to be exact, but still, the case in point is there that, now they're the ones who are more used to playing that style, and if it does come to it, I think they're the ones who do have a bit of an edge here that can prevail, Dax. And so, as to your question, I completely forgot.
Thanks, Black and Blurred. Apparently, you're a little deaf there as well. Yeah, it's just okay. We're gonna see them in a mirror matchup, most likely, and I hope to see a great game. So, since we have a little bit more time as we're getting ready, now I think I can tell my story if you've seen in my socials. So, basically, I have a lot of jerseys from Oasis Gaming. Shoutouts to Rap, by the way, because she's just amazing. And I have a jersey newly given by Naos. Shoutouts to Qeon. And the thing is, also KY, by the way. So the thing is, whoever wins the series, I'm gonna be wearing their jersey today. That's pretty much it. I have a few errands to do today. I'm gonna be going out, so I'm probably gonna have that logo right in front of me. And funny enough, I went to a trip right a few weeks ago, and someone recognized me because of the Oasis jersey. And the last time we went out, if there was any video evidence of what happened, they would recognize me with a Naos jersey. So, I'm just walking passive content, basically. So, Oasis Naos better win. So, whatever adventure I have today, suddenly it's just gonna be there on the socials or whatever.
Well, unfortunately, our previous social gathering, there was essentially went on that. We involved, but almost good for the sake of honor and good intent and all. Yes. The piece.
It's like there's this mystery story we cannot tell that happened right before VCT. We went out to kind of cool off after preparing, after talking about the storylines, and then stuff happened that we cannot talk on broadcast. So of course, if you guys meet us in real life, we'll be happy to tell you. But the tale of the tape right now is, I think it gets really, really interesting if Oasis wins Icebox, because we go into Breeze. And while, Oasis have had a bad track record on Breeze, they showed up well last time. And then on the other side, Naos, who has a good track record on Breeze, faltered against Alpha Esports in their last game. So you can really see the directions. They're going in different ways right now. They're in different kind of straits. And I really wonder what that third map will entail. But instead, let's focus on who might pop off here in this series, right? Ripper has proven that he is just absolutely on point. Same case as Kakarot for Naos Esports. But do you think there are other players right now that might need to propel themselves even higher to edge out the opponent?
Yeah, I think just, especially in general for Oasis, where we saw Ripper far above and beyond, right, performing, but it's not someone directly, because Marky is always doing well, but the rest of that Oasis squad, where we did see a good goal on that one, everybody else especially should be a player that we expect to come up here, but we haven't seen that from based on Haven. And interesting point that if we go to Breeze, one of the biggest unknowns for both of these two teams right now, and I think it's one of the most curious things that is where our decider could potentially be. But this is going to be just, I think, clear indication of where these two teams kind of stand. Like Haven, okay, let's say first map jurors, whatever it on is, Oasis not performed that one, but Icebox, both of these teams have been proficient at this in the past, and this is where I'm looking to see for them to really make things happen. But map number 3, I think, is really where we're going to end up, Dax, and I think it's only fitting that biggest unknown of the two teams, because as you said, stark contrast between how they used to perform on those maps and how they're lately is true for both these teams in inverse contrasting ways. It really do is the most important thing here. How do they kind of read the R coming in?
So wait, you're trying to tell me we're going into Breeze and it's into the unknown, even though Icebox is the next map?
Yeah,
man, you love your Frozen, don't you? Are you an Elsa stan, an Anna stan? Or what was the moose? What is that? The reindeer? Have you even watched Frozen?
Yeah,
I'm gonna
of course.
ask you. Okay.
Times.
Too many times.
See? I know.
Olaf, you're the Olaf stan.
Snowman. Yeah.
Snowman.
Snow.
Snow. Snowlad. From Snowlad to Snow Chad. Maybe that's the real evolution.
Yeah.
There you get more.
Olaf
just
spin-off
buff it up.
series.
They had that one really good song in Frozen 2, where it was just like
I
those
forget
tunes.
there's a 2.
Yeah,
I
no one
haven't seen 2.
remembers the second one really, but they had that one song where it's the guy singing it, and it kind of reminds me of those old Michael Learns to Rock songs. You get me? Those
From the
80s,
second one?
Yeah, those 80s kind of ballads, and I remember that because basically.
You mean like
I've had a driver for
Bolt?
No, yeah, Michael Bolton, the Olympic football player. But yeah, so basically, my driver always would play Michael Learns to Rock all the time. He basically learned technology through it. So when I was a kid, it was cassette tapes, and then it was a CD. Now he has a freaking USB full of it.
Damn.
And I'm just like, how committed are you with this playlist? It's been years. I have grown up. I have memorized all these songs just because of it.
New form of, I guess, delivering that message, isn't it? Here, it's like new, same old style, same exact execute is still what he's going for. So I appreciate, the I guess. How do I say this? He's much.
It's dedication. That's
dedicated.
For sure.
Yes,
He's so dedicated.
Early in the morning, clearly we did well in the morning. Yeah. Aside from Dax.
Whoa! Don't expose. My morning activities, man.
I am just jealous of your boots. That's all I'm gonna say.
Look, it's a magic trick to roll off the bed, roll into the chair, get a basin of water, splash it on my hair, and call it a day for online broadcasts. You will see the mistake of this once we go to lands. Where's Dax? It's almost time to start the broadcast. Shows up like 2 minutes right before it. Puts on the headset. Suit not even ready. No problem. All good. We're here. We're ready. So you see, it's a blessing and a curse. Right now, I'm on the blessing side here. Count your blessings, guys.
I mean, the last time we went to a studio, Dax.
You
were the early one.
I was late. You guys were just more late. You guys were just more late.
You weren't late.
You were so late. I was fashionably late. You guys were so late. You went to park, and then I don't know if you guys passed by the roller rink or whatever in that mall was, and then whatever the case is. So it's pretty obvious, guys. Once we start talking about things that aren't.
Ever fun.
Yeah, you had a little bit of a date right there and made people jealous along the way. I was jealous. I was like, why'd you guys didn't include me? How could you?
Because you were being held to the gym beforehand, weren't you?
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Oh, yeah. I think so.
Yeah.
Ooh.
See? I remember.
Look at this guy.
I remember your schedule before then.
Exactly. I was like, wait a minute. Is that what I did? But okay. Technical pause basically over. We are finally going to get into the game. It's pretty obvious once you start talking about not Valorant. Just like, technical pause.
Yeah.
I miss you. I miss talking to you. So let's just get back into. Well, how could you? How could you?
Okay, no, I'm sorry. Take that back. That was me.
I enjoy your company, man. And okay, I think this is the question. Duelist is a mindset. But this is a question we put forward a while ago. Will we get Naos to still stick with no duelist? Will they go for that one duelist? And apparently, the answer really is for not only for them to forego that chat because they're really just keeping up with Operator Blurred, but also Kakarot swaps over to the Omen. So double controller now on Icebox. We have seen, I believe, variations really of this in other scenes. I think I've seen South Asian teams do it. I've seen them the EU side. But having it in the PH for the first time, again, innovation is key for Naos Esports. And here we go with another different composition to showcase against Oasis Gaming. On the other hand though, Oasis goes back for that KO, goes back from Wild Oreo to that Viper role instead. And I really expect moving forward for this map pool that Wild Oreo will stick with that Viper for the rest of the series.
And I am glad that we are once seeing what really stood out from now on was disciplined play under really crafty innovation. And we see that from them. They seem to have, the up their sleeve. They thought that it went this early in the group stages where they could bring it out. They could dial their old comps for the most part, dominate, but trying some new things on their first resorted back to their ways for the next two matches, but now they're trying some new things. And so map number 2 coming up here now. So look at this aggressive push kitchen, very despite well. See for kind of an orange plant here, but I don't know if that fruit is going to bear too much.
No, it's all the high ground that they can take and more. That kitchen has been cleared. Snakebite will be thrown, and for Oasis, they are just waiting for the audio cue to get things started. They still have game control, but Naos Esports has slipped by like a snake. Coco, though, finds Delicious to start things off. He's now, at the very least, on the hunt, and it's Blast with the refrag onto Coco. Still stays on the high ground, and this is a good position for Naos really to keep the pressure on. Tara, though, nice surprise on the Ripper. Marky with the response. Blast, though, there yet again versus Envy. Marky dropping on down. The scan comes. Wild Oreo tried to play Icy Climbers, but Kev is able to shove him off, and there is just no way to get to the summit here for Oasis. Naos again spreading their wings and flying to the second floor.
Great hold here coming in from Naos on that post plant of theirs. They go just firmly into the kitchen. Luckily for them though, nobody really putting up too much of a fight on the Oasis side towards that kitchen. So they don't get cooked for the meantime, but there's a bit of a stir here being riled on up. Attacking side now, okay, looking proficient so far. Bulldogs, 3 of them by the way. Seems like they've got a lot of leashes to keep.
Who let the dogs out?
I know 3 dogs isn't much for you, Dax, but
oh yeah, I have too many. It's like
no
My Littlest Pet Shop, and they're all small creatures. Like I have small dogs, I have small cats, and it really feels like I have a miniature zoo, a petting zoo for children. And Zerglings that's basically run at you, but these bulldogs hit back quite a punch, and it seems like the bark is there as well. They're trying to just go for the house, and you want to say, as Astor would like to say, arf, arf, arf. So cringe. That was such an ass-right cringe moment. I just remembered from him. I can't believe I did it too.
I guess we've all been affected.
Infectious.
Yeah,
it's too infectious really after all these years, and
it's hard not to after spending too much time with him.
It's like sometimes you just want to make fun of him, but then at the same time, you just want to do what he does too. It's simple, innocent joys, but this is not innocent whatsoever from Oasis. They're making it costly. We just get a 3-for-3 trade. Blurred right now fighting, and what was that? Taps Wild Oreo after going down Envy. The flick of the wrist and the 2-0 for now. At least though for Oasis, they got the frags to try and give them a better staging ground now.
2-0 opening start. Okay, good here for Naos, but Oasis have been making these rounds pretty expensive, Dax. They've been winning maybe not winning the round specifically, but a lot of the duels are going their way, and it allows them to get these free opening picks that really does hamper the economy of Naos in the long run. So that's what they can kind of bank on, especially since they're playing the defensive side here. 2 Bulldogs, a bunch of Sheriffs, still convertible round for Naos, and that's going to be great for them, but I'm looking for Oasis to really put their foot down because they never really looked in control the entirety of map number 1 in Haven a while ago. And that's something that you're not necessarily too kind of used to seeing from a team like Oasis here. And obviously, technical pause. And so I'm going to go a bit off topic. And I think, Dax, if anytime, obviously video games a lot of times could be for the younger kids. And so I do suggest that you could have another option here and maybe open up like a petting cafe if you ever wanted to. You have the facilities for it.
You mean just build a business basically?
A
Yeah, probably. I just like put a sign outside of my house is dog cafe, first floor. Cat cafe, second floor. Bed and breakfast. There you go. And I'll put my house on Airbnb listing. So my dad's just gonna show up one day and he comes home. He's like, who's using the other room? Oh, that's my customers. Why are there people downstairs? Oh, that's a dog cafe now. What's going on? We're making money, Dad. We're making money.
Are you proud of me now?
I'm proud of you. Hey, Dad, look at me. Think back and talk to me. Did I grow up according to plan?
Uh-huh.
I'm actually not sure because he's the one who introduced me to video games.
Really?
I have a really old picture with a CRT monitor and my dad right beside me of us playing Warcraft 3. So
that's
I
cool.
think this was his. I think I kind of blame him for my career path so far.
Well, I'm sure he would be very proud of you.
Hey, Dad, are you proud of me? I don't think he heard me, but I'm just gonna believe him.
Sure
so
he is.
back to the game. Before I get more emotional trauma along the way, it's Naos Esports 2.
Toxins going up.
This is why I went to Qeon when I was a kid, just so I could pretend to excel. But hey, now it's from 3
30
bulldogs,
seconds left.
they become 2 bulldogs instead. So it's just 2 barks rather than 3, and Sheriff's into play. We do have the setup though for Oasis Gaming to try and contest it already to Viper. And Wild Oreo hogging the corner! A great angle for Wild Oreo! And that just is able to step onto
One enemy remaining.
Kakarot also
10
Ripper
seconds
able
left.
to just decapitate, or in this case, just destroy the shoulders really of the opposition. And Oasis, the distraction was clear, the space was created, and from that point on, they really just focused on pushing more so up the map to remove Naos as quickly as possible.
We've seen, Wild Oreo be typically in those more fragment roles, like a duelist, raids. Everybody knows that, but I quite like him on the Viper, actually. Just how mechanically gifted he is allows him to, and as well smart as he is as a player, allows him to really, dodge and weave on through and make these big type of plays just as like that against those anti-eco rounds and even against gun rounds where he can multi-frag. So I do think Oasis do have a good idea that they're trying to implement. Now it's Naos trying to make a round happen. Blurred lurking here towards the belt, and he's going to receive one right to the bum.
Right to the bum. That sounds painful.
I mean, we were talking about that, so.
Let me... Wait a minute. That's the one I don't want to bother with. But then again, Naos Esports it's them with the guns. Look, my dad didn't leave for 7-Eleven for the cigarette shop. Okay? He's the one who stayed, but Kakarot catches Ripper on out. And here we go now, 4v4 scenario. Wild Oreo gonna go for the snake bite blast. Catching Coco though in response as well. Oasis, they are falling on apart, but Wild Oreo is still able to keep things in check, but Jellyfish, never mind. He's able to look on up and look at Blast 2. From front to back, top to bottom, it's Naos who holds down B sites.
Great execution, great hold apparently as well from Naos, because it seemed like there was a moment there where they were going a bit aggressive, but it didn't seem, you weren't really too sure how exactly it turned out. They took that snowman control, as I said. One of the only teams that does go for a snowman control kind of play here in Icebox, and it's been something that they have also been doing since last stage. Although you didn't necessarily see anything too different from the utility. I'm not sure if the wall was placed for snowman control. It didn't seem like it. Seemed more like a default wall and progressed on through because of the situation and the possibility of the scenario. But for the most part, look at this wall as well coming in here from Naos. Not the standard type of mid wall you'd expect, but nothing that is super deviant as well.
I think it actually tries to cover the kitchen entrance basically by this point, and Kakarot catching Wild Oreo to start things off. Now really one of the strengths of Oasis is just their ambition and their expeditions to move forward and try to take that spawn away from the attacking side, but you can see Naos right now has the answer. Kakarot on watchdog duty. He's just up there getting those takedowns like a sentry basically. And well, for now, it's just even easier right now to make it through to a site. Not the best arsenal whatsoever for Oasis. It's Ripper looking on around, but Coco! He feels like that he can keep the heat on here in the frozen waste, and he's looking for more. That Sheriff is just so hot right now, and you can deputize this guy by this point. 4 kills with the Sheriff. Kakarot with a triple kill of his own, but the damage has been done, and Coco, he
30
just
seconds
warms
left.
your heart on such a cold place. There we go, the Wind Mark, he tried to get the drop on, but Kakarot able to stay alive with 11 HP, and that's the ROG clutch for him. But oh my loco, Coco, you almost just made it happen for Oasis again.
Man, oh man. How's Coco doing? He's been finding so many high-value plays working out for him with that Sheriff ever since map number 1 even on Haven. Kakarot, always reliable, one of the best clutchers we have in the entirety of the VCT PH, especially on Naos' squad. Though he got the spook there, the jump was sprung on him to make the adjustment and win the round on back. Mid wall once again here, committed by Naos. Now, this is a nice wall, but you do it too much, you kind of block yourself out of utility for the actual push. Luckily for them, though, they do have that Omen to try and supplement everything else.
You know what I see though from Naos is just they just have that temperance basically to try and stay away from overheating. But Wild Oreo, he's the one heating up right now. And his setup is looking very, very strong towards A side. We've seen many a time when he is hitted here with a rifle that he's just able to build a labyrinth courtesy of Oasis Gaming, and it's one hedge maze you do not want to get into. Nice scan also courtesy of Envy. Finally though, Wild Oreo gets taken down. Kakarot bringing in the Garden Shears instead. A transmit now here for Naos. They were thinking about rotating, but make it fake instead. It's Envy though, still in the back line. Oasis right now just holding down the forts and trying to play a little bit more passive yet again.
30
Oasis.
seconds left.
Ever since they splashed onto the stage last year, everybody knew what this team could bring. It wasn't the same case for Naos, but they proved it with their results in Stage 1. Potentially looking back to form if they can continue to win these rounds and take this series in dominating fashion. Coco, lockdown here placed. Looking very, very dire for Naos on his attacking side. They do not have the managed disadvantage, but Blurred, great kill for him. Falls back to the rafters. Look at this retake here coming from Oasis still. They bring it back to a 2v1. Blurred so far removed from the situation. Got that. Oh my goodness! Envy from the ropes up above. Not the first kill we've seen from a zipline here this weekend, but one of the fanciest.
Come on, I mean, Asuna who? In VS? Yes? That was a good way to repel, but I feel like there's a last mistake there from Naos Esports. If it's just gonna be the chamber, Tour de Force was there, but I think it's also the fact that Oasis was so quick on executing their retake. You see it here, right? Like, they wanted to have that sniper cover if someone could at least stay alive, but Oasis just getting that right free play into the middle, knowing the chamber isn't gonna take that high ground without the sight lines to the spike. So Oasis now, we've seen it at the latter parts of Haven, where the more passive play can work out here, but Marky, come on, hit those shots! The Blade's able to get one! The Shorty for the second! And at least Oasis is able to survive, but Kebs!
That was like
Kebs is just
max range Shorty.
that was the... So, it was minimum range Blade, maximum range Shorty, and classic Kebs denied the duelist of his glory, but Kebs also denying Envy along the way. 3v3 scenario now is still potent on the lesser buy. And really, even though it's just basically Eco here plus... Oh, actually, just a Spectre picked up by this point. Now is Esports a chance right now to commit towards a site. Problem is, though, they know the Viper Spit was used there towards A, the Killjoy towards B. So really, they're walking into the palms of... Or rather, Naos is in the palm right now, playing through the strings of Oasis Gaming. And Kakarot... Yeah, this is dangerous right now for Naos.
No, do you have a bunch of palms, Dex?
I can do this all day.
What do you mean? I have two hands.
I'm talking about your dogs.
30 seconds left.
They're not palms. They're not palms.
Oh, are they not? Okay,
They're
apologies.
not palms. They're Shih Tzus and Malteses. So one was a Maltese, and then the other was Shih Tzu. Now they're basically
Isn't that the
Malchus.
chocolate? That's you're messing with me. Moving on.
You're so funny, man. You're hilarious. But there's still a chance here for now, as all things considered, because Kev has the hunter. You already know how classical can be, but no command! It just does not matter. Now Esports, their glory has been denied. And in all honesty, even if that flank worked, right? Even if Ripper basically, quote-unquote, died there, the fact that he got that first pulse already over to Kev's just denied Naos any chance of winning that round.
And that would continue pulsing over and over, so any lineups that they would potentially have just wouldn't have mattered at that point. So very nicely done here. Ripper shutting things down, saying, no, you want to do this ultimate game? I'm going to show you how to make it work. And as I said there, Max Range Shorty coming from Marky. One up close, and the rest of Oasis though able to clean up house on this retake. Very clean, almost losing in that fight. They're expecting, I understand why they expected them to both be long, but hey, they bring the round on back and keep it close. Only a single round now, kind of separating these two teams. The operator out for Marky this time, holding on to B long though, so that's not going to come into play anytime soon because Naos is looking to go and aggress here towards the A side. That 0 point will keep the Aldron from seeing any much more. But I think the information that they wanted has been garnered. Nobody really playing close so far, but that could really be outdated at this point.
And here we go again with Wild Or, you're right. The fact that he's able to instill that kind of fear as soon as you see that toxic screen immediately diagonally set up by him, you know he's gonna play around with it. You know that he's just gonna go in and out, play zigzag if ever with those sight lines. And now Esports have faced his wrath many a time towards that A site and will try to play against it. But because of the time they give Oasis here, Marky was just waiting in the middle. The operator able to pierce through one. As soon as that happens, the res has to be committed. And now they cannot hesitate any longer. They must commit, and they're gonna go towards that A site.
They don't have much time to go anywhere else, actually. This is their only option. Feels bad. Envy able to get 2 kills with that Hunter's Fury. Certainly angry, fitting for him. Ripper able to get 1. That's a complete shutdown of the Naos push here. And Oasis, they answer back and suck a clean point of contact. Kakarot, nothing here can really do. Ripper gets a 3rd. Round done, sealed in by Oasis. They tie things up. Economy here for Naos. Barely enough to kind of maybe scrap up a buy, but right call to go for the eco at this point.
Yeah, Naos can ill afford to have those very hesitant rounds. Oasis won that intel war at the start, and from that point on, they were just implying so much presence there that scared off Naos enough. And it just walks into the hands of the Oasis playstyle, because whether on the attack or the defense, there are ways here for Oasis to play those kind of lurks, those kind of angles where they're just waiting. And one of the scariest things to watch out for in the middle is always that marquee operator. Now, what intrigues me though is usually for Oasis Gaming 2 that you can expect someone like a Ripper to play that kind of lurk, but he's on the KO right now. So instead, Wild Oreo, he's just more of a Sentinel-based Viper here, right? That he is just saying, okay, you see this toxic screen, I am the toxic screen. I am the poison that will infect you, Naos Esports. And so many times Naos has had to respect that. So, and it's either they just go at it as soon as possible, or they rotate as quickly as possible and not forget to cover their advance, since Oasis is going to be waiting for them in every corner they can do so.
Oasis is so proficient at really, applying that play style of theirs. Pretty much any scenario that calls for it. Why I'm wondering, like, what exactly do they have to change? And one of our biggest questions for this team is, what exactly do they lack? Because there aren't really any clear holes in their game plan, in their style, in their roster. So just them having to refine what they've already got, but continue still to innovate. And that's what is so impressive about this squad. So though, they have the rounds here, and this should be where they take the lead. But, good information gained. I think they kind of fade not spotting out their Ripperoo, but they know full well that there's presence very deep up here and towards B long.
Wait a second. Is Ripper still on the KO? Is he playing Viper right now? Is Wild Oreo still on the Viper? Is he playing a Raze instead? Those were the things these guys wanted to do back then on the agents they used to play. And really still, that's going to be a tried surprise. But Kakarot will open this gift before Christmas already. So goodbye to Ripper to start things off. Mark here with the operator doesn't hit its mark. And this is dangerous right now for Oasis Gaming. Now it's giving the chance to go for more from the shadows to try and make the flank happen. And Kakarot is still alive! He's still going at it, but this is terrible, Kakarot. Why? Why, oh Kakarot? Why? The operator is pointed at you! And will just be slain there, but a nice surprise from Kez as Wild Oreo is busy with Delicious. Naos Esports have found guns, have found space, and are now towards this B site.
It's gonna be so difficult for Marquis to retake though with this operator. He does have low HP, and at the very least, an op is at least less mitigated by having low HP than a rifle might be. That's going to be a big dent, and that is Coke and Marky both fall down one piece after the other. Naos retain and still continue their lead.
Yeah, Oasis, come on. Remember what age you're playing right now. I don't think Ripper doing that is the best kind of setup to do. I don't think Wild Oreo doing that is the best thing to really do. And unfortunately for Kakarot, you know, Kakarot was a dead man walking, right? He was spotted by Marky. He got lucky to get into cover. So him teleporting in front of him was just the karmic balance of the world resetting, but way too risky for Oasis Gaming against a eco round of Naos Esports. And not only that, this Naos Esports, a great trade and great pick to start things off. Rifles though abound for both. Operator here in the hands of Blurred, and this is exactly the kind of arsenal Naos wants to have here, especially in the comp they're running right now.
Naos. Now's their time to make this comeback, continue ever forward though in the tournament. Great pick found here. Shutting down Marky. It's a big kind of checkpoint. The goal. Marky want to cross this early on. They keep on committing this mid wall dax time and time on over. This is one of the few times we're actually going to see them utilize it though, but the fact that they have conditioned Oasis to thinking it could be a fake multiple times over has given them this jump to find these opening two picks, and great surprise to Oasis.
Yeah, it's a very cheeky wall to see Wild Oreo will get to take out. Get two! Get three! Again! What? How many times has the Viper have to hold things together? It's like he's able to coil in now and just squeeze their eyes out already for Wild Oreo. Ripper.
30 seconds left.
Against Blurred here. He's scrolling through the hallway with the headhunter out, but it's his own head that gets hunted there. Wild Oreo, the apex predator of Icebox right now, 11 takedowns, and when he just has a position on the map, he is just as effective as can be. Look at this, they go through the tube, but they go into the safe mouth instead, and how many times must Wild Oreo show Naos the door? 5-5 right now, man.
Wild.
Right?
Wild Oreo, man. I mean, as I said, I like him on this Viper.
Revealing area.
Oh, you laughing at the World Wild Dax?
Nah.
Well,
Oreo.
Certainly,
Wild Oreo.
He's going wild on that one. Blast, okay. Gets the kill on the Coco. Almost found the frag, but unfortunately doesn't go that way. Look at this. This isn't something we haven't seen before, because this exact ultimate here towards his elbow is, I think Oasis have also done this once in stage 1, where they ult this to try and hold on to the post plant after pushing the elbow position. Not necessarily super new, but most teams, the thing is, aren't used to fending this off, so I think this is a really good post plant hold we got from Naos.
And Wild Oreo now yet again still keeping up that momentum. Kakarot goes down, just peeking out at the right time, and Indy will find the trade on back, shutting down the fight between Infido with the second, and Oasis Gaming still able to fight back. A good exit from Naos to go straight for mid, but Kev's now having to play the clutch, and Oasis does the retake even better.
No time?
Should be time, but there should be time for this. Yeah,
bam.
It's close. Oh, 21. Told you. No sweat. No sweat.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure.
Last round in the half.
Yeah, apparently.
I knew that. Come on. That's how you become a decent caster. Yeah.
Yeah, you and your what is it? Quarter of a second reaction time. 0.2. I mean,
No.
that's 200 milliseconds. Actually, quite doable. You're not too wrong. Anywho,
No sweat.
I will
It's-
not argue against the great Indomitable Dax.
I will stay at home now because I think I just used all my luck for that one call.
That was hard predict.
No, I knew it. This is why I get paid the big bucks apparently. But now Oasis will be investing the big bucks with the operator. And while it was a great strategy from now on, the fact that they were able to shut down the Viper's Pit for Oasis Gaming, big help to their retake. But that's a big off by Blurred onto Marky. It's time for him to say thank you very much, Mr. Marky. I love this operator that you left behind. It's that image of, for me, Uwu and Blurred, gonna be very happy right now to have a long-range weapon, especially for the angle that he's taking. But Naos, they're not committing the plant as of yet. They're trying to see if Oasis will take the bait and decide to peek on out. Finally, though, it's time for the execute from Naos. They will go even further. This might be towards Snowman for the plant, and it seems like that's the case, as the wall is already there. So advanced positioning, courtesy of Blast, but in the corner, he gets spotted. Envy with the takedown. Delicious, though, finds the in response. Here comes the rest of Oasis just to die, and it's all left to Wild Oreo now. Last round of the first half. Might as well try to commit Viper Spit, but can't even make it in time. Make it up close, because there's already a reception waiting to happen. It's Kakarot, but Kakarot will be scratched there. Kevs will find the refrag, and it's 6-6 now. Now it's Esports able to equalize. Close first half here.
That was a round of contact play. You saw there that Naos, they didn't really initiate with utility when they went for the plant. Simple wall up, crawl up, and I don't know, somehow there wasn't really anybody fending off the Snowman position there. See here again, contact play. What utility to find that kill? Nothing. Just a simple headhunter. And they take Snowman with nothing but contact. And even the retake here, coming from Oasis, finding some gaps in the hole and playing contact. No utility, no information, no flash, no nothing. Simply wide swing and dry. And it's can be sometimes quite a painful way of entry, but in this case, at least for Naos, they're well equipped to surfing all through that, no matter how difficult it could be. Halftime pause for the meantime, and this opening half, at least from Oasis, looks a bit better than it did on Haven. And the caveat now, or rather not the caveat, but the thing is now at least they are on the attacking side, which we have seen for them to be quite proficient at, typically on most maps. And another case in point, there is a lot of things that we are seeing from Wild Oreo and Delicious that are really making cases for them being such formidable Vipers.
I think the difference really is that we have for Wild Oreo, he just loves to hunker down as much as possible. He plays a sort of sentinel on that Viper. In the meantime, for Delicious, his whole playstyle is, I play smokes, but I also play duelist, because we've talked a little bit about his cheeky mid-wall, right? And it's supposed to give you a way to blockade, of course, from Boiler, blockade the entry point into Kitchen, but you also notice that it enables him to make these really small pockets for himself just to be cheeky. And he did it once in, I believe that was like the 9th or 10th round, where he played the corner of blue. He can also play the corner of a side or of a main if he needs to. And it's just that stark contrast wherein it really feels like there's the uniqueness between these two teams. But at the same time, I think you mentioned about Oasis on the attacking side, and what makes them relatively stronger on the attack here, Nico, is that they have these more well thought out executes. I feel you can see that it's a bit more practice, it's a bit more nuanced compared to their defense, and let's see how they're going to be trying to assist Marky as they go towards that B side.
Well, green light, most things up ahead here for Oasis, seeing as there isn't much real I guess anything dissuading them. Ripper does take early damage though from Blurred, and with no Sage, no Sky, nothing of the sort, no heal could be apparent here for Oasis. And Marky spends his dash without getting much in return for it. They don't take control seizingly of yellow. I'm not too sure what kept them at. They could have maybe popped a flash there, committed to it, since Marky already had his dash and may have made a play, but they're really drawing out the time against them. And Blurred has been pinged. They know where he is. Taps away, snaps his fingers. But Coco finds a pick here on the Delicious coming from mid. That's what they were waiting for. They were waiting for the flank to come on in, and by God, they did it in good timing.
And Oasis now setting up the wall. They don't have the Sage, as we mentioned, so no barrier orbs to help them in their pushes and for cover. Instead, they need to cover each other, and Coco and Wild Oreo have passed that friendship test. 5v2 scenario. It's difficult here for Blurred and Kez because they're just caught in the middle right now. A game of keep away courtesy of Oasis Gaming, and they're the kings of this playground for the pistol. 7-6 and a flawless way to win. So it's a good start for Oasis Gaming. And I'm really expecting them to, again, sync on up for multiple angles, look to see how Wild Oreo can set up that wall, and really, with this kind of composition, maybe find ways to put a delay in putting that toxic screen, because when they can put more nuance onto the wall itself from the Viper, it can help them out since their spike plant isn't going to be as clear-cut as it always will be without that Sage. And now as Esports, they're going to try to find sightlines to compensate for that.
Well, Naos, we've seen them convert these rounds. Blurred's only got 2 bullets in this chamber, though. Oh, Kakarot's been spotted out. Yeah, has to bail out of that. Could have maybe found better timing, but it just doesn't work out, so cut your losses before they even get gained. Waiting back here, though, Blast. Information gathered. They know there's 2 on side. Kev's trying to pick with a classic, and Marky gets the off timing. They know Kakarot is somewhere here, so they could expect him to be on the back of the side or towards Hell or so of the sort. They do get the plant down. Not super wide for that post plant, but just barely enough for shock darts to really have a great effect later in the retake.
And Oasis now backing away. This should be a round that they will take these classics. Even in the right hands, can't really deal with the distance of, well, shock darts courtesy of Envy especially. And this is where it really starts for Oasis Gaming. Can they keep up this streak? Can they just go for more and more on the attacking side? Blurred though with the find on the Ripper, rushes in. Envy will respond, will say another sentence basically, and Marky with the conclusion there. So put a period onto the last 2 rounds. It was the age of Oasis Gaming, but now it's their time now to go for the buys, to have the rifles. And from what I'm seeing here for Oasis is, it's no nice dash, Marky. I think you kind of forgot that that's a box now and not that way old platform before. But I think really for Oasis is, if they cannot support Marky and cannot win a long range duel or 2, they're really gonna have a hard time setting up that plant. And that's where Naos can really bring in the expertise of Blurred, the expertise of Kevs, and just try to play that distance as much as possible.
I am struggling too because I haven't had breakfast and the whole house smells like pesto. So it's quite a difficult thing for me to try and ignore. But what we can't ignore is how Oasis...
Grab a fork, man. Okay, so here you go. I'll get you a fork. I'll be like, here you go. Black and blue.
Some
it's
Parmesan.
my sentence up. Just swirl it around. So while you're talking, right, you have this plate of noodles, and you're just grinding the fork in a circular motion over and over. And when Dark starts his monologue or whatever, you just shove it in your mouth and call it a day. But it seems like Blurred will have to call it quits early, call in sick, because Coco will stick the shots onto him. And we'll find the target here. Classic flank though from Oasis. It's Wild Oreo now doing that job. And Kevs, even though he saw it coming, couldn't get the fight back there. So Oasis now playing a bit of divide and conquer, but to regroup instead towards the end. Waldo gonna be instrumental for Naos and their defuse, but the Hunter's Fury is the call. What a timing courtesy of Indy getting it at this moment, but Kakarot will come and clean for the triple kill so far. They're all lined up for him. Coco the one, the fourth, Kakarot with the fourth, but Envy's shock darts are so superior, and it's shocking and awing from Oasis to win the round still. What a bonus.
Masterfully played there by Oasis. I love the risks they took. Now Kakarot, always so reliable in those situations to equalize the odds. How many times have we seen him, when they're down to the man count, just get a triple kill out of nowhere to get them back into the fight? But You see it there. They find the opening pick, 5v4. And then knowing that, they get the plant down, but still, they're not happy with it. And so Wild Oreo, smartly enough, goes for this flank. And because of just how great he is, wins that fight with a ghost off the flank. You have to take that risk at that point because with the pistols, even with a 5v4, you don't have a great chance. So equalize the odds a bit, get it more into your favor. And that is what a team like Oasis are so good at. Calculated risks at perfect opportune moments. And then you've got one of the best initiators in the entire country in Envy just clutching things on out. And Naos, rightfully so, they have a few rounds to come back into, and they rightfully call a timeout here.
It just wasn't the clutch there, Black and Blue. It just wasn't just the clutch. It's the fact that over the past 3 rounds, he's able to build that Hunter's Fury, and that's no mean feat. It's one of the biggest ultimates, basically, in the game, and because of that, it's one of the costliest. You can see it there, it's like 8, right? You need 8 ultimate points to get that Hunter's Fury, and Envy found the time. Oasis really enabling that Sova to get that ultimate when they knew it was time for them to go for the bonus. And while Kakarot almost threw a big wrench to their plans, it was still Oasis timing it right. And even better is Envy didn't really directly confront Kakarot for too long. His Shock Dart plus the Spectre was basically enough to get that takedown, and well, Oasis Gaming is now able to reap the rewards that they have sown for quite a while. It's like you have a farm, and it's that season of the harvest, but here we have Delicious isolated over at yellow, and he will be taken on down, but apparently I'm a little bit colorblind. Screen there instead, blurred over by Snowman. Kakarot on the high ground still. And Oasis still knows that they can't just immediately push right. They have no stage, they're not gonna have the wall, so they need to play it a little bit slowly until Wild Order sets it up, or Envy knocks down one on the other side.
It's so difficult to challenge that, even though he's got the Headhunter. Oasis slowly building their lead, their advantage in this round especially. 30 seconds left. There's a good smoke by Kakarot early on to buy them some time, but he doesn't have much else to fend off with now. Smoke has left. Gained. Kebs does have a shotgun. He's got some reconnaissance as well to help him in the fight, but Kakarot quickly found by Ripper. 2v5. This is not looking too well in the eco for Naos. As long as they can get a kill here, Blast, make it worthwhile.
I got here for Blast, shots come, and well, Wild Oreo will fall there. Seems like someone is able to twist him down, and the dunk courtesy of Blast. Beyond that though, well, Oasis Gaming gonna be getting into double digits, and you could really see that there's so much more focus for Oasis once they go to the attack, right? There is just a better understanding of the strengths and weaknesses of their composition. And I think that's where it kind of becomes a problem for Naos Esports, because even though obviously these guys practice this, these guys have kept these competitions under wraps, experience is still the best teacher. And compared to Oasis Gaming, who has been running these kind of comps, basically, the biggest really change is that KO coming in, but they're already accustomed to this kind of setup. They're already accustomed to relying on what each agent brings to the table and what each agent doesn't, where they're able to build themselves a right mentality to play the comp that they have. And for Naos, there are times where they still go back to their original strides, right? Their original outlooks, and we rarely see that from Oasis Gaming in this game.
If you want to speak about mentality in Naos, seems like their Sockman is having a bit of fun with Kakarot's minor TP in front of, what was that, Marky a while ago, so even them are memeing over a small bit blundered. I like the idea.
Yeah.
That, you know, if that were literally any other molly in the game, that actually would have destroyed the lockdown, but the snake bite is the only molly that won't, so unfortunate for them, but they have to give up the site. Oh, detained here, that's very dangerous. They can actually still push out, but because of the presence of the Blast here, he kept safe for the meantime. Viper's Pit trying to secure the post plant, but this also helps in a way, you know, Naos get a bit closer and not have to worry about a few particular angles. But Envy, great kill to find Blast, and that takes the res off of any potential in this round. Delicious, so for him to find Envy is huge. Now, their post plant has been made a lot weaker.
Marky though trying to play the guessing game towards the Raptors. Kev's right there. Delicious though in front of him. And Marky will go down. Ripper though able to hold things together. Still just a reconstruction courtesy of Ripperoo. Coco also with the kill. Delicious evacuating to try and save a gun at the very least. But it's another win for Oasis Gaming. They are running away with the second half. And even if Wild Oreo and Ripper do die to Spike, it really doesn't matter because they have been winning. They have been building up a bank, and you can see it there. Envy, a primary sponsor on the money. 2 more for Oasis to force a map 3.
Like a fat wallet right now for Oasis. No matter what happens from now on, they're gonna have a few rounds to continue to force a buy-up. Ripper, I think working out for him, isn't it? He's been so good being that number 2, number 3 here for Oasis. He's such a flexible player and always consistent. He's one of those players, like when you look at, like for example, RRQ. He's a player like Drexy. You look at Oasis, players like Ripper. Those type of players who might not have the highest scoreline above the rest, but they almost always make the right play and almost always are consistent in hitting the shots that they need to in that moment. And that's why those teams are so formidable. And Oasis reaping the benefits of that in this series, looking like a turnaround from Haven. So returning the favor simply to what Naos have done. And this timeout is potentially Naos' last few breathing moments before we could potentially go to map number 3.
Technically, Oasis Gaming is built around Ripper.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because
he's the oldest member.
He's the longest. Yeah. He's the longest tenured. He still remembered when OAS was OG. He still remembered when OG was 2 teams. He still remembered that weird lion thing as their logo.
Yeah, the lion thing. Yeah, you're right.
The lion thing. So really, Ripper has just been so reliable for Oasis in more ways than one, but that's the one that Kakarot's looking for. Ripper though and Marky finding the kills already to open up this A side, and it's wide open here for Oasis Gaming. These doors have been left up by Naos. It's high time for the spike to be planted. So a quick execute and a quick take for Oasis Gaming. It's haste already in these rounds. Really, maybe that Sheriff can try to find Smart, but Wild Oreo is the one who puts an X on the floor. And that is 1, that is 2. All left now to Blast, and at least he catches out Marky here. A little bit of economical damage, but in reality, it doesn't really matter. Ripper is there again. The old reliable, the heirloom of Oasis Gaming by this point. 12-6, map point, all the money to work with, and just such a good cachet here for Oasis Gaming.
Yeah, Oasis. Final round potentially of the map here for Naos. They pull out the operator. Maybe a sign of desperation, but could also be what could change this game up and start turning things their way. They do have the tour de force as well to pull out if ever they're not able to retrieve it, but they have to win this round. No ecos, no other options here. Otherwise, we're going to map number 3, and that's what we talked about to be the biggest shakeup out of all of these maps we've got here. Look at this. Once again, elbow control with Kev's great angle for him to be playing. Just the perfect one. And the timing for it, too. Ripper knows about it, but can't do anything. Now it's giving us one more round at the very least before going down.
How did Kevs even get up there? Nice parkour by the Sova, and the Owl Drone floating around too, just like he did. Singing like a bee, and well, the jump start right now thrown over to the right hand side. Oasis still trying to fight, and here we go. Wild Oreo allows a potential push to happen at the very least. So a bit of attendance courtesy of Oasis Gaming. They want to sign their names on that A site, but now presence is shown by Naos. Kevs over onto the right. Kakarot's looking to reinforce him, and they're just trying to cover the potential default here for Oasis if need be. But Envy's now seeing blurred. Can't find the shots. The operator also doesn't connect, so the rendezvous at least committed there. But this is intel for Naos, and they should actually know that Envy's the one with the spike. That was sightlines there from the chamber. Blurred right now, looking to go for it again. But Envy shows him how it's done. You don't need the scope, you just need the zap. Hottest Fury though gonna get voided. Envy though cannot afford to get hit, and luckily for him, it's Kev sweeping to the left-hand side to allow him to survive. Spikes planted now. Kakarot though ready for the pinch. duos ready to duel, the two newest additions basically to the Oasis family who have found their own branches on this tree versus the most reliable backline of
enemy
Naos
remaining.
Esports.
Last
Clutch is
player
still a
standing.
potential, and Wild Oreo is there to control this destiny. But Kevs with the third kill, Invi on the other side. The battle of the Sovas will be
Attackers
won
win.
by Oasis, and Invi as incredible as can be. Yet again for Oasis Gaming, 30-6, Oasis strike back.
Envy, all reliable here for Oasis. And they're definitely not going to let this one slip out too easy. No quick 2-0s for you. They're continuing on the fight there. You can see, they also got a bit of a new, I guess, analyst there in the back of things. But,
It's pretty wacky.
yeah, well, almost like old, but new, You know what I'm saying?
Same.
Anyways.
Old but new, same but
same.
different.
FR,
You were
FR.
saying.
Great round, great map, and great comeback here from Oasis. Really kind of delivering almost the exact same scoreline as what we saw forced upon them a while ago on Haven. And so this was kind of the way I was expecting things to go. I really didn't think that, you know, with Naos taking map number 1, Oasis have kind of looked better on Icebox in general lately, but still it was up to Naos to prove that, and Oasis as well. But now that we're going to that map number 3, as I talked about, it's going to be a lot more difficult for both of these teams, I believe, to really cement themselves as, you know, having this dominant one-way map. I don't think this is going to be a dominant map when we go on to map number 3, because both of them just kind of give and take. Now, my question is, how much innovation will we see once again when we go over and over the breeze?
Coming into that one, I think it's really for Naos if they're going to be going for that chamber competition with Z instead. Oasis, the adjustments that we saw in their series against Action PH, I believe, and really such a toss-up because just different directions really both Oasis and Naos are taking in terms of that kind of momentum. But looking back at Icebox, Wild Oreo, MVP performance, just on the defense, unrelenting stalker, basically just an absolute predator around the site that he would hold. And on whoa what do you mean? He's a snake, man, in the best kind of way. Whoa. But have you seen how he's played the zigzag? Have you seen how he would just psych out the opposition? You could feel that it was just a serpent spam ready to clash at the opposition many a time. And then let's not forget how solid Envy just is. They were able to play around that Sova so much on the second half there, Nico. And you saw it from that third round, right? Him getting the Hunter's Fury in time for them to win the bonus. Showing off in that last round, just outranging an operator on the other side and winning versus a cool, calm head like Kev's. Just Oasis Gaming, when they look so sure, when they look so secure, their executes have been sublime. And really this time when it comes to the clutch, it doesn't feel like you're asking for too much. In that first map, the odds were incredibly stacked against the players left behind, but this time they made sure that it was still understandable and still feasible for Oasis Gaming.
Man, they really do have some of the best executes I've seen here this entire stage. Oasis very clean and very, very forceful on this. A lot of teams might go the different route, you know, they're gonna maybe send 2 up ahead, but no, Oasis, they go in as a full unit every time they execute. There's some other teams that might go the opposite route, like where they really kind of, you know, pick things down, go a bit slower, kind of find whatever, you know, small opportune moments to really capitalize on, but not Oasis. They really know how to, I guess, put their foot down, cement their might, and when they do execute, as I said, just lightning fast, so oppressive time and time on over. It's one of the best reasons why this team is so formidable. Same on their retakes as well, but we're gonna have to go on a retake here for this series. We're gonna have to go into map number 3 after this break. I am Black and Blue, with me is Dax, and don't go anywhere because VCT PH will be back in a hair.
think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I try to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back too far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know don't you know? I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know
Content created, stories made, and series still going on. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Oasis Gaming versus Naos Esports. Stats here with Black and Blue. Final map between these two, and we go in a tale of two cities as Breeze will be the final map choice. Now, this is very interesting because historically, Oasis have absolutely struggled on it, but they've proven that they could be strong in their last series against Action PH, if I were to remember my history correctly. On the other side, though, Naos Esports, they showed how strong they could be last stage with overwhelming things like the Reina, when they whip out the Chamber, but in their last outing against Alpha Esports Pro, they were just outdueled instead. So really, those we expected to struggle performed, and on the other side, those we expected to perform struggled. So it's really interesting, the opposition right now of these two teams as they've gone in two specific different ways here, Black and Blue.
You know, Dax, whoever wins from this siege, whichever team does come out and prevail, I kind of want to see the real score settled by both of either side's content creation squad. Let's give them a show match, you know, someone stir that up. That would be funny, wouldn't you think? But on the serious note of things, you know, for both of these teams to go back and forth and kind of win the opposing map picks here, the vetoes, doesn't matter what map we're on, because as you said, you know, during the break, Oasis, they do not want to lose Icebox. This is one of their most consistent maps, one of their best maps, and once again, we see just how deep their playbook is, one of the deepest playbook teams we have here in the VCT PH, and that's one of the biggest reasons why, no matter which scenario you put them in, they know what exactly they can do to try and dismantle that. Now, Breeze hasn't been that same type of map. It's only been one of the only maps, honestly, that Oasis haven't looked super kind of, I guess, all-knowing on, and it's one of the more maps that they have looked kind of mortal in. But
That said, still, they've had some great showings, and if you look at the stats as of recent, they have an 80% win rate. Yes, I will give them that caveat. They were able to beat, a team like Action PH, they were able to beat Team Secret on Action PH, just Action PH, very recent times, but that's like the only time we've ever seen them play Breeze in the past 4 months. As I was talking about, it was only against Action PH. Dominating win, yes, but from last year, when we look at when we look at last year, we haven't really seen them be the type of team that super innovates, super does a lot on Breeze that is super impressive. And I'm looking to see if maybe there's some things that they have added to that. Now it's now also been, at least last stage, been more successful on Breeze in general, and a lot of that was due to the heroics of Zay. But if that doesn't come in this game, what will?
I think that's a really good point there, Nico, because what will come into this game? Who will come into this game? Because I honestly expected Naos Esports to be playing Zay and a few more maps here right now, but Blast has been consistently in the rotation, and him going on that KO, going on that Sage has been quite an interesting treat to really see how Naos have adjusted. So are they hunkering back into a main 5 situation? We'll be getting Z here yet again for where he can show his absolute prowess. He has such a mastery of the angles, and even the last outing they've had versus Alpha Esports, that was still a good performance from Zay himself. So I kind of have to ask the question, what else will Naos bring here? Because it really feels like that they decided that they want to play that chamber for Breeze. Is it going to be the same old thing right now? And well, besides that though, what else can Oasis Gaming do to keep this momentum? Because that last half there, Black and Blue, completely won by Oasis Gaming. They did not give Naos Esports a round whatsoever. They were just able to outduel even the likes of Blurred, the likes of Kex as much as possible. And it seems like that they've really woken up now, since it's no longer the AM, it's the PM. They have had whatever buff they needed, and they're all carrying their weight and more. So things are looking pretty stellar for Oasis Gaming in terms of momentum.
Yeah, as soon as it hit lunchtime, it seems like they've somehow woken up. I think I have to not really blame Oasis, because my favorite part of school was going to lunch break, evidently, but it really is a factor wherein we can't, I mean, if there's superstitions, that is something we have kind of, mucked about it, but jokingly as well. We also talk about how these type of things, outside factors, are things that do affect some teams. Like we say, like, this team is a bit more, tilt prone, a bit more prone to getting affected by the mental aspect of it. We had the whole Team Secret bootcamp debacle, for the entirety of year 1 and going to year 2 as well. And then we also have, the third map 3 curse now for South Bolton. So with Oasis as well, this has been true for their history, where opening games in the morning especially are so much more difficult for them to win. And the games later in the day, it seems like the hours of the night is where they really do seem to come alive, and the latter it gets, the more difficult they make it for the opposing side. So Breeze coming out on here. Well, both Kakarot and Zay have shown the propensity to play the chamber, but I think we're gonna expect it from Kakarot more than anything. But he is back. This is what we're talking about, Dax. Zay has to show up, and he's picking the agent that he definitely did the most effect with last stage.
And this is intriguing, because Kakarot not actually gonna be on a Sky. Usually he's either playing chamber or Sky. Here he goes back to that classic KO instead and blurs the one on the chamber. Now I've got to correct myself real quick. In the alpha matchup, they did actually struggle with the chamber. So going back to the roots here for Naos Esports, look to just frag on out and have at least a helping hand on the range, on the setup, with double initiator, yes, but still a chamber in the back line, because they've really seen here for Naos Esports having that op in hand, having a player like Blurred safely tucked away is more effective for them rather than him pushing, aggressing with something like the Jet. It isn't to say that Blurred is a bad Jet player. No, he's really improved between last year and this year, but it just works better here for Naos Esports, because they have that tendency to kind of overextend when they see one player pushing way too forward, and that causes a desync with the more calm backline. So really, this is just a way for them to keep everything held closer to their chest, right? They're just able to keep everyone in check as much as possible. Guys, chill out. We'll play the long angles. We know we can outduel them from there, and let's see do his job instead. On the other side, the Oasis Gaming, we have the Jet, of course, from Marky. It's as reliable as can be. It's something that they've been playing time and time again. Ripper over to that KO. It's Coco on the chamber, which was one of the most welcome surprises for Oasis Gaming in their last outing on this map. But here we have it, guys. It's time for the decider. Naos on the attack. We got Oasis on the defense, and they're looking for the hit on B side. It's Oreo and Invi tested yet again.
Well, they're going to have to see how much they can dip into this. We're getting away with the milk. Wild Oreo finding Zay to start things off. That's not a great sign for now. So really rely on him to do big things. But Blur can answer right on back and get them in the game. Wild Oreo taking on down. No much more retake utility in terms of that smoke concealment that they can utilize here. And Envy doesn't have much to use as well aside from the ghost. So this would mostly be a dry retake coming in from Oasis. But Marky, great flank on him, shutting down Kevs. And that post plant is made so much more difficult now that B main control has been taken away.
And Envy though falls to the hand of Kakarot. Last time we've seen him on KO here on Breeze was the grand finals of stage number 1. This is a rarity right now, but they're trying to make it more common. Blurred though with 3 kills here. That's pretty common too nowadays. Marky all alone in a 1v2 slay. Time is ticking. Blurred's right in front of him. Marky though finds him by the walls. And there's the lead. There's the bounce. There's the takedown. But will he make it in time? It's gonna be close. But if you believe in miracles, you have to believe in Marky. He has the time. He has the clutch in him. And it's the ROG clutch for Oasis Gaming.
I'm mistaken. I don't know anything about this game. Clutch here. ROG clutch coming from Oasis and Marky. Barely sticking it through. Nerves of steel. They somehow scrape by the smallest of margins. Half a second and things could have gone very, very different for Oasis Gaming. Now, so keeping themselves in the game by, you know, making that such an expensive round, especially when it looked like it was going to be so difficult as soon as they lost Kebs towards B main. Still though, fighting back, ending ahead ever so amicably. Mid control, look at these C's here. That long range actually can be very difficult for a Spectre to win out against a Classic. You'd be surprised.
Did you just basically say the Classic is better than Spectre?
No, but in certain ways, it's the best gun in the game.
Best gun in the game. Cool. Is absolutely for free. That was a pretty free kill from Wild Oreo. Doesn't even take damage on his armor, and well, Zay goes down. They're really trying to limit Zay's impact into the game at the very start, and I think that's a really good thing by Oasis Gaming. If they see the Reyna, they should kill the Reyna before he gets the hotter and hotter hand. Once they get started, it's Oasis will be sleeping. But well, Wilson on up, sitting by the nest. There's the only one left. He's gonna get exposed on the right hand side, and Marky on the crates to just give Oasis the flawless. So very convincing second round there from Oasis Gaming. They've realized if they just don't overheat, they will stand a better chance on the defense versus Naos Esports. And case in point, discipline made while there is time. Rifles though ready for Naos Esports now.
Third round here, looking to be quite proficient for Oasis because they keep all of their Spectres for the most part. Well, not all, but a bunch of them, and to help them build up some economy, especially moving on forward now that they do have the blades on Marky very early on. He could have honestly even forgotten having to buy up a rifle here and use his blades instead. But, well, that's just me. That's a me thing, I guess. 2-0. I'm just putting out the variables there. Looking for this A main aggression, though, coming from Oasis, and I like this. You know, they don't have the weapons advantage. You have to make a play, make something happen, get out in and early. That could be, you know, the right idea in this case. They just gambled the wrong horse, and it seems like now it's biding their time, anticipating that exact type of play.
Look, Nico, it's okay. I know your analyst brain tells you something, and then your caster brain tells you something else. And Marky's trying to tell you something else too. Later. Bladestorm, that is for later. Not now, but later. No problem. And right here. Look at Oasis. They actually have heavy cave control. They even set up the duck screen that way. Unfortunately for them, though, now Esports going for that B site. They realize the weakness towards the middle. They will actually execute here. Coco, though, will find on the blurred, but Delicious with the delicious 2K. starting up
Spike
a meal
planted.
for it now as Esports. Ripper though over to the defensive spawn. Marky might try to play from the window at the very least. Flash comes. Here's Marky right now, prepared with the tailwind, but Ripper finds Kakarot as they will catch Wild Oreo. Marky though on the board yet again, still a chance here for the side of Oasis Gaming. They're feeling the momentum and they're feeling that Marky's got this in the bag. All left right now to Kevs, and he will come and clutch for the team. Naos Esports, they will survive the onslaught, but that was very costly for Naos.
Good adjustment, and you see me say many times on Over, when Naos have the post-plant situation that when Kevs dies, they've lost a lot of their post-plant power. And it's not just because of the utility, obviously, a Sova might bring, the recon dogs, and more importantly, the stock darts and the Hunter's Fury ultimate if it's ever online. It's simply because Kevs is one of the best at playing those post-plant positions, knowing how to adjust and knowing how to position himself to really maximize his potential to get those rounds in the Naos' favor. So that's why they really value keeping him alive for so long. But noise has been made here towards that A lobby position. They hear the orb being taken, and Oasis, they have pushed so far up mid, they can almost be certainly sure that if this execute does happen, they can crawl right through. But this trademark should catch him up. It's going to alarm them and let them know that there is a flank coming on behind. And with Naos realizing that, they know that now is the time to go.
Yeah, these Oasis pushes are taking so much of the map, and if Naos even hesitates, they will be basically embracing the loving arms of Marky there, but no hesitation. It's all about the execution. Zayd, though, able to already catch one of these criminals on the other side, and it's Coco who falls down. Marky, though, wins versus Blurred, and he's dashing on in. Back to the caves he will go, and this spelunking adventure from Marky will be able to mine it out versus Kakarot. The robot goes down. It's 4v3 for now. And as it stands, Marky trying to turn this into gold, but Kevs goes everything apparently for the Jet. Kevs using the distraction of the dismiss. Ripper is right there for the chase. 1v1 right now. It's all up to Zay. Try and clutch this for Naos Esports. There's the tap though. Ripper able to at least bait out the peak. Time for running on out, and his life will run out too. Zay right now will get the 3, cause the ZZZ to Oasis, and we're 2-2 now. Seems like Oasis, they sleep on that round.
That was looking pretty good for a moment there for the side of Oasis, especially after Marky found those 2 picks off of the flank. And they really took lots of early mid control. Now also in the post plant, able to pull it off. And quite a nice way there from Zay. Once they get that guy going, things can be very difficult for Oasis to stop. But we do see Oasis,
You want to play? Let's
the fact
play.
That they had Wild Oreo kind of commit as well early towards that curious backside B kind of hold meant that they really didn't have much to retake with, nothing to really block off that A main position from being utilized to its fullest extent on Naos' side. So this is why, I do recommend many times on Over that sometimes it is a good idea for that Viper to literally just hold onto the wall on the defense, especially in maps like this, Breeze, Icebox, in case they don't even come to your site at all, and you can use it and apply for the retake.
No more.
I mean, he has shown on the defense, right, that he wants to just put his implicit presence on it and force Naos Esports to go to the other side if ever. But this time, Naos getting the right reads and a beautiful suppress onto Coco. What do you got in your hands right now there, Coco? But happy Marky showing these hands and showing these blades to get to Kevs, though, with the catch yet again. Delicious now finally slay Coco, and that's beautiful from Kevs above. A triple kill yet again, the ultimate denier of the Oasis glory. And how many times have we seen it from Naos Esports? Kevs is just the one to watch out for.
Man, 2-3, and yeah, Kevs, always so reliable, one of the most consistent players on this team. Rarely gonna find an off game from this guy. And Marky, always so formidable with his Blade Storm up online. It's one of those maps that really made people wonder, is this guy legit? Because he was completely popping off the last few times we saw him on Breeze last year.
Boy, that's old drama right there.
Well, let me tell you, this guy in the prime time, he's really very deadly in these situations. Here comes the take, though, from Naos on towards the A side. Hall's controlling firmly there, but Ripper's got something to say about what Oreo finding a pick a piece. They're completely just shredding down Naos coming from the Hall.
Yeah, that null command is pulsing, but it gets nothing. Ripper though, moving forward, and this is Oasis right now trying to settle a pinch. Invi catching out Blurred.
Last
Kev
player standing.
still as consistent as can be. Unfortunately for him, he's all alone in a 1v3, and Oasis with the high ground, Oasis with the spike, and Oasis with the kill. 3-3 right now. We are all tied up. And I'm gonna tell you something real quick here, Black and Blue, and to the rest of the audience. If you suddenly see Oasis disappear, and myself disappear, and the regular on the Filipino side disappear, you gotta know what happened, basically.
I'd like for you to expound on that, Dax.
I heard something outside the window, and it feels like it came from the skies. A very loud crash, and maybe the might pick it up now.
Are you sure it isn't just Ray knocking on your window?
But she's casting right now, and then I turn around and just Ray is there. I would actually be scared.
No, I'm scared.
I would actually scream, but Envy, okay? We get the Aldro right now, searching real quick. It was a solid yet again, really between these two teams. But Coco, he gets one, but he can't get away. Blurred there with Trey Locomat now into Flavor, and Ripper will see Blurred deny him of any kind of escape. Envy also with the Hunter Skewer. Kev's gonna do the same thing. Marky though, dash and assassin, being the distraction. Wild Oreo in position for the takedown instead. And Kev's all alone. Wild Oreo will finally get that takedown. It's Oasis Gaming with another one. They're finding the funnels now are coming from and just clogging those holes with as many bullets as possible.
Oh, they're starting to build up steam here, Dax. That isn't good for the Naos train. Coco not phased by that. Lear knows that all he has to do is not look. Very Lovecraftian that flashes. I realize that, Lear, but hey, doesn't seem he's too phased. Too big brain here. Coco is. It's a player that has been taken in and out of the roster for a stage, but when they put him back in, they knew that he was there good to stay. And he has given them so much value in how he plays in and out of the game. Not saying he's a player, but he definitely gets the job done. You know what I'm saying?
The John Dunn.
The John Dunn. I am.
Who's John Dunn? Is he your new friend, John Dunn?
Jonathan Dunn. Yeah.
Jonathan Dunn. Sounds like a fancy name for a fancy lad, but a fancy dad, Envy, because he can't play into the nest as of now. Marky though over by B site. It seems like Naos now gonna be vying for mid control, and Oasis back a bit more of that passive playstyle, waiting on the sites themselves rather than overreaching, just because they know they can play that range, especially on a map like this. And I think we talked about it a long time ago that here on Breeze, pistol rounds feel just so taxing, right? When you're forced to play an eco and then your opponent has vandals on the other side, you're kind of just like, okay, I guess I'm gonna try my best. Sure, let's go.
30 seconds left.
Okay,
let's go.
Spike down A.
Okay. Lead around. Fragment. What? Okay, Fair's making things work here. Headhunter coming in as well. Envy just shuts down any height.
They got close.
They got close, almost. Okay, making it expensive though, and this is by far not a bad round from Naos, all things considered. If he gets another kill, then much more value, but Envy with a stop to that. 5-3, Oasis extending their lead. This ain't too good for Naos hopeful.
Yeah, for a Breeze eco round, I think the biggest thing you can do is not really fight them, but get as close as you can. And you can see it there, right? There was that key distraction, and two of Naos decide to hoof it to make it to the container itself, at least allowing them to get those kills, as you mentioned, at least denting the Oasis economy just a little bit. And that can get substantial if Naos Esports will win this round, because we have here the operator from Blurred, but on the flip side, Tour de Force from Coco. The clash right now between the chambers yet again, jumping to try and bait it out, but Coco, no fool, or rather, did not perhaps see those sight lines. Will he expect the snipe to come? Who will get the drop on who first? A matter of timing right now between the mirror images. But Coco doesn't want to risk it too much on top of the pyramid. And this Pharaoh will be abdicating his position for now. So 5v5 still. Now still regrouping towards that A site.
This isn't too out of hand yet, Dax, but they lose this round. think this could be looking pretty dangerous, especially for a map that can be attacker side. That shot went wayward, and Zane's gonna punish him for it, even through the smoke. Quick shot for him. That was a huge pick. Envy, look at this. You're never gonna expect a Sova to be here, he says, and that he does. He does get traded off immediately. Empress coming in huge for the side of Naos, and we know that Zay is one of the perfect players to be at the helm of that raging monster. Kevs, great kill. This is looking a pretty decisive round, although a bunch of ultimates have been burned here for Naos. Oasis gotta make sure that they don't use too much utility on this, because as much as they can get some few kills, that would be much more worth than anything else. 1v3, Ripper, just get a kill or two, and you're good.
Show us how it's done, but that's too many people looking at you, and 2 from Cave will cause the demise of the KO. So 5-4, Oasis Gaming will falter there, and I like that a lot better from Naos Esports. Once they commit, once they decide after assessment, then it looks so much more secure. And not only that, right? It's really feel like for Naos Esports are playing a lot more with their Viper Spit. They know who to send out. They know who to tell to stay in as much as possible, and things are really looking up for Naos Esports as a whole compared to the past few days. Like, this series has reminded me of how powerful Naos Esports with Theorycraft and how powerful Naos Esports can really be, especially in the PH scene. But Oasis Gaming, of course, the hunger is there to make it to APAC right now. They were just a few rounds away from doing so last time. And this time, they're out for a mission and out to try and prove they can be the better ones versus Naos Esports. That goes from top to bottom, but this is time now for the Viper's Pit of Wild Oreo. Naos, though, playing it slow yet again. They do have that penchant to try and push here for Oasis, so it seems like Naos Esports trying to take an opportunity if ever it lands on their laps.
Opportunities. Once they can't let slip by them here now, especially since how far down the leaderboard they are in the total standings. These ones are ones that Oasis won't give, and Kogo is going to make full use of that opportunity. Great fragment here to keep them at bay, though. This is why Oasis are really good at fending them off. Look at that, Marky finding one, maybe dashing the opposite way would have been better, but Zay cleans him up. 3v2. And once again, I have to reiterate how great of a fragment that was from Ripper, just completely halting the momentum of Naos here. Ready to really respond at a moment's notice, and Blur gets a kill here on Envy, equalizing the odds. 2v2. Close spot can be very difficult here for Oasis to take if they can't find themselves gaining any proper space.
Yeah, crucial kill there, though, courtesy of Blur. They needed that space, and they needed time to put that spike down, and that is where he delivers. But Zay right now looking for the guarantee. Blur kill there, maybe a fourth perhaps, but Ripper comes in, but Blur, that's a win, and that's a 5-5 scoreline. Naos Esports, they made it to B site, they made it to the sight lines. My heart skipped a beat, but apparently we're not skipping anywhere and anywhere. Yo.
That, at the very least, it isn't going to be as radical of a blooper as we had yesterday. I don't think anything's stopping that in a long while. But
as soon as the screen changed, I was like, wait! Okay, we're good. We're good.
Apparently, that was clipped everywhere. So, yeah.
You know, I got scared even more so because as soon as the screen just did that real quick, one of my lights also shut down. Yeah, I was always like double scared right there. But you know who you should be scared of?
Marky.
Really, Marky. Marky. I'm scared. Hold me.
You know, Marky, you see him like in person. He seems like this, you know, chill, quiet guy, and then he's an absolute beast in the server.
Okay.
Like,
no, that's the problem right there. I'm gonna cut you off because you already said the characteristic that is problematic. It's always the quiet ones.
Oh, is it? I'm not gonna delve further into that. In the spirit of not saying anything that would be problematic, but we're gonna move on.
Come on. Okay. Let's go. Coco, he just does not care about the fragment. Has to tank it, take some damage. No command though coming into play, and Oasis, they're gonna try their best with these shares, and well, their best isn't gonna be good enough. Kakarot is there alongside Kevs. Oh, that's beautiful from Zay. Colat basically goodbye to him.
Last round before
That's
the
all
switch.
the bullets. This came that way to 2, and
I don't know.
now it's Esports. Yeah.
I don't know about that one, Chief.
Yeah.
The null command could have been better saved, I guess, for this round. And the general rule of thumb with an eco when you got ultimate is do not use your ult until you have an advantage. Maybe a 4v3 in that case, then you can start to use your ult and then maybe turn things back, especially if you have a rifle retrieved at that point. That's when you can use it to turn the tides, but just blindly initiate like that with a null command, especially when it doesn't even reach the entirety of the site. It will be a problem.
That's kind of where the weakness of Veto comes in on the Braze. Very strong for the executes, very strong for the retake, especially with the 0 points. But in terms of distance, you need to get close. And speaking of close, here we go with close encounters of the Ripper kind. 2 for Ripper, Kevzo and Delicious fighting back. Blurred there with a beautiful sight for the Tour de Force. And it's all left to Marky yet again. The demon of Oasis Gaming looking to be unleashed. And as soon as that happens, there you go with the takedown. Kevzo will respond to the exorcism, and now Esports is the one with the lead coming into the second half.
You know, if we didn't actually take a moment to shoot at Ripper there for a second, rather not Ripper, Kakarot there for a second, he might have been able to actually make the adjustment in time to get Delicious, who was jumping on top of that box, especially since he had the blades. But great execute here from Naos. Ripper, though, did such a good job of keeping them at bay here towards that doors position. And without for him, things would have been a lot more clear-cut in Naos' favor, but good opening half from Naos, securing that advantageous half here, 7-5, but this isn't out of reach from Oasis's grasp at all. Marky, 16 frags on him, high and above the rest of the teams, of his team at least, in the fragging department, but that doesn't mean that the rest of the players haven't had an impact. Even Envy, Ripper, everybody else, they have been doing their job to the fullest extent that they could, especially on that defensive side, but now is their attack, and this is where we know Oasis are best. This is where we know as well Breeze can be quite favoring to, especially with the playstyle that Oasis seem to bring into the fold.
Yeah, we always know the Oasis executes are what becomes their bread and butter, right? If you look at Oasis Gaming, you think they're kind of tactical, they're kind of aggressive, they're somewhere in between, a jack of all trades kind of thing. But the fact that they have this implicit trust with each other, their chemistry is off the roofs, especially by this point. These guys are going to be syncing up on the attacking side, so that's what they have going for them. But on the flip side, Naos is really getting so much more value here out of this Reyna chamber composition. Not really in terms of the utility department as of yet, but just the fact that Zay and Blur look just so comfortable right now for the team. There isn't really too much of an overextension here from Naos Esports. Blurred again and again, can keep playing at the distance. And well, for Zay, Bray is Reyna, that's his whole shtick, and we are no haters here. We will enjoy if he can frag on out. He was shut down pretty early on though by Oasis, but later when players like Kevs would start fragging out, players like Blurred too, then he would pick up the pieces, pick up the slack along the way, and just gave Naos Esports a bit more of that punch that they actually needed. So here we go again. Oasis now on the attack. They're going for this mid control, and I see them do this quite a lot because they love to contest if anyone's peeking through double doors, if anyone's peeking into nest before committing on one or two sites.
Seems like Odak's mid control is going to be the first option here for Oasis in the half. Taking some decay, but they don't mind for the meantime. Kevs looking for information that he can gain. Oh, I'm not too sure if this should be the play. For him to go here to McDonald's kind of opens up a bit of a drive-through for them to go in towards that nest and perch themselves on the flank. Being wary of it though, I don't think that's their intent, but it was a possibility for the meantime. Now that hole is plugged though, finally. Zay making sure that doesn't come to pass. They're going towards this B side clear. Little do they know. Recon out just to keep them on their toes, but for the most part this will be a site taken here by Oasis. Zay's the one to get fouled. I thought it was going to be Kevs going down first, and he does follow on suit as advertised, but suddenly makes it a lot more difficult for Naos to go on the right. Kakarot though taking out Ripperoo, and the thing is, Indy, Coco, and Marky all tagged up quite a bit, and they can take a body shot to the, well, where else, the body, and not be good.
everywhere to the body. The body is a pretty big thing there, good sir. And Blur threading the needle, couldn't hit the shot. The first one hits the second overall to be Kakarot though. He's the one who's accurate here, but Wild Oreo will surprise him with a peekaboo. I see you. Running in, gets taken up with right click, and it's Oasis Gaming who wins the pistol. You talked about, the 5-7 lead easily catchable by Oasis Gaming, and case in point, that was a very secure pistol round.
A bit of a gamble was one he had to take with that right click at the range. That right click at that specific distance could either go everywhere or entirely where you aim it. So at least for him, it all connects, it all lands, and he kind of had to, considering Kakarot had a Sheriff and he's been very, very formidable with it. So let's see now how Oasis convert these rounds. Spectre is not as deadly on a map like Breeze as compared to many others. One of the most wide open maps we do have, which I myself quite like. But these Spectres aren't really favorable to that. Yeah.
I'm on the same boat. I'm not a fan of Spectre on Breeze. It's just a habit by this point, really, for players to pick up a second round. I'd rather see Bulldog. I'd rather see Guardian even because of the distance. It's still potent though because
it's not bad.
It's not bad. It really depends on how your opponent's also gonna play. Because of course, if they're playing pistol, you expect them to want to hold close, and that's where the Spectre is strong. But if it gets some really weird delayed mid-fight, that's where the problem is. But no problem for Marky. He goes for the rifle instead. They goes down. He's low HP though, but the rest of the team are right beside him to pick up from where he left off, if ever. But he's not leaving this plane of existence as of yet. Kakarot instead, catching Coco. Marky not done with this world whatsoever.
30 seconds
and we'll make sure
left.
Kevs is the one done for the
remaining.
round instead. Blur though goes down. Delicious right in front of them. Delicious though wins the scraping game. And Envy just watches Wild Oreo says, haha, why'd you die? Envy finally finishes off the round, and 7-7 for Oasis.
Punishes him for switching over to the Sheriff there, but yeah, as we were saying, not exactly a bad weapon.
Player standing.
Not always the best here.
Spike player.
Keep the fight close. Keep the range of engagements up front. For Spectres to be the most deadly, even over rifles sometimes, honestly, when you can abuse how mobile you can be while firing, while keeping up, the assault. That works. That's where Oasis realize their strengths, and they've got a Bulldog as well to try to mitigate the lack of range that might have, and a bunch of rifles to be forced up here, so they realize that upgrading isn't necessarily a bad idea. Delicious though still gets a kill, traded out by the Viper on the opposing side here, while Oreo and Blurred went for a quick spot shot, but realized he has to go back, but here on top of the Tetris, while Oreo going huge, he finds the third, taking it by storm all alone.
Oh, Zaydo, maybe it's his time to start popping off, but that was beautifully done by Wild Oreo. He saw the tower that he could climb, and he became the Philippine Ninja Warrior by this point. Perfect parkour, perfect movement, and perfect position to look for another kill. Kakarot though with the fragment. Noticing that perhaps that could be the angle where the Viper's coming from. Time though taking an Oasis. Such a good hold right now. Such good angles on A side. Here we go yet again though. Zay trying to get the pinch on Wild Oreo. Stopping his own kind of rampage there. Soul Suck ready to go. The bar is there. And he's looking for more. But Ripper holding towards the pyramids. Kakarot will find the frag. But there's no time. There's no chance against Ripper. And Oasis Gaming will win another round. Effectively a bit of a bonus, sure. They did invest though. They have to invest yet again, but they're happy to keep breaking the back of Naos Esports.
Naos. Destroyed. They do at least take him all down with the ship, but still come out of it with the round here, Oasis. They only had a single Spectre, Bulldog, the rest of them want rifles though, and very, very tightly enough. It was the right moment for them to upgrade.
Teacher Black and Blue. So if it's a bonus where you invest a few guns in, is it only called a bow?
It's called a NUS.
Amazing. And well, this is just bonus kills for Oasis Gaming. I think Naos decided to play that match real quick against Oasis.
Yeah.
And they're the type of people who play that match, who decide to try and practice their sheriffs. And these guys are the guys running around with Phantoms and Vandals instead. And actually, just all Vandals here. Oasis Gaming make quick work of the mid-peak from Naos Esports. Kev's the only one actually gonna have a real chance here because he has a rifle scratch from Corpse of Marky. And it just seems like he wants to do some economical damage and damage be done on the Ripper. Or Yado will be the one collecting that insurance. 9-7, Oasis Gaming. They're doing it again here, Black and Blue. A while ago on Icebox, Naos Esports wasn't given a round on their defense. And it's looking to be more of the same here if this keeps up, courtesy of Oasis.
Yeah, unfortunately for Naos, things haven't been going their way here on the second half, but Oasis have been really stepping things up. Man, this operator is going to have to come in huge for Naos in Blurred's hands, just the same way it did in Haven. Because if it doesn't, then Oasis have just been completely shutting down the rifle play that Naos brings to the table. And operator, as I say, and I can't continue to just expound on how important it will be, is going to have to come in huge. That long-range game that Naos like to play, where his strengths do like. Kevs appreciates that style of play as well. We see him a lot, holding those further angles, playing on the Soba on the back line, and that's really where they do shine the most. Delicious, though. Great find for him to get Coco. I think it was the blind spam through the smoke in which he punishes.
I think he followed the
Tracers.
The tracer routes.
Yeah.
And vandals anyway. And the fact of the matter is, Delicious. Effectively, no one's coming from Shock Dart is there, though. To force Oasis to push further. He even get the null command here, but Kakarot has the same kind of answer. It's Hackerman on both sides, but Ripper is the one who's able to hack the planet there over Kakarot. Wild Oreo also on the board there. He's brought his keyboard, he's brought his mouse, and he's brought his equipment for Oasis Gaming to build another code from all left now to Zay in a 1v3. And this is where Arena can absolutely shine. Look for those solo duels as much as possible. We believe he popped the Empress as well. And it has to be a show, courtesy of Zay here. Impressions must be made, and he's moving forward. Will Ripper see him coming though? Saw the barrel already, and it's time to peek, it's time to slay, and it's doom and toil and trouble for now as Oasis will win another one.
Kakarot did not want to go down there, did he?
Nope,
in more ways than one. Yeah, moving on. Well around from Oasis.
Expound!
No,
Expound!
no. We move on from that one. That is a non-talking point, my friend.
Okay, this is the problem.
Yes.
For our duo, when we're very game focused, right? But our story time is us telling a story and realizing halfway that we can't actually tell it on broadcast. And then for Raph and Asarai, especially Asarai, he's just like, yo, I'm such a nerd. I go to the gym. I'm so buff. Those are PG stories. So I'm just like, it's a little unfortunate that that we can't share
Asarai stories developed to. Hey, you ever watch the anime? It starts that way. Which isn't bad.
You ever watch this? Yeah, you know this quote, bro. You know I go to Uniqlo, bro. I love Uniqlo.
Head to
My
toe.
whole class is Uniqlo. That's one thing though that's always been common, is there always comes to a point where everyone just trash talks Asarai.
Yeah. I think that's a great universal, I guess.
It's a universal language.
Yep.
I'm glad we're allowed to talk about that.
Lingua franca.
Lingua franca. You know that what needs to be the lingua franca right now of this game is, well, the language of Naos winning on defense. Because, this is a big struggle right now. Oasis game again. Their executes are clear. They're really supporting the whole game plan as much as possible. I think we should have a bit of time here to go for talking points unless we get some crack shots from someone like Blurred, right, who's holding on a site. But you notice here that whenever they go for those no command plays, whenever they go for those kind of setups, they know to support, well, players like Ripper, or in this case now, players like Invi. They're covering him immensely. And that's the best thing about Oasis Gaming. They use the angle of opportunity made by the setup, and they will go with it to knock things down. Marky had effectively just a short flank, but it was enough to get the offside against the opposition. 4v2 scenario, Delicious and Zay. He's trying to fight back, Bulldog here in the hands of Che, but the Viper Spit is making it even easier for Oasis Gaming. The one on the outside will be Envy on the right, Coco on the left with that intel, but Coco missing the shots. Delicious able to make its mark count. Envy now onto the inside, so it's getting a little dicey here for Oasis Gaming. Delicious able to hop on away at the very least. But time is running out here for Naos Esports, and they know they want to evacuate, but stay. No escape for him. Same case for Delicious, and this fire has engulfed Naos Esports right now. Their feathers are burning as Oasis again and again winning on the attack.
Eco round here, not looking too successful for Naos, nor are the guns. Marky completely, taking the back of the side control, and yeah, this is just the one enemy dominating and I guess putting their foot down, but this is the final opportunity for Naos to really get around here. And dare I say, if they lose this series, they might just be out for the tournament, for the playoffs. Like, I'm not sure, even if they win the next 3 matches of theirs, if that's gonna be enough for them to, secure a top 6 slot.
I think 4 losses is still doable. I think 3-4 is still possible. I think 2-5 is where it gets really bad. 1-6 might just be you dead. And exactly that. Naos Esports has a lot of games this week, and they've already gone through a lot of their matches so far. This has been the best we've seen for Naos Esports, the most innovative. The R&D has been stellar. The research has been clear. The role distribution and amplifying the strengths of the talents has been so clear-cut. But at the same time, it does feel like they're getting a little bit left behind without that big surprise factor compared to the opposition. And they did amazing on Haven because it not only surprised Oasis, but it really countered what Oasis wanted to do. But turning into Icebox, into Freeze, on the defense, they just can't handle really how Oasis just plays so well together. And here we go yet again. The first line of defense falls apart so quickly. Coco is there alongside Wog Oreo. And it's just unfortunate because Naos is fighting well on one half of the map, but on the other, that's where it just all falls apart. This is Oasis taking another round, putting themselves on match point Black and Blue. In the past 2 maps, Naos Esports has not won a round on the defense whatsoever.
Their attack has been so much more impressive than their defense is in so many ways that I'm honestly quite worried for Naos here. They look so good, so many shining moments where they're so formidable, but so many others where it goes the complete opposite way. This defense of theirs, even though we know, Oasis have been very formidable and very good on the attack time and time on over, even in their other matchups, not just this series specifically, it's still, not exactly what you would expect from this team. I thought this is where they can rally back. I thought the series is where they can really give us a good showing, which they are, to be fair. This is one of their better showings out of any of the series that they've got. I mean, my goodness, it's the first map they've won here in the series at all in the entire tournament, but still, this is, I don't want to call it before the lady sings, but the chorus here is looking to meet its end.
I think really right now, it's just this song of Oasis Gaming is just giving us LSS. You can really feel that they have a symphony moving forward their attacks, right? They have a plan. And now Esports just can't get that out of the Reds. Timeout right now called by Oasis just to make it clear-cut on how they want to finish the job off. And really want to just throw the question to you here. What else can Naos do? Because I feel like the best thing Naos can do right now is dismantle Oasis at the start of the round just to make them go to a plan B or plan C instead.
It's easier said than done, though. We haven't really seen Naos be able to put their foot down and bring any of the rounds really super close here on the defensive side. And I've said, maybe they need the operator here and there, yada, boo. But it just hasn't been going that way for them. And it seems like they're going to drop the op here, going for a double op, almost as desperation. No, they go on the Bulldog Lord. I think he's going to pop his ultimate. Seems like the most logical thing to do at the moment. Yet, I'm just... If you are a Naos fan right now, this is the moment where you have to hope that they're going to play well. But the thing is, both of the operators are on the same site. Why is that? Why are they both on B?
And this is a breathe in, breathe out moment, but the range is towards B. And this is going to be terrible here for Naos Esports. If Oasis just decides to execute on the spot and get the takedowns, well, it's going to be a hard-fought battle for Naos on the retake. But let's not call it before it ends. It's foul drone right now here from Oasis. They took the time to make this as sure as possible. Kevs, though, Sure shot through the wall. Wild Oreo goes down. And that's a good sign here for the side of Naos. Removing smoke from the equation. Fragment though into play. Marky right now able to overrun Delicious. Naos, well, they're looking at such a disadvantage right now. They can try to climb those charts, climb the pyramid of the PH ecosystem, but they are stumbling here in stage 2. Marky finds Kevsimums as well. It's all left now to Blurred and Zay. It does feel like for Oasis, those who came before will go on ahead. Oasis Gaming proved they're the OGs, and a 13-7 victory here on Breeze to cement the series 2-1 and back-to-back perfect second halves from Oasis.
Amazing play from Oasis there on those last 2 maps, but I have to note, man, Naos, I really think they misplayed that one and they put themselves in a shoe that they shouldn't be wearing. Can't even write the tales that they would want to live. Looking at, like, why are the 2 ops on the same site? Why are they retaking? I mean, that just makes the opportunity so that if they ever go to the A site, which they ended up doing here on Oasis, they're gonna have to retake with 2 operators. So ill-advised, and it's just unfortunate that that's the way that the Naos squad have been going, especially since from what we saw from the last stage, it's such a far cry from what this great talent can bring here. And unfortunately for them, they lose in the series, but they do get a map here. That's a bit of a consolation. Maybe they can help bolster themselves up moving in the next weekend. But it's Oasis who look firmly in place. Dominating win on both of those last 2 maps, as you said. Not even a single round given into the second half. And they simply are just so much more intimidating when they get on over to that attacking side. Really, the pace that they keep up, the aggression that they just seemingly blow Naos out with and surprise them with has been so important to this Oasis win.
Yeah, there is just no stopping the revenge of Oasis Gaming by this point. It's not against any specific team right now. It's just them trying to prove they can get to that APAC. They were challenger slot. They were so close last stage. They had it in their grasps, and it just fell apart to that 4th place. But at least they got that invite. They got here to this group stage, and they have not disappointed whatsoever. They're that kind of team that decided, okay guys, let's hide in a cave real quick, just get bulked up, be ready to go for stage number 2. And they took that time to reset. They took that time to evolve, and you can really see it here for Oasis Gaming. Their executes are as sublime as can be. The flexibility of the roster has gotten a Viper player, Ripper on KO, Coco being ambitious with the chamber even more so, that it's really giving Oasis just that extra bit of strength to power through the competition. And their attacks have just been so well coordinated, well assisted by whatever utilities they want, and they take so many opportunities from the first mark. As we watch the highlights here, first half, very continuous, very well played by Naos. Always fun to see them start to frag out and find ways to make these angles happen. But when it comes to the second halves, really, it just becomes the Oasis show.
And what they show, they did put on. All of us were entertained as well by the masterclass of attacking sides they've shown here. As I said, Oasis have one of the most hard-hitting executes you're going to see from any team here in the VCT PH. And now it's just simply could not keep up with how much of a tidal wave really was being brought upon, the disaster forced upon them. Ripperoo. As I said, I cannot continue to talk about how important that backline is, and Wild Oreo once again just showing how potent he is as that Viper, which, you know, we've kind of gotten used to seeing him on a more duelist role as of late, even though he has experience playing other roles. But in this case, he really is showing just the full breadth of his agent pool to its fullest extent, and they're definitely happy about that win. Who wouldn't be, especially with the Naos squad looking to mount that comeback in the tournament for them. In this moment, though, unfortunately, Naos can't make it happen.
Yeah, it's a little suffocating right now for Naos, but the air is clean for Oasis Gaming. And thanks out to the series, I got to actually pick a shirt of what I'm going to be wearing today. You know it. I said I was going to do it on social media, on Twitter. I was going to do it here on stream. But that's going to be it for our first series. Let's go for a break. You guys are watching VCTPH.
We are back over here on VCT PH Stage 2 Challengers, and we just witnessed the G10 curse come to an end. But the Ray curse continues to push through. Here on the panel, by the way, it's me, Likeable, Black and Blue, and G10 back at it again. Yes, so going into the third game, I definitely was like, whoa, I think that this is going to be a 50-50, just the way with how these two teams have been performing. And that's how the game was really. At the first half, it was really, really close. G10, I know you were backstage with me. We were gasping together. We were holding hands. So
obviously,
share some of the emotions with me over here.
All right, so game one, right? Game one, it was a heart-pounding map for Naos because I really wanted Naos to kind of win today just so that they don't immediately fall to the wayside in week one. But it was such an encouraging map, right? They had some really, really good reads and good wins on Oasis. Blurred was popping off, and you see these trades. The Naos trade machine was just working really, really well. And even though Marky and Oasis in general had quite a few clutch moments here, it wasn't enough to stifle the Haven force that is Naos. But in the last two maps, that was the tides turned a little bit too quickly there.
Yeah, totally. Like you see on Haven when it was really only Ripper kind of coming in alive for the side of Oasis, and the entirety of Naos was really getting themselves going. But that is the same story couldn't be told for Icebox, because that is when you see this entire roster show the reason why they're one of the best teams in terms of how malleable they can be with Wild Order going to that Viper and performing amicably super well even on both of those final two maps for G10.
That's right, and honestly, Ripper has been such a solid backbone here for Oasis, but I do also want to talk about Kakarot, who has kind of fulfilled the same role today for Naos. In many rounds, he was the clutch master. He had to get the multi-kills when Blurred wasn't really performing as well as he was. Kakarot was there to pick up the slack, but Oasis, it seemed like there was very, very little slack that they had in their attackers half. And even in Breeze, man, in our game number 3, Oasis, when they got to that second half, when they went attacker side, there was just no stopping them in both maps. In the last two maps that we had, Oasis didn't lose a round on attacker side. They were so dominant. And it really was like that first game was a little bit of a trial game for Oasis to see how Naos plays, and then once they've read that data, present it and use it against them in the next two maps.
Exactly, especially when it comes to Breeze, it is a map that focuses more on the individual skills, and one of the individuals that did stand out throughout this entire series was no one else than Ripper Roo. BNB, you casted this game. I want to know your thoughts on how Ripper Roo fared throughout the series.
I mean, I was giving him praise throughout the entire series, like how he's one of those players that might not always be in the top of the stats, and in this case he is one of the top of stats, but even without that, he is one of the most valuable players to this team. In terms of tenure, the player that has been here the longest, ever since before they were even called Oasis, from the very day one of this whole thing. He is a true Oasis since day one, and I think it's very deserving. He always makes the right play. He always is in the proper position to get them the frags and to get them especially the space that they need and keep those holes plugged that might happen in the scramble, that might happen in the mid team fight and the executes. And that's why Ripper has been on this team for so long. They see the value in a player so formidable as him, and for good reason. He is the MVP.
Ripper Roo, Oasis, day one. There you have it, folks, for our MVP. But I'm going to be leaving our handsome casters for a little while, or panelists rather. I'll be leaving you guys for a little while because I'll be facing somebody that's even arguably better looking than the both of you, and that is Oasis Envy.
Absolutely.
I'll see you guys in a bit.
Go there.
Oh, wait. Oh, okay. Envy's not yet ready. I guess it's,
Okay.
having a beautiful face like his takes some time to really prepare for the camera.
You need to put on that makeup, make it... well, I don't think he's going to put on makeup. I think it's natural, but you need to make sure that the lighting hits your face, at the right...
Gotta emphasize the, what do you call that? The
natural curves,
coutures.
Coutures.
I'm a girl. I do makeup. I don't even know the terminology for this, but this is what happens, guys. We don't wake up as good looking as we are, but I think Oasis Envy wakes up every day, plays Valorant, and still looks good. So I think we're ready for the interview. I'll see you guys in a bit. Oasis Envy, hello!
Hello.
Congratulations on the series win. That was a really fun match to watch. I just gotta ask though, you guys did lose the first map, and I think that it was very interesting, especially since Naos took on a triple initiator composition. So how are you guys able to go through that? Like, what was going through your head as they pushed through the sites with a triple initiator?
At first, we were very surprised that they went with that comp because looking back at their stats on the map, we didn't see them use it. So we were kind of surprised that they came up with that comp, and we weren't able to adjust to what they were doing. So we were very we were kind of off our game. So they took us by surprise.
Yeah, but overall, you guys did very well, and I think that one of the reasons when, for example, you go from like a defeat of some sorts, that's where a huge role of the coach comes in. And I know that you guys have had one of your coaches was Fluffy in the past, but now he's here with us here in VCT. But I know that you guys still have a coach now, and I just want to ask, what is the best piece of advice that you've ever heard from your coaches?
So our coach right now is the Walkie Gamer, and recently he's helped us a lot and grow as a team and individually. He has given us like a lot of advices, and I think the best one so far is that he has he has taught us how to be patient and basically just to play as a team. He just taught us how to be patient in general. Oh,
cool. Yes, I mean, in Valorant, patience is one of the names of the game. And obviously, a coach is someone that you look up to. In relation to that, I want to ask, who is a Valorant player that you do look up to, Envy?
I look up to Stax from DRX because he plays the same agents as me, and the way he supports his team is very, very great. So I admire that player a lot.
Would you say that you applied some of his playstyle to your own?
Yeah, definitely.
I see. Well, I hope that someday your idol gets to shout you out. But in the meantime, it's your turn to give some shoutouts to all of your supporters.
I want to give a shout out to Ate Ara, sa Oasis Score, sa family and friends namin, and sa mga sumuporta sa amin throughout our VCT run. Yun lang po. I have nothing else to say.
All good, all good. It's very wholesome, very simple, and straight to the point. Thank you so much, Oasis Envy, for taking some time to do this interview with me. Congratulations once again, and we'll see you next time.
Thank you.
G10, Black and Blue. I love interviewing these players, man. It's just, you get to know how they actually are behind the scenes, behind the games that we witness. We're so used to just seeing these players go on and be like, oh, they got a flick, they got an amazing shot. And then you hear them talk and it's like, wow, they're even better than the agents that they play.
Oh, most definitely. Like, I also kind of like seeing like how just they're set up in their own boot camp when you ever see the cams in the back. Like, I saw yesterday in Alpha, they definitely have lots of snacks there in the back. I'm like, oh, I appreciate that. They got some stickers.
You see the cameos of the other players in the background as well. Like, hey, I'm here.
Well, totally. It seems like, well, from that interview that, their new coaching staff has definitely kind of, fit in, like, into the mold immediately ASAP for them. And that's such a good thing to hear for a team like them.
It is. And I'm going to be I'm already excited, but I'm really looking forward to the next matchup as well, which is going to be Bren Esports versus Alpha Esports Pro.
Yeah.
So for those watching, don't go anywhere. VCT PH Stage 2 Challengers will return.
ain't in place. Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thoughts as I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round me, you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow. Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Wesley test me. Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil. I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you're taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it. So tell me, why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. 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 The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey. I'm crazy over break beats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. The celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I writ. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water, blending between borders to let you know this is here to support you. The blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, yeah, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beats as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst, there's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing the earth to rise, rising, realizing. Global warming, the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's ever rising, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Welcome back to VCT PH Stage 2 Challengers. We just witnessed as the plot thickened with Naos Esports and Oasis Gaming, and we're already moving into the next storyline of the day, which is Bren Esports versus Alpha Esports Pro. By the way, I am likable, and here in the panel with me is, if I'm not sure if I'm pointing in the right direction, it's Raph, and then G10. There you go. Hello, boys.
Hello, like
looking good as per usual. Raph, behind the scenes, you were actually sharing how you feel like the next match is an evenly match. You know, like it's a 50-50. Can you elaborate on this?
No.
No? Okay. I'll take that.
I'm joking, obviously. But, oh yeah, I mean, I feel like this is the matchup where we get a little more assurance from both sides of the teams. This is where the doubts start lessening. Because we talk about Alpha Esports Pro. It's one of those teams where we really think they're incredibly flashy. Their comps, honestly, on an analytical standpoint and a statistical standpoint, may not be the best and may not be the most optimal, but they make it work. As Bruce Lee would say, fear not the man who's practiced 10,000 kicks once, but fear the team who makes double duelist work. And we've seen that time and time again. Bren on the other side, I think they are, or at least from what we've seen and from the eye test alone, they're going for the path of ultra refinement of mastering the meta. They always seem to have a good grasp of the fundamentals, but the biggest statistic that they have in question was an actual intangible, which was their resistance to tilt. But as the days went on and as the week grew longer, well, here we are now.
It's been quite a journey, and I am excited to see how it's all gonna boil down, but we're really looking forward to this match. So why don't we start off by looking forward, or like taking a closer look, rather, there you go, I'm tongue-tied, with Bren Esports.
It's okay, you're just too excited.
G10, a lot of eyes are on Bren Esports. These are one of the younger teams here. But what is it? What else do we know about Bren?
Oh, we know a lot of things about Bren based on how they've been performing the past couple of days. If you guys haven't watched for the first two matches of Bren, they were both 2-0 pretty commanding games against RRQ and Naos. Of course, Naos has not been doing too well, but RRQ has been pretty solid, and Bren has, as Raph has said before we got into the team showing, they are displaying a mastery of the meta on a level that is very spectacular, and that means that they are sharing the top spot, or the top 2 spot right now. Well, they're not sharing it with Team Secret yet, but they will be if they win this match, because Team Secret right now is the 3-0. Bren Esports, they do want a 3-0 here as well, and their players have been on a tear. I know a lot of people are very hyped about Savvy 8K, who is the collegiate MVP of all time, the college GOAT of PH Valorant. But I would like to point your guys' eyes towards Hot Sauce as well for Bren, who has just been so solid and consistent and dependable in all of their games, basically. And honestly, Bren, I don't think it's a 50-50, more like a 60-40 in favor of Bren.
Getting a little too excited there. We haven't even gone to the predictions yet.
But you're the one who said the 50-50 first.
Oh, absolutely. But yeah, that's because I like to keep it mysterious for audience. Who is Raph really going to pick? But as G10 mentioned, a lot of those points were, right on the head, very accurate. One thing that Bren has shown also is that they're steadily developing. They need that endurance because we've kind of seen this before. They start off really, really strong. Even in a series standpoint, they start off map 1 strong, they kind of flounder, but that hasn't been the case.
Yes, it hasn't been the case completely. And actually, on the other side of Bren Esports today is another superstar team. Here's Alpha Esports Pro. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Alpha Esports Pro. Now, Raf, we saw how they won their last series versus Naos, but how do you think they'll go against Bren today?
By far, our most mechanically damaging team is Alpha Esports Pro. You'll get my thoughts on how this matchup is gonna go. You guys are way too excited on the predictions, I feel like. But as I mentioned, so incredibly mechanically damaging. Their biggest challenge or their biggest point to make in this stage is that there are a bunch of grenades and shotguns that have to learn how to really hone that power, to make that sledgehammer into a scalpel, to be much more fine. And we've seen that evolve because they now have a support staff. And as I think it was Ching on the last interview who mentioned that they are now putting so much more time into scrims, into everything that makes them consummate as professionals. And that's the growth that we want to see. Me personally, I feel like this firepower challenge is going to be a little difficult on the side of Bren. As I mentioned, it's the mental game for Bren that's something that we put under the microscope many times. And the way that AE Pro plays, it's very mentally straining because we see a lot of Insanity put himself in really aggressive positions as an opper. And even if you're a pro, even at the highest level, it just does not feel good to have your plan of attack, your execution be disjointed because of that one stray shot.
Exactly, and I know a lot of people, when we talk about Alpha Esports Pro, a lot of us, we love to focus on Insanity and Jin, who have been, kind of the star players here for Alpha Esports Pro, and we're going to be talking a little bit more about Insanity in a bit in the head-to-head once we get into it right here. But also remember that Alpha Esports Pro, they have been working a little bit more as a team. And as Raf said, they do need to form that raw fragging potential into something that's a little bit more fine with some finesse. So let's get into the head-to-head here. I think it's Savvy 8K versus G Insanity.
You are not wrong. It is Savvy 8K and it is Qeon Sanity indeed. The collegiate MVP and our Pinoy Jet. Raf, talk the numbers to me. Let me know what all of this means so that we can fully understand how this head-to-head match is gonna go down.
If you're paying attention, you would have heard me gripe about numbers. Like, obviously, you were. I'm kidding. Okay, we talk about both these players, and the numbers, they really do stand out because an ACS of 300 will shoot his name. It is pretty insane on the side of G Insanity. Xavi is, we keep saying this, it's like a broken record already. Very, very young when it comes to, well, in the literal sense, in the competitive sense, but he's already dominated every single competition, or at least the individual accolades. He's been farming that. Qeon has been doing that as well. The head-to-head now is how both their teams utilize this explosive power. Technically speaking, we see quite a bit of AE Pro have a more straightforward approach with Qeon, especially with them backing him up and complementing his playstyle with Jin, their newest acquisition, I believe. And Xavi on the other hand, on Bren, they work more like a war machine. Every single one of them is a very, very important cog to the whole picture. I'm not saying that AE Pro doesn't have that type of scheme, but for now, it seems that the individual firepower is really, really showing more than anything.
Absolutely, and there is no better king of firepower than Qeon Sanity. You saw 303 ACS. That is just something different, man. And it really is going to be Bren's problem how to shut him down. I'm very sure they're aware of the problems that the other teams have been having with Qeon Sanity, with Jin playing along with him. So it is going to be a question of whether or not Qeon Sanity is going to get going, if Bren will allow him to. And that, I think, would be how Bren would dictate the match. So, yeah, big things.
That's going to be a lot to look out for. First of all, these two players are incredibly gifted. We've established that over and over here on the show. But I'm excited to see how they're going to fare against each other, especially on the map vetoes that we're about to witness on our screens. I'm really excited. What are your predictions, Raph? What maps do you think we're going to see here?
I think we might see Haven on the side of Bren because they were very, very proficient in that in Stage 1. And we actually get a little bit of a throwback of our veto. Typically, when we see this, we kind of let the first two bans cook for a bit to see the bigger picture. We see AE Pro take out Bind, which is interesting. Maybe they're kind of worried of any curveballs that Bren might actually try. Now we see Split being vetoed by Bren. One of their, I would say, decent maps in their previous outing. This first map on AE Pro wouldn't surprise me if we actually get a Breeze first map to really drive the nail home when it comes to the mechanical firepower, but instead we get an Icebox pick.
Yeah, I've seen Qeon Sanity do some very nutty things on Icebox. Of course, this is a very popular map to play your Jet, to have that option on either A or B side. So I think that is going to be a pretty solid pick for AEP, especially once they get on that defensive side. Ascent, on the other hand, will be picked up by Bren here. Very interesting. I haven't seen Ascent as regularly as I thought I would in VCT Stage 2.
I honestly would have thought that one of these teams would have picked up Haven, specifically Bren, but it seems like Ascent is on the map, or rather on the veto. Now we finally see Breeze being knocked out. So, well, we are going to see Haven, but only if we get to a decider map. Me personally, I think these first two maps are leaning just a little bit towards AE Pro, just because the nature of these maps and those angles that Qeon Sanity typically likes to play, it really benefits him. And let's not forget how clutch the rest of AE Pro are. We've seen them make so many good plays that were made while their heads were on a swivel.
Exactly, and AEP is another team that you can't really count out no matter how many rounds they're down. They have so much potential to just start picking up momentum from a single round win, that they can bring you all the way back to match point. They can bring you to overtime with just raw mechanical skill. So Bren, I'm sure, has a plan in place for that, and I think if we do get to a map 3, Haven is going to be really, really spicy. That's where I think the true 50-50 will lie.
I'm honestly hoping... Oh,
sorry. I just want to say, I get that you guys are excited for a Haven match, but honestly, I'm heartbroken because a lot of these teams have been banning Bind over and over again, and that is personally one of my favorite maps. I'd love to see some strats over here. But continue, Raph?
This is what you get when you bully Dubstep. Bind just like, you know what? Like I kept saying, all these means, I'm kidding, absolutely. But I was just saying that maybe we'll see a little bit more of Qeon's Chamber, actually, which, if I remember correctly, has been also pretty nutty and super, how would I put this? It fits him like a glove, basically. But yeah, we kind of have to move on before I get a little too excited with my thoughts about this game. But you'll be hearing more of that anyway.
As much as I hate hearing about the G10 curse, because, it's finally been debunked from our previous series. But I do have to ask, what are your predictions, guys? Let's start with you, Raph.
I feel like I would honestly love to say Bren, but I have to put my prediction towards Alpha Esports Pro because we've seen them handle very organized teams in the form of Naos and all that. They've also seen quite a bit of scrimming with other international orgs, and they've been really, really solid when it comes to that. So with the raw firepower and this hint of refinement that's only been developing these past days, these past months, I feel like AE Pro have the advantage over Bren here.
What about you, G10? If he is for AE, what are you
inclined
for?
to disagree there, buddy, old pal. I do think that AEP has been improving. There's no doubt about that. They've been improving. They've been stepping it up. With the acquisition of Jin, they've been playing out of their minds. But, Bren, just their past results, the rounds that they've actually won, the way that they've been performing, Hot Sauce, Savi, Symbol, EJ, Brainfreeze, they all kind of gel together so well, man, that, you know, while some maps may look like they're sided for Alpha Esports Pro, I think that Bren could still take it in a clutch or maybe in an overtime. It's going to have to be a Bren 2-1 for me.
All right. I like the opposing of opinions over here. But for this one, Raph, I'm sorry. I'm going to go with G10. My prediction, as important as it may be, I'm going to go for Bren for this one. But we're going to be passing it over to our casters so that we can find out if these predictions are actually true. So casters, it's your time to shine.
Well, here we are once again, another best of 3 in the week 1 of the VCT PH Stage 2. My name is Aster, with me now is Raph, and you've seen what the panel was talking about. Alpha Esports Pro coming out of the woodwork with names being taken and games being won, and another one in the possible bag against Bren Esports, ... Well, we're here to see what happens now.
That is called the ellipses. Those 3 periods, I'm just saying.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's exactly
Amazing.
What they are. Fresh knowledge for our fresh cut ass, right? I'm loving the drip. I'm loving the hair. But now we are going to dive into the agent comps. Now, I did ask if we were going to see Qeon on that chamber, but it seems like we are going to go for that standard double duelist. That AE Pro, they have it so close to their hearts, and it doesn't seem like Bren is backing off of the duelist challenge as well, considering that we've seen so many duelist-less comps.
Didn't see that like just the series before this, with Naos actually going for 2 games, I believe, that they just went for, I believe, triple initiator. The second time we've seen a triple initiator comp here. The first one was RRQ. But moving aside from that, yeah, I think just going back to the more, I wouldn't say simplistic, but more AE-esque selection here with the double duelist is a really good idea for them, because again, you were hollering back to, you know, Ching talking about having the new coach and everything, but he also talked about the communication that the team has to go for. And I feel like if you overcomplicate things with utility users and everything, it might actually hinder, you know, the full utilization of Jin, where they just usually say, all right, rush B, rush A, simple stuff like that. But, you know, they put it in a really pro Alpha Esports-esque box. So we'll see how that goes. And again, double duel is just a nice finesse for the AEP team.
Yeah, I feel like they're at the stage where when it comes to developing lineups, that's maybe this is how it's going on. Hey, let's go for the comfort picks first, and let's play around, or rather, let's develop a composition around how you guys utilize already set agents, and let's adjust to more meta picks. But for now, we are going to see that Reyna, which has been I believe, one of the 2 teams that have been employing Reyna. Typically, we see it from Naos. They put it on Z, but that's not really a bad sign for them. It's been a different story for Alpha, though, as the gunfight is going to come out, and it's going to be an even trade. But Jin doing quite a bit of work as Freeze will stay calm and collected. The rest of Bren, they want to whittle the number advantage down, and that they do. But EJ and Brain Freeze, so dangerously low against RRQ, who's been very, very stable and been very reliable in the clutch.
Here. Smoke is about to dissipate in just a matter. RRQ already at the challenge, but there's just more players from Bren that are willing or are able to actually go for the fight. Pick up a couple of upgraded pistols here. And Alpha Esports not really expecting the aggression. Almost worked out, but Bren Esports just slightly ahead.
Absolutely. The number advantage, ever so slight, but still made all the difference in the world. Potentially yet another round on the board for Bren. But once again, Alpha, one of those teams that just make big plays. pull it out of their hat for absolutely no reason. It does look like EJ has postured himself to be in an aggressive position. And he even finds the fruit of his labors by destroying and removing Ching from the second round. It does look like Qeon slowly crawling up. Freeze, who's been very, very solid on this A site, still holding it down along with Symbol. These classics, what can they do? Unless Qeon's just gonna run for this, but he doesn't. He preps the dash. Moves up in the world, finds a duel, and even finds a frag on Symbol. That's gonna be a free Spectre for him. A little perilous as Zavi is there to prepare for the weapon take.
Enemy remaining.
Jin just, well, hoping that maybe he can at least survive. Just a couple of seconds longer for a trade or so, but being able to plant that spike, always the good case. Loving the play there from Sanity. You saw that he was supposedly gonna chase for the kill, but decided otherwise because he didn't have a teammate that will have gotten for the refrag. The angle was pretty much to his disadvantage, so he just wrapped around where I think opponents were actually expecting. Bren was actually expecting the swing on Maze. So whether it just had that minuscule impact, the little bit of aggression and re-aggression from Sanity and the rest of Alpha Esports, you do see at least give them that extra kill and plant on the spike, which overall, you know, for the money, the creds, pretty important.
Here.
Oh yeah. One of the biggest problem Alpha has though is that there's not a lot of depth with this comp, and there's not a lot of depth when it comes to the strat book. It's really just setting up their duelists for success, which is not necessarily a bad thing. But once you play against a flexible team like Bren, you do see those problems sorta really be emphasized. But right now we're going for a slower default. Sanity with a very, very aggressive peek here. Could have been very, very dangerous for him. But it's Bren playing a very passive defense at the moment, kind of just waiting for them to play into the range of these Spectres.
This is going to be very important that they actually do get that, because again, this is the double whammy of Sanity and Jin, but as he is playing on top of 410, can't really give the support that he needs to for the Jet. And they've lost a bit of control here. The slow orb just, again, slowing down the pace even further. Might force AEP to just go back. Jin is just managing all of these Vandals just so that, you know, Bren can't pick it up. We'll start to be looking towards this B site. The problem here now lies, Raph,
30 seconds
there
left.
is that trademark. So whether they want to go for B or A, they still will be spotted by the majority of Bren, if not. But the good thing about this is that there's no defenders clearly on the site right as of now. Oh, that's slow. That's going to be really painful. That's going to give them time to actually rotate faster onto the site.
They didn't go for the free Vandal, though, that was dropped by Qeon, which could potentially be one of those micro decisions that snowball, because the range that you have to cover from Snowman into Yellow and just B-side in general is very, very perilous. But my goodness, Hot Sauce Spectre has been a menace, has been tearing everybody up. He will get topped up by that Sage heal, as Chris M looks to be the rock. He even finds Xavi's collateral damage, but doesn't find his primary target. Like I said, that Spectre has been just a little too strong for AE to handle, and now they even get free upgrades.
I guess they have to call James Bond, you know, to defeat Spectre. Very early,
And
very
we
early.
are
But okay.
starting like this, huh?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's second series, so, you know, you
that
gotta
is true.
start it already. That's true. All right, anyways, you know, lame 007 joke aside, that
Lame.
was...
Wow.
All right, hang on. Let me just finish my point first. Okay. Really good stuff from Hot Sauce and the rest. And I was very curious about how this is going to pan out, because there really wasn't anything that AEP could have thrown out that would have stopped Bren from closing in the distance, right? And you mentioned how having the Spectres, they would want to be able to close out as much as they can so that they can be able to utilize the closer range, better damage that the SMGs do bring. But somehow, some way, AEP was just not able to make that happen. And I think one of those reasons why was technically Jin dying so early outside of Kitchen was such a big blow, because he was supposed to be the one that created that that crossfire that AEP could have utilized. And because without of it, AEP just didn't have the necessary firepower. And Ching coming all the way around through Tube, this wasn't really what the doctor ordered.
Oh my
Spike
goodness.
down A.
And Alpha Esports getting pretty much battered on this A site. Barely had any success, but Ching flexing his A muscles here, finding Symbol. Qeon still does have this Guardian, but unfortunately for him, the post-plant plan just didn't fall through. He's a little bit of Doom action there with that view model, but Qeon landing true on Xavi, at least making this round somewhat expensive. But EJ and the rest of the Bren boys, they hold
30
on
seconds left.
to that side with the utmost discipline and the utmost urgency to not drop around and to not hamper their economy even more. And as I said, Asar, I love this discipline that Bren always shows. But, I'm not entirely sure what that's about, but there you go. He gives me a little bit of assurance, maybe even more. 10 seconds, you can clutch this, but Qeon Sanity gets the trade. He has to stick this. Oh, but Hot Sauce, oh so reliable. Not this time, as the rope is not going to provide him enough mobility. Oh dear me.
Never try to fake Qeon Sanity. If you're gonna commit, you gotta commit. He's just too fast on the reaction. So good. He already saw him too. I think he was just trying to make me bait Qeon for the most part. So that's on Hot Sauce. Look at that. He was just going up and down the ropes, man.
It's one of those things that became a domino effect. Me personally, I thought that Bren it would have been ideal if they just stayed backside because they even had spike control. Yeah. And with the time allotted for AE to actually plant, they either had to plant for a very unsafe, or not unsafe, but a very hard to defend on a post plant. But Hot Sauce, it's like, you shot me in the head, I'll shoot Jin. Doesn't matter. Let's bring this back. Let's calm down. And EJ even finds Ching. And suddenly AE crumbling yet again.
Very cheeky wall. Gives AEP no control for close. So they're gonna have to wrap around all the way on yellow, where Hot Sauce, Savvy, and EJ, who has an op by the way, he's just waiting on the cross here. Mid could be a deterrent, but it is gonna be interesting to see how that kind of goes. Somehow though, Spike was still able to get planted. I love this. EJ now kind of just besmirched because his teammate was just not able to help him out. And look at this pinch coming in from Chris M. Beautifully executed here from AEP. Just a bit of a cut of noise, just taking it slow and steady is just what they needed to do. Savvy's been knocked out, and Brain Freeze left on an island. Will have his smoke to get things tapped first. Trying to isolate some fights. And,
What?
He
died.
Spray control.
Yes.
He was first, but somehow Qeon still won the fight. Okay.
Sometimes it is what it is. I'd like to circle back on your points that you made about trying to isolate fights. Because I feel like that's one of the worst ideas against AE. They're just also mechanically gifted. We've seen that, and I feel like in the 5v5 situation, Bren definitely has the upper hand, not just because of the utility shuffle. Another thing is that Alpha Esports, if you don't address this backline, you're gonna have so many problems. I know that Qeon Sanity and Jin have been stealing the show, or not really stealing, but having all the eyes on them. But when you let Chris M and literally Ching and the rest of the team, Ryu, you let them loose in the late round, their late round decision making has been absolutely outstanding. You've seen them win so many 3vx situations. You even see a tag on Hot Sauce. Brain Freeze has something to say to Chris M, and it's not very pleasant, as he is going to deny orb control, even popping ulti. But it's not meant to be, as Jin is unfazed. And ooh, that is not going to be good at all for Bren. Very expensive in terms of the ult economy now, and even at the cusp of losing. But Hot Sauce, he failed one clutch. And unfortunately, this is not the one to double back on that.
Dang, I'm loving how Jin just played that entry onto B main. Good shot from a Brain Freeze though, but look at this. He just knew that Brain Freeze wouldn't have the time to whip out his weapon and actually fight back. So even through the obscurity of the Viper's Pit, he just chased it down because he had, let's say, about an 80% good idea where Brain Freeze was going to be at. And again, he's going to have to run because Viper's Pit does slow down Viper quite a huge margin. So with that, Bren, they just called themselves a bit of a break, just 1 minute to figure things out. What is happening?
Good timeout. Very, very solid timeout, actually, because the commanding lead that they built, or at least the commanding first 3 rounds, doesn't seem all that intimidating to AE anymore. With them heating up. And I see the strategy for AE is basically early round, Qeon and Jin, they are gonna go at least try and tear the opposing team anew and try to tear them in half. Meanwhile, Chris M, RRQ, and Ching the God, Ching, they've been very, very formidable when it came to the late round situations. Actually, I think the first 3 rounds that they actually lost Ching first. There were a lot of opening picks on Ching, but the moment they keep him alive, it just seems like it's a different story for Alpha Esports, bro.
Does give them much control though, right? So with all of that, it's very, very important for them to keep the man alive. Another operator from Hot Sauce. They're really committing to this very expensive buy. I don't know if I'm a fan of this.
I thought if Jin got away with that Asrai, that would have been unbelievable. Just
not against
walks up-
Savvy. Exactly.
Here.
That's right.
We're agreeing now. Well, I do agree in that phrase or statement that you were just able to
spew out, basically.
Spew out, yeah. Lay in front of the audience. Exactly.
Yes.
Present before the benefactors, which is our audience. Exactly.
Yet another slow default on the side of Alpha Esports Pro. That is a little bit of a mouthful to say. Mid control, as they did lose Jin early on, and Savvy very happy that he does have that res up in case. Now this is the approach that the Bren want to do. They don't want to take those direct gunfights. They don't want to feed into the heat of Jin, and basically everyone else on AP. Now 30 seconds left. One of these teams have to commit, and it does look like it's going to be Chris M, the first to crack. Now he is going to put down that spike, or at least have an attempt to do so. Symbol gets the first shot, even the last onto Ching. Ching couldn't really retaliate. The operator scares him away, but that's about it. Brain freeze finds Qeon even midair, and the refinement, the system that Bren have put in place, we see it in full display.
Okay, that might have been a more harmful than useful Viper Spit. Yes, it does give them that cover, that obscurity to get into the site, but you saw how shallow it was technically on the side itself, where they have to plant the spike in. So this forced Alpha Esports to just get outside of the aggressive heat. It might have worked, but I don't think it was simultaneous enough that it would have mattered anyway, because Ching came out, actually spotted Symbol, lost the fight, and then Qeon Sanity follows up. So maybe if they comboed it a little bit more condensed, we might have seen a different outcome for Alpha Esports there. It was very messy, very risky. And again, I guess you do see the impact with losing Jing, especially that he has the only quote-unquote flash ability that AAP needs. They do really need that Lear somehow, or just the firepower this Vietnamese player is able to bring to the roster.
One thing that people don't realize about Reina is that to a lot of the players who, just kind of play the game, Reina is the ultimate solo agent, when in reality, she needs so much babysitting for her to actually go and be as efficient as she can be. Because that's what she is. She's made to be a main rifler. She's made to last in the fight. And with the utility of just realistically only having a Lear as your flash, and you only have a Dismiss and a Devour that's incredibly conditional, by the way, it's a very high responsibility agent that a lot of people don't seem to understand. They've been doing it, and rather they've been employing that agent so well. But it's matches like this where the weakness gets accentuated. Now we see a little bit of A control here. Unfazed still is Bren. They do send a little bit of support towards the back line, so this is still going to be a 4-stack. What I'm curious about is that they haven't really flushed out Xavi from holding this mid position. If the VODs came through, this was something he did so often in their previous matchup, which I believe was against RRQ. Correct me if I'm mistaken, Asray. Yeah, my memory is a little... I think I am, right? What was the previous match? In any case, what we are looking forward to is everybody just winning out their duels. EJ will try to hold it down. Symbol is the man from heaven. Will delay the advance, but apparently it's not enough. As Jing, he is going to shoulder tackle every single person on this site. It's up to Freeze to try and clutch this out. The crossfires are already being set up. Not a lot of utility on both sides. Double snake bite is still in Brain Freeze pocket, so He has a few corners that he doesn't necessarily have to face check, but this post plant is going to be very, very difficult. Maybe they're gonna go for some sort of crazy play, but AE, they have this round to win.
Oh, there you go. He's giving away his position. That's going to activate about every single utility that AEP had in their pockets to use for the post. Yeah, Freeze just had a very, very daunting task just to even find one to whittle down numbers and maybe even hope to go for a super strong before he starts using the spike. But he wanted to get the stimuli quickly. The stimuli was just too much for him to handle. But look at this double kill from Jake the God. Ooh, and ooh.
The
Very goodness on that spray transfer. Yeah, he activated so quick.
As we mentioned, again, for some reason, my memory is quite blurry who Bren played against last, or at least in their most recent matchup. But
Actually,
this is what
both these teams went against Naos, the most recent.
Oh yeah, there we go. It's Naos. So the way that Xavi has been playing that mid is that he's very reactive. He'll jiggle it just a tiny bit, see if he can find contact, and maybe even get a cheeky kill. But then later on in the round, so pop the wall, maybe deny a little bit of that forward presence towards them, force them towards tunnel. The hot sauce doesn't really care if I'm explaining because he'll find first trade. But Jin looks like he's the one who's trying to activate. EJ on the other side of the world nearly finds a third. But Jing having a bit of a replay of his previous round, dominating that backside. The wall for the retake, it falls, but so does Brain Freeze before it could find any value. And now we have a symbol, potentially maybe a symbol of hope for Bren. The Leer is going to come out, forcing him to shoot or to stand still. He chose the latter. Who will he find first? It's Jin. But Jin finishes off his 4K in a very clean manner.
Unfortunately, doesn't get the ace. Oh, but
you would memories.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway.
But I will say though, there is this very much element of Bren playing very catch-offy. I know that's not a word, but you see that where Hot Sauce just retakes the angle and wants to be getting the trade as soon as can be. But the problem therein lies, I think, with their jitteriness. AAP just do not get phased at all and don't start clearing things way too early. They've been waiting a lot more for Bren to just repeat the angle. And again, the same thing keeps happening round after round. And Bren just keeps getting punished. Although Savvy, if he can hit this shot again, maybe gives him a fighting chance. Does peeks out, excuse me, but loses the fight against Aryu. But the damage be done, 2 versus 3. Symbol coming the back of the side. He hasn't been lucky with the past couple. But maybe this time, as he swings further beyond, he will be able to spot Chris M. Tag does come through, and Brainpiece's angle has been spotted. Only left on the symbol. But he will not be the symbol of hope this time. He will be the symbol of despair as Bren Esports loses another round. Almost. Maybe the Thrifty because of the efforts of Savvy.
Savvy showing why he's on a meteoric rise and why lots and lots of teams would love to have a player like him. Before this round, though, I kind of want to circle back. We did see Qeon try to swing towards A main, but did you notice that there were no players on A side towards Belt? And that's just indicative of how Bren has somewhat conditioned them. Despite even losing this eco, they've been kind of foregoing that Belt control on the side of AE just because of EJ's early aggression and Symbol's support. But Jin, fearless, I don't need no Leer. But that he does that time. Symbol backpedaling just a tiny bit. Tries to be a little more compressed to the team. I didn't even see Jin stop. So quickly as Brain Freeze finds Ching. Now the flanks are open and ripe for the taking. And the Beast of the Maze will fall finally. Chris M having a very Theseus-like effort there. Hot Sauce and EJ on the job for the clutch. Still approaching this from mid and from heaven, as they don't really have the time to spend to really clear for that post plant. This Wonder Duo have been so reliable for Bren. Can they do it again? The drone finally comes out as they've been saving it for the post plant, and that's going to burn even more time, Aserai.
These might have to save this one, don't they? Oh, never mind. Haas is still going to go onto the site itself, but EJ gets spotted immediately. There's no more time again. The pulse is just coming in preemptively firing, but the Hunter's Fury is here. He can maybe gobble up one charge, but there's no more time anymore. He'll have to just escape with his life, with the weapon, and with the 2K, but not even going to be able to save the rifle coming into that next.
Last round in the
Unfortunate.
half.
Love the pre-fire and the prediction shots from Hot Sauce, but it was just not meant to be. AEP, they got this so well in the bag, especially with the entry fragging of Jin, as we saw in the start of the round.
And I believe we're very close to yet another reset on the side of Bren's economy. Once again, AE swinging ferociously, unfazed at all. You'd think Bren would make the adjustment. Maybe they're kind of dry firing us, or dry suing us so much. Maybe we can use quite a number of our utility to really stop them. But again, hindsight is 2020, and when you are in the heat of the moment, there's no real bad choice. But EJ, who's been expressing his displeasure with this, Hot Sauce as well. All the ults are coming alive, and the undoing of AE slowly unraveling in front of our eyes. Ching does finally get a frag onto EJ, but the damage has been done. They finally get a bit of a break against the AE train. And a few free upgrades for Hot Sauce if they can manage to find those weapons. But still, we have a minute left. I like how AE still has not disengaged from this B attack. They still want to fight.
Because... Oh, never mind. I think because... If giving Hot Sauce some time to reposition, he's going to be pretty ready for the swing onto yellow here. Preemptively just shooting up, but Chris M expertly baiting it out. The wall allowing him to get closer and closer.
The
timing! No way, Hot Sauce still gets the shot on that one. This will make it absolutely horrendous for Ching to go ballistic. 3 versus 1. He still has the operator, but he will get forced back by the drone. 20 seconds in time is not on his side. Able to pick up the Phantom here. He's done this before against Talon. He's posted it on Twitter, but this time he has nothing to post on the social media, as he does get spotted and dropped by the rest of Bren. 5-7. AEP still have the advantage though.
And Mr. Twitter himself gives everybody a gentle reminder that he sees everything. I do not... Okay. Yeah, go ahead. This watchful eye. Your watchful eye is so strong.
I will argue though that Mr. Twitter for us has to be
one enemy remaining.
Even though the Insanity and Ching post some pretty nasty highlights.
I'm talking about you though, dog. What's up?
Oh, okay.
You are Mr. Twitter. You see everything. You see all. As we have a bit of a breather. So now here's the thing. We talk about the utility and the lack of utility on the side of AE. Maybe this is going to really show on the side of, or at least on their defensive side, because what are they going to do against the retake? What are they going to do, etc., etc.? It will definitely unravel, but the info gathering on the side of Bren... Actually, no, now that I think about it, since they have a very reactionary Sage, and they have a Chamber, which is, once again, not necessarily the most utility powerhouse in the game, especially after the trademark nerf. Why? I don't get it.
Is it out already? It's not yet out, right? There's still 2 trademarks here.
Are
We're still at 4.08. I think that's 4.09.
Yeah. Still, even still, he's still one of the most contact-heavy Sentinels in the game.
Yeah.
No matter how you put it, 4.08 or 4.09.
Yeah. I mean, if you put it in the hands of somebody like Hot Sauce, right, or Ching, then it doesn't matter.
That's true.
He's still kind of cray-cray with it.
One thing that I have noticed with these teams, they're not very heavy on tube or mid control. At least on AE's attacking side, they've been either going for full-on very direct site attacks. They don't have, or at least they didn't establish lurking threats, making their site takes a little more predictable and a lot less space they can work with, which is really strange because Jin and G Insanity, they really thrive off of that space, as we saw in all their highlights and basically all the flashes of brilliance that we're somewhat accustomed to already.
Ooh, that dart there gave the position, but there's like 2 trademarks coming in from mid and B main. Being forced TP back onto Snowman. He will get spotted by Brain Freeze. Lots of numbers already from Bren here. Chris M already hoping that maybe he can allow the rest of AEP on the aggressive flank to give them that nice little pinch. And it might actually work. Jin's found the kill already. Savvy's still backing away, very afraid. And somehow they dismantled the attack of Bren. And look at this, there's only Hotsix and EJ to remain. The charge right in. And there's just absolutely no way that Hotsix can do it, right? Hotsix can do this, right? Yeah. Not gonna happen. That was...
It was messy. It was really messy. But this is where this lineup thrives. At least on the side of AE. I love how the moment the information that the Viper was doing, we just saw it just go W key. It's like, you know what? You're not getting away. And it even bore so many fruits for them. Opening up the site, opening up the main and whatnot. And AE off to an impressive start. The Guardian buy on Jin. A lot of trust, a lot of confidence. And sometimes that's all you need as a Reyna. Oh, but Hot Sauce has something to say. Hot Sauce is probably thinking, I am too beautiful to deal with the Guardian. And that is one of the reasons why he's been so impactful. If it's not for his decision-making, it's his absolutely crisp adjustments. Now, hey, they're kind of making a mad scramble here to take that Guardian, to deny any free weapons, as the numbers advantage unexpectedly going into the side of Bren. Bren denying a clean swing. Looks to take a fight, but EJ drawing an outline outside of G and just cannot find the duel.
Unfortunately, EJ prematurely had to use his dash, because I think they were maybe expecting that AEP was just going to be closer. But this contact style, or contact way of play that Bren is just using, just working the clock, peeking angles, is slowly but surely working in their favor. Actually able to do some really good damage. The map control's almost there. But almost everybody from AEP is already here waiting for that aggressive swing. Insanity is just down to 43. I wonder why he kept the ghost. Maybe he has enough money to buy an operator next round, mayhaps. But
most likely.
Yeah, 15 seconds. Gonna have to run right in. Hot's making a lot of noise. Spots out Insanity. Still actually through the bait of the recon dart, makes it even more expensive. We're left on the symbol. He's somewhere here at 410. He needs to start pushing in because, again, if he doesn't die, that's going to be 1,000 that he only gets in terms of the creds. He will get knocked off, in AEP, as the cells here, Raph. They're the ones coming out on top 9-5.
They even still managed to get the Guardian, and Jin happily reunites with this baby. And like you mentioned, Jin, I believe after this bonus, we'll have an op. Let's get that slight upgrade in the martial art. I think that was passed around by his teammate. Either way, Bren also showing that bravado, that they refused to back away from the site. I think A already had a full stack, and they had that slight window where they could have crossed, but once again, we do have that spectator Sharingan that we can see every single thing that's happening. And now we see a little bit of aggression on the side of A. They might drop a wall here just to isolate one of these angles, but instead they've already dropped it towards A to prep for a retake. Maybe this is enough to dissuade Bren, but Hot Sauce, who's been absolutely on fire on first contact, has no idea that Ryu is doing his warm-up routine. Gotta work on those legs. Can't have those cramps. Gotta stretch properly. Xavier is still worrying about that early aggression that was shown once, but has already displayed signs of wariness. It's inflicted that mental damage.
They're gonna have to do something soon. They do not want to push aside with just 20 seconds and then maybe just be hopeful that nothing happens. They don't get punished, right? Oh, man. Bren, this is a very passive yet uneventful round for them. Because, again, they don't get any information from this one. They're going to have to rush into the site pretty blind and checking every single corner.
I honestly thought that drone was a little... I didn't think they needed to do that. Now Ching even gets a free frag, manages to get out. That Phantom will stay safe, but freeze in EJ. They find both Ryu and the lone rifle on the side of AE, but look at this. Timer is running out. We still see Chris M. He doesn't have that pit, but he does have that smoke down. No! If he denies this, he stays alive. That's all he has to do. But the damage has been done. The eco's somewhat ruined. Bren, they do catch up just a tiny bit here. The 3-round swing still fairly in their favor, but look at this, their economy in shambles.
That outburst from EJ to quote-unquote give him cover. Yeah, might have actually lost him the round. If Hot Sauce just didn't get that quick little refrag, that would have been absolutely horrendous. Look at this. He didn't have to smoke that. Hot Sauce was already going to left. And Chris M almost got the free pass for a kill and then back into cover. That was very, very risky for Bren. And as you mentioned, their utility or their money's in shambles.
Ooh.
But EJ with the blades come back out. Asteroid, I heard you. But I'm still better than you. Of course you are, buddy. 100%.
Relax, man. Once again, we are absolute students and fans of the game, and every single thing they're lighting up. Oh my god, Jing! What? That could have been the clip of a lifetime.
Oh man!
But getting a little too antsy, getting a little too excited, losing that surprise factor. They're gonna be looking for that aggressive angle next time around. Jin gets sliced up as EJ's been an absolute star. All up to Jin is Arena. That Empress is only a frag away. But conditions upon conditions, he has to break this wall. No time being wasted. The shock dart is going to miss, as well as that snake bite. That's not really going to delay him, but instead he chooses to go towards Kitchen and Hot Sauce. He has no idea where he is. But now he might actually get the timing if he swings towards A. No, his back does get exposed, but he will survive and he will run away, position himself towards his rendezvous. Jin forced to save now.
It's like EJ heard me. I mean, they're not supposed to be in our call. Can they hear me?
They're not. It's just sometimes players, they have this, I feel like
the caster's
a disturbance in the force, you know?
Yeah. Well, I'm pretty disturbed with the use of force, so in Star Wars. He's got to have a high midichlorian count for
Pocket sad.
Pocket sad. Oh man. I mean, you could. I mean, your pockets are always full of sand if you're in the, the very humid planet of Tatooine.
Here.
I would assume it'd be very dry because it's Tatooine after all.
Here.
Yeah. I don't like sand. It's very coarse and hot.
That's not even how the line goes. It's rough, it's coarse, and it gets everywhere. Of course I know this.
Okay. Okay, Anakin.
You underestimate my power.
To be a nerd.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is not a surprise. But on this stifled buy, I think they're really relying on Jin to once again pop off. Hot Sauce has it up, sees the leg, bit of a tease. But Chris M, that's all they're gonna give him. Just a tease. They still have a bit of a cushion, but this is gonna disappear very, very quickly. Jin's like, no, it's not. He finds Hot Sauce. They could potentially greed for this op. And Bren, they formulate in their heads, maybe that's what they're going for. They really want to get that going. So they re-aggress on A. They do get res on the res on Hot Sauce, which is already fairly expensive for them. But if it means securing this round, then no expense is too high. Utility's not going to be on the greatest side here on both these teams. Quite a bit has been put towards that res. Chris M making a mad dash towards B, and EJ has to be wary of this close angle. I don't think he heard Chris, nor he has any idea where he is. He even dashes into him, but he still stays alive as Javi is going to be the broest of bros. Now this eco is going as potentially planned for Bren, as Ching not having the greatest of stretches here. They even lose their lone rifle. The insanity, if he can pull off a clip, that would be cool. But not very likely at this point in time.
I mean, if he gets a kill, he can reset to the blades, but since he is burning a lot of time just to see if anybody from Bren is actually gonna chase him, well, he's not gonna have enough time to try to deal or try to do a clutch. Bren, a relatively flawless victory here, or a flawless round, excuse me, from just the bit of effort from EJ there. He has added these on. He has to die to the smoke. Yeah, there you go. He just dashes right.
He has to.
Oh,
what? Okay. Well, that's fine.
Do they have money? How much
yeah,
money
they do. Barely though, barely. Well, actually, no. They have enough for a full buy.
Yeah, they got ROIs. It's fine.
But then again, that could have been an extra round for them, an extra bye potentially, maybe well into overtime if ever that's the case. I don't want to jinx it. I don't want to say anything yet. It's only map 1. Really exciting. It's super close and all. But it is a Sunday, and typically Sundays can be very pedestrian. Not for these teams, though. They are going full speed, full force. As AE, they want to rectify their mistakes, Aster. Their gun rounds have not been the cleanest. They haven't been the most calculated either, but it does look like they are going to default just a tiny bit. As I say that, we see both duelists occupying as much space towards main, but Chris M has to hold off this attack from mid all alone, and Bren, they suddenly fall as it's equalized by both Qeon and Chris. Jin, now nowhere to be seen because he was eliminated very, very early as the attack somewhat scrambling again, but do they know there is a lurking Ching here? Ching, if he can line up his shots and just stay calm this time around.
Oh, wow.
You hate to see that happen.
You really do. Way out in the open. Basically a somewhat a sentient piñata, you know? You can try to whack it. You can try to maybe pop what's inside, but it's going to try to dodge you.
I like the read on Bren here to really aggress towards mid, especially when they were really hammering down RRQ, who was been doing his best to really stop the advance of EJ with the blades and all. And now we're tied up, and AE, they're forced to eco again. A semblance of a stable economy is nowhere to be found for AE at the moment. Bren could potentially be at the cusp of hitting double digits.
That being said, right, I gotta say, this attacking operator from Hot Sauce, I wasn't a believer of it, but he was cold sauce.
You know he got the sauce, bro.
He's on the sauce.
He got the sauce.
Yeah, the Pizza Hut sauce. Wait, no, what's the best sauce out there for us?
It depends on what you want to eat. And
like
Bren's
on
a universal scale?
Yes. I would have to say Japanese mayo. You can put that on almost anything and it works.
There's also a band called Japanese mayo. Just seems so apt. But like I mentioned, Bren's been eating good. Their economy super robust. And we see a bit of a hero vandal on the side of Jin, who's been trying to get that engine going, but instead has been overheating, has been halted to a crawl, or at least to a full stop. But G Insanity, as clean as he is, will still eventually get traded by Xavi, but Xavi doesn't have that res available. Oh, wow! Jin, it looks like that engine, it's revving, and it's looking to trample every single member of Bren. It is down to a 2v4. They can honestly just play time and freeze, frozen in place. It's up to Hot Sauce, but Jin is an animal. He finds everything and everyone. And suddenly the Reyna is looking that much more terrifying.
All right, lovely, lovely production. Do your thing. We need to see that flick once again. There we go. There it is. All right, that was a good first kill from Qeon Sanity. That gives space for his teammate. Look at him. Ooh, you're nasty.
Sound like
That's
Lil
all I can
Pump
say.
there. Exactly, in the wise words of Lillian Pumpernickel. Ooh.
That's a good spot.
Now, it's one of those things, right? When AE does it, there's no real counterplay because they're just landing nutty shots when it comes to moments like that.
Oh yeah.
But Jing is looking so shaky right now. Hopefully he finds that respite, that fortitude that he's desperately looking for, because once again he's such a key point in AE Pro success. It was really sad to see these unfortunate events happen to him.
Well, because of those unfortunate events, it forces AEP to start managing, maybe pushing, maybe aggressing through mid, as you see already Jin very close on the wraparound. There is no trap that can actually spot him as he pushes through near the spawn, but this does give some space for Bren to just come charging right in. Qeon Sanity, oh wow, they just knew he was about to just explode right then and there. Gonna be planting on default, somehow manages to hit the shot regardless, and the 4 versus 4 continues. Now the question now lies, okay, never mind. I was gonna wonder if Savvy was gonna stay on the site or just back away and regroup with his teammates, because that's what they're gonna do.
Oh no.
Jin is already right here. He's already spotted out one. They're very much afraid about this, but Jin Sanity is hitting all of the good shots alongside his teammate. The Jin GN Sanity connection, it is working here. Raph, Savvy, and Brain Freeze. I don't think they have any vision or any post plans they can work with this one, but somehow they're still making it happen. But Qeon picks up the 4K. His teammate defuses the spike, and now Alpha Esports back on the driver's seat once again.
And did you see Jin bulldoze his way toward yellow? Typically, you'd be a little more careful, but once again, sometimes as a Reyna and as a duelist in general, you just gotta hold W, man. Absolutely fearless, homing every single person towards Bren in a much more manageable funnel. As we saw, the heat from Qeon and from Jin looks like it's a little too much for Bren to handle, at least in that round, but still that bank that they've been saving up, it's really paying its dividends now, as we are still on a very, very healthy buy with very, very healthy utility on the side of the boys in black and yellow. Nearly lands the hot shot is hot sauce though, Asar. That could have been a big, big opener.
Really could have been. There is just so many times that Chris M's utility allows Jin and Qeon to just reposition and get these cheeky little off angles that catches Bren even by a tiny bit, and it gashes and gnaws and turns into a big wound that results in Bren losing. Speaking of which, they are just 2 away from losing this first map, if ever. In very back and forth fight. Hot Sauce still hoping that maybe he can find something as he peeks through again on Belt. The rest of Bren now going to be looking to shoot their shot on B as EJ has the dash. Charges right out, but Chang is waiting with the op, or with the tour de force. He spots out Savvy. Savvy should be very afraid of this. And he's going to have to wall up. Ooh, that was very close.
30 seconds left.
Close indeed. And you know how confident Ching can be. He is not going to be shaken by whatever rounds that's been thrown his way, but the HP advantage is definitely in the favor of Bren. They look to equalize this, as the economy is still looking somewhat shaky on the side of AE. And wow, Ching, I don't care. He swings, he doesn't get hit, but Ryu finds a second with a double shock. Beautiful stuff, and look at this! He's not even letting go! Oh my lord. Like a thief in the night. AE Pro are now in match point. What a hero play. Lord almighty.
Oh man, that was shocking to say at the least.
I hope you can see my camera because I'm staring at my camera right now. This is intently for you.
I was just gonna say, even though they did have that lineup, again, Snakebite as a Molly util, probably the worst you'd want for an instantaneous, like, oh no, I'm getting mollied, I gotta run away kind of ability, right? Because it has the lowest take rate of damage, so somebody can actually just full defuse something if they're already halfway done or something, compared to like maybe the Brimstone Molly or something.
Oh my god.
You saw it.
Oh my god.
Oh
That's
my
actually Chris
goodness.
M to thread the needle. Everybody on Bren has been teasing AE. This entire match, they've been jiggling, they've been shoulder peeking, every single thing. And you know, AE, they want to fight. They really want to fight. Sometimes it's to their own detriment, but so far success has been had. If Jin can find Zavy, then this is going to be so problematic, as that spike is going to fall in no man's land. He is going to reaggress. He still has an E available, but instead he goes for the Devour. Symbol and Hot Sauce. They tear apart the resistance on the side of Chris M and Jin, and suddenly the anchors, they are gone. Reduced to 2v3 now, as Bren, Symbol and Hot Sauce, who's been oh so reliable,
One enemy remaining.
will feel the wrath and the cover of Ryu and Ching the God, and Ching making the biggest moment his own. Can he find a double? But this double swing, it's a little too much for Bren as they lose map 1. And AE Pro looking like, well, the AE Pro that we know and love.
Alpha Esports, they're taking down names, getting all these victories. It's still not done. The series is still one more game from possibly, potentially being over, but an absolutely momentous occasion there for Alpha Esports, another team that I feel like they would struggle against, which is this Bren team, just got absolutely demolished. I think a lot of that has to be with how well, and I'll say this already, Chris M has been setting up the util on his team. There were some maybe questionable ones because they did get whittled down at the very start of the round, which forced Alpha to go 4 versus 5. But when they start off strong, when they start off, back to basics, 5 versus 5 each round, he's able to create these openings for both Jin and Qeon, especially on the defensive half. You're able to just witness how quickly they can just snowball from one kill to just the whole team being wiped out.
And Icebox does have a lot of snow, giving enough to AE's efforts to take that map. And like we mentioned, Bren, at the beginning of the game, it seemed like they kind of wanted to take the fight into AE, maybe cause a little bit of a shock factor and a little bit of mental damage, but the success rate of the individual fights and the multi-kills on the side of AE have been pretty insane. We saw quite a bit of brilliance on the side of Bren, if not in spades as well. But when we're at the very top level, it does become a game of inches, and AE Pro, they win by, honestly, at one swing. I think that RRQ play when he stuck the double shock into the defuse, I think that's one of the best ones of today so far.
Well, that gave them such a big advantage here already. Also, we talked about how Bren Esports just a bit too peaky with how they've been fighting against Alpha Esports here, and that just does not work against Alpha. They will not flinch. That's the thing about them, again, right? They just will commit to these fights. They won't really back away. They will just show to you, again, how very much fatal they can be with their aggressive aim. This team, I think more so than any other team that we have right now in Stage 2, has got to be top-notch in terms of firepower. And it really does goes to show.
Yeah, I feel like they're on top when it just comes to, like I said, mechanical damage and just the potential of what they can do. It's pretty crazy. And to think that they're, once again, honing their more strategic side, this team is looking to become one of the most dangerous that our region might produce, or actually has produced. One thing that I am curious about, though, is that how is Bren going to adjust from this? Because we've once again talked about how sometimes you just can't counterplay that. When Jin swings like that, what do? You just kind of eat the bullet.
Well, that next map could be the decider, man. I am really, again, impressed by how different we're seeing here. A new face of Alpha Esports, a team that everybody has had a lot of eyes on. And it's because, again, they're one of the teams that streams the most, so everybody just sees them in action. But this time, they got something hidden in the works, and it's already being spread throughout stage number 2. Well, we're going to go for a break, and when we come back, game number 2 is going to go underway. We'll see if AEP can close this out, or will Bren come through for the fans. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a bit.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If it's said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Ghosts swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really needed a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, would in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gents. Esteemed guest of the broadcast. Once again, it is me, Raf, and Asrai, as I try to survive the amount of face bombs I do. It is a clash of colors between Alpha Esports Pro versus, of course, the very original Bren. But this time around, at one point, they were both considered the rising stars. But big names bring big games, and that's exactly what happened on the first map.
They really were. We saw how just absolutely insane Jin was as he followed up on Qeon Sanity's openings whenever they played into a site. I think aside from just the really star power plays that we saw from this AEP roster, I also have to mention how it just felt like Bren were at every single point of interference or a point of contact, just wanted to always fight. And sometimes that's a good thing. Other times it might not be. And I think specifically for this Icebox map, they might have just wanted to let their utilities work for them. I felt like they were just relying too much on maybe Hot Sauce or Savvy to get the picks and then back away, which they do, but they just repeat the angle once again and hope that they can maybe match up against AP. The thing about AP though is they're pretty multi-kill heavy. They also are pretty, you know. Shoutouts to AEP out there, you know, yeah.
I feel like
players.
I feel
you're
like
putting me on a weird pedestal here.
Why?
Anyways, what I'm talking about is AEP have really proven to be a team that can manage those multi-kills from Jin, Qeon Sanity, Chris M. Basically, everybody can make things work for this roster. And I think Bren Esports never really got the memo to just kind of respect that, at least for that Icebox map.
Yeah, I mean, I really found it interesting that their primary directive, at least in some of the rounds, were trying to get that contact, maybe push the front line a little bit or at least give Hot Sauce and Zavi space, because naturally, since they're Sentinels, they really don't have that very forward control. But when they do, it becomes very suffocating. But once again, this is where the matchup matters really, like, a lot, because again, with all due respect, that's Jin, that's Qeon Sanity running a double duelist, running a comp that is built to fight, to thrive in chaos, to really, once again, reduce the game into just a straight up gunfight that they've been succeeding in. There were still moments of brilliance from Bren that we really have come to appreciate, but again, it just didn't seem like their plan was realized for that Icebox map.
Well, regardless or whether or that was the case, it still was somewhat closer, I think, through the efforts of EJ as well. Because we saw how pretty amped up EJ was in a couple of those rounds, especially when Bren was on the attacking side. He really opened things up. I think just the big problem was they couldn't really find that nice little tempo. You know, it's just one of those off days, I think, for Bren here. That being said, I don't want to take away the great performance that we saw from Alpha Esports, but now with that 1-0, we're already looking at Ascent, which arguably I'd also say is a really, really good map for Alpha Esports. So Bren, they gotta be prepared about this aggression and how they're gonna have to adapt to the situation, because I think committing Hot Sauce too much to get these picks, if he's gonna go for maybe the chamber here on Ascent, might not be the best of scenarios. That being said, again, there is still a different Bren that is what you can hope to see in every single different map. So maybe EJ comes through for this team. We're going to be seeing Savvy and Brain Freeze maybe come into this one, but we'll see how that goes.
The Bren multiverse definitely has multiple aspects that we have to love and respect. And I have to agree, I feel like committing Hot Sauce to those early fights really hampers his ability to be one of the most excellent clutchers that we've seen in our region so far, and I love it. I love the Killjoy pick. Very, very classic stuff from Bren. Old reliable for Hot Sauce, I believe. His decision-making is absolutely fantastic, aside from him being such a beautiful, beautiful man. I've mentioned that the PH scene has been blessed by good looks across the board, I have to say. On the desk, our players, our support staff, it's just unfair. But going back into the game and just, you know, making the afternoon as lively as we can, the KO. KO's been really, really popular lately, Asterai, and for good reason.
Oh, I thought you were going to say something else about the KO, but...
Well, you're the KO player. You would know a thing or two, right?
Yeah, I mean, I know a thing or two about KO. Again, I think he's one of the more balanced initiators that we have as of the moment. He has the complete package. So if you want to be able to cleanly take the site, the KO blade, the null blade is always a really good ability to use. If you want to set things up, the flash is also incredibly good for either clearing out certain angles, whether you're defending or attacking. And especially his null command, as we saw yesterday with Team Secret, I think we do see the multiple applications that this ability can get. It's not too expensive too. 7 charges overall when KO usually does get a lot more contact. It definitely isn't bad. Insanity, he's very close to peaking this. I don't think Bren is actually even aware that he's about to do this right now. No, I think as the blade gets dispersed, Qeon was like, hell nah, I ain't pushing that.
Oh, but he might find the timing, though. I love the emphasis towards mid by Bren, because they know that this is definitely going to enable the aggression on the other lanes. But wow, a little bit of a ding on the side of Insanity, and that's going to be him falling as first blood for this map. Everybody has to adjust now. The double initiator on the side of AE. I'm honestly excited what they can pull out, but right now it's a default, not very telling. They are operating on a 4v5 now. As Bren, they take it slow. They try to rectify the mistakes of trying to go too fast and hitting the AE wall. And a little bit of a counter utility on the side of Tree. But those birds, man. Those damn birds, RRQ is probably thinking. Hot Sauce having a little bit of direct contact here. My goodness, the
30 seconds
confidence of Jin just to stand out in the open. He does find EJ, but allowing himself to get traded out. Does look like they are going to prepare for a flash through the smoke. And Hot Sauce, like I mentioned, still has that Molotov, that nano swarm away, preparing for a potential stairs push. There's only 13 seconds left, but this retake, did that star actually help them on the cross? And Chris M finds Hot Sauce. Oh dear.
And that's going to isolate Savvy AK, unfortunately, though the trade is aplenty, and that one-way smoke dirty from Brain Freeze. You saw Chris M. He was showing his legs. And, well, you know what happens next after that? Him being knocked off, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, indeed. Like I said, Jin's like, yes. Chris M, beautiful star play to
one enemy
give them a little bit of space to work, but Nasarai. Maybe could have. Hindsight is 2020 once again. I keep pulling that line out, but it is what it is.
Okay. He just activated his dash quite early. So that would just mean that he got no more dash as the round continues. Oh, I don't think it spotted Chris M, so he might be able to actually sneak by. Maybe just barely actually spots his shoulder. Regardless of, it will allow Bren here for a very, very quick take and push up into sight. Ching spotted, gutted, he is blasted. It's now RRQ Ryu as the shorty. Oh, he's got that shorty. Can you paint the picture on the weapon? Let's see. Oh, I just got bypassed by Brain Freeze. Unfortunate. Maybe he can go wrap around though. Close the distance to another target and do some damage with that. Maybe.
It's something that we want to see, but it doesn't look like Bren is gonna allow it, as he's just gonna sit on the spike, see what happens, maybe bait Bren to stay a little bit longer, relinquish a little bit of extra weaponry. Doesn't seem to be the case. He does give an orb to hot sauce. Yeah.
Okay, he's good. Thought I was gonna get popped.
Once again, look, Bren has a hot start once more. AE playing a very, very spread out defense despite having quite a bit of retake potential towards them. Yeah, I kind of want to highlight that too, Asari, since they're running double ini. I honestly think they're just fine letting a site go and just retaking it. That's where they thrive anyway. When they're moving forward, or they're kind of like sharks. If they stop moving, then their power level dips.
Drown.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's actually a real thing. If sharks stop moving, they drown.
Yeah.
I don't know those science behind it, but it is.
Shot.
Ooh, speaking of sharks drowning, EJ kind of got besmirched a little bit there as he got separated from the rest of the pack. Bren now not really figuring out where you want to go. They want to go through market, maybe go shopping. But AAP's the guard saying, no, ma'am. No, sir. Cannot purchase anything here. Not at least at this point. Symbol and Brain Freeze both out in no man's land. Symbol cannot.
Remaining.
Okay, I take back my statement. He can cross. At least good for the one. Chris Ham is spotted already. The Brain Freeze. Ooh, I like this double up. I still think he's inside a smoke. Clear things up already. Goes for the double swing. Transfers beautifully into a second and still has a pretty healthy amount of HP here, Rap. Are you really going to be into the corner? But Brain Freeze, does he know? Unfortunately, that is a not. Ryu very close to actually of losing that round. And AEP, they clean it up, but at what expense?
Quite a bit to touch on. I'm not entirely sure why they decided to hang around that smoke. Maybe the mix-up was which smoke is it? Is it behind or is it front? They had the double swing, but freeze mechanics as well. They show up, and in the most opportune time, making it at the very least expensive. RRQ Ryu, though, is a rock that Alpha Esports Pro is very, very reliant on and very thankful to have. Now, it does look like it's going to be an aggressive play on both sides. The 0 point is going to be thrown out. Ching. Ooh. I can't believe he still double swings that. Jin is a madman. But he gets a little bit of damage towards Hot Sauce and will have none return to him. So it does work out. Brain Freeze, who is honestly feeling pretty warm. Ching, you can see by the body language, he already wants someone to cross here. He's just so antsy. But AA, they hold strong and they hold very firmly. Unlike sharks, who have to keep moving because they have this thing called the obligate ram ventilators. That's why they kind of have to rest on the seabed where the water is flowing. I just want to clear it, you know, for all the peeps that are curious, because we started, we have to finish it. Brain Freeze wants to finish what he started that previous round, but this judge will fail its jury. And Ching removed.
He kind of cooked Ching there for a very long time. I think he already knew that Ching was actually at the corner. You also saw like a couple seconds before that he TP'd in place, which actually forced Ching to just check around the corner right there. Ah, yes. The Spectre at far distance. My number one enemy, aside from stairs.
No!
TP again from Jin. He just loves to go for his aggressive TP plays. He's like the Jet Sentinel, the Jetano. Okay, 2 at the back of the site. We'll see how this goes. Are you Ryu? And are you really Ryu? Well, probably not. Jin still holding on, but it's overwhelmed. Right.
Time.
Now we're left with Chris M. The time is enough. He's going to be fine. Chris M also a clutch artist, but 49 HP, no stars. This is almost an unwinnable situation.
An artist, but hopefully he doesn't have a bit of a creative block, Asarai. As Chris M, maybe he's deciding to keep the weapon, as this economy is once again not as robust as they would like. Symbol and Freeze, they are very, very low, so they have to set up EJ, and that they are doing. With so much attention here. But maybe they line up. Nope, Chris M does get a freebie. But ultimately, Bren take another round on the board for themselves.
They're just not having the best of time with his one-tap plays. Has he actually bought a rifle in this entire game, second game? I don't think he has, right? It doesn't feel like he has. I think he's only bought like a Spectre or something.
Shut down.
Yeah, either way. He's been very aggressive. Much like most of AE, they've been very aggressive. They're trying to find that wave of momentum that they love to ride on and honestly masterfully do so. But these last few rounds have been very, very rough for them. They barely eked out that one-round win, and now they have to suffer the consequences of having a poor economy. They do have that tour de force, but they'll be relying heavily on that to do the heavy lifting.
Careful.
They do leave Chris M alone to his own devices, as most of the round is very innocuous and very uneventful. And they're somewhat forcing out a reaction here. The call must be, oh, they're on an eco. They might just try to go for eco damage. But the patience. I love the patience from both sides.
Very much as patient as can be. Defenders can't really push forward because they only do have these measly pistols. But yeah, it really is that. I mean, unless Symbol and Savvy miss a certain angle that one player of AEP can use against them pretty hard, I don't think it's going to work. Because again, double initiator. Look at this. He just back away on straight through. Hot Sauce coming into play. Hold the fort. Are you Ryu? He's going to be able to steal the Vandal here. And this might be actually too difficult for Brain Freeze, but hold the fort, hold the thought. The reposition. He hears it, but he doesn't see. He doesn't see the legs of Brain Freeze. Oh, that was so good. A mix of an alley-oop.
One enemy remaining.
And Savvy, speaking of which, another one shoots at Kobe with the molly. And the spike should get planted with only Chris M to remain for AEP. And Bren Esports, they played him like a fiddle. And this blade is given away where Chris M was running for dear life. I thought Brain Freeze was going to peek through, but he played a safe game and used EJ as the one to just cut off the rotation and finish off the round once again.
Do get a bit of a freebie in that eco. AE nearly had a moment of brilliance there from Are You Ryu? The timing was really not in his favor. Barely misses the animation. A little bit of a bonus, and this is the average spray control fab versus the shorty enjoyer. Very, very unfortunate stuff, but still they managed to eke out that round, and a very, very impressive clip nonetheless.
10 seconds left.
Masterful play on the side of Bren here. Now we see them really hinge around the utility. Despite this being an eco round, they're not being overly reliant on their already impressive gun skill, and it's really elevating them to build up a lead.
AP now realize the difficulties of this one. Giansanity very perturbed about what he's going to have to do with this. He now purchases the operator, which is a really good call because we saw how impactful that was, or how really well he can be with this one. I mean, we all know. He's posted highlights. He's got some nasty stuff inside of him that makes him hit those shots, crazy shots.
Does he have a symbiote? Is that what you're saying?
Teleport's ready.
Kicks them out. he's Venom.
Yeah.
Did you know that song Venom that's sang by Eminem, right? It's not just Venom. He doesn't keep repeating the word Venom. It's actually Adrenaline Momentum.
I'm sad for you that you listen to Eminem, but anyway.
Oh
yeah, no, I'm gonna take those pot shots all day. Anywho, my opinion will be known, as Jin's position might be temporarily exposed, but thankfully for him, he does have a rendezvous, but Brain Freeze ice cold. Has been so sharp this map. It seems that he is unfazed, but wait a minute. If he wins this... Oh, he's making sure. He's making sure. Oh, dear me.
You should
As long as they don't...
Oh, no.
Oh, no, but Ching, he could potentially go for an aggressive play here. He will be a sacrificial lamb, but he could have the perfect timing. Everybody's gonna be blind. He lights it up in 5 seconds, but not a third. As Freeze is still very wary of a potential zombie apocalypse, apparently. They do get the sight now, but the detain is not gonna be there. Just enough to give Jin and Qeon sanity. The GG duo for AE to position themselves. Symbol tries to land a cheeky dart. Oh, but the flank by Hot Sauce finishes them off. And now Bren are leading by 4 rounds, 5-1.
That was so smart. I believe he might have... It's either he heard or he saw that there was at least one player of AEP that was on Heaven. So they timed the peak. This is the Bren that we like to see. Again, they're not overcommitting to things. Ching, this guy, he doesn't miss the beat, right? But I think 2 or 3 was just too much for him to handle. Brain freeze just ran out and dodge everything. All right, we see the perspective here. He didn't see it. Maybe he heard. But the timing was definitely good. And here we go. 5 tagged by the Blaze. That is honestly cracked. Qeon sanity just running from the backstab, but brain freeze. What is this man on? He is already licking towards triple kill. Might have even made the ace, but unfortunately gets overwhelmed. But he's done the damage, he's done the deed.
Spike planted.
Jin, who's very low actually here. They also spotted Ching the God. Ching the God, excuse me. He will be dropped by Hot Sauce, but I don't know, man. Brain freeze, maybe he got himself a nice little bowl of bingsu. Maybe ice cream. What else is, maybe shaved ice. This man is just... he's injecting himself with some liquid nitrogen in his veins, my guy. He's just too cold.
Don't actually do that, folks. Don't actually do that. That's very dangerous.
Yeah, obviously. But when it's brain freeze, it works.
As the name suggests, the man is ice cold. Right now, he's on fire. AE, now this is where they kind of have to start coming back because Bren, they look like they've had the perfect read. This aggression has not really worked out for them, but maybe this could be the round to change it all. But Brain Freeze is still waiting for it. He wants the duel. He welcomes the challenge, and Xavi has a double of his own to support his teammate. And suddenly, it's now AE being suffocated by Bren, who is halting their forward march. I love the patience. This was exactly the opposite of what they did in Icebox. They're letting AE play into their hands, knowing that AE can be fairly proactive. The reads, they're beautiful. The adjustments, even better.
Absolutely. Now, AE, as they lose a bit more in terms of people, they're going to have to spread out. As you can see, Ryu, Ching, Chris M, they're just in this lineup of position. Unfortunately for Chris M here, doesn't have any more stars, I believe, to throw out to A main. So as he hears all this kerfuffle, he will be needing Jin, excuse me. Not Jing, he's in Paper X to actually help out. Ooh, that's bad. Chris M's gonna have to be the one to hold the cross. Almost good, but okay, hold on. Nah, almost made have had the chance to heat up. Now it's Ryu throwing everything. The emo rolling thunder. Here it is. The Prowler come through as well. But Hot Sauce was already prepared all the way through A main to stop him dead in the tracks. And Bren still hot on the streak here.
That works. A little interesting choice there by AE Pro. I feel like if they did that in the opposite order, that could have been a very different round. Had they thrown out the Nightfall into the Prowlers while Chris M would have swung, would have been a bit more successful. But sometimes it is an on-the-fly call, as Bren are pretty much flying away, making a distance, making a very sizable gap between them and the momentum that they've been working on. Once again, the aggression, though. I love that AE Pro have not been dissuaded from pushing quite a bit, and Hot Sauce has the read. But Jin doesn't want to hear any of it. Finds the first frag. Has to back out. Bren, they are putting all their forces towards mid. And Chris M, still the anchor that he is. Jin and Qeon sanity, the crossfire towards mid. Just to really halt the advance once more. Bren.
I will say this.
Go ahead.
Sorry. I was going to say this.
I
That
have
it
this
feels
spike.
like Jin is a carbon copy of G Insanity in terms of just
Playstyle?
Playstyle, yeah. Very fearless. Always charging. And whether that's good or bad, you just see how well they can always make the opponent second guess.
It can be both because it has its pros and cons. But sometimes when you're a Jet that's all alone on site, just like this, it can be very perilous. But I think he might have the time to spray. Oh my goodness, the Insanity. Takes a while for it to fall. But we are left again with Chris M
30
trying to
seconds
salvage
left.
whatever he can for his team. And EJ has no idea.
Spike
They
planted.
think they cleared this out. They
Concealment.
don't look at lane.
One enemy
He
remaining.
finds the first, runs away, repositions, gets the gun. Now we have a Vandal versus another Vandal. Brain freeze has been sharp, but he's looking at lane. Chris M. The artist blocked. Is it gone? The freeze. He feels something. A bit of a disturbance. But Chris M is a master. And now we have the second round on the board for Alpha Esports Pro. Still a long way to go, Astro. Still a mountain to really scale and climb.
Great clutch for Chris M. Oh, that was very much heartbeat racing. And then G Insanity just hits that nasty. We were just barely able to see it on the replay, but he was almost rallying up for a third spray down there. I don't know what's up with players, at least in this game, but they're kind of allergic to getting that third kill spray control. Granted, it's not easy, but it was almost there to have maybe net a cleaner win for AEP. But the thing what they can get to the 7, as you mentioned, is not bad. Not bad at all.
Okay, hear me out. You see 2 of your teammates get sprayed in succession. I don't think you want to mess with that. Is the honest answer. Like, oh, I see. They kind of got mauled. I don't want to get mauled. I'd rather not swing. But orb control and a little bit of traffic towards Bren here. They don't actually get it, but if Hot Sauce can plant his feet, he could potentially plant the lockdown and maybe put A in a bit of a blender. But look at this, a little more discipline and a little more coordination on the side of A. Might actually find a frag, but Jin walking to his own demise as EJ has opened up the site, giving a little more information and a little more things to worry about on the side of AE. Hot Sauce clears wine. Now they know that there's no forward threat looming on A.
You are powerless.
Okay. Now they use the null command for Savvy. EJ. About this, he jumps up! Very much expecting of what was to come. But defenders are losing members left, right, and center. G Insanity gonna have to wait for RU. Was able to pick up the Vandal in his own end.
Ooh,
sneaky. Sneaky indeed. Great spray control. Savvy almost dodging Ryu here. Throws out the Prowler. Mart. Brain freeze, always good on the kill. And speaking of the man himself, I also want to see the kill count of this guy. 15 in 10 rounds. What a nutter.
I feel like there could have been better word choices, but let's go with that. AE kind of displaying a different layer. I feel like they are maybe a little disjointed. Their timing's a little off this time around. We see a lot of those swings be very, very individual instead of actually playing off of each other, which has been absolutely painful to watch both as a fan and potentially as a spectator. But G Insanity maybe pulling up, or at least pulling up so much attention away from Bren, but it doesn't matter. EJ will eat a little bit of buckshot, but he will still survive. And I have to say, this B lobby has been the death of AE Pro. They've been trying to take this so desperately. Been losing so many members, and Chris M just cannot catch a break. But he does find one. Unfortunately, it's not enough, but it's a 3v4 against pistols. This eco is really looking very, very good for Bren as they look to have a potential 9-3 in the bag.
Savvy's angry. Jin, he heard it. I think he heard the jump up to the platform.
Last round before
run
the
amok.
switch.
Okay, 2-9. Last round, indeed.
I don't know, man. If you're AE right now, it seems that they're not really utilizing their very, very strong retake potential and literally all their agents. I think they kind of want to go for that heat check. Maybe right now just overheating again, overextending just a tiny bit. I really love the unshaken confidence, but sometimes you kind of have to science it out.
What? Sometimes you just don't need the mathematics or the logic behind it. You just go, go, go. Because EJ, he has no S key. It's all about the W. And now he's charging forth onto the site with help of Hot Sauce's lockdown. Brain freeze. I believe he did ult all the way to the A side and he's backstabbed. The rest of AEP, Chris M, he's done it before in the 2 versus 1. This 5v1, all going to be a very, very different spell as Hot Sauce was very much waiting for him outside of B main. And that's going to be ending in the first half with 10-2. Bren incredibly dominant in this first half.
That defensive philosophy on the side of AE that definitely needs a little bit more reps, at least on the eye test alone. Because like we mentioned, right, they really succeed when they have those proper trades and basically the fundamentals that we love to talk about. The bravado is still very much present, but once you use it too much and use it as your only weapon, it does tend to be a little predictable. And Bren turtling up, using all their utility to ice every single person on AE has been doing them wonders, Asarai.
Being able to just do that is... the impact just sways, right? So much. For Bren here. Oh yeah, right. Again, I keep forgetting we also do have the mid-round or the mid-half break now. Wait, mid-half is the same. Half game break?
Halftime, right? I believe halftime is the word you're looking for. Oh dear me. Day 5, ladies and gents.
Well, we do need that reset as well, right?
Emergency resets. Oh yeah, it has been a pretty interesting week. We've seen the power levels really shuffle. Bren, very convincing on the rise to the top. Can't say the same for some of our other teams.
Yeah.
But that's just the way VCT goes. I mean, stage 1, this was exactly, or not exactly, but there's so many curveballs that surprised every single person.
Yeah, I will say this though. Remember how we had that interview with Dubstep yesterday and how he mentioned that one of the things that they really worked on is the endurance of the whole Team Secret roster, which I think was one of the issues that they experienced back in stage 1. I think that obviously that is very much applicable to a lot of these teams because you can be as good as you can from the get-go, but because again of this more prolonged stage 2 compared to stage 1, if I'm not mistaken, being able to be consistent for longer periods of games, right, is I think the most important here. You could be the best team for one game, but when it's 10 games in total, the team that can outlast you definitely will outlast you and win overall, right?
When you're in the official circuit or in any league-based format it really is more of a marathon than it is a sprint. You see so many streaky teams just kind of fall short just because their accumulated points not enough. And wow, Hot Sauce finding Qeon on that trade, and he will eventually find the anchor, but it's a little dicey now for Bren as the pistols looking slightly in favor of Alpha Esports Pro. Xavi looking like the star he is.
One enemy remaining.
And the frenzy is just such a traitor of a weapon sometimes. It frees. Finishes off the round. Stays him down just to make sure. Bren, they have a big swing and potentially a second map already to their name.
Jeez, what is Brain Freeze on? Like, he's hitting every shot. He's getting basically all the kills. Just a mad lad. It's already 19 kills. I'm not sure about his age. I think he's like... Usually when it's like age for a pro in VCT, I think it's like around 23, 24.
I don't get it.
You rarely
with you guys.
see anybody 27.
Why do you guys keep bringing up age? Come on.
This is the same thing with age in like NBA, man. Or the older you are,
that is true.
The less impactful you may be. Maybe.
Hey, man. Dirk played up until he was 40. You know, still a keystone. Timmy did the same thing. Very similarly.
Forrest as well.
You know, Big Shot Bob had a very, very long career. Kobe had a very long career. God rest his soul. Again, the impactfulness is just, it really depends. Would it be a locker room presence? Would you be a bit of a player coach? At the moment.
But as a player, per se, right? Wow, EJ's like game sense is on point. He just charged right back up and then just said no to Jin. I don't like Jin.
What?
You know? No, Jin. Like, you know, like maybe vodka or like, no, I'm kidding.
Wow, bad boy, huh? So early in the day to be so.
No, I only drink
parched.
water. It's the only clear liquid that I actually can. Oh, okay, never mind.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Ooh.
That's a.
Speaking of water, feels like there was a bit of drowning here on fast lane.
Match point.
As Molly's smokes or splashes thrown, and AEP just blinded to bits.
Oh dear. A looks like they're in shambles right now, and that endurance that we talked about doesn't seem to be present at all. If they can mount a comeback, that would be miraculous and be very, very beneficial for them. But I don't know, man. It's 2-12. They have Spectres and a Bulldog. Just seems like one of those games where they're still recovering from the heating up. They do find a trade on EJ, but not before they find the Insanity. Zavi chimes in as well as Freeze. They really want to close this out as quickly as they can. No time being wasted. As Chris M left alone towards tiles, as Ching is gonna try and reinforce him, but the gun barrel is gonna give his position away. Symbol needs to be a little more careful here. Ching does find one. Ooh. Not even a true frag, as he only temporarily downs Zavi, and that is gonna be a very clean map for Bren. It is 1 apiece now.
That means we are going to game 3, Tadoy. But what a game number 2 there from Bren. Look at how just chill they are with that victory of theirs. They're like, yeah, I'm just gonna look at my phone. Yeah, I'm just gonna, you know, look at the camera and just like, they knew it was about to come. They knew what was arriving to them. But what a different Bren that we saw. I think Bren's kryptonite, aside from just AE's aggression, I think in maps it's just Icebox. Because again, I think the match that they lost the hardest has always been Icebox. I don't know what's on this particular map. Why this specific Bren roster just is very much allergic to it, if not deathly allergic to it. But this ascent shows to us that they're not out of the running just yet. They will force AEP to work for their meal. And with all that being said, Haven will be the last resting place possibly for AEP.
And Haven's been one of those maps where Bren have been very, very impressive on. And that being said, it does look very, very dangerous now for AE Pro. So many question marks on their ascent. Freeze has a 6.0 KDA. That's really ridiculous. I thought 4 was crazy, but 6, that's like 2 more numbers.
Amazing. Mathematical.
Anywho, on the more serious note, the routing on the side of AE, their trading, their positioning was just very, very questionable at that point. Maybe they go next. I think that's a very indicative of how they wanted to play. There were a lot of fights being taken while they were in the open without an available trade. And when they did have the retakes, the utility timings just did not seem present whatsoever.
Brain Freeze was just able to thread so much of these aggressive pushes that AEP were pretty much always using, right? We're seeing the highlights right now, but there was some where he was just reading the positioning of Ching, the positioning of Jin so many times that it opened stuff up for them. I think we'll probably see that in a couple of seconds. There was that one on A main where he just read Ching like an absolute book, like a good book, a novel, and he was able to finish the story and transition to the rounds. And Hot Sauce, he still hasn't lost his luster. Even on this KJ, he still hits those. That being said, on the other end, we do see a lot of fireworks from both Jin and Qeon Sanity. But the problem now lies, it's just them. I feel like it was just them. Maybe Chris M, a couple of these, yeah, like that. But
they literally only had a
from
couple of rounds.
Yeah. So not enough waves to make this into a tsunami of a game for AEP. Oh, that's how we got the kill.
Well, I'm still kind of speechless because I really want to look for more points to delve into on the side of both these teams. Another thing that Bren has done is to adjust beautifully against the aggression. That being said, I'm not entirely sure why AE Pro still kept going for it. The unshaken confidence, maybe the bravado, but whoa, very, very excited. Very excited are all our players.
Well, we did want to see a series, and game number 3 is just what we want to be able to witness. Haven is going to go underway in just a few. I believe we're going to go for a break, guys. When we come back, well, it is the final game of this series. We still have another one to go after this one. That one also definitely a banger. So don't go anywhere, guys. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back in a flash.
Flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I mean, I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems, they always on road and they starting. She knows just cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they start. She knows just cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I mean, I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, topping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, but then you start. Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F you from Paris. I could've been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch.
And here we are, game number 3 about to go underway. Haven is going to be the last map of this series. Alpha Esports Pro coming out the woodwork with a lot of things to definitely talk about with Jin and Qeon Sanity, especially on Icebox. But come the Ascent map, it definitely was a tale, if not a dessert, that was served brain freeze.
I love how Asrar just visibly recoils from his statement. He's like, whoa. But then again, that is some IRL brain freeze for Asarai. A very impressive showing on the side of Bren, really showcasing that they've been working on that set endurance that was highlighted in the interviews, as Asarai mentioned. They're really maturing as a team when it comes to the play, when it comes to how to approach losing situations and whatnot. On the flip side, AE Pro kind of floundering, unfortunately.
Well, 13-2 definitely can't really escape the fact of that. Man, just such a clean game. We only saw a few aggressive steps from Jin and Qeon. Actually, everybody from AEP in some form of case in some of these rounds were very aggressive, trying to get some map control, but somehow just could not find the ability to do so. Even though they were able to pick up the raise from RRQ, I don't think it was as utilized as they would have hoped for, whether it was because they just didn't get any map control because of brain freeze. Again, you saw how very much deathly allergic AEP was on B main. Every time they tried to peek, they always got the -1 and never really got the trade. I think Jin was always the person to try to get the kill there. It still did not work in his favor. So with that being said, it really just was not the map for AE. They just always got caught every single turn that they tried to make a move.
I have to agree with you, wholeheartedly agree with you, because we expect quite a bit now from AE Pro because, like we mentioned, their addition of new support staff, their spectacular play all the way up to here, a bit of a fumble in this series. So it's anyone's game. I think both these teams are actually reasonably strong on Haven, so we might... Pardon me. A little bit of the water I need. But like I mentioned, right, it's a bit of a toss-up. Haven has been... kind of shaky in Stage 1 for Bren, but hey, we're in Stage 2 now, right?
Yeah, well, they have shown, I think, as well as Oasis Gaming, that they do have the propensity to get that really solid control on Haven here. I think all of the question now here in lies for Alpha Esports, since they've been the team that still has been, I think, the 50-50 in Stage 2. Don't get me wrong, they're very, very good, but they haven't really taken out all of the teams that they would have wanted to. The last 2 matches that we've seen them play, they won very convincingly against Naos, but the thing is, Naos haven't been playing, I think, the same caliber that we were probably expecting them to come out from on Stage 2. They went up against RRQ PH, and you saw how that happened. Georgie was just absolutely a dominant beast that could not be quelled by AEP, that could not be quenched. So it still has shown that AEP is just 1-1 right now in terms of the series. If they can pick up this Bren Esports match, then perfect. But Bren has had a perfect track record. And speaking of track records, the last time that they were able to face Alpha Esports, I believe that was during the Stage 2 finals. Bren was able to get that 2-0 against Alpha. So there you have it.
The historian Asrai, very, very diligent keeping all those records, just so the mind doesn't decay and we all remember. The flawless record indeed is being set, at least the sights of Brenner set upon Haven. It does look like we're gonna go for Old Reliable for Alpha Esports Pro. We have Jin on that brain, at least hovering over it. We do see the lock. Now this time, Bren, it does look like they're tailoring their composition towards that anti-fight. They have the flashes on both on Xavi and Symbol. And this is the map where Xavi, I believe, recorded the most kills. Was it in a half or was it in a map? I think he dropped like 38 or some crazy or so. I think it was like 33 or something on one half. So that might be something that A have to look out for. AEP have to look out for. I'm not entirely sure how they're gonna go into this game, if they've hit a proper mental reset or if they're looking to retaliate instead of win, if that makes sense.
I get that. Again, AEP very much a back and forth kind of team. There's somebody that if they heat up, you really do feel them just become unstoppable. But if not, being ice cold is something that they can't really escape from, I feel. That being said, this is a new team. They did talk about, in a way, it's a new team. They did talk about how having a coach has really helped them out, even though they didn't really have that much time to prep for stage 2, yet here they are. So this is a team that has a lot to prove, but has proven enough up until this point. So with all of that, Bren still being, I think, the heavier of the contenders in this match, they really do have so much yet to, I think, overcome.
True. But like I said, this is a series where all doubt has to be removed. No matter what side, and look at this. A full frontal assault that is somewhat successful, already successful despite losing Freeze himself. On the side of Bren, AE, they are already reeling. They are on the ropes on the pistol round, giving yet another upgrade to the side of Bren. Look to take this convincingly as Ching tries to eke his way in. He does find EJ as Ryu Rio ever so reliable on that Sova. If he can wait just a tiny bit, he may be able to sniff this one out. But look at that. All the attention has been thrown towards him. Rio has a tall order. And Bren, they are looking to serve up some pain. Symbol, though, is very low. Hot Sauce falls on an individual duel. Time is running down, though, so the patience is really what matters the most here. Beautiful bailout once again by Xavi. They've been using Xavi as that main gun, and it's been working out so well.
That initial point of contact, though, the Trailblazer really messed it up for AEP. If there was none, I do believe they might have been able to escape that one. We probably see it in the replay in just a moment. But that was very close from Ryu. I think Bren just got a bit antsy. But still, they did have the numbers in the repeat, as you mentioned, using Savvy to just blow the opposition apart. Gensanity just going to be charging in on through here on mid. Spotted out by Hot Sauce, but he's already committed to it. If maybe he was the previous Jet, he might have been able to dash out. But unless he prepped it, that would have been something different. And Chris M just
right there
vacates C-Long as there's just too much heat here on this particular portion of the map.
And overheat seems to be the case for AS. They're still really trying to go for a lot of that very forced map control and very forced information gathering. They really are trying to stack up on the more aggressive fronts, but it hasn't been working out for them. They try to take a gamble and stack towards A. But Bren, everything is going their way right now. They have a pick. They are still complete with no damage whatsoever towards them. They might even have a free sight. It does look like there's a little bit of movement on AE Pro's rotation.
Well, if you don't know where to go on Haven, C-Long can always be a good answer, especially with this double innie that Bren has. Makes it very easy to clear out certain angles, and you can flash both front and back sight simultaneously if need be. Now, AEP have nothing to lose. All they gotta do is just start working their magic, start moving, creeping back up. The spray control just lasting a little bit longer than expected. But other than that, it's a flawless round for Bren as they clear it up.
I am honestly still stunned. Bren, we talked about that very nice shine that they play with, that ultra refinement, and it's really showing right now, considering they've been trying to patch up the problems from the previous map. They've been trading at least the attempts to polish it, but the gunfights have not been going in their way. Albeit that was an eco. Now we have our first gun round on the board. Or a bit of a gun round. If AE Pro lose this, then this might be a big shakeup for them mentally as well. They do have the range advantage. All they really have to do right now is play patient. They did go for a little bit of early map control again towards short. We see Jin just moving back a bit, receding towards Qeon Sanity towards B.
Ooh, I actually thought that they broke the trap. I think they just broke the camera, which was placed on the C box. Interesting. But that's not the most interesting of things here, as since Bren still does have the full force of the Bren roster. I'm going to be using it to maybe just close the gap and discharge maybe on B. Qeon Sanity is on the case. He's already primed the dash. Fighting, but missing the shot onto Hot Sauce, who's still actually committing the fight and actually overwhelms Qeon Sanity. Now Savvy's got the Seekers. They'll be spotted out. And this should clear out the B side fight in Dandy. The question now lies, do they want B or do they want something else more on A? They're now charging right through on this one. Are you holding the fort for just a moment?
30
running for dear life onto the A site. They've left Brain Freeze by his lonesome. He's about to get peeked. But the timing's so perfect. Chris M, he knows where he is. And now, HP advantage, audio advantage, and now round clutch advantage for AEP. They take it, and Chris M disrespects his counterpart.
I like a little friendly banter. You know, as long as they keep it friendly. And it does look like things are heating up. Chris is just inspecting the new Omen model. By the way, guys, there was an update. There was a new Omen model, and I'm 100% sure that's what Chris was doing. It's like, I wonder what's the difference these days.
And is that really like recently or just
yeah, very recently. There's a new model. If you notice, there's a little bit of a look at his chest. It used to just be a vest. Now there's like a little. And see, Chris was just really curious. And
I thought like the model was like, oh, he has now more mummy bandages, but
maybe potentially. Still, the potential is a little stifled on the side of Alpha Esports Pro, considering that their money, despite winning that round, is not going to be in the best situation. Still want to take away as much rifles as they can. Jin has been the bane of both his team and the other when he does play forward, but EJ, I think he knows. But are you Ryu? He backpedals. He knows, or at least he has a bit of a tickle in his instinct that I feel like somebody's here to ruin my day. But the timing not working out for him. Jin had the first shot, couldn't really retaliate. The paranoia is gonna come out, at least momentarily. Jin will forever re-peek, but it's Jin to fall actually. Jin's still not finished with his duel, and still Freeze coming out on top of that.
Oh my goodness. That's like the best thing for Bren, right? Because they have Savvy, and the regrowth is like perfect if you have teammates that are not super low, just injured. This is the perfect time to just bring them back up to full, which is kind of crazy. Chris M still in the back of the site. There is Ching with his tripwire that's helping them just not actually commit to the back of things. Now it's Savvy in a 2 versus 1. No utilities anymore into his pocket. Chris M going to be peeking this, but gets overwhelmed. He knows that Ching is somewhere at the back of things. He flashes, he tries to scan. Both of them are in a very precarious game of hide and seek. And Savvy is the one to seek and get the win.
You really see the competition heating up between both these teams, and the passion for the game and just the competition itself can be a little too much to handle for some of us. None of these players, though, they love it. They're reveling in it. Bit of a brawl really coming out the way of Bren. So far, they still have a bit of an agenda when it comes to holding down one of these sides. It feels like they're so unsure what they want to do. Do they really want to hold it down? Do they want to play for the retake? Or do they want to get forward information? It seems like some of them are doing just that. Jin falls again. A little bit of an overextension this time around, leaving B completely open. And a lot more riskier for Jin to stay here. Jin tries to get cheeky, but Zavy is going to dog that out. He's going to be stunned. And the spam is going to come through. Another full blind. Ching still not persuaded to leave. Dissuaded whatsoever. As Chris M helps him a little bit, Asaraya, but with the shorties, you can only do so much.
I think it's enough of a threat, though, because look at that. Bren just, like, decide, yeah, no, if they're going to double up there, even through the days, the shorty doesn't really need a huge, quick fire rate, right? It just needs one pop, and you have a really good chance of getting the kill. And speaking of which, didn't Savvy just have this ultimate like 2 rounds ago? And it's all... Oh, okay.
Like this.
whatever the Seekers might have done, it might have been undone by that flash. If they get Crossfire right here and now.
Oh my goodness.
Ryu throwing out the shock dart, but not enough time, and Savvy overwhelms the tactical bags for just a photo finish. Bren Esports 4-1 against AEP, but this time, AEP, they got the money, they got the weapons. They might be able to take the round. Let's see.
One enemy remaining.
Can't help but smile in this situation. It could have gone either way. But Zavvy knows. Zavvy knows a little too much. Bren Esports. Momentum continuing. Mental reset after that icebox map. They're looking really, really strong right now. A game plan to
You
be
want to
found
play?
out.
Let's
Still
play.
number one on Alpha Esports Pro's mind. Ugh.
Again, just slow bit of pace. I think Bren, whenever there's like a buy round for AEP, they just keep defaulting to the C site. As you see here with EJ, waiting for somebody to get a bit antsy, not destroying the tripwire just yet, because they know once they do break that, all hell will break loose. Chris M, beautiful shot of the EJ. Thought he was going to be fully blinded, but he actually gets away from it. Ching, the guy, comes in for the swing.
Oh my
and
goodness.
Ching is just coming to just chase them down with the judge, the jury, the executioner. Somehow doesn't manage it because of the range. And Brain Freeze on out of there, while Hot Sauce will be rotating the same way. He's going to be planting now on the A site, but his teammates...
Last player standing.
It's going to be very far. Are you? Oh, just in the nick of things, and this will force Hot Sauce to
30
play
seconds
by
left.
his lonesome. Has some time to work here, Raph. But as he start hearing that spike on, or plant on the spike, he's waiting for somebody to peek him first before he tries to plant it once again. Oh no, he's dead. He's dead to rights, isn't he? Should be.
All they really have to do is play time here. If Hot Sauce manages to find one, then suddenly this is more equal than it is. But are you? Beautiful trade, keeping them in the race. A 2-round gap now. And A-Pro, they finally come to their senses and start playing to their potential, at the very least in that round. But I love the mobility and the utilization of Bren using that Omen ult alongside with a Rendezvous. Are you Ryu coming in clutch
Enemy remaining.
for A-Pro?
Strike down.
Man, still gotta give, like, I love the positioning for Hot Sauce there. He wasn't gonna win, I think, for the most part, but
Get out of my way!
he was able to, what's the word here? Wait for the 3 pulses, still stay at the site, and he was already expecting Jin to may have pushed on Graffiti. Whatever the engagement was there,
Why?
still really good. Speaking of Jin, he just committed to that spray. He was probably hoping a kill already, but EJ's already just running through the site itself. Jing almost able to find a couple with the judge. The shotgun proving somewhat effective for AEP, but not effective enough that it can make
Spike planted.
Bren shudder. And this is going to be a very daunting retake. Only RU with the Phantom in hand. Maybe Qeon can whip out the blades, or if he hasn't already. And Savvy just trying to get some information. The flash to come out just to make sure, check if Garage has a bit of nasties coming through.
Last
There's
player
RU.
standing.
Qeon coming through, maybe hoping that he can at least get the tag. But the smoke just dissipates in the nick of time, and Qeon's done and dusted, and Bren again with another one.
As I scanned the map and as I looked for any conditions, the most candid, and honest answer I can give to some of these duels is why. Where was the support? Was there any utility to force out that fight? Maybe that was a heat check. They'd eventually get traded out, Asterai, but I'm still not entirely sure what the science behind that one was. I'm talking about the swing towards B main, by the way, on the side of AE Pro. But it is what it is. Now we have Chris M trying to hunker down, try to anchor his position. And Bren, they try to set up a little bit of a firing squad here to make any would-be crossers a little more wary. Still quite a forward position on the side of Alpha Esports Pro. Really, really fearless in their approach. It is an eco, so there's not much to lose, but they would love to get those bonuses on hand.
Some utilities utilized already by AEP to reposition. You saw with Ching. He does have a bit of time to work with, but he needs to get the close on distance already. Jin hits a shot, but the firepower in that SMG just not as good as he would want to. EJ gets blasted by his own teammates. Paranoia still somehow finds the one in short. We're now left with Chris M. Okay. This is 5 versus 1 with a frenzy. I mean, you do the math. Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
Math settled. 1 is to 1. Wait, that's not math. That's just numbers. Wait, math is numbers.
Not all the time. Not all the time. I mean, there's gray code and all that stuff. But we don't delve into those things. Is yet another board goes on Bren, as expected, by the way. It is an eco, but I love the adjustment by EJ. That was absolutely nutty. I still feel like AE Pro are trying to force out way too many things. It's really unfortunate, but good thing they go for the timeout now. They try to get their bearings a little more stable and start going for that style that they were succeeding in, those strong defaults and whatnot. Because so far right now, it's really not looking too good.
There's not much really we can say about AEP as of the moment. It just feels like they're getting overwhelmed every single time. And the timing, speaking of timing, Bren's just been really good at this. They have really forced AEP to keep guessing. And aside from that, the execution on Bren in these sites have been absolutely clean. Now, AEP gonna put Qeon Sanity back on the operator again. As I mentioned, he was very good with this on Icebox. On Ascent, I think he only played it once and then never again. I could be wrong, but I only did see like maybe one notable time that he purchased it. With 1-8 here in Haven, this is a really, really big thing for Qeon because he is pretty damn cold. This crossfire, good stuff from Jin. Open things up. Gonna go around. The Rolling Thunder will boop him back up. Waiting to actually get the punish on this, but are you Ryu able to get the crossfire right now? And Brain Freeze looking to punish both. Still Ryu wiggles one out. Hot Sauce just a little bit too much pinched. And pinched enough that Qeon finds the opportunity to hit the shot with the op. And this gives AEP a fighting chance.
What they do. And now it's a 3-6 to Bren. Bren got a little too antsy, got a little too aggressive. Tried to change the pace. But so far, they're fine. They have a very good bank to fall upon. Same cannot be said for Alpha Esports Pro at the moment. But hey, this is a great sign of life for them. And this is exactly what we were talking about, right? Once they start playing for those trades and work off the space they give for each other, they start becoming so incredibly dangerous.
Well,
here,
as the great Kenny Loggins would say, welcome to the danger zone. Or sorry, excuse me, highway to the danger zone.
I see.
It really is. Jin dispatches the Trailblazer. He's waiting for the contact. Oh, this is bad. He got full blasted by the flash and could not actually get away back into position of the corner. This is huge, Raph. He's already committed the Empress. He was supposed to be the one on the swing. There's the Insanity still at the top of things. Oh, EJ, you. He's going to have to peek through the smoke here, but that was an ego peek, giving maybe Chris M a bit of room to breathe, but still gets suffocated in the back of the site. And we're left with Ryu, almost full in utility, but I think the most important one, Recon Dart, is 30 seconds away. That's not enough time. He has to push in, but EJ's picked up the sniper, and he will not miss a beat to hit it down. Does drop it, because they don't really need an attack, but they close it out with that one, a photo finish.
Picture that Bren are putting on a frame as their round rate has really been so stable and seemingly unshakable. AE Pro kind of struggling. In all honesty, they're struggling right now to find their groove, even more so with the limited weapons they're gonna have. It really is puzzling to me still. They want to play as aggressive as they can, but maybe the tempo and the rhythm has been something that's registered on Bren's download radar. They might get spotted out by the utility here, though. Either way, this is gonna be a fairly easy plan for Bren with no resistance. They set it up towards A link, and now they are waiting for any would-be rotators. They occupy as much space as they can. And it does look like A Pro, they're gearing up for exit frags.
Wow. That is a lot of space that they took at the back of the site. If AA Pro actually times this correctly, they might have more numbers than Bren are gonna be actually waiting for the smoke to keep them honest. Is there anything they can use to just come right through the woodwork here? Probably not. The Lear was there, but again, the very close contact flash with that guiding light, enough to clear out the rest of the round. Coming into almost the end of the half. Bren, very similar in terms of output from that second game.
Absolutely. Again, unshaken momentum all the way to the side of Bren. The scales, they have not been tipped whatsoever. Not at all, in fact. As they play this Haven to almost perfection. Xavi has ult again, by the way. He has ult again. So quickly. I feel like this is one of his strongest maps, and he's really making a good case for this. Yet another aggressive play by AE, this time. AE Pro, rather. They find Hot Sauce lingering a little too much towards mid. Chris M. G Insanity. Try to anchor down C. Still looking for those gunfights.
Are they gonna know that base is here? Oh man, not
I've got your trail.
That's a big blow. Savvy, I gotta ask, how many times has he used the Seekers in this first half? I think about 4 or 5, if I'm not mistaken. EJ, oh wow, he actually just goes through all the utility of Ching. Still has his dash well and prepared, and is waiting for Ching to just get in very, very close. Now he's clearing up basically everything that he can. The symbol got too close to the flame and got burnt. And Ching got time to actually get himself that neural theft. Numbers not really in the favor of Bren Esports here. And Brain Freeze gonna have to try to get at least farther back. Savvy's hitting some nasties right now. And this gives a fighting chance. Brain Freeze on hell. He's waiting. 1 tap, 2 tap, mayhaps. Chris M feeling he's beating it. And he wins the fight regardless. Gives AEP that 4-8. And he stares him dead in the eyes. I'm the better of the omens this time, baby.
He really likes that new model, I think.
Yeah, and SOL, right? Gives you the kneeling animation. Bow down to your lead. Bow down to your master.
I think he really likes that new model is what I'm getting out of this. Now we have a side swap. Still very doable for AE Pro, but it is imperative for them to win this pistol. They need those swings. 2 more swings and we're back in the game. Or at least they're back in the game. We're going to be back in a much more even match. Once again, Bren, they've been displaying quite a bit of muscle too. Some of these things that they've been doing haven't been the most overly complicated. They're just really on the backs of their strong defaults, finding the overextensions that APRO have been doing. But this aggression has been working out on their attack much, much better in comparison to their defense.
Absolutely agree with that. Savvy's just a different animal right now. 19, 5, and 7. Even without being on a duelist, he's out fragging all of the duelists right now in this game. Even his own team at EJ. Whatever's happening, yeah, sorry, I just wanted to say whatever's happening, as you mentioned, right, where Bren not really overcommitting to things as much. They're just kind of reading out the situation, maybe baiting a bit of utility here and there. But I also would say the way that they clear the sites, very masterful. That biggest example, I think, is the one from when EJ was just with his own ultimate coming into the A site where Ching has basically placed all of his Cypher utility. It was very much refreshing to see. Because, again, we don't really spot that from a single player to have cleared so much of that util. And it has opened the whole site for Bren. Maybe Symbol just making a mistake there, but other than that, they still almost cleared up the round. Thankfully for AEP, Chris M, even though he's 7-9-4, a lot of his frags, I think, have turned into very much impactful frags, which has allowed AEP to not really allow the bleeding to stem much further. So we still see that 4-8.
Yeah. As much as I would love to have, you know, a contribution to that analysis, that beautiful analysis by a resident bad boy, I feel like everything has already been said, especially when it comes to addressing the problems on the side of Alpha Esports. Bren have been fantastic with their reads, and it's honestly kind of reductionist to say that, but I can't believe Jin is still swinging that, but they win it anyway. The aggression is just so much to handle, and a bit of a handful to Bren's side now. We did mention that this aggression is greatly going to benefit their attacking side, but an overheat is still an overheat. Overhealed, though, is Jin, who wants to fix his first half performance, looking to bounce back even stronger this time around.
Crossfire is set up. A bit of smoke to deter the defenders. They just bump each other in the face, and Jin is still hitting a lot of nasties. Using the cloudburst of EJ to mask his presence and clear up the round for the 3K. And look at this, AEP just having a bit of a celebration. That pistol round definitely huge on their end.
And talk about going huge. Jin revitalized, getting 3 kills to his name in that round alone. Now they have a fighting chance. They have a swing potentially to their name. And Jin, never been shying away from being the big gun. Has a Phantom in hand. And no upgrades nor any utility really on the side of Bren. They want to go for the full save. They understand they have a lead. So they play this patient. They play for the long game. The Insanity fairly unsupported. Jin is there as they are the ulti duo. A bit of a rendezvous here by Hot Sauce because he's tagged up so low. And the Classics, they can only do so much. The Spectres are cleaning up, and as expected, AE Pro, they take the second round up until EJ and the rest of the boys have something to say about it. And that they swing, they find one. They find Arena with a Phantom. Okay, so I love the aggression from Jin. It's just...
Yeah.
That's crazy. He had a Phantom, but he still decided to move forward with a friend. Truly speechless in more ways than one.
I was kind of speechless because he swapped and then there, his weapon didn't fire.
Oh no,
like
is that still a
second.
thing? Oh my goodness. So there was also this bug way back when. Actually, it's not even that old. Where if you're in the Empress or maybe coming out of a dismiss, you have like 0.25 seconds of extra delay for whatever reason. It does look like they are going to be delayed just a tiny bit. They are going to put the smokes down, and wow, Ching finds EJ very, very quickly. The gun round has more fruit for the side of AE Pro, and look at Jin go. He's really not scared whatsoever, but freeze. If they can't fight him from the front, then they use the brain to fight in a more cerebral manner, going for that flank, as Hot Sauce is already hot on their tail as well. Are you Ryu worrying from all the angles, and Hot Sauce has a lineup. Chris Sam has something to say, and now it is a 1v2. However, that spike, look how deep it is, Asarai. It is in a link where this crossfire is going to be almost impossible to win against. He does have a minute though, so he might have to bank on a bit of an overextension on the side of Bren. Climbs up Garage. Could potentially be the big momentum swinger. They get no information on that guiding light, but Brain Freeze, he maybe played like a fiddle here. Chris M observing, waiting calmly, trying his best.
30 seconds left.
Yeah. Does he win the initial fight? No, he doesn't, and the story ends there.
I was actually very surprised that AAP lost that, because they already got a clean couple of takes, eliminations on A site, which cleared up A, but the spike was being delivered through Link. I felt a little bit on the riskier end, I think, because it was dropped there, so that forced AEP to go all the way around. And you saw already that Hot Sauce was very much prepared to get the swing on maybe a kill or two, which he did. All of this was because Brain Freeze paranoia did stop them dead in their tracks. I think both AEP players were actually bumping into each other, and Brain Freeze has got like multiple kills there. Symbol, new addition to the Bren roster, does have that Guardian in hand, still hits the one shot, trade for trade. This is good though, because at least they do remove the threat of Jin. You can never really count this man out, but weapons pretty much, I'd say, fairly even between the two teams as the round continues.
They do lose quite a bit of utility on the side of Bren. They lose Symbol. That fault line and Flashpoint is sorely going to be missed. I feel like one thing that AE Pro have been doing is I feel like they've been mistiming their smokes. They've been throwing it out quite a bit. Once they do explode on a site, they seem to have a million angles open. I think that's exactly what happened when they tried to take that B attack in the previous round. But do they check for Hot Sauce, who hasn't used this spot before? The shoulder might show just a tiny bit, but Chris M, as I talk about the smokers, has one readily available for him to take the C. Just a bit of a default one. Brain Freeze walks out, has no fear whatsoever, finds the best of Ching. And now Chris M, left alone on the site. His team is here coming from Silong, and now their attention is trained towards Garage, giving a little bit of space for Bren to have a bit of a foothold towards the flank and towards CT.
Ooh. The battle between two Jets. It wasn't even a battle. It was just an execution from Qeon Sanity. 2 versus 3 here. Brain Freeze still hits the shot. This is pretty huge. This allows Savvy 8K to maybe start lurking his way through the back of the side. The smoke to kind of defer to two players. RU is just missing all of these beats. They bump into each other head to head. Qeon Sanity's very close on the swing, and he hears all the footsteps through the smoke. Brain Freeze a little bit too noisy on that one, and Alpha Esports claimed the round with Qeon 4K in the bank.
That he does. The star power that they're sorely missing is finally activating, giving a little bit more room to breathe on the side of Alpha Esports Pro. On the cusp, they're actually dropping that round too. So all these W's have been dicey for both these teams. AE Pro, though, they're doing a good job of reducing that gap to something a little more manageable. And maybe if they play this round a little more patient, they don't fall into the traps of the hubris of playing against inferior weapons, and they potentially have the swing secured. Qeon Sanity, despite all that mobility, gets snuffed by Zappy, who's an absolute all-star. EJ looks to be cheeky, and oh dear, Jin gets picked off as he was trying to get as much space as he can for his team, and EJ suddenly with a Phantom equalizes this, or at least very much makes it expensive. Yet another Seeker on the board for Zavi. It does look like Alpha Esports Pro. Their gears, they are worrying, they are moving. Brain Freeze awfully close as him and Hot Sauce have an engagement from both sides, and AE Pro are about to get eco. And the trade is just too clean.
Wow, Chris M was kind of heating up there too, but they just had no information on where Brain Freeze and Hot Sauce were coming out of. Oh, and he tried to plant where Chris M could not see on certain angles, and those angles were where Bren was coming through. But the more important of these, what's that from EJ? Snake in short. He was even able to get a bit more value with a kill towards Ching on Graffiti. That was actually the bigger one too, because if Ching didn't die there, I'm pretty sure his utility would be still spotted. Qeon Sanity, always good on the peak. Never count this man out. Never count Alpha Esports out. Always hit those shots. A couple of flashes just to deter AEP, but they've lost Hot Sauce. They've lost their crucial Sentinel and in some ways Duelist. And this 4 versus 5 definitely smiling upon the favor of the AEP roster.
That it is, but they still have not wrestled the lead away from Bren, despite having the biggest opportunity in the previous round, but they look to take that momentum once more. Sometimes watching AE Pro, at least the way they approach their attacks, it's very, very straightforward. They will blast the hole through you no matter how long it takes, and no matter what it takes. As both Symbol and Ching, they engage in a bit of a duel, a very prolonged one. But Freeze is undiscovered and everybody has already backed out. This paranoia is gonna catch everybody. And you see Jin, the Empress is out. He's forced to make a decision here. Either he has to plant or give it to someone else. He has to make the space. He does find one. Beautiful adjustment. Gets a second. Now a 1v2 on EJ. He does have the blades out, but they think that the operator is still in play. That it is. I think the god denies EJ of the clutch.
Foolhardy for Brainfreeze to think that he won't get cleared out as he was shooting through the smoke. Maybe if he had the Phantom, but the bullet tracers made it very easy for Jin to guess where he was. And since he is on that Empress, unlimited dismiss, by the way. So he could just reposition, and then Savvy was very, very much out in no man's land. Brainfreeze, I think, for a good point, played that almost perfectly. Stopped the plant, had to force AEP to start moving in, but then he got a bit antsy and started shooting randomly, which again gave Jin just the ample bit of time to get things started. Now Bren broke in terms of the econ.
Here.
She still gets pretty well. EJ, never mind. I mean, even though they don't have that purchase power,
Oh my lord!
the sheriffs are still that good. Oh my goodness. Okay, here we go. We do see the use onto that Hunter's Fury. Chris M opens stuff up. Ching follows through. And this should be a round for AEP. As they say that, what is up with these sheriffs, man? There's just something on them that is making them some absolutely crack hot sauce. No chance. And now Symbol, 5 HP, and a Dream. But again, as I mentioned, Sheriffs looking pretty hot. If Bren roster in this Thrifty.
I was about to say, if he wins this, it'd be crazy. It'd be taking a page out of their fellow Bren multiverse team, which is South Built, who are notoriously good. In fact, it's inhuman how good they are on ecos and anti-ecos, but Alpha Esports Pro, slowly but surely, wheeling themselves back into the game.
Enemy remaining.
EJ was just hitting some absolutely banger shots. Bren now deciding that it's time to take a pause. Maybe these rounds are taking a toll on us. I think AEP might have taken about 2 or 3 in a row already. They're very much afraid. They haven't closed anything out. They just won from equalizing things through. Look at the spread of the kills for AEP. Very, very close. 15, 14, 13, 12, 10. For Bren, it's a lot more spread out between Brainfreeze, EJ, and Savvy. Symbol has not found his place in this, but he does have the ultimate. He does have that Rolling Thunder. Being on the defensive side, if it doesn't get caught too early, which has been, I think, the case for the past couple of rounds, maybe he can get himself a bit of value with this big ultimate of his.
Definitely. They have the mobility and they have the anti-mobility in both. Like you mentioned, the Rolling Thunder and the Omen ultimate. A-Pro, they set their sights on A. Try to, once again, remove the rhythm, the predictable rhythm away from the equation. As that Recon Dart is going to clear out Godspot, giving a little bit of safety on the side of AE Pro. They walk up towards A long. Now suddenly they crawl just a tiny bit more towards short. Do they spot Hot Sauce, who still has that rendezvous available? But what is going on?
My ult's not ready.
Ching gets annihilated by Hot Sauce, and he gets out of jail for free, apparently. The spike is going to go down momentarily, but Chris M finds the offender. Insanity, he fakes the updraft. Can he win the duel against his fellow Jet player? Jin is there. Insanity is all over the place. And Bren's blood is all over the A site. Tied up. Digging themselves out of a hole is Alpha Esports Pro.
Dude. Look at how clean they were able to pick things off that way. Through the smoke, Qeon was like, yeah, you think that'll work on a regular player? Yes, it will, but it will not work on me. And then he just splashed, and as you mentioned, the insides, the entrails of Bren all over the A site. This is looking to be a really strong comeback for AEP. Now Bren once again in danger. It's their bank accounts looking a little bit slimmer than it was a couple of rounds ago.
This time around, APRO have to respect the ability of Bren to really hurt an economy and to absolutely dismantle one. So they might just have to be a little too careful, maybe not too overly respectful, because they still have the range advantage, they have the utility advantage. Brain Freeze spots one out, they do clear Cubby, but the paranoia and the counter paranoia is going to be there. Avoiding direct contact is Bren. They look to occupy the flanks here, as the tripwires, the lone tripwire on A is going to be triggered. And look at Ching, immediate rotation, immediate adjustment. Jin, foaming at the mouth, still can't wait for his next fight. And he's slowly climbing up the leaderboard as well in terms of frags and eliminations. Are you real? I don't know why he decided to cross that way. Hot Sauce makes it that much more convincing, but Chris M has been an anchor. I thought he got that one, but everybody's chiming in now. They do get -2. But the lead is in the hands of Alpha Esports Pro.
And now they're 2 away. And Alpha Esports, I think they're just stacking up ult charges now for the one big take to finish off the series. The round after this, possibly. EJ has bought up the operator, so this is going to be, I think, the make or break round for Bren. Coming to the next, if they don't win this one, or this current round, they will possibly not have the money anymore. They've really committed to this one, Rap. Never mind, it's not EJ, it's Hot Sauce that picks up the operator. Where is he gonna peek? C-Long.
Never.
The jump?
Ooh.
Baited. Oh, now
Spooky.
they know. But they're still gonna go for it. They know that it's actually just him. Brain Freeze already uses the paranoia to delay even further. Them gets the information. But they're getting very much slowed by every single utility. Still, they will not be thwarted. Qeon Sanity already at the back of the site, planning to go for the fight. Get the trades, Symbol and Brain Freeze on the hunt. But it's still not working for AEP. Numbers dwindle down, and Jin only has his Empress and himself to go about this fight. Hot Sauce spotted, backs away into spawn, waits for the chance, the moment, and he does get the shot. And he still claimed the round, equalizes an AEP. They were undeterred, they were unwavering to push onto the C site, and somehow they lose the fight.
I'm not sure why they didn't take Garage. They had all the momentum in the world to do so. They already dumped so much of the checking utility towards Long and to cover up the Garage area. But A-Pro, the heat of the moment, wanted to take those fights very, very close to succeeding. But no dice still. The economy, it is enough for these last 2 rounds to be a bye. A-Pro barely have enough to finish it off. The same cannot be said about Bren. They will have to force if they drop this round despite winning the last one. Gavi 8K has been utmost impressive in his outing, having so much uptime on that ult despite being a 7 charge one. EJ checks lobby just for a tiny bit, backs off. The discipline is once again showing. And A-Pro having a bit of a different look this time, Master, right? Holding strong, holding on, and keeping their boots on the ground.
We'll see if those boots will stomp on the ground and hymn the tone. We will rock you. We'll see if they can do that.
What?
Oh! Cheeky!
Here. So now...
No, because like, whenever you do the... That's always the boots, right?
He's trying it now, he's confused. I baited you with silence. That is the Jiggle Peak play on the commentary desk, as a bit of a lull has been happening. And yet another push towards C. Hopefully it's not a repeat, but Hot Sauce, he wants the sequel to a successful hold. He even gets away without any damage to himself. This time around, it's Ching not being able to find that trade for his teammate. They will get the long post plant, but Jin has been undiscovered. Brain Freeze and EJ are here. You can see the body language. He wants to fight. He really wants to fight. And he gets the fight, but he can't E out away. We still have a 3v3. The Insanity trying to fill up his highlight reel. And he gets a 3K. And now we are at match point. This momentum has been way too heavy for Bren to stop. Oh my goodness. They have to win off the back of a force. And EJ's Blades, he has to be the king of them to go for overtime. Asra, I don't know how we got there. But
well, Yeah, sorry, go ahead. Keep on going. AP aren't stopping.
Enemy remaining.
Okay, I will just add to that statement of yours because I was very much excited to point out that Qeon Sanity at the start of this game only had 1-8-0, and Jin was about 7 kills somewhere. And now look at that, 18 and 17 kills apiece. These guys have really made it so that have really made, again, Bren quiver in their boots. Those boots aren't going to be rocking now. We are not going to rock you. Maybe.
Still trying to figure out which song he wants to emulate. But there is a healthy breadth of music to select from. Hopefully, it is the music that is going to inspire any of these teams to keep on going. Azure, it seems that every time we cast, there's always going to be an overtime. Maybe that would be the case now. Maybe Alpha Esports Pro, they close it out. Who knows? But
there.
Did you in the last few rounds we saw a more disciplined Alpha Esports Pro that didn't necessarily try to take as much space as immediately and have a more measured approach. And that's exactly what we love seeing from them, because that's the key to their success. Like you mentioned, Jin and Qeon Sanity just did not have the greatest first half. It really showed. Now, for whatever reason, they start heating up, tearing everybody apart, and putting Bren on the back foot with this eco. Bren have been incredibly savvy, no pun intended, with all their ecos and their anti-ecos, still have a very, very good shot if they just play to their strengths and if they play patient. Very good crossfire has been set here. Are you Ryu? His drone's immediately gonna get tagged up, but he hears the jump. EJ could find the timing! Right here. And Are you Ryu? Nearly giving me a heart attack.
I'm surprised that EJ actually still has a Guardian in hand. Not giving it to maybe Hot Sauce or a Symbol. But I guess since he's the confident man of Bren, he needs at least another big weapon just in case he expends his blades, which he kind of almost did since he whipped the shots on RU.
I think he still has a few more, right? Yeah.
About maybe 2 more blades.
Out of charge.
Precision though, and the Explode is here. They understand the weapon situation. As I mentioned, Xavi, so incredibly savvy and a veteran at holding it down, but Qeon Sanity loves those clips, loves to farm, gets a double. The retake is on its way. What do they have? They have a neural theft. EJ goes for the cheeky double updraft. Brain freeze with paranoia, and no more dark covers to his name. He still has that mobility, but it has to be done so meticulously. As you mentioned, EJ still has that Guardian in hand, and good thing he does. Okay, Ryu does not allow anything. Bren kind of falling apart. And Alpha Esports Pro, they take the heart straight out of Bren's chest and run away with an absolutely explosive second half. And they are playing into it. They are playing into it. My goodness. And that's why we love a little bit of friendly banter, but let's just keep it there. You know what I mean?
I'm sorry. Well, banter aside, Alpha Esports Pro proved that they were the better team in this series, able to overcome certain obstacles, and just use their innate, mechanically gifted players to rise to the top, rise to the occasion, and win again this series. It was a very grueling one here, Raph, with the 13-11. The Ascent was such a different spell. This time, AEP's the one to cast the magic.
They put a spell on him, and it was too much of a hex to really overcome. They had the upper hand, they had the high ground, but somehow, no Saber to cut the legs of AE Pro who love to run. Keep on running. I mean, like we mentioned, right, that defensive half on AE Pro was so suspect on both maps. On Ascent and Haven, but their attacking side, sometimes you just really can't hold on to that. I don't know, man. Again, I feel like it's very reductionist to say that they're just winning aim duels, but sometimes it really does just come down to that. Their patience was also very much present when it came down to the defaults Despite Bren really not overextending, right? They played that super fundamental offense game that really turned it around for them.
Yeah, I will say though, Chris M's paranoia on the attacking side, similar to how Brain Freeze was using his when Bren was on the attacking side, very much impactful to flush out backside defenders. And you saw that very much so often where Savvy was getting caught so many times. It felt like this Haven map had two stories to tell. The attacking side of Bren and then the attacking side of Alpha Esports. It really did show how much control Alpha really had in that regard, and you just saw how confident they were in so many of these fights. And Bren, I think they just, what's the word here? Some of them were willing to go for fights. Some of them were already looking at the objectives, but I think all of Bren what needed to do was just to focus more and actually just winning the duels first and foremost, because AEP, they don't waste time, setting things up. They just go straight ham into the fight, and if you're not ready for it, you're in for a ride that you're just gonna get thrown off.
Exactly. If you put this into comparison, it's kind of like the most recent Warriors Grizzly game. Warriors had a really tough start. First 3 quarters, suddenly 4th quarter comes, turn it up, Grizzlies explode. And yes, I too am a connoisseur of the more athletic sports. But as we go back to our very own Valorant, I really thought there were so many questionable moments on the defensive side, again for Jin, because he just kept fighting and fighting, but all's well ends well, I suppose. All his fights were very, very successful. As I say that, we show a highlight of him getting clocked on the face. Come on, guys, don't do this to me.
Well, it'll be like that sometimes. Look at these just fights from AEP. I don't know what happened to Bren here at some point. Well, that was a save round, I guess, but this happened so many times. They were always caught at the back of the side. There's just something at backside that feels like it's the deterrent to Bren. Like that one, and then another one. We see the highlight play and
yeah, it really is. It's a spectacle to behold. Alpha Esports, they know how to run it up, and yeah, they know how to run it up in more ways than one. Ladies and gentlemen, very, very exciting matches. I'm doing my best to contain myself, but as we escape towards our break, any closing words, Asarai?
Well, my closing words are AAP, they're in stage 2 for a reason. That being said, we're going to go for a break. When we come back, it's the panel and the interview. So guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a flash.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of them, who you gonna be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do what we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, I came from the bottom to top. Taking the finest, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in a box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, these don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my van. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You're so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Yeah. Is it possible we could last forever? And ever, and ever.
You are still tuned into the Valorant PH Stage 2 Challengers with Likeable, Raf, and G10. Oh my god, Raf and G10. Alpha Esports Pro, they just got a 2-1 versus Bren Esports. A match that just seemed like a tug-of-war, but in the end, Alpha Esports truly made an amazing comeback. I cannot get over this match. That was just chef's kiss. That was beautiful. But Raph, I want to say that your prediction on Alpha Esports Pro was spot on, but I do think G10 won't take the disrespect you had for Eminem.
Well,
absolutely.
Okay, so no, hear me out. You can't say anything right now because first you're an Eminem fan and you took the L, which I knew all of you were gonna take anyway. So relax. Anywho, like I mentioned, right? On a serious note, guys. Again, that was super entertaining on both sides. Alpha Esports. I had so many things to say on their defensive half on Haven. Again, you heard me, so many questions being asked, but when it comes down to the brawl, to the scramble, it's star power that really shines, and they have that in spades. Jin, it's crazy. That man just does not stop for anything. He is the truest Reyna main, at least from what we've seen so far. What is that? Come on, that's disgusting. Ryu had such brilliant moments too, G10. I'm sure you've seen it too.
Yes, I have, but really, it is kind of a story about star power, man. Jin and G Insanity in the third map, it did take them a little bit to get online, but once they did, man, that comeback was a nail biter. Imagine going from 11-9, winning 4 rounds in a row, and Chris M, of course, always inspecting the corpse of Brain Freeze over there. So that being said, Bren Esports, they had such a very, very good time going up against AE Pro in map number 3. I think it was a very, very clutch series, but really star power, clutch hitters that AEPR, they made Bren bleed, and that means that, this stage 2, anybody can defeat anybody else. It is just a matter of time before Secret fall as well.
That is absolutely true. And just like you, G10, I would have loved for my prediction to come true, but that wasn't the case for this one. G Insanity and Jin were just unstoppable. And obviously, Jin brought out all of the headshots, everything, the plays. This man is a legend. And Raph, I'm out of words. Please continue.
Oh man, I mean, like
it is just too much, my guy.
He has.
I think Raph has gone into the multiverse for just a sec. He is a man of many talents. So Jin here, the Reyna man, the Reyna main himself, with 1.5 KDA in that match. Absolutely massive cojones on this man. If I heard his teammate Chris M right, and I do tend to agree. Jesus, just W keying everywhere and having the aim to back it up. He is he is one of the guys who actually can match G Insanity in terms of star power, but I do want to draw attention to the fact that Alpha Esports Pro, their kills in the third match in the third game weren't so far apart, man. It really looked like they were fragging together as a team more often than not, but there were just some very big hero moments for Jin and GM.
It's absolutely unfathomable how strong he was on leading that charge. Again, never shaken by the fact that there were duels he lost, but that is the mentality of you miss all the shots you don't take. And yes, I did take a bit of a dip in the multiverse. I was looking for a universe where both of you were right. I'm back. Still none.
Well, you know what? Because of the shade you just threw at me, I'm gonna head off to the multiverse this time around, and I'm taking Chris M of Alpha Esports Pro with me. See you guys later. Hey, Chris.
Hello po.
Hi, congratulations on the series win.
Thank you po.
What a comeback.
Yeah. Chumamba pa.
Chris, I just have to ask. What was the thought process there? You guys were down in the Haven map, but you guys managed to come back around. What happened in game number 3?
To be honest po, like nire-remind lang po namin sarili. We're better and like wag ma-tense kasi usually dun nagsa-start yung chaos. Sabi nga ni coach, wag masyadong tense kasi nasisira yung plays, laging posture lang, trust your team. Ganito, ganyan. Tapos nandyan din naman si Ching, tuloy na nag-guide sa amin kahit papano. Kaya alam namin sa sarili namin na kaya na comeback it.
Wow, looks like the addition of a coach to your team has really paid off. Now, my second question is your aim, all of the Alpha Esports Pros aims are phenomenal. You have to teach me what your warm-up routine is because I gotta get out of Platinum, man. It's just too dark here. I want to get that on your level.
To be honest po, mula rin sa pag yung lagi lang na sabi sa sarili ko is grinding. Pag hindi naman may iwasan yung bad days, dadating at dadating yan. Pero dapat alam mo sa sarili mo na always strive to improve. Ganun na. Like always that match.
I'll keep that in mind. Yeah. Okay, I'll be right back, Chris. I'm gonna go on a death match right now. No, I'm just kidding. Now, okay, this is one of the fun questions we like to ask around here. But Chris M, if you could be any Valorant agent, who would you be and why?
Huwag na tayo magpaligay-ligay pa, Omen na agad. And ang point ko naman kasi si Omen talip. And my yung parents ko kasi nasa Canada and ikaw dito para i-fight yung dream ko na maging pro player. So if I'm Omen, I can just teleport back to family sa Canada if ever. Kasi andun yung and dito teammates ko lang din yung naging family, so I can go back and whenever, right?
Yeah, wait, somebody has to hold me. I am in awe every single time I go into these interviews with these players and they answer something incredibly wholesome. So that was really amazing, Chris M. Because you mentioned your parents, I'm sure you'd like to give a shout out to them and the rest of your supporters. So this is your chance. Go ahead and say hello.
Hi. First of all, guys, thank you sa mama at papa ko sa Canada dyan for na never walang sawang supportan niyo sa akin every game. Iniintindi niyo ako pag wala akong oras sa inyo, guys. Like minsan wala talaga nasa laro na yung focus ko na ako nabigyan ng oras. Pero patuloy pa rin yung important. Also, shoutout din sa girlfriend ko. Same thing. And sa mga supporters namin dyan. And sa coach namin, si Amix. Sobrang solid. Yeah.
Kay Michael Bill. Kay Bill Sanity. Shoutout sa'yo, Coach Bill. Tsaka sa mama at papa mami.
Ayun. Ayun. So, shoutout sa mga fans namin. Walang sawang sumuporta sa AE from day 1 up until now. Nakita nyo guys yung struggles namin in and out, so we owe it all for you.
Aw, there we go. It wasn't only Chris M that we were able to interview tonight. It was also Ching the God. So thank you so much. And again, congratulations, Chris, on your series win. We look forward to watching you in your next match.
Thank you po. Bye, guys.
Oh my God. How
So
is it that the
wholesome once again.
casters are the ones flaming each other, and then here we are with such wholesome interviews? How does that even happen? I'm blaming Raf. I think it's Raf's fault that we're all really
Raph
sad
is,
right now.
He's agent of chaos.
Just
He
hold
really
L.
is.
Just hold L. It ain't gonna change. It ain't gonna change for both of you.
I hold the L, you hold the ratio.
Oh my God. I can,
Of me winning.
you know, the way he's smiling right now, he's like in our faces. He's like, I was right, you were wrong. Anyway, we're gonna be moving on. We're gonna be moving on to the final match for the day, but that will be coming up right after the break. So don't go anywhere because the next game is gonna be Action PH versus RRQ.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I try to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back too far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my don't you know I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my
Sorry about that. My microphone got stuck in the multiverse. Welcome back to VCT PH Stage 2 Challengers. The Bren versus Alpha game got me on the edge of my seat, as you guys could have seen earlier. But we're moving on to the final series of the day. Action PH versus Regum Qeon. I hope I said that correctly. I'm trying my best over here, guys. Here on the panel, it's me, Likeable, with Asarai and G10. Asarai the nerd, according to facts. Anyway, we'll be seeing the updated scoreboard at the end of the day, Asarai. But with the current standings that we have, Action PH with a 2-1 and RRQ with a 1-2, how impactful do you think this game is going to be for their road to the playoffs?
I think it's going to be very impactful here for RRQ because I think yesterday, before we went and in the stream, right, it was 3 teams that was in danger of getting into top 7 and top 8, which again is the slots that are not going to be included in the playoffs. And those 3 teams were SBE, Naos Esports, and RRQ. So this is going to be a very crucial match for RRQ to keep themselves afloat in this entire tournament because again, they only won that series against Southfield Esports. So the pressure definitely is on.
Oof, I can definitely feel the pressure, and I'm not even going to be the one that's going to be competing. But known for their fearlessness, this team is gonna set foot once again on our VCT stage, and I'm ready to see some aggressiveness action come out again of this team. And I'm talking about Action PH. Here we go. It's Action PH with a Batman, RU, MN FPS, Georgie, and the Doctor. Asarai, we've gotten so used to the Georgie show. Do you think they'll pull something out of their sleeves this time around?
Nothing out of the ordinary, I would say, but that's not really a bad thing for Action PH. They are a team, I think, somewhat similar to Alpha Esports because of the double banger in Georgie and Emon. This dynamic duo has been, I think, the linchpin for the Action PH roster. That being said, the Doctor had a lot of things that he needed to step up on. Tesseract really left some big shoes to fill, but this man has really been coming into his own. Utility usage was really good. It allows Georgie for a lot more ease of entry into the sites, and it really goes to show, I think, with the impact that Action PH has kind of shown to us these past couple of days. And you see they're just fueling themselves up, making sure that they're just ready and not starving for the match that is to come.
Need that chicken buff.
I mean, if I were Georgie and I was so confident with my skills, my playstyle, my strategy, I'd probably be eating chicken as well before a match. But on the opposing side of Action PH, we've got the King of Kings, none other than RRQ. Rex, Regum, Qeon with... Oh, wait, that's Action PH.
Hold up.
We got into the wrong multiverse again. There we go. We've got Toge, Draxi, Kelly S, Rabbit, and Nexi. G10, this is the team that has an amazing core overall and have come together to ban this amazing team. But what can we say about the chemistry that has popped off throughout Stage 2?
Well, obviously for RRQ, Rex, Regum, Qeon, we always talk about the Draxi-Nexi combo. It is a very efficient combo that kind of is the core of any team that they do get in, because these guys are kind of the honor students of VCT. They haven't missed a VCT yet, so they have a lot of experience to give to the team. But the third member of the core is arguably Kelly S. Now, this man is sometimes unstoppable. He's he has some very, very big moments whenever RQ does play along with Draxi, but statistically in the 3 series that RQ has already played, Kelly S is at the top of the scoreboard for every single series they've played, and that is no laughing matter. That is no easy feat, especially when you have teammates just like Nexi, Draxi, that have been known to set each other up for a lot of wins.
I don't want to get too ahead of myself. You already mentioned Kelly S, and as you mentioned that we're actually going to be heading off to the head-to-head, and one of those players that you mentioned is Kelly S up against Georgie. Let's take a look at the stats, shall we? There we go on the board. Asarai, I know I've been mentioning this over and over again, the aggressiveness, the fearlessness that Action PH has. And Georgie, we've known him to be that type of player. With how his playstyle is, how do you think he'll fare against Kelly S?
I actually feel like these two have very different styles of play, even though their stats are very identical, as we see right now. Georgie has a very explosive yet, how do you say this, very risky style of play, because he likes to go very much ahead of the rest of the Action roster as he charges into the site, which doesn't leave much for the rest of Action to refrag for him. So if he fails that fight, he really puts himself in a very detrimental spot. I think Kelly S, his positioning is what allows him to get more of these kills alongside his incredible reactionary. And we saw that yesterday when he went up against Team Secret. So the explosiveness of Georgie up against the controlled yet very quick reactions of Kelly S will definitely come into play for either side.
Absolutely. And honestly, these two players are kind of the backbones for their teams at the moment. In the last 3 series that they've had, both of them, these two players have outshone everyone else. If you guys look at how many kills and deaths they've had, well, because they kind of are the killers in the team duels. Kelly S and Georgie, they both have the highest overall KDA kills in all 3 series. So they are kind of the MVPs facing off against each other in our head-to-head.
I'm gonna be so excited to see the frags from these two players. Top-notch players in our head-to-head. But now we're gonna be taking a look at where they will be actually playing over at our map Vetoes. Asarai, any predictions on what map we're about to see for this series?
I think at some point we just have to say that it's going to be just a simple lineup of no Breeze, no Fracture. We're all going to be seeing the very
some
basic...
Icebox, maybe.
Yeah.
I'm still praying for a bind, my guy. I would love to see some bind strats over here.
We actually might. Oh. Okay, that's a very interesting one. Since Ascent normally is a map that I would argue is also a pretty good one for APH, they might be very much afraid of Kelly S's chamber here, because they talk about how Kelly S loves to go for his raise and everything, but he showed us a very phenomenal chamber, that entry frag with a tour de force, mind you, in this particular map when they went up against SBE. So that's something that maybe APH are very much afraid of. But aside from that, we could just be looking at, as G10 was mentioning, Icebox, what else? Icebox, Haven, and possibly Bind. I don't really know if Split is going to come into the equation, but...
Oh, just as you mentioned it, there it is.
RRQ, they do have the cheekiness with the fade comp though.
That's true. That fade comp has been a little bit interesting for us, especially for, Fluffy, who unfortunately is not on the panel today, but that is kind of one of his favorite agents to toy with right now. But fortunately, we're not going to be getting an Icebox this time. I've been growing to quite like that map and quite like watching it. But so far, Breeze and Split, and no bind like I'm sorry.
I'm okay. I'm okay. As long as we see matches as good as the last time, then I'm fine with it. Even if we're gonna go on a Haven map yet again. But yeah, we've got Breeze, Split, Haven, G10. What can you say with the map selection that we got here? Are you leaning towards one team already based off of the map decisions alone?
Well, based on these maps, I think Breeze is a very APH-sided map. Just by the way that they play, they like to do some very creative and aggressive things. Breeze kind of does incentivize that in some areas, so I'm pretty sure they have some plans of attack and or an aggressive defense here, but RRQ will be going defensive first, so we'll see that sooner or later. Split, though, I think Split is a little bit of a 50-50 map for either of them, but if we do go to Haven, that I think is where RQ might shine. So Split is, in my opinion, going to be the map that really does break this entire series open.
I will say though, in both of the Split maps that RRQ have played against SBE and Team Secret, they've won both of those already. I did mix my information a little bit there. They didn't play Fade in this map. It was their opponents that did, but they still played it very, very phenomenally. And that was at the heels of Kelly S just going buck wild crazy with the frags and everything. And this is a map, and this is a composition that RRQ, in terms of agents, has played very OG. You know, they got the Raze, they got the Sage, the Omen, and everything of the even the Cypher. I think the biggest thing about them is how they just are able to control the rotation of that. And APH being a team that really loves to go for those aggressive charges might have a hair to pick in Split. So I also resound the thoughts of G10 that Breeze needs to be that map that APH really do shine, because Split is gonna be, I don't even think it's gonna be a 50-50. I think it's gonna be like a 90-10 in favor of RRQ. That's how confident I am for RRQ in Split.
Very confident.
Ooh, I like that. You know, since you've already brought up the prediction over here, G10, what's your prediction for this series?
All right. Well, you know, I was going to say, I was thinking that Action PH has a little bit more in the tank, but with Asurai's confidence, man, that kind of gives me, you know, a little bit of a persuasion. I've been persuaded here to vote for RRQ, but I think it's going to be a little bit of a close one. If it's a 2-0, it's going to be a close 2-0, but more likely a 2-1.
For the entire series, Asurai, what about you?
Well, for me, it's really hard because I'm a huge fan of both sides. Like, I'm a huge fan of Nexi, I'm a huge fan of Kelly S, and then on Action PH, I'm a huge fan of Georgie and Eman. But for now, I feel like Georgie has not made a mistake at all. He, as I mentioned in the previous broadcast that we've had, has had one of the best ACS overall in this entire tournament, and I think that can definitely lead Action to some very good heights, especially against RRQ. So my vote gonna have to be Action PH.
You know, I was gonna go for RRQ. That was the initial plan, but because G10 predicted RRQ, I'm gonna go with Action PH.
Oh no, really? The G10 curse. That's something you're taking into.
I'm avoiding the G10 curse.
All right, come on, guys, believers. We believe. Come on, believe in RRQ. Like RRQ.
I mean, yeah, I believe in both of these teams. They're very creative with the playstyles that they have. And you know, one of the things that I am excited to find out is the team compositions that we're going to be seeing, because they always tend to be incredibly creative. So with that, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to leave the floor to our casters, and you guys enjoy the show.
So, hello again, guys. I'm pretty sure that Asurai has an intro in mind, but as you can see, his pearly whites are once again showing on screen. If you're tired of us, and I'm pretty sure you are, I'm kidding, guys. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Yet another heated match in front of us. I did hear a little bit of the panel and their thoughts on the matchup. Asurai, you had very, very good points to share, but I think something that may have been overlooked was way back when some of the members from RRQ were still on that DR roster, in, I believe it was one of the community cups, right? They played against the now secret, then Bren, and they actually had a good showing towards Breeze, and this was when Breeze was pretty new. So G10 might be onto something, but then Action PH, they've put and planted their feet in the sands of Breeze. They've been very, very proficient. They've been very aggressive. It's all worked out for them. But I'm still interested to see how this one is going to go. Very, very standard lineup on both sides so far. A mirror, actually.
I am double checking everything. If like RRQ has brought Flash, because they haven't picked them out in the past 3 days, maybe 5 days. I can't remember the first 2 days that we had for week 1, but I'm pretty sure 3, 4, and today haven't shown Flash at all. So maybe they're keeping him as the secret sauce for RRQ, maybe on a rainy day. But yeah, you're absolutely right. It is going to be that mirror match. Nothing out of the ordinary. These are comps that really worked well on Breeze. So why not change? Why change the formula when it is not broken or bad at all? So with that being said, it's going to be a fight between the Jets. We do love to see it.
Absolutely. It's always going to be entertaining, especially with one of our most prolific Jet players in Georgie, who's been highlighted many times and for a very good reason. Aside from that, RRQ, I'm pretty sure they're going to bring a lot of temperance into their play here. Kelly S, he also mentioned that he does have a fairly different playstyle in which relies on, I would say, quite a bit more on his positioning, which is never a bad thing. He's always at the right place, at the right time, giving his team that just tiny extra edge.
Hell yes. On the Jet, excuse me. I've seen him on this. Like, his three top agents are Jet, Raze, and the Chamber, but it's very interchangeable. Nexi can also play along that line. And speaking of Nexi, this is one player that I was really hoping to see go above and beyond, to be honest. For RRQ, he's been stable, but not as explosive as I think RRQ needs him to be. That being said, he's been just more of the backline defender for the most part. He hasn't done too many aggressive lurks that I've actually seen from the RRQ matches. Well, we'll see how he fares out here. He might need to do something a little bit more over-eager when it's against Qeon, but to be fair, Qeon is pretty aggressive and punish heavy, so he needs to just figure out how to do that. Yeah,
oh, yeah.
We'll see.
We finally see the explode. Very, very patient. And it's actually the Jets that are going to make first contact. But it seems that the onslaught that Action PH are very eager to bring are already trampling the forces of RRQ. And everybody seems to be finding their counterparts here. The Doctor, it's 2G, it's this dance. And still the mirror goes in the way of the Action PH controller, Aserai. Again, that aggression has been a focal point for Action PH. They seem to have found that groove, that balance with this fairly adjusted and fairly new roster that they're rocking.
Yeah. It's, I think, more of because the Doctor is a player that just doesn't overcommit to things. He's more tactical. He's more utility heavy compared to Tesseract, which is, if you think about it, a good thing. You don't want, for the most part, just having everybody that's super aggressive and has cracked aim. Ideally, you would, but you need a little bit of sauce to kind of add to things, right? Well, RRQ just going very ham on A main. It seems like they're going to get porked to the side as it's not only Nexi to remain. Does have 6 bullets in this Headhunter.
Spike planted.
Oh, that door was closed, so the door of opportunity on Halls denied. He's going to have to just go through the bridge. And we'll see if it's only imaginary or the one to Terabithia. It's not going to work. It's gonna be 2 rounds for APH.
RRQ. And as I mentioned, folks, just a little bit of a hiccup on my side. I have been bamboozled by the unmute button. And as I was saying, what a movie and a very, very tasteful selection by Aserai there. Very heartbreaking, much like the round that RRQ lost. But now we have a gun round on hand. Range is definitely going to be their friend, and yet another potentially elbow to mid take on Action PH this time around. Double doors has been put onto the watch list for our Draxi here. Draxi seems to sway away as a fast beat take is already on the way en route by Action PH. They have full control over Zombs and backside. They haven't really challenged CT yet. Doesn't really matter. Don't really have to. They only have one Vandal. It's on Eman. Unless my eyes deceive me. Oh, no, that's correct.
Unless your eyes deceive you, that is Shadowfax, Lord of all horses. Sorry, it was there. I don't know why.
Just continue. The Lord of horses.
Alright, they're gonna come through the corner here, but the smoke actually separates the rest of the fight. Draxi shoots! Are you down? And Draxi, oh my god, what a transfer. Whew. We've been talking about the Nexi-Draxi combination from the former SV Empire, and they come into this one, guns blazing, and hearts broken. Hearts broken, at least in that round, but very expensive, as is the norm.
Oh yeah, and unfortunately that time, Action PH couldn't take the spike to Isengard. But Still, many rounds ahead. Many a bonus to be taken. A full gun round is to be expected. Still fairly expensive on the side of Kelly S and the rest of the boys on RRQ. Action PH, we saw explosiveness in AE Pro. But this time around, it's APH bringing the heat, much like they did in the previous stage. And Georgie shows Kelly S why he's on that marquee matchup. Opening up the round for Action PH as they inspect where they can go now. Quite a bit of mid control has already been conceded on RRQ, but the rotation seemed to be safe. No flank whatsoever on their side. But potentially it could be 2GE to be the pinpoint of their success in this hold, but Rabbit is going to be the one to get opened up, and as I mentioned, 2GE is going to fall, and that is going to be a freebie site for Action PH. The onslaught continues.
Doctor gives away his position. You might think that's actually bad, but it does gravitate, as you can see, the attention of Draxi, which leaves Nexi out in the open to maybe fight the 1v1 against Georgie. Doesn't matter, doesn't get phased at all. But numbers, positioning, and time not in the favor of RRQ. Actually, even money. So that's why they're just backing away. Saving the weapons for a rainy day. Does Nexi have his tour de force for next round? So maybe he can drop this Bulldog to someone else. Big fat no on that. APH. Slow, yet explosive. This has always been the APH signature style, right? Where they just wait for something, Georgie gets a pick, and then everybody just says, go, 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 go.
Yes, very measured, very, very patient. And like you mentioned, it is looking like it's a rainy day. The humidity and the precipitation has been unbearable. Sorry, guys, I just couldn't help it. I'm pretty sure we're all suffering the same type of weather as the storm has been attempted to be weathered by RRQ. This time around, we are going to see a pause just to get those bearings set. I honestly love how quickly teams pause now, just to really use that science. I keep using that word, that science, to really back their play up. Where did we go wrong? What went wrong? Why did Asrai say that thing? Who knows? The constants in this cast that, once again, stay permanent.
Well, I have said a great many things in the span of casting.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Your word choice has been impeccable. If we were somewhere else, you know what I mean. If you know, you know.
I keep an innocent guise through my performance, so I have no idea what you mean.
It is but a ruse.
It is but all an illusion, a ruse.
A ruse, my friends.
Here.
Oh my goodness, man!
Here.
What are we talking about? What are we talking about?
I don't know.
This is what happens when it's the 5th day of broadcast. It's the second series.
And there's BT dubs.
Is this the last series? Yes, it is.
It is.
Yes,
we
it
just
is.
casted the second series a while ago. Oh yes.
Bruh.
Day 5 jitters. Brr.
Day 5 jitters, but unfortunately for RRQ, more apparent than APH, as APH still trying to run up this lead. This eco really not looking too good. So we'll try to do as much damage, and I am wrong. I am wrong. This eco is looking absolutely fantastic, making this as expensive as it can be. Kind of like I am cursing this entire round again, but it doesn't matter. We have RU alone. Has to just kind of deny them from taking the Vandals. A little too late for that on Kelly S and Nexi, but 2G could potentially still be denied. We'll crawl up towards that spike, and a window of opportunity that we saw, unfortunately, could not be felt by the players, has already passed. Now that lower mid and window is going to be occupied, and this crossfire is going to be so opportune. With the no armor, no shots, 2G finishes off the round. 2G finishes the round.
Great hold from Nexi there. You don't need no rifle when he got his canine companion, the Bulldog.
One enemy remaining.
It's bite worse than its bark. That 2K, really damn strong. But
Oh yeah.
that's-
Oh yeah.
A teddy bear in the night. Nexi is. In the darkness he lurks.
I don't think teddy bears lurk in the night. I feel like it should be the opposite, right? Teddy bears should be there during, in your darkest times. Stuffed animals are pretty cool. But at the moment, it does look like APH lost a little bit of their stuffing after that pause. And RRQ proves the point yet again that they are one of the best teams coming out of a pause, or at least having the highest success rates, meaning that their support staff, whoever is talking to them, has a very, very good understanding of the game. That only comes natural, as the Viper's Pit is going to come down. It is going to occupy most of B main. Eman is going to have this very, very uncontested RQ perilous retake in front of them, and only really 2 avenues where they can do that from. A risk they have to take. A risk, will it pay off? I don't know, Asarai.
Yeah, well, I mean, Draxi does have the null command, so it can go into the site very aggressive and be used as a battering ram as they charge right in through the Viper's pit, excuse me. Georgie does get spotted. That's huge already because the smoke actually turns into a deterrent so that people from B main actually have no idea where the spike is. They can ping it, they can shoot it through the rifles. And RRQ are actually willing to fight this one. Nobody tapping it. And I return my my statement there. They were probably afraid that they were just 1 tap away from dying because they were inside that decaying ult. So they had to force the fight, but RRQ, or rather APH, played that absolutely perfectly.
That they did. Still, the round lead does go up just by a tiny bit. Economy. Still trying to recover. The rifles are going to only be in the hands of 2GE, Draxi, and Rabbit. Kelly S does have blades, and Nexi has the tour de force, which is something that teams should consider. Very, very strong despite eco rounds. But a lot of teams have designed plays around it. Still, Nexi, not dissuaded by the weapon disadvantages other teammates have, has to open up space for himself and his team here. Oh dear me. And he checks at the wrong time, maybe the right, as a Batman. Still kinda suffering from, once again, unfortunate timing for him. Still getting used to that suit. Nexi getting maximum value off this tour de force. Georgie has something to say though, Asar, and the scramble still hasn't formally begun, but a fight breaking out.
Next is already charging at mid here. Will get... no, will not get tagged by the drone, but since he dismids the first shot, this allows Georgie to charge right in with the dash. Trying to mix up against Kelly S here. Emon has activated his ult just to clear up the rest of the site. No utilities will face Qeon PH, and RU finds Rabbit. This is perfect right now. This gives them the numbers advantage. The question now lies, it's a bit of a game of hide and seek, a peekaboo, I see you. Kelly S has already been spotted, and it's Emon to win the fight regardless. I was wondering how consistent Emon can be, especially on this KO, but he comes up to the play and doesn't miss a beat for APH.
Yet another round goes on the board for APH, Asar. I know you love to talk about this team. Even on our previous stage, you mentioned you championed them so much. And I got to say that super high octane style is still very much present. But the good mix of the temperance and the strategic emphasis they put now, especially with their utility use, is much, much more impressive. I feel like their power level honestly increased despite, I would say, a little shakier record numbers-wise.
If they can stack up the numbers. Kelly S is here. Doesn't know that APH, the doctor, has come in. Oh, sorry. The term is the doctor is in. Or G, no! Regard for human life! And Rabbit has just been cooked. Seems like the foot not lucky this time. Tuge able to at least get a killer here. We'll have to work the 2 versus 1. The wall set up already from the doctor. We'll see if he's going to be operating alongside his assistant Emon. As Tuge... Oh... That... okay. He's going to have to wait. So he has maybe some utility to work with. Just the snake bites. But... look at where the rest of these attackers are looking at. They're both looking through B main. That's really unfortunate. They doubled up. They didn't even think that maybe he would have mixed up and went the other direction. Oh, clutch. No, Tuge. Great stuff for the clutch, though. Ooh. Ouch.
Tuge's, once again, the serpent of the clutch. And he's proven, time and time again, why he's such a valuable member of the team. All the way back when he wasn't on RRQ still. But yeah, you have to agree, Asra. Either they weren't anticipating the wraparound, or they were misjudging the timer. Because honestly, that was a great off angle, but maybe they were overplaying their hand just a tiny bit, going for a little bit of a heat check, as the operator is going to be unlocked for one of our jets, and it's going to be Kelly S first. The Blades, they are as well on the field. Kelly S has revealed his position, but Georgie, what do we do when there's a big scary gun? We ignore it. Pressuring from Hall. The Hunter's Fury is going to come out. No dice on anybody, even though Eman is a breeze away, literally a breeze away from toppling over. The Viper's ult, or rather the Viper's pit, has been invested towards B. The movement is still coming through. No way.
No way that happened, right? Like, Nexi just slow peeked it. I mean, you probably was a bit afraid that it could have been a 2 versus 1, but the time for Georgie there. Just get that one. That's really painful for RRQ here. Speaking of which, again, Georgie, the king of halls, able to rampage like a wrecking ball. Finally shut down by Tuge. The damage is done. He's softened up a couple of the members of RRQ as they come rushing into the site. The wall separates them a little bit. Rabbit wrapping around. But he has to respect that there's still some big utilities here. Doctor. Oh, he just got separated. And look at Rabbit charging through. This herbivore turns into a carnivore as he gobbles up all the meat right in front of him. Half onto the spike. Still plenty of time. RU now trying to maybe hope to stop the defuse. Did he brought enough though? I think not. Oh, just enough. 2 seconds remaining on the clock.
And the natural order has been ruined as the Rabbit has turned carnivorous. I mean, my goodness. A little case of rabies there on the side of Rabbit. Especially after getting skinned like a hare by Georgie in the previous round. Again, if you missed that, guys, then just a little bit of a quick recap for you. Once again, very impressive. Super impressive 3K. I thought they had enough time for that. But the lead, it is dwindling to just 1. Action PH off the back of a strong buy still have a chance to equalize, or at least push themselves for yet another round. Meanwhile, on the side of RRQ, everybody's slowly turning up. Everybody's slowly getting stronger. Mid control is the name of the game here. It already looks like we have a bit of a perpetrator in the shallow area of double doors. But Georgie knows he's trespassing. He moves away. Nexi, he is very wary of said trespasser. I believe his trap got blown out, if I'm not mistaken. But it hasn't really dissuaded APH from moving elsewhere, but there's a bit of a lurk here. There is a bit of a lurking threat from RU. Yet another Sova, yet another lurk. Batman also holding down the fort for any overextensions on the side of B, but RU is in a bit of a fight. He hears the footsteps. He is still reaggressing. Tuge still anticipating him backpedaling, but nope. RU stands strong, opens up the site for Action PH. The action ensues. We have a lurking jet. RU finds a third for himself. Will he actually get the ace? I don't think so. Georgie losing that duel. Not very characteristic of him as Kelly S. Ooh. The sniper on the hill, on the bridge. He jumps down, tries to take them by surprise. Equips the Vandal instead. Much more clutching power. But time is winding down. Utility is running low. A flash by Eman. Asarai, I don't think this is doable, but if it is, it'd be crazy.
Player standing.
Well, RU is already reeling for that ace, but Eman! No! Oh! Eman.
He looks at Eman. You thief! You thief!
Okay, before that, right, going back into this highlight real quick. Did he actually hear the footsteps? Because I didn't hear anything.
I think so. I think there was a sound cue when he...
Because
yeah,
because he looked like he did hear it, right? Because he stopped preparing the Sova drone. Either that or his gut was telling him, whip out your weapon first. But yeah, I think you're absolutely right. It probably was just the audio cue from the step. The 5K, man. The ace. I still to get the round in the end, but you know what I mean?
Yeah, man. This is not the first time
Spike
you and I
planted.
both witnessed a robbery against a pro team. Imagine if I had that. You know what? It doesn't matter. As a Batman holding down the flank, and he has the right to do so. As look at RRQ. They are running it down now. Oh my goodness! Surprise, surprise! As the double pincer attack comes through, but the numbers are falling. The weaponry is just not strong enough. The doctor will fall. But the clinic remains
Last
open
round
for
before
Action
the switch.
PH, extending the lead once more to 3 rounds.
Last round into the thick of it. This is something I always point out before as well when casting Georgie. He almost always never buys an operator when he doesn't have his Blade Storm up and available. But since this is the last round and he can always just get back his rifle, that's probably why the reason we're seeing him do that. I don't know why it's a thing for Georgie, but he's Georgie. He doesn't know. He's like, he was what, consistent top 1 APAC or Southeast Asia for a while, so he can do whatever he wants. It works.
Yes.
Exactly.
That's right. Moving forward, before we add many positive connotations, the doctor still trying to snake his way towards B long, and Georgie getting a glimpse of Nexi but not landing a shot. Yeah, feeling it. He's honestly feeling the heat of his, well, insane play. But no meaningful progress on either of the sites here. I love the fact that RRQ, now they're adjusting. They still want to have a fighting chance when it comes to the direct gunfights. But right now, Action PH, the patience that we kept talking about, it's pretty good. Really, really good.
Bit of calm before the storm. And as I say it, Emon, he's activated himself. Rabbit does get the shutdown, but that is only Emon. Still Draxi holding the tiny little angle here. Able to hit multiple heads. And now Aryu and the Batman looking to hit some lurks. This is going to be very, very important for a Batman to actually hit these shots. Spike is already in the hands of Aryu. There's no time left, but they actually know where he is. Rabbit gets contained. No, never mind. He uses the ultimate, gobbles up Aryu, and clutches the round as he goes 180. Turn around, flick, and then turn around Hunter's Fury for the ROG clutch, presented to you by Republic of Gamers.
I really, really adore Rabbit's performance right now. He has been popping up. I think he's had a quiet first 2 days. But for their day 3, he's been turning up the heat, buddy. He's been, once again, super on point. Maybe in the flow state, maybe in the zone. But what zones? Twilight Zone. Cue music. We have...
You said cue music, man.
I didn't mean it literally. Maybe,
Oh, okay.
maybe not. I am very vague.
Oh. Hi, Vague.
Wow. If only you could see me look at you from my camera.
Are you livid right now, Raph?
No, I am just disappointed.
I'm not mad. I'm only disappointed. I'm sorry, Mom. I didn't mean to get into esports, but the esports life chose me.
What's that supposed to mean? Whoa,
I don't
man.
know. Whoa.
Whoa, man.
Whoa. Shout outs to all mothers out there. You know, just ended Mother's Day. Hope you took out your mom.
I
for
don't
a nice
know.
little dinner or lunch. Hey, I'm legit
Yeah,
saying that, dude.
I know. Very, very wholesome, as Asarai tends to be, because I thought he was going to finish that sentence. I hope you took your mother out to a nice dinner, because Asarai might. Who knows? Who knows what's on his mind?
Whoa.
No, because why? Why not? You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, why not? Why not?
Right? In any case, before we get too distracted and whatever we may conjure up in the moments of pause like this, I'm not entirely sure where this match is still swinging or who has the true advantage, because RRQ, they're rallying. They're very, very reinvigorated. Action PH, they have a 2-round lead, but this will quickly disappear as the pistol will almost always lead to a proper bonus.
Let's fly.
Oh. You know what they say. Bonus.
There we go.
That's what we want.
But Nexi, he actually finds the first pick on such a instrumental player in the Doctor. Now they're not gonna have that utility shuffle that they might need. This is gonna be reduced to brawl as a Batman try to pull out the Headhunter, but not in time. Not before the 0 point. Is gonna cancel it out. 4v5 endeavor here, but one player very, very low. Still, a lot of patience being shown on both sides, Asai. Nobody really giving through, but as I say that, it's 2GE, Tuge, surprising a Batman. Are you with a trade? Tuge once more finds a second. Kelly, yes, explodes. As Aryu is still trying to find a long-range fight as everybody behind him falls and is surrounded by his enemies. He loses another round.
Yeah. At this point, you don't want your enemies closer. You want your teammates closer to you. RQ reaching not that critical mass, just normal
enemy
mass.
remaining.
What? Wouldn't that just be mass?
Exactly. Normal mass.
You're not.
Man.
That's like, you fool. I am below very good, but not very bad. Would that just mean, you know, you're regular? There is nothing wrong about being unremarkable. This is getting very...
6-7. I was just saying they're about to reach that regular point. Georgie, though, out of his mind, just charges right up. Doctor, a collateral of the Georgie shenanigans. The Georgigans. And, well, RRQ, they should have this round in the bag, and probably even a flawless to boot.
If RRQ lose, G10's curse is just way too real, man. It is just way too real. It was a gag for a while, but now it seems it's a little too strong. At the moment, though, RRQ, not overextending whatsoever. They are holding on to all their guns. Maybe trying to anticipate the anti-exit play. But none of the Action PH players are actually in position to do that. So as of the moment, they're gonna have a free run away from the spike. Maybe Ari is gonna have the misfortune of running into this firing squad. Feeds a little bit to Nexi, giving him an extra orb. One closer into that tour de force. And yet another round on the board for RRQ as we even things up.
Isn't it tour de four?
Is it really?
No, I'm just messing with you. It's not.
Dear me.
I can hear you typing and checking.
Dear me. No, I'm not. I'm trying to like
okay. All right.
privately DM you to say, Astray, what are you doing? We'll just ask you right here, right now. What are you doing?
I'm casting with you. Anyways.
Oh yeah, you're right. Thank you for giving me a firm grasp of the obvious, sir. As Breeze is notorious for melting our minds for some reason. Every time we're on Breeze, maybe it's the Vici vibes, maybe it's the intensity as everybody tries to explode away from halls. But Emin finds Draxi. That is a KO less on both sides, apparently. 3v3. The ranges of these rifles, they come in. Tuge is going to fall a little earlier than he would have wanted. But a bit of a flank coming in both sides. An even trade. Georgie creeps up towards caves, protecting that very, very coveted position. But Nexi opens up a Batman.
Last player standing.
Unknown why he's there, but this defuse is going to potentially come. It's not planted for Nexi, but doesn't matter. He has been clutch. We don't see the bar, but we can only imagine the tension being so high. He doesn't bite on the fake, but he gets it anyway. Georgie wins it out and once again wrestles the lead away from RRQ.
That was very timely for Georgie to have gotten that swing, because Arya was about to get overwhelmed, or not Arya, excuse me, but the Doctor was about to get overwhelmed already. If he didn't hit that maybe a second later, I think Georgie would not have enough space to create the pressure to defuse on the spike, because there's too many RRQ players that would have remained. Man, this charge out on walls,
Enemy remaining.
It's so fast that I don't think even Action PH was ready for such speed to come out. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Because the spike was not planted for Nexi, he just had to swing it and run and hope that he could win that quick little peek from Georgie, but Georgie doesn't miss those. And he had everything falling into his hand. So if he lost that, that would have been a big, big blow for APH, especially when they lost so much already in that round.
That they did. Now they want to recuperate. They want to recover. But despite Action Page taking that, they're still on the hobbled by. Hobbled rhymes with gobbled, which has been used by Aserai around 6,845 times today. Just pointing that out.
Gobble,
I'm kidding. Now that's 6,400 set. No, I'm kidding. But here we are. A bit more of an aggressive cave take here on the side of RRQ. And we see a peeking a Batman just leaving as if none of his business was there. But no vision, no problem. LES sprays down M and FPS as RRQ's Rabbit is going to find that trade. Now we have a 3v4 with a very, very heavy gun disadvantage to try and mitigate the side of Action PH. The Doctor did put all his eggs in that close corner hold with the Judge, but for now on the retake, this is not looking too good for him. They only have RU and Georgie to rely on, but those are very, very stable and dangerous pieces to have. The moment he hears this reload, he's gonna swing, and he's waiting for the right moment. The wall falls. Rabbit finds one. Rabbit finds two, and the third for him. Doctor with the Guardian. Can he be the rock for Action PH? And no, he cannot.
Well, it seems like the surgery has failed for the Doctor there. A little bit unfortunate, but again, Ferocious is the charge of RRQ. And see how quickly they just get all these trades up and running for them. That's how the Doctor lost. He
got shot in the face.
Wow. Expert analysis.
Oh yeah, official VCT analysis. He got shot in the face, bro. He died.
That's hurting my face, bro. The bullet, it just actually shot him in the face.
And actually, it returns the favor. Favor actually, no, repeating. But no, Georgie loves to play this close angle. Goes for yet another one. Gets a second. The dash is there. But the numbers advantage, the weapon advantage is just a little too lethal on the side of RRQ. Suddenly, it's all on the back of a Batman. He does have that headhunter with him. And I'm not entirely sure if he has a tour de force ready and waiting, but we've seen so many magical moments. Could this be another one? Highly unlikely, as we already have too many players occupying the same space. Sees one jump spotting. If he can land one, that's 5 shots left in the chamber. 0 Point is going to whiff completely. He whiffs 2. 3 more shots. He has to land all of them. He misses one more. He lands one. But still, it's a little too much for poor Ola Batman.
Well, that was some back-breaking labor, as he needed to hit the first crucial shot against Kelly S. This really has been a ferocious moment for APH. I think what they're doing right now is just trying to outpace Georgie for the most part. If they can put Georgie in a perspective where he can't really help out the team, you just can see that APH tend to crumble very easily because their position on the sites very much punishable. We do see Doctor though. Oh, very quick trade using that Viper Spit on B main. But is this going to be the least of their worries? Because Rabbit does have his Hunter's Fury. So if he can tag somebody,
I have the spike.
Actually not necessary, because if they now know that the Doctor is on B main, yeah, they're going to go for the pinch on Tunnel. Oh, this is really bad because Amon's the only one that's going to be spotting this. Again, Doctor is inside his own smoke, so unless he gets full vision of this, he can do absolutely nothing to help out his teammates.
Sound cue, though. The sound cue is very much important. We have to not undermine the fact that Eman is absolutely dangerous. He's a machine. He's a Terminator. But eventually he'll fall. The Doctor just couldn't get a bead in that fight. But it's enough. It's barely enough to keep this even. The pit is going to come up, but this time it's on the side of RRQ. RU will have none of that, finding Tuge immediately. And the Hunter's Fury, it's nearly on the dot. The info is here for our Rabbit. Can he clutch it out one more time? And no, it's this time he gets bit in the neck by a Batman. He is vengeance.
He is the vengeance. He is the knight. He is that, during the 1960s, weird crime-fighting detective. And he clutches the round for Qeon. This such quick refrag. He wanted to dash away. Man, Doctor was like, he saw so much on his plate. It's like a child with a kiddie meal. Like, what do I get first? The food? Oh, the food or the toy?
Or if you're Dax, you'll drink your chocolate milk before you actually touch your mac and cheese. I've seen this personally. Yes, I've seen this personally.
What?
You know, just a quick hello to our fellow GOAT talent, Mr. Dax himself. And a
What a
timeout on
heathen.
the side. Huh?
What
Well,
a heathen. Yeah.
Well,
Drinking
that's
all
for
your
you
chocolate
two
milk
to
before
decide.
your mac and cheese.
That's man, that's a dangerous spell for me because those are food that's very prone to upsetting stomachs. But Action PH,
Did you know that, like, oh, sorry, I just wanted to finish out. Did you know that
Yeah, go ahead.
basically every human being should be not as, what's the word here, tolerant to milk and anything dairy-ish?
What are you talking
That
about?
Works.
Yeah, it's a thing.
Wait, no. I mean, like, can we go back? What did you say? Who is what? Who is not immune to milk? Why is milk evil?
Humans, because like we're not designed to digest like other animals' milks.
I see. Well, that's a very interesting tidbit for today. Nexi nearly finds and draws a bead up onto his fellow chamber player, but not meant to be. The discipline is there. And I'm 100% certain this is not the timeout anymore. Just a little hiccup there, folks. But doesn't really matter as the rounds still go. And I've scared it away, Aster. I've scared it away. It has been shooed away. The default on RRQ seems to be leaning towards Cave still. They have to be very wary of Georgie's op. I mean, we've seen it time and time again. Nexi might want to hold this op down for a post-plant situation instead, but this one's not going to dissuade Georgie. They might have to add an extra layer of utility to cover the op shot. Hello? Not entirely sure what went on there. Oh my goodness. That is a feels bad.
Oh no, Georgie's been tagged by the updraft, or rather by the showstopper. Basically everything, Hunter's Fury. Excuse me. He tries to go for the updraft, but it doesn't work. And now, this is a very, very undigestible moment here for APH. They've taken quite a bit of a beat down, and they're gonna cut their losses. Save, live to fight for another day. Bit of utility, just make sure if they're still on the side itself, looking to maybe fight. But 2 versus 5, no time on the clock, no positioning. No bueno for APH, and they save whatever it is that they have. Just a couple of rifles and a Batman. He committed the tour de force too, as well as the operator for Georgie. So very big ultimates just used for basically nothing.
Unlucky, unfortunate, call it what you may. RRQ, their momentum that they've secured for themselves and their march has not been halted whatsoever. It seems like the adjustments have been made. APH lagging behind just a tiny bit. They do have a little bit of an arsenal to work with here. RU will have to work with the short end of the stick as they're only allowed 1 rifle. The Doctor will have some armor, barely enough for a Vandal in hand. The utility game still very strong, but Action PH this time, they kind of have to rely on their savvy and not their brawn, not their might. Kelly, yes, will lead the charge. That 0 point on both sides will miss. Anticipating the recon dart, maybe potentially playing for anti-flash. Tries to find the timing. They pull it on towards B. Nexi finds a crossing Eman. Remember to look both ways, otherwise the Opera will get you. A Batman comes out from the shadows, but Rabbit sends him back where he came from. And a very, very good looking round again from RRQ.
These try catch off from APH definitely not working. RQ's just so ready for the swing. Georgie and RU coming into the pinch. Are you somehow actually manages to find one, and they're dissecting them, but Tuge does have his lineup. They need to start using this right now. Oh, they actually might have enough time. This is going to be very close, and the defuse is just in the nick of things. As Tuge had the setup and everything, he was charging up his meter there and the snake bite. But again, RU was already halfway done, and APH come back to swinging. They lost a lot, but somehow, some way, they still managed to duck and weave for a round win.
Mobility has been the name of the game for both sides. Yet we see another attack pause. And this time it's RRQ once more, expending their only timeout for this half. Still mulling over what could have been done, what can be done. To capitalize on whatever mistakes APH are displaying. So far, as right, it has been pretty even now. I did say that the momentum was very, very generous on the side of RRQ. But with Action PH surging, we know how streaky they can be. That type of play we haven't seen so much as of recently, but it could come out anytime soon. Literally anytime soon, any round.
How is APH going to come back from this? Even though they did get that one round, RRQ have shown to be so so efficient, proficient with how they've been just claiming the site. And there's this bit of reaction from APH that they always want to push through smokes. But, I mean,
a gift
hasn't worked too much in their favor, hasn't it?
Not at the moment. Now we see quite a bit of attention being put towards mid here. At least on the attacking side, at least on RRQ side. Action PH are just happy to sit on the site and wait for any information that a Batman can relay in his forward adventure. You will hear a little bit of sound. Eman might have to pull attention as much as he can. But with that null command coming out, not a lot an Action PH can do except win gunfights. Just like that. Qeon does get the trade on Georgie, but it's still a 2v1 as the Doctor. Oh my goodness, Rabbit has been so sharp, so on point. Draxi has now become a bit of a punching bag for the rest of Action PH, but 1v3. How? I swear, if that happened, I would have just stood up and left.
They kind of all were in the realm of being sprayed out of heck by a rabbit. So, yeah, definitely.
Right here.
Definitely had a chance there.
I heckin' love you.
It was close, though. He was hitting some pretty nasty shots. But his teammates got hecka corralled in double doors. Seems like the door or the opportunity was closed in their faces. Still a very close endeavor. RRQ still has very much big utility and money to buy up.
Let's play.
Ooh, is that Nexi? It is. Really big utilities with the Bladestorm and the Tour de Force.
A lot of fighting and a lot of contact to be made on both sides. But Action PH, they do still have a bit of a leeway here with that lead, but it has been so fragile for this matchup specifically. Quite a bit of attention and quite a bit of manpower being invested towards Hall on the side of RRQ. Action PH, they're willing to let this one go. Maybe potentially anticipating a cave push or a B push. But the shuffling of presence has been pretty fantastic on the side of RRQ. They suddenly try to explode from halls, but RU could be the linchpin of their success. Georgie finally hits a shot. RU standing strong, standing tall, fighting two before Draxi eliminates him. Draxi, despite having a successful waterfall strat, is on a lonesome road to a potential clutch.
30
but
seconds
with that
left.
being said, the 0 point and the fragment is gonna push him out. Really nowhere to go and no choice but to plant. Here's the sound cues. He has to fight one. He gets another. He gets a third. Nearly gets the Doctor. But remember, the Doctor knows too much, apparently, about the robotic body as well.
I mean, you know, if he has a PhD in robotics. That's why we do see, you know,
My
in the
silent
near
pause.
future,
You take
in
it as
San
a glare.
Francisco, you know.
Match point.
Fortunately, nobody wants to crash and burn.
One
Much
enemy
like some of the
remaining.
characters in that movie, I'm not going to drop any names. You probably know him by now. He did have a pretty cool move, but that's about it. Oh dear me.
It's not that's about it for this series. Still money in the bank for RRQ for one last hurrah for Bai here. Rabbit one charge away from his Hunter's Fury. And the rest of RRQ, no fear already from Kelly. Yes, actually just looking to find a pick as soon as he can right here on Tunnel. Jory's going to be holding the close on the cross there. While I believe, yeah, Doctor is just going to be right on his side. He has been tagged, but Georgie's using his opportunity to maybe put in RRQ a false sense of security. So Draxius throws out the nade in time. This would be really bad. Georgie's been whiffing a lot of these shots. Not the second one, though, but still enough that RRQ swarms in and has the numbers advantage. APH just not really lucky enough to hit these when they needed to.
It really is pardon me, a peculiar case. But a Batman, still very, very hopeful, remaining to be hopeful. They don't necessarily have to rush this. They have one round and a little bit of time to their name. But instead, Rabbit is forced to use the Hunter's Fury just to flush him out. And Tuge also reliable. Ryu has to make a mad dash. And maybe if the save call was made sooner, they wouldn't be working with one lone rifle next round. He does have a Hunter's Fury available in his pocket, if ever. But RRQ, they're making this margin of error, a margin for error, that much more narrow.
Well, the fans are screaming for the overtime. They might just get it.
Heated drop.
These missed shots from Georgie, though, really hurt their case. I mean, he got that, but
One enemy remaining.
he had a chance to actually punish Kelly S, because Kelly did dash, but bumped into the wall of the entrance of B main. So there was one really good chance for him. Though I believe that dash was so that he could dodge the first shot of Georgie. Regardless of, he really needed to hit that first shot, though. That was what was most necessary.
Necessity is obvious, very contextual. Oh! I thought that was a shot from Draxi. Instead of losing my mind, we see a Batman losing his, but Georgie, time to turn on the jets, bud. He finds Rabbit, backline support, losing a key member. Rabbit is gonna feel the sting of that, as well as RRQ as a whole. We finally see a little bit of activity from Eman, but he will get phased out by Kelly S. Tuge, once again, a rock, a fortress, a bastion. Reduces the numbers to 2v3. Are we gonna see an overtime? It looks like it could be the case. Ryu has to be the hero. He is absolutely blind, but he swings. Time is running down. He has to make a desperate play here. And could this be all for naught? Overtime is the name of map number 1 in the situation that both these teams have put themselves into.
Oh, man. A Batman.
Oops.
If you're in that situation, you just gotta be pissed, right?
Enemy remaining.
Because both of them were about to swing. He was having the chance of maybe getting a kill or two with a headhunter, and the null command just de-equips his imaginary handgun.
Imaginary. Oh, well, you hate to see that as a chamber player. You hate to see it when you're a jet. You just hate to see it in general. Momentum, momentum, momentum. Has been the ally of Action PH, but apparently not today. Oh my goodness. Kelly S nearly lines everybody up, but the timing has been immaculate. And the trades come in very, very cleanly. Ryu and Eman are in a similar position where they were in the previous round, and facing off very similar opponents. But this time in a very different spread. They have the choice. They have many choices to make, in fact. But so far, none of the members on RRQ are isolated enough. They make the smart choice. They go for a full-on retake no matter what site. They will have to concede this plan. doesn't really matter at this point. No economy is going to move forward. Just a quick reminder to all the folks watching at home. We have a full bag of utility Aserai. So really it comes down to execution for both these teams, both these players.
The read for APH to slowly re-peak mid and maybe get a trade. An elimination back to thin down the herd. Was good. They find nothing though, but they will be able to plant the spike. But they're still checking a lot of corners here, and they're very separated. They're thinking that it's the wraparound, when in fact it's actually 3 players all coming through spawn. It's Amon at the first contact. The flash comes through.
Oh my!
And he only is good for 1. This is really bad. Because now, RU, he's going to have to clump up straight because that spike is not planted for him.
Is it enough though? Is it enough? He doesn't give away the position. In the tense position, they look at the dart! Don't look at the butterfly! Don't look at the shock dart! Rabbit has to make a valiant stand. RU doesn't fall for the gamble. The gunfight ensues, and RU takes a round for Action PH, and that is the ROG clutch.
Switching sides. Match point.
Are you okay? More than okay. Are you kidding me? Oh my goodness. They looked at the recon dart and had absolutely no idea where RU was going to be coming from before he got that first kill on Draxi. All the information. Oh, RU.
Last player standing.
Work. How does APH manage to do this? That was the first kill. The shock dart made Rabbit flinch a little bit, but he had to have the spike already. And then he just drops. Normally, you'd probably see RU just, or somebody just dropping, lose that fight, right? But it messed up the spray control of Rabbit enough that he found the opportunity to get the last kill and save the day and save the round.
Impeccable decision making and a very early timeout on the side of RRQ. I believe this is the only one they have outside of regulation. Quick rule book check. Aserai, I'm correct. Yes? I could be wrong.
What are you checking? Sorry.
If they're only allowed one timeout.
One overtime or one
one per
timeout.
half, and then yeah.
One per half, and then out of regulation, which is overtime. Only one during overtime.
Very, very smart pause there, just to kind of give themselves that assurance that, hey, it happens, mistakes happens. That's why it's the clutch. You never know what's gonna come out. RQ, they have to buckle down though, because once again, Action PH is the type of team. If you give them an inch, they'll take a mile. So Batman, the focus and the anchoring here. Not entirely sure where he's gonna rendezvous out, but Eman definitely has his back. He could use this data knife, this 0 point, and that he does. Beautifully timed. Does it eliminate the drone? Barely, but a Batman does get Draxi. Eman has to be the sacrificial lamb, but Kelly, yes, who has been very, very good in clutch situations, in clutch overtimes, has once again showed up. 3v4. Unlikely that Action PH is gonna clutch twice in a row, right?
Well, your guess is as good as mine. They still have Ari, they still have Georgie. By the way, is just baiting all the shots right now, trying to mix up as the rest of the team comes through. It's not working too well. Still, though, manages to make it the 2 versus 1, spots it out, backs away. And the spike? It still has some time. Georgie trying to find Nexi first. Nexi very quick on the triggers, so good at the headshots.
Switching
he
sides.
saves the day for RRQ. You go to another one round.
That indeed he does. That indeed they do.
Spike down.
Scrambles, they have been very quick, but the reactions even better, even faster for all our players here.
Remaining.
Some of them cooling off, some of them heating up. They live for the biggest moments. Now, this is only map 1. Every single game we've had for the last 3 days or so, 4 days, 5 days, they've been incredibly contested. They've always felt like it's a playoffs game. And I'm just so excited as our league progresses, as our official circuit progresses.
There's so much Valorant goodness happening right now. Kelly still has half a meter before he needs to, or before that dash is suspended. And he's already looking for a chance to make it happen! Amon! He's the man. He's the Amon. Doctor now, timing is going to be crucial, but didn't expect that the snake bite actually be his own detriment. Still, it is the numbers favoring APH. RRQ regrouping from spawn will get hit by the null command, so it's all about the raw aim. We'll see how good that is. Actually pretty damn good if you think about it. Emon just able to run back. Here comes Draxi and Tuge, who are gonna not expect the cross or the double up from both Apat and Emon, but they don't need it! And finally, the ace! Somebody gets it, somebody sub Emon!
Switching sides.
Doesn't matter if they anticipate the cross or not. Eman, ice cold. Very, very timely explosion from him. And they lined up. Aserai, this is not looking good for RRQ. They have to answer back. They have to clap back. Oh my lord. Oh my days. And oh my everything I can call upon. The excitement. Just not giving us a moment to breathe whatsoever.
Call upon what you may. APH. They're on that final call. RRQ always good to push it into another overtime though. So you can't really say anything just yet. Kelly, yes! Oh, the timing. He spots out the Doctor who's actually trying to back away. Nobody's getting any of the shots. Oh, Rabbit! No! The Doctor! He's supposed to cure your fever, but this time he cures them of the members, the ailment that is two players of RRQ. Rabbit and Draxi just lined up. They should have gone for the punish here, RRQ! Oh, they're just falling down like dominoes. Only Kelly has a Tuget to remain. Oh, this is not what we're going to be expecting. The humanity of it all. 40 seconds on the clock. But they're going to have to make Doc onto the site now. Oh, this is so close. Kelly's been tagged. No dashes whatsoever. He's going to have to wait for a peek here, but there's just absolutely no way. They've already given away their position, and now he's only up to Tuke, who's already been spotted, heard. And he's going to run for dear life. 24 seconds. But there's one holding the cross. It's Emon. He spots it out. Doesn't even have time to whip out the weapon.
Defenders
and now we
win.
go to game number 2 as APH claimed the first one after a grueling 2 overtimes.
And what a series to start off. What a map. I am honestly getting so confused with how the players are just heating up so quickly. And I see Georgie's already looking for his next snack. Was it chicken or was it a burger? I actually kind of lost the button for some reason. But you know what? Let's cover that up.
Oh, wow.
You know what I mean?
Okay. Whoa.
Anywho, Aserai. It's unbelievable. Again, Breeze is typically the map where momentum is king. We've said it so many times. But Action PH, they hold on to the tropical kingdom of theirs and stave off. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Well, Georgie is called the Boracay Jet for a reason. That reason is he just went to vacation and came back as the Boracay Jet. Not because it's Breeze. But that being said, Emon, RU, Georgie. Feels like they're the heavy hitters for this particular game number 1 for Qeon. What a match. Dude, I'm legitimately feeling a headache right now from how intense that last round was. Those 2 frags from the Doctor really solidified the end of this first game.
So many multi-kills, a breadth of highlights that's so bountiful for both our sides. And I have to say, Action PH, they're looking like they are in a very good form, despite RRQ making a very convincing statement. They're here to play too. Oh my goodness, a tale of 2 halves, I believe, because the first one, it did seem like RRQ got the upper hand, but once Action PH retained that conviction, that confidence, just kind of ran away with it, despite it being a close match.
It was definitely a close match. Now, previewing again to all of these rounds right here and there, I did mention that it seems like APH, they were, I think the timing, or maybe just the eagerness to peek through smokes, was one of the things that really bit them in the behind. Also, sometimes there was just maybe the lapse of judgment for APH, as you saw with that one, just doubling up outside of tunnel, hopefully, not really expecting that, you know, their opponent Tuge was gonna just come through on tunnel or on B main. I think there was just some weird things that APH just did that kind of ultimately almost led them to lose, but they got the clutch factor, man, and they wore these clutch genes to work.
I wonder how comfortable or clutch genes. Do they only show up when you need them to show up? Who knows? But everybody, I mean everybody on that roster has been contributing, no matter what team we're going to be looking at. Would it be RRQ? Would it be APH? Everybody on that team, everybody on that scoreboard had their moments, and this highlights is actually taking extra time just to remind everybody how dangerous everyone is in the VCT.
Eman, it was the one that stole the ace, I believe, from RU, and now he's the one that was rewarded with the ace himself? How dare he?
It happens. The kill has been secured, and the W for map number 1 is something that they will definitely remember and revel in for at least a moment of rest, because we still have a series ahead of us, Asarai.
Yeah. Anyways, we're gonna go on a break. When we come back, the series continues for the last series of the week 1. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back in a bit. famous line says, "I shall return," and we have returned here for VCT Stage 2 in the Philippines, Week 1, Day 5. My name is Asarai, and with me now is Raph. We just saw an absolute baller, if not grueling, if not draining, if not exciting match between Qeon PH and RRQ. I really
Once again,
am having a headache from that last
I can
round,
tell.
man.
I can tell. Just
my head was about to explode because of how just intense that pick was. Excuse me.
I mean, listen, man. You were referencing yet again a very tasteful point in time. But I can only understand that it's been so exciting. It's been, giving us a head rush, just all of us, especially our players. Could you imagine how it must feel to be in that server where everybody's just an absolute assassin? And hopefully we get to be treated to more of that very, very soon once we do jump into map 2, which is, I believe, please remind me. Again, my memory seems to be very fickle today. Was it Split? I think it was Split. Yes.
It's Haven, I believe. Wait, no, it's second map. Yeah, it's Split. You're right. I was researching a little bit about what was the thing I was.
What to do when you have a headache?
Yeah, I think. Just to drink a lot of water. And speaking of which, where is it? It's not here. My big water bottle is not here. All right.
You mean this? I have a big water.
That is very
kidding.
tiny compared to mine.
It's all about perspective, brother. Remember, I am actually very, very tall. I'm kidding. Anyway. So, guys, it is getting late in the night as it has become very apparent between these conversations between me and Asarai. Just super, super excited. Really don't know what to talk about except what are they going to pull out in Split? I mean, RRQ, they've been kind of shaky on that map. Yeah. Action PH stylistically would not really fit on Split. But if they've been screaming, if they've been grinding, if they've been on that R&D, they could potentially pull out a surprise, much like most of our other teams. Could we see the Fade in play? Could we see the maybe the Reyna come into action? Who knows? Question mark.
Well, at least if we will check what RRQ were able to use the past 2 games that they played Split, we should be seeing something just very simplistic for them in the way, again, that Helias will just be the only duelist. We'll have the Omen for more fluid use of smokes, the Cypher for more fluid use of traps and info gathering, and then Tuga just on that Sky and everything, and then Rabbit will be on the Sage. Unless they might want to go for the double duelist, but to be honest, I think RRQ just does pretty well not really having that many duelists because they already have explosive aim and good utility to kind of back that up. So I think overcommitting to the entry fragging capabilities might not be as good as they would want because they do want to use just a tad bit more utility to kind of control the map itself, right? Because that's always what people don't really realize on Split is that it's not always about the rushes. It's what utility you use to make the rushes a little bit more easier.
So you're saying it's about the rushes. You said it wasn't about the rushes. Now you circle back? No, I'm kidding. Just putting you in the hot seat.
You know what I mean?
No. Split, again, it's one of those maps where you kind of win the fight before it does happen because of the utility shuffle. As Asarai pointed out, it becomes very, very apparent when one of the most, I wouldn't necessarily say reliable, but one of the most well-known setups on Split is just to get the Sage, wall up mid, see what happens, because that's still technically part of the utility shuffle. Do they break the wall? Do they respond to it? Do they wait for it? And again, just oversimplifying things for our very, very strong teams on very, very strong and very prestigious stage. As I mentioned, some of those comps still very much tried and true as the Sage comes out for both these teams, apparently.
There it is. Literally a mirror matchup, except for just the Sentinels. I wonder how this will work. But again, APH, we'll see how that goes. They might just want this for a bit more control, and then RRQ just want this for a lot more info gathering and rotation heavy plays.
I personally am a fan of the Killjoy pick on this map. It's so reliable. The ease of use is very, very obvious. and it does cover quite a bit of the weaknesses that some teams may not be able to address. On the other side of things, we have a very, very classic, very vintage lineup. On the side of RRQ, I believe something we've seen them employ before, something we'll see again, apparently.
It allowed them for a 13-2 against Southville Esports, I believe. So there is some merit to this kind of comp, right? Even though
Very
there isn't any
generalist.
fade or anything like that. Yeah. Oh, by the way, that looks like the DeLorean.
Wait till this baby goes
88
miles per hour. Yep, he gets it. He gets it.
Yeah.
Now we are on splits. I have a feeling, though, that Action PH might steal a few rounds away, but ultimately, RRQ's understanding of this map has been pretty solid. As you mentioned, they've taken down some juggernauts, have put up a good fight with got a few of our other teams who are very, very well known to adapt to this map. Now we have Eman still holding on to the guiding light. They throw the smokes down, wait for the utility to pop. And Eman, once again, just a little bit more patience. Maybe he'll go and reside towards top of box. No, instead he goes to A heaven. It's RRQ who have to guess. And we've always talked about, we've always highlighted how dangerous it is to fight for heaven from ropes, especially on the pistol. One flash could ruin this push. Literally one flash could end the day for RRQ here. But they're very careful. Their counter utility is here. Could be whack-a-mole. But suddenly Eman still manages to survive. Everybody's blind, but Kelly, yes. He manages to nade himself out of his position. But look at all that utility just to sway Action PH, but instead it's Draxi that pulled so much attention towards himself, allowing his teammates to explode. And we have a Batman, the load man on the site, finds a shot, can't find the kill, but it's enough to give his team the edge. 2v2, but look how low Kelly S is. The Doctor is in session. Oh my goodness. A Batman, all he has to do is to stay alive, or maybe do that. Draxi is kind of playing with fire here. Throws down the dark cover, potentially taking a frag, but the Batman is just a little too tanky, a little too reliable, and a little too ready for such situations.
That was actually getting very, very risky and scary for APH because they already lost, who was it? I believe that was Eman, and then Georgie, as he tried to reposition back into A main, he was just caught unawares by Draxi. They were already about to dwindle down, and then lo and behold, you mentioned it, Batman, savior of the game, had just a classic in hand and still hit some nasty shots and even confuddled Draxi as he was trying to be a bit cheeky with that 1v1. One breaking the wall here. Batman already prepared to swing against Nexi, asking Georgie to crossfire just in case, but this noise is allowing RRQ to actually come in through ropes. But Eman is waiting there with a Spectre. This is perfect for him. Uses the dog to just sway the rest of the orange squad. And now, all attentions, all eyes on RU. You might not expect this too.
Much like Syracuse, RRQ have not found any consistency as of late, at least on this map. Very classic orange struggle, but the boys in black and gold still try to hold it down. The Doctor and a Batman, though, the automatic fire from their Spectres. It's a little too much for RRQ to handle. The defensive side of things, Action PH looking very, very strong, impregnable.
That actually felt closer than what actually transpired, because I was very worried for RU since he was just kind of peeking around the angle. He repositions correctly, but did not catch anybody. Paranoia probably was the paramount utility that was used there to definitely keep him safe, allow the rest of APH to come back through. But honestly, I gotta give it to RRQ. That was very, very close from them.
Much closer than the eye test could perceive, as Asarai would love to put it. We do have Kelly S, who's been a very, very dangerous player when put in the ropes position. He'll plaster himself there. He'll plant himself there. And I love that all these teams, all the players we have right now on the board, super patient, no extension whatsoever on both sides. I'm not entirely sure what the intentions of RRQ are. Are they going to explode from heaven or A? Still trying to figure out which avenue they want to occupy. They want to put all other efforts towards. They do send out a Trailblazer. Might potentially spot out someone. Spots out two, actually, with that sound cue. But look at this. The immediate retaliation and immediate precautions that Action PH and RRQ both display. Very, very smart. Very, very concise. Walking up towards Garage is Draxi. But now they're going to know that there is an unwanted guest here. A potential thief. A Batman once more. And RRQ. They find the delinquents holding on towards Garage. But look at that. It's walled off. Heaven is not going to be a reliable access point for them. Up until they break that wall down at least. At the very least.
Georgie does have the sheriff, or rather the marshal. They can take these long-range fights, but he needs to hit those headshots first, though. This is going to be quite precarious, isn't it? Because they've already dropped down, but nobody's looking to challenge just yet. Rabbids is showing away his forces, but they do have some little crossfires here. That's going to be the cleanup crew from RRQ. Finish it off. Pretty decisive and convincing round.
And there we go, RQ back on the board. First gun round of our match, of our map. We are very, very close to some of our ults though. I'm mulling over what Action PH can do because this is honestly banking on if Eman has Seekers or if the Doctor has Lockdown, which obviously are not present. Maybe they'll go for some aggressive orb control, but it seems they are going to rest and hold on to whatever safe line they've drawn for themselves in the previous rounds. A slow creep towards a mid default once again for RRQ. Nothing of any interest really in yet another innocuous period on our map.
Ooh, almost a timely peek and spray there from the bat. The wall will dictate the rest of RRQ to maybe go here through the ropes. LES spotted by the alarm bot. But Doctor has to hold this angle, or again, Georgie's going to have another tough time just being in this particular corner. He has just not been lucky when he plays on the top ramps. And that Trailblazer, okay, that's really good timing. They're giving Georgie some primo real estate to start popping through. Gets overwhelmed.
No,
and Emon just tries to scrub too hard there. Doctor will get traded out. 2v2 as the round ensues. Good shots from Tugan. If he gets the plant on this, there will be that Seekers to come on. But Batman was deciding, I need to get a Brody up and running, making a lot of noise onto the slow orb. They know exactly where he is. He drops right down. Very dangerous. And they're actually quite separate. But a Batman, somehow, some way, this Justice League player is able to come out and defeat the Superhumans. That's going to give APH another round.
The contingency folder seems to be opened, and a lot of the plans against every single member of the league and every single villain known to man has been exposed. Action PH. Once again, try and take a round. RQ putting up a great fight here, Asterai. But so far, it's been a match of defaults. I haven't really seen any set play yet. But it is a long and arduous road still. We've seen how quickly teams can come back despite an early lead being built. And we've seen very, very dominant players get iced for absolutely no reason. And the more of the same will come through, as a mid-centric default is the name of the game again for RRQ. Interestingly enough, though, they expend the wall very, very early. Maybe they're trying to fight off the timing, but the one-way smoke is going to make quite a few players on RRQ a little more wary, a little more patient, as the Trailblazer is going to come out. Quite a bit of shifting movements towards the map here. Kelly has no idea that the wall is here. He could wait this out, but it could be the death of his team if it's going to be a 4v5 for too long. The Seekers are going to come out. That wall actually stuffs the slow orb.
Yeah. That was a big one, too, because it allowed RRQ for safe
Spike
passage
planted.
actually into the site. And APH were so focused on that yeah, he pointed it out. Kelly S. He actually was just able to get on top of the wall, get the flank, get the pinch. Perfect. Now, numbers protruding, abundant in the favor of RRQ. The big flash, though, from Emon. He does get the 2 for 3 for actually, and the Doctor now in a 1 versus 1, going to be using the ultimate just to force Draxi to challenge him, and he wins the fight. Emon once again goes back into his clutch form, his clutch factor, the clutch god, and gives APH the win. How does that even happen? How does that even work, Raph?
Such machinations and such wonderful thoughts. And exclusive to the best of the best players. As we saw Emma just go absolutely ballistic, finding so many. Kudos to the Doctor too for having nerves of steel, not flinching, unwavering. RRQ reduced to sheriffs now. Very, very fortunate that they have a little bit of a bank to fall upon. Georgie and the rest of the boys to march. They put the wall down. Do they expect how close this is? The Trailblazer's gonna come out, pulls attention away. A Batman doesn't need the vision. M&FPS goes for a little bit of a drive-by, finds Rabbit. And look at that. Move and shoot, boys. Never stop. A Batman. He's insane. He's just gonna push forward, but this time around, his logic takes over him and says, you know what, maybe that's a dangerous idea. As next, he's so sharp. I don't think he'll find a second. That he does. An expensive round nonetheless. If they can get the spike down, which is very unlikely. And Draxi's efforts reduced and grinded to dust.
That was, well, they knew their opponents were going to just be on the pistols, so might as well take the fight to them before they take the fight to us. Don't let them come into our territory. Push them into a bottleneck.
Enemy down.
He's hitting some nasties though. Look at that. That's another one. Damn. Could have been something, but I think Draxi's shredded step made it painfully obvious to Ari that he's just somewhere on the B side.
Blinded.
Somewhere in the B side, could be anywhere. Could be on top of the boxes, could be Godspot. So many things to guess, so many things to assume. A heavy assault towards A looks to be on the number 1 list for RRQ. Gonna mix it up. But the Doctor finds one. At the very least, they have a res in their hands. Kelly S could have the splash of a lifetime. Not this one, apparently. It's a Batman. Also getting closer and closer to his res. Eman has the Seekers. And Aryu still inching closer and closer towards this retake. Yet again, another double up angle by RRQ, which they absolutely adore using. Go for a very compact, very turtle-heavy style. But the Seekers are here. The flashes come out. Aryu dodges it, but that can be the set. Oh my goodness, I'm jumbling all my words as the excitement it mounts. The clutch. 2v3 now. Eman, can he do it one more time? No, he can't. Aryu alone on an island. And Tuge eliminates him, sending him to the spectator lobby.
Well, fortunately there for APH, Kelly S, bane of their existence with that huge showstopper, as it really did cut off the rotation from APH, allowing the rest of Kelly's team to just march right into the site. Even though it doesn't get any kills, though, it still was such a big, again, showstopper, as it were. All of them just able to create these really nice angles, as well as crossfires that ultimately led to RRQ receiving the round. APH don't want it to bleed any further. They immediately call the timeout, as they are going to be just strapped for creds, not cash, creds.
And I feel like the brain cells, they're getting more finite for both of us as we are running on fumes. But have no fear. Both these teams, they stand resilient. They stand strong. As the timeout is going to come. Like you mentioned, the credit's not looking too good for Action PH. Their aim is still pretty insane, but really you can't hyper rely on your mechanics to bail you out, no matter what the situation. There's so much utility on the side of RRQ that they have to deal with. Question is how they're gonna deal with this round. Do they just want to go for a full eco damage round? Or are they just going for spike plants? Maybe both? Who knows?
Well, what I do know is it's the run through on mid. They already spotted them, and already the reaction is to start moving in through A main, but Georgie false sense of security as he gets Rabbit and the rest, or just actually the one.
They found my wire.
Big ultimate for just one target might not be the best there, but it was a risk they were willing to take. And Doctor here, does he hear the collusion splashes on Sewer? Can he catch Draxi here? Pick up the weapon, try to make it even more expensive for RRQ. As the other player, Batman, comes in for the swing. He does have a heal though. So
for you,
Brody. There it is, and they're gonna start.
That's gonna give his position away.
That's true though. There it is. Double swing. Could have been a double takedown. Not gonna happen actually, as RRQ swift, fast, and furious onto the site.
Hopefully it didn't take 9 movies long. Maybe even 10 to find some sort of closure. But this first half, it's chugging along slowly, as carefully as these teams need them to be. Doctor, though, excellent pick.
I was just gonna say, we were talking about FNF, right? I don't know. I've been thinking maybe Tokyo Drift #2 wouldn't be too bad. I'm kind of
fun.
Impartial of the impartial about the drifting movies, but what I'm impartial about is that murder scene we were just treated to. Kelly S. Pixel angle from the wall of a Batman.
I've got your trail.
They're peeking it though. RRQ will not be haltered. Now charging up onto A main. It's Georgie and the other squad that's going to be stopping them dead in their tracks. The nade, huge. RRQ second guess comes back onto mid, and now they start breaking the walls. The Batman should have slows though to delay them even further, but this is only going to last a couple of seconds. And RRQ, you know they can make this happen.
That they can. But missing Draxi. They need that dark cover just to make their travels a little safer. Not meant to be, as they have no res in hand and quite ways away, even if they go for a double orb take here. And I love how passive action PH is. They've noticed how proactive RRQ is. Or are. Just letting them pass. Rabbit actually manages to find Ryu wherever he was. But a commitment has to be made, a choice. A crossroads. That action PH are just having so much trouble trying to conquer. And Kelly S nearly gets the double spray. As we are left to watch, to witness an attempt by Eman to or rather Georgie to secure the round. But nope, he does find the first shot. 2K will not allow any clutch.
APH are just not having any luck whatsoever in stopping the RRQ madness come into the sites. You always get the one. And after that, what else happens? What transpires here for APH? Well, absolutely nothing, Raph. Absolutely nothing. That's what I'll tell you. This has allowed RRQ to bring back the numbers almost up to equivalent. Ooh, the setups for RRQ here.
Cage triggered.
Nice little cage. Little dog just to check all of these corners. The nades and the swade, but no big damage at the moment. Georgie's absolutely just like spitting distance onto Kelly S. There is about 3 people about to swing him right now. He needs to get value off of this Spectre. But the value actually deteriorates as soon as he and a Batman fall down. Now the Doctor, he's shown that he's good on the Guardian. Also the Sheriff. So maybe he can make this work. But the big thing, next he's been knocked. Allowing Emon and Ryu to go for the lurk. The timing will have to be crucial, but they are very slow. And as the rest of RRQ come into the site, they're going to start looking at A main here. But Emon finally finds one first. flash to come through. KLS is still looking right there. The timing is going to be very crucial, but they start pushing in on the screens to clear out the ultimate. And the only thing that does was antagonize the rest of APH to start peeking in to where Doctor was, which did not allow time for the rest of his teammates to help him as they were just trying to ramp their way through A main.
You hate to see that happen, but it has been tied up, and it does look like we have a long series ahead of us. Mind you, this is split, so this is going to be quite a doozy. Oh dear me. RRQ, once again, showing how well they can play from behind. That veteran experience as a collective, very much present, very much apparent. Action PH. Something has to change with their defensive scheme. As already the Doctor falls. Kelly S jumps. He finds one. That is enough to open up the site as everybody else has been far removed. Ari could potentially deny him, but the stomp, the march, the forward movement of Kelly S still very much healthy. 2v4 now, 2v5 actually. Kelly S. It seems that he's taken this round in his hands and not letting go of his vice grip. Georgie finds one. It'd be a miracle if he finds one more, but he does have to exit. Does he know that somebody's close? And it's Raxi who gives him a hug.
A hug with a Vandal. I wouldn't like that.
There.
Doesn't feel like a very comfortable hug at all.
I don't want to get shot at, is basically what we're saying. Guys, it's crazy. But
enemy remaining.
There's just that secret sauce, you know, on Split that RRQ has. Little mix.
I think potentially this is their best map.
I will not argue with that on that one. It's pretty prevalent.
It's convincing.
You know, considering how many top teams they've made cry on Split. Maybe weep.
That is true.
Yeah.
Weep, cry, sorrow, whatever word falls in your head. RRQ have been very consistent. The real question is, what about their other maps? In any case, that's not the agenda right now. It's them holding off.
Got your trail.
Action page sweeping them. And it does look like they're moving, shifting away. Eventually could bait out the sound. Next he gets a trade, but that is going to be
one
Emma taking a little bit too much time as Georgie! He dunks on RRQ! I hope we get a replay of that.
Switching sides.
We need his POV 100%. He just dunked it on, as you mentioned. Oh boy! The opportunistic moments of APH does not disappoint. RRQ were very close. I was actually very afraid for APH here because they were just at the ready swings and could be spotted by that Seeker. His punish from Emma was very much important because he knew that Rabbit did have that res. So it basically would not have mattered whatever would happen there. And unfortunately, we cannot spot the Georgie triple bomber with the showstopper. Maybe he'll post it later on social media or Twitter, you know? We'll love to see that.
You love to say that.
Exactly.
Yep, you love to see it. You love to say it. Asarai is Mr. Twitter. It is established, ladies and gents. As once again, the night grows longer and longer. And I have to wonder if fatigue has been setting in for some of our players because, like I mentioned, the defaults have become the main tool, the main weapon of most of these rounds.
Well, the tables have been turned. We'll see if APH has as good of an attack side as RRQ, because you saw how very much flexible RRQ was with all of this utility that they give. And here's the thing, again. The easy stark contrast that the KJ has to the Cypher, right, is always that area where the utility is active for KJ. Split isn't that big of a map, so you can have it up and running for a
Too far
really large
away,
radius,
yeah.
but the thing is, it's not as good as you with a Cypher leaving one on one side and then going to the other side, right? So we'll see how they manage through this on the attacking site. Or maybe they are looking maybe more on the Nano Swarm to help them flush out certain angles. That being said, we'll see how that goes. Yeah.
Yeah, Action Page isn't necessarily the team that overly relies or has any lurk plays. Beautiful paranoia, and Georgie's going to be caught out in no man's land as this attack looks to be stifled by RRQ. And Tuget, beautiful patience with the Trailblazer. Kelly, yes, will find Aryu, and this attack is in shambles. They fully retreat. It's not enough. APH, they're crumbling. A Batman still has Spike, thankfully, with him. Both the Sentinels are left to their own devices. As RRQ, they have free reign on most of the map, if not all of the map.
Now we'll see how APH work about this as the Seekers spawning out. One, if not both, the forces remaining for APH here with Batman and Doctor. They got their work cut out for them. 5 versus 2. Rabbit, I think, pretty close on healing Draxi back up to full as
30
well.
seconds
So,
left. Last player
unless they can hit
standing.
some amazing shots, which is not going to happen this round. RRQ, very decisive. Georgie, this is the problem now for Georgie. He's a lit match, man. He will fizzle, he will be explosive, but sometimes he just runs out of that heat of his. And he just ran through all that utility too, without his, I believe without a Batman even being able to set up the wall for him. So a pretty dangerous game he's playing here.
That he is. As potentially another round to be taken by RRQ. No saves, nothing. APH though, they just walk in, they just want to get that spike down and pretty much nothing else. They get a free bonus. It's Nexi apparently.
Planted.
They do get a Spectre. If they can flood towards heaven, then the retake could be infinitely more difficult. They have Georgie on that gun. They have a bot. They have a very, very good crossfire that they can work towards. I'm not entirely sure what that slow orb was supposed to achieve instead of delaying themselves. Oh, and that is a beautiful blind, but Eman will do a little bit of damage. I still think they expect a fourth member here, but they check anyway for good measure. The Doctor, he has been clutch, but this is unlikely. They get the spike down, they get the expensive plan. That's about it. That's the objective. As RRQ, they are 2 rounds up now.
2 rounds up, get this defuse and everything. But yeah, APH, I mean, they didn't even buy any pistols at all. I think they saved up almost all full utility and the only classics to use, and they still managed to do such big econ damage. With all of that econ, though, look at the money here for RRQ. Nexi is contemplating if he's going to buy something different, but okay. So they are going to go for just a bonus buy. They're not going to commit the full buy into this one. They know it's a little bit risky. They know they're low on strapped for cash, for creds. But I do love me a Nexi with a shotgun. And he's already bringing it out on B main. I wonder if Arya's going to win this fight. He's actually inside the smoke. While in B heaven, it's Rabbit to get challenged by Georgie, who loses the fight. But again, look at that. Nexi spotted the kill onto Ryu, and he will be able to provide a couple of weapons for the rest of RRQ that are now coming in to B main to help things out.
They do have quite a healthy amount of weapons, but Georgie does the unexpected, but will also get caught out by a swing. That was pretty interesting. Herman will flash somebody, but it's Draxi. Does he know that Kelly S is here? Oh, and the off angle timing! And what a round to steal away. But still RRQ, that was off a bonus us, right? That was just way too expensive for Action Page. They get a round on the board, but that was the round to give by RRQ.
Oh my gosh, that was... Yeah.
I think he had a nade. Yeah.
I think he did, yeah. He threw it out, actually. But he didn't expect, who was it? Emma? Yeah, to be right up there. The only thing with that was that, yeah, you're absolutely right. The timing, man, that was so close. But they had a fairly clean round with all regards to the brutality that RRQ have put them on. So they still are able to just purchase like this. Dog to come through. But that Boombot is giving a bit of safety for Georgie to start muddling his way through top mid, while the rest of APH is kind of spread out, looking for the picks, seeing for stimuli. Not getting anything just yet.
Not at all, as this wall is going to be breached. Wall
Sky's out.
as RRQ. I'm not entirely sure what that was about. They're trying to maybe double stack on the rope. Doesn't really matter. As Action PH, they get swatted out. It's an interesting little bot, but Eman is gonna be completely blind. RU will not fall to the darkness as Paranoia is his friend, not Draxis. 2v2. Eman plants it open, potentially for Garage. A little bit of spam is gonna come his way. The cabbages, they do swing out. RU.
One enemy remaining.
Nexi.
Cage triggered.
Unbelievable. Nexi pops the cage. He could potentially find this defuse. The noise is gonna be there.
Don't interrupt.
It's a little bit of an overextension on the side of RU there. Was planning on teleporting over the cage, but
you copied them nothing.
dark cover was not thick enough.
Okay. That was a very intense moment, though. He had to do something. But yeah, he didn't want to run through the cage because that would have made Nexi fully aware of the timing and basically the accurate position of where he was. So yeah, that's a really big blow. Here's a trick though. If you don't know where you're gonna TP at when you're gonna use that shrouded step, right? You can always look at the mini map and there will be that small circle that will show where you can. And then there's also that bigger circle where your smoke is. I think you just put it inside and you'll know that you're gonna be inside your own smoke when you TP in. But again, that was a very intense moment that I don't think APH was privy to having enough time to breathe. So yeah.
Definitely not a feeling that they would want to have as Action PH. They're somewhat crumbling now, especially on a weak buy. All they have are upgraded pistols. They still want to make some sort of ground. They want to show some sort of life. Kelly, yes. Oh my lord, that did so much damage. The Doctor will have his vengeance, but not before the damage has been done. Rabbit backs out. He's one away from res. And potentially could find it here, as the Doctor narrowly gets the timing. Next, he finds his way, supporting his team through ropes. But it is just so spread out that Action PH will eventually, and will probably have to concede this round. I'm not entirely sure what they can do.
30
Potentially,
seconds left.
maybe meet in the middle, literally in the middle of the map. Maybe try to find a trade somewhere.
One enemy
Instead, they
remaining.
go for the trades. Rather, they go for the timings. And when you chase two rabbits, or rather follow two masters, I was about to make that fun. Can't really go either way, boss. Unlucky as APH. Their attacking side, I have to say, it's not looking as solid as we'd expect from them.
Enemy remaining.
Well, I did say Split is a map that RRQ are known to be notoriously creative, dominant, cheeky, whatever words you can think for just being incredibly difficult to fight against. They've already cracked the code on that.
That they have. Still ways away from actually taking this match. We've seen Action PH come back. We've seen RRQ do the same thing. Are we going to see another overtime? Are we going to see a map 3 and an overtime? Is Ray casting? All those questions seem to be related to each other, Asarai.
Unfortunately, she is not casting. So there's a different curse set into the motion.
I wonder what it is. It has been a game of curses, a game of banes, hopefully a game of boons for some of our players here. Going for a bit of a default yet again. is RRQ, or rather Action PH. RRQ never really needed to make an adjustment, but Georgie, fearless. They get the timing, they get the explosion. The retake is gonna try and come from heaven. Kelly, yes.
30 seconds left.
Once again, a tall order
Spike
to be
planted.
had, but he's been clutch. We've seen it against SBE, we've seen it against many teams. He has the showstopper, could potentially find one for free. Has a nade after that reset. Possibilities are endless. He still has that bot. And you only have a flash. Actually, we still have quite a bit of utility on the side of Action PH. A 3v1 in a dream. Now guiding light. Do have money to do this, Astra. Maybe just to go for a little bit more of eco damage, but instead Kalias goes for the more safe option, the safer option, rather. So to have at least an extra gun for his team later on.
Yeah, they might just need to back away here. It's I think they still will have money though, right? Because they weren't really flushed previously. So they should still have a lot of cash, right? Yeah, almost. This is where there's a really good comeback for APH TBH. Wow. I'm just like to lose my... I'm abbreviating now. But by that, I mean, there's actually this weird phenomenon where if you have the max loss bonus, right, and you start winning after a couple of rounds, you actually get more money than the winners of the consecutive rounds do get. So we're kind of seeing that maybe come into play on this one. So if that is the case, if that actually happens, then if APH can win at least 1 to 2 more rounds, RRQ would be very much strapped for cash, as you could see right now with how they've quote-unquote full bot into this round.
Yeah. Armor situation is not looking too good for them, and as you mentioned, the economy can work in a very strange way. Argue that they're not too far off from the finish line, at least for this map. At the very least, taking a map away from Action PH. Action PH, they take a little bit more time to discuss, to gather their thoughts, and to see what they can do for the Doctor who's on the Classic. Oh, there you go. I thought that was the round timer. Again, my brain has been reduced to soup. Oh my goodness. As the round it begins.
Cream of
dark cover.
mushroom?
I'm a bird's nest guy.
For soup?
Yeah.
I don't know what that is.
You don't know what bird's nest is?
I mean, I know what it is, but I know like a literal bird's nest or a bird's nest soup.
You've never had bird's nest soup. That's incredible. But one of these days, you're going to try it. You're going to love it. It's going to be life-changing for you, hopefully, as this map could potentially be position-changing for any of these teams, really. Not having the best records on both sides. If they can take this away, then it might change their fortunes, as I mentioned. And a deep guiding light to spot out everybody here. Georgie very wary of that backside. The Doctor is surgical with his Guardian. A Batman, fortunately, has an extra life for Georgie. No punish. In fact, they even get the upper hand here. Lugia still has not been flushed out. Everybody has stacked up. He only finds Eman. A 3v3. Kelly S is at the brink of death. And the Doctor has to make a choice who to swing here. But maybe the smart play is to not swing at all. As Georgie and the Batman, they close it out. The Res and the Resurrect T working hand in hand to once again claw away at this lead.
Very well called timeout. That gave them, I guess, the ample time just to chill out, dude. Relax. Because again, if it has been seemingly like George has been charging on these angles multiple times. These rounds, where it proves no benefit to Qeon PH. But now, a bit of cut of noise, just just taking a breath before the deep plunge. And it kind of works out here for APH. That being said, there is still a margin for them to beat out RRQ. But I said it already as well, Raph. The phenomenon that you get with economy, even though you've won like 3 or 4 consecutive rounds, look at how much RRQ are able to buy back up. Not really, but Split is the map of shotguns. So yeah, there you go.
Granted, APH have been making it incredibly expensive for RRQ. They've been winning narrowly. The economy game really is another small thing to pay attention to. I'm glad Asarai loves to bring it up. But yeah, these shotguns on the defensive side could potentially be fatal for Action PH. But if they get the read on the eco weapons in general, then they may go somewhere else. As they bait out some sort of reaction, pick and pop towards the ropes, just waiting for any of the sides to have a little bit of resistance, but instead they commit all their attention and all their
30 seconds left.
put all their eggs in the A basket this time around. LES could potentially be helpless on this take. RQ's Nexi up close, personal, mind the space, mind the gap, get away from me, says Georgie. The Batman in heaven, waiting for Kelly. Genius play, but no weapons really taken back. And Draxi, you hate to see that happen. You hate to see your teammate just get gunned down. He does get a little bit of a bonus here on the Sheriff, but the law will not be enforced as APH suddenly equalized the rounds.
Well, weaker buy for RRQ there. This is the time for them to shine once again, as now they do have the rifles to purchase. Trades here were... I think APH just read this really well. Again, you saw how Georgie was just waiting for his teammate to get closer to him. Nexi, feeling pressured, had to peek out, and then that's when they figured out, he's on a shotgun. So you go first, I'll go second, and the moment in between he cucks his weapon, that's when we'll strike. There was a cheeky time there where Rabbit did get the one hiding right beside him, but they did not leave that to the imagination for APH. Always a chance for refragging that round. A really clean one for this, APH roster.
You know what? We leave it at that. Yes, that's right. Absolutely. And yet we go to that train of thought. As you mentioned, the economy finally stabilizes for both sides. Still a bit of a reset point, no matter how this goes. So potential snowball could go either way at this point. It has been an insurmountable number of defaults we've seen. We've seen a few set plays here and there, but male is their number one priority. As Action PH, they make their presence known. They clear out the corner, make sure that nobody can trade. The flash is going to come out. Is it enough? Rabbit has to be very careful that Rez is going to come into play later on that round. They cannot lose that. And Georgie falling! Or rather, it's the Doctor falling, but Georgie to assist. And this is looking beautiful for Action PH.
Planted.
Now they collapse onto the site. It's Nexi and Kelly, yes. An explosive duo. A very fine pair of clutchers. They do split their attention to maybe find an anti-lurk. And maybe they go for the exits instead. Hold on to these guns. No real reason to challenge an economy that could still buy up in the next round.
Well, it is in tatters. What used to be a really good cred department for RRQ here. And again, they're just starting to clean things up. I don't know whatever somebody said to Georgie, but he is looking just a little bit more on point here.
Just shoot head. Click good. Yes.
Check corner. Just make sure nobody's hiding there. Or if you think somebody's there, just call it out.
The moment, or at least RRQ, the more they draw this out, the more they rely on defaults and gunfighting, the more star power Georgie can get for himself. He loves to step up for those situations. Kelly, yes, it's true for him as well. It's a tad bit lagging behind as of the moment. But RRQ, they love their timeouts too. They always come out strong after their timeouts. But if they can't do anything against this onslaught and page brought upon, then maybe that it might be good night for them.
RRQ called the timeout already. They're going to have to be careful about this one too, right? Because there's a fine line where Rabbit does have the res, so even if Georgia can get a pick, they can always bring it back up. But the thing is, if Georgie knows it's Rabbit, he's gonna be, as you call it, foaming at the mouth, charging in, and looking to stop them dead in their tracks. That being said, again, look at RRQ here. Oh, wait, how many rounds have they lost already? So they should have at least full buying power for next round.
No, not for one of them. They're gonna have a stifled buy for
Okay.
one of their players.
What's the max loss bonus? 2-4? 2-9. I think it's 2-9.
2-9, yes.
Yeah.
But you're gonna be lacking utility, which has been thrown out as we see yet another take. I love how Georgie's trying to power through. Nexi makes a case of why they should still be respected. Like I said, coming out of the pause, RRQ. They show their hands. The Nero Theft is gonna come out. But this is gonna be a little more delay. That could potentially buy enough time for Action PH. This is still a full 5-man roster on the side of RRQ. They remain hopeful. They remain steadfast. Georgie, a little dangerous peek there. Lockdown has been placed. A Batman, he holds strong. Tries to equalize. Rabbit with a pistol. A 2v1. Georgie holds. And Action PH, they fall off of a lurk. They get their weapons taken away. But like I mentioned, they still have one more buy. Just one more buy to push them, to trudge them along the finish line.
Oh, that was very, very good for RRQ. They just let them go into the site. They're like, okay, you got the showstopper. Doesn't matter. If you bypass all the way through site, that means that we will try to stop you as you come in through A main. And that's how they did it. They separated Emma with the rest of the squad. He could not find a way to at least get one pick. And they just got trapped in the middle of the site. I think a Batman was also walled onto the screen, so they couldn't push through screens, which left them very, very much exposed to the elements. But now look at this. RRQ, they've lost one already. They're looking to challenge the re-pick out from Georgie. He just has no regard for human life. Just really wanted to always force the issue, even as RU just backed away already from where his teammate was. Are they going to guard the body here?
Might have to.
They could. Yeah, they're leaving like 2 people there, and then the others are just going to probably come through mid. But the other better option is... Oh, that could be perfect, though. The Trailblazer found nothing on B main. They can re-attack the angle if they do. I think Rabbit, yeah, if they counted correctly, has no more slow orbs. So this is going to be very, very cautious, but he somehow manages to get through. And Tuge has a delay factor with that Trailblazer of his. I think the wraparound for mid was actually not a good option because now they don't really have that much map control. If they went for the B main, they immediately know that there was no apparent utility that RRQ could have used to actually stop them as they come in through that specific angle.
Tuge, this is relying on him. 4 HP. If he dies, this could potentially be the swing that Action PH needs, or RQ. But he remains steadfast. 7 seconds. Well, he has to wait a tiny bit. But the doctor knows him too well. The file is in his case, in his drawer. And Georgie explodes the rest of Action PH. That is going to be a long walk for Nexi. A long, long walk. But a clutch. He's made noise. They know where he is now. Or did they get the timing?
One enemy remaining.
No, they don't! And it's reduced to 1v1. RU has to play around Pillar. And Nexi's fully confident on the read. And he even gets RU!
Don't interrupt.
And this series, this map is still going strong.
Oh, I think Nexi was shift jumping on B main, or male, excuse me. That's why, that's why Doctor couldn't hear him. But yeah, that was just really good punish from Nexi. And a really great clutch. He timed all of that perfectly. And to all of that effort though too.
Player standing.
Just a little worrying on the side of APH. Maybe because the night is getting later. A little bit of a mishap there. I thought the read onto Heaven was perfect, but suddenly at the cusp of winning. This map at least is RRQ. Unless we get yet another overtime banger.
Well,
Go get it.
whether that happens or not, has been such a grueling test of fortitude for either team. Doctor really loves his Guardians, by the way. He's not the Guardian of the Galaxy, but the Guardian of APH. Georgie, though, somehow manages to get through. It only just incurs a bit of utility here from Kelly S. Just the tip of the iceberg, just the boombox for a little bit. Good baits though and everything. Batman very close, grabbing repositions for close contact, and Kelly S managed to find Georgie. Oh no, this is nails in the coffin already. We're left with just Amon and Ryu.
One enemy remaining.
Make it work, but this is too much to handle, and I think we're already going to game number 3. There's the last one already, and Kelly S cleans it up. Here we go, game number 3. It's not yet over.
It apparently is not, as none of these sides refuse to give an inch, to give anything. RRQ, they hold the record on split, keeping it as one of their more impressive maps. That's right, wow, that was a lot to take in. Quite a bit of patience from both sides, quite a bit of action. Action PH looked a little shaky towards that end. Thought they already stole the momentum away, but resilience has been the name of the game.
You got some clean rounds already, but, well, the momentum shift for RRQ was the one where Georgie just overcommitted his showstopper. He had such great utility usage of that particular big bang of his, and then suddenly he was just like, I'm just gonna go default and then it'll work against RRQ. But RRQ, they're wily. They can read the APH standard play like a book, and you saw how well they were able to dismantle all of that ferocity and offense that APH were trying to do. Yes, there were some picks here and there, but then, you know, come the pinches, come the clutches from Nexi and the rest of RRQ, and you have yourself a spell that will allow them to get into game number 3.
A spell indeed, digging deep into that mighty book, that ledger of all these clutches, of them digging deep, of everything. And I just don't know what to say anymore, Aster, right? It did devolve a little bit into gunfights, into a bit of a brawl. But RRQ, they remain strong, and they remain steadfast in their efforts to turn the series around.
And with that, we're going to be looking... which map was it again? I believe it was going to be Haven that we are going to see as the final resting place. It seems like Haven has always been the go-to for a lot of these teams as the final map, because again, it does give you much leeway on the attacking side. I'm curious as well to see if we're going to see something different from these teams. I think Tuge has brought out the what was it? I think he was the one that brought out the Fate, or maybe that was AEP that I was thinking that maybe I brought it out. And regardless of that, yeah, APH just very much shaky on that. That being said, look at the combat score for both Kelly S and Georgie. Very, very close.
Don't tell me what to do. But I feel like all these matches and Ray's just being almost a mainstay already for Split. It's just undeniable that she has to be on this map. This is her map. There's so many angles that she can safely clear out. And as well as this, that's not... I really do hope we get to see that Georgie triple kill, though. That was a treat. That was definitely a treat.
Well, I did no wrong today, parent, so give me my treat.
Do no wrong, as these players have been mighty sturdy. After I am drifting off into the other world, as I'm still trying to connect the dots, get my thoughts in order, and explain what's been going on. How did APH lose that momentum? I'm not entirely sure why they didn't just set up a crossfire here. They've been wanting to double up, which has been a habit that they've been displaying since Breeze. Unfortunately, it's been pretty hard for them to actually set that up and get that going.
I will say, though, we have a word or a phrase for this in Tagalog. Bugson ang damdamin, Raf. Which means the...
I feel like that is. What is that?
I'll tell you later. I'll explain later when we come back from the break. Anyways, guys, we're gonna go for a quick little just in between before we get into that final series or final game in Haven. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back to finish off this best of 3 between APH and RRQ.
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? And see what I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go.
I know we're not sponsored, but this is by this specific drink, but I do love my Yakult, that lactobacillus strain, man. It just kind of gives me that necessary energy to continue casting. Yeah, I know. It's a good one. You pasteurized milk. It helps. What's up? We're back. My name is Asteroid with Raph.
I don't even know how to respond to that. It is way too late in the broadcast for me to actually formulate what you said. Speaking of formulas, Asteroid, why don't you educate them on your... No, we're not going that way. Welcome back, guys. It's been a bit of a slog, honestly. It's been a very, very long and arduous series, not just for players, but a lot of people, is what I'm saying. Oh my goodness, Asteroid. RRQ is really refusing to let go of the series, and rightfully so. They have a point to prove. They have a powerhouse of a squad. the APH, they're no slouches themselves.
Yeah.
Remind me though, what is the third map?
The third map is going to be Haven, and I also remind you that this entire series, no game has not gone through overtime to finish it. So that means that we on Breeze we went 2 overtimes, on Split we went the 1 overtime. So, oh wait, no. I thought we went overtime. It's 13-11. My bad. Yeah, it has been a very long night.
It's been a long night. It's been
yeah.
Yes, absolutely. That's
Exactly.
right. Just falling back on this. Actually, I think we had an overtime in map 1. I believe it was Breeze.
Yeah. 13 to 15. That was the
was it
first
13 to
overtime.
15? Yes. I think every series we've done has had some sort of overtime. If not most of them. We had the El Clasico between South Built and Secret, which is, I believe, already iconic as a series as a whole. And if you divvy up all the maps, or at least there were very many brilliant moments from both those teams. But now we have to put our focus towards Action PH versus RRQ in yet another brawl.
And this brawl does not end. The back and forth punches being thrown, haymakers being received. Well, we do see it here once again. Gotta say, the culprits from RRQ that have made it such a fine standing for them really has to be, I'd say it already, Kelly S and Braxy, I think have been the biggest heavy hitters overall in this entire series, especially during that Breeze map. So with all of that being said, we'll see if Kelly can bring this team to a close. Will RRQ get themselves another possible series win? Because again, when me and Laika and G10 were talking about it in the panel, I did also emphasize how very much necessary this is of a win for RRQ, because they are still not safe to be part of the playoffs. They are still very much in danger of being knocked off as of the bottom 2 alongside SBE and Naos. And if they cannot get this win against them, I think they're going to be lying neck and neck with SBE. So with all of that being laid out to bear, they really need this W. And you really are seeing the pressure as well as the perseverance of RRQ come into play.
Oh, apparently I forgot to click the unmute button. But anyway, guys, as I was saying, no matter what road RRQ takes, I hope that they do not feel dissatisfaction, because it's going to be a long one. It's going to be a hard one, no matter what, no matter where they go, as every single team we've seen so far has been a juggernaut in their own right. And before they get ahead of themselves too much, they still have Action PH right ahead of them too.
Well, we'll see if Action PH will yield, or will there be the ones doing all of the unyielding here. Haven is the last map. And here we go for the agent select. I think Georgie will be back on his standard jet. I wonder if Emon is going to double up with like a Raze or something, if they're just going to go double duelist. I don't think it's going to be that necessary from them, or that even possible from them, because they do need something to pierce into the sights. Yeah, there it is. Artie's probably going to be as the Sova. Nothing left to the imagination but RRQ. Yes, this is going to be very brutal. Double initiator. APH, are they ready for this onslaught?
Many questions yet to be answered. Killjoy has proven to be old reliable for about Lennon. Takes her first spin. This time on Haven. We've seen quite a bit of set plays here, but against a Breach, or on a map really where Breach is heavily fielded, could potentially be problematic, considering they don't even have a much more available counter. Considering, you know, fault line and whatnot can easily kill the lockdown.
There's a lot of things that you can use for that, but the fault line, I think, is going to be something that they'll really have to be very much afraid of. And round is about to begin. RRQ jumping around. I don't know why this is actually funny to me. It's way too late into the night. Probably going to be hitting A very aggressively. And again, this is where it's going to be a little bit hairy. But the thing is, look at APH. They're going to force swing on this. So almost the same numbers of people that they're going to contest for this one. This is going to be very risky. And Georgie is looking for a chance to redeem himself alongside Dr. and Emma. And they actually make it into an incredibly expensive endeavor. If not, no punishes from RRQ.
No punishes indeed. And this is a map where APH love to have forward positions towards short and to A long. And it's been paying off. 3v1. Nexi. You know how capable he is. Can he do this? Emma actually gets tagged up. Has to hide in a corner. The backup is so far away, but Nexi has no idea. Emma doesn't need it though. Beautiful click, beautiful tap. Nexi has been sent to the other dimension known as the next round. Here we go. Action PH takes the pistol.
I will say this though. Okay, all right, there we go. So I was playing earlier on today, and I think I was with a KO. And then he just kind of had his voice line where he was talking to Sage and said, Sage, in this dimension or this world, you're a healer.
Here.
In the other, like something like you're a killer. Just for lore stuff.
Blinded.
Seems like there's like a multiverse of madness thing going on for Valorant. And
oh dear,
could be a difference of spell, and that was madness from Kelly S. is charging right up. But sometimes you gotta be the one to pinch in, to punch in through the sight. Maybe hope that you can make it happen.
Are you know?
Is tagged for the smoke. Hello? Okay, that's it. Good night, friends. And APH, 2 straight rounds, but that's always how it is. Even RRQ still has another one. Let's get it.
APH is one of those teams that are actually fairly strong on their pistol rounds. It's very rare for them to actually drop pistol rounds. Beautiful shot on Emin, but had he had a Spectre, maybe the story would have been different. Now, we have a little bit of momentum in Action PH. Maybe we'll see that signature 9-0.
Strong.
But actually, we haven't actually seen that. Yeah, no, I'm serious. Like we've seen so many rounds swing like that for Action PH, but actually, Astro, right, they've been less and less streaky as a team. They've been much more stable, don't you think?
That is true. At least for this particular series, it has been the pivotal point. I think it's because, again, both teams just are at that similar-esque level, if not being able to read each other's movements, right? That's why I don't think we've seen very streaky rounds as of recent.
Oh yeah.
I think the most streaky one would probably be obviously the Team Secret ones.
Well, that was a streak of a lifetime, man. That was potentially a once-in-a-lifetime thing. But to do it, especially doing it against arguably the #1 or defending representative, is Kelly as he sprays it down, but the Spectres, they do quite a bit of damage. Draxi has to move back out. Both the Initiator tools, they will give them a little bit of safety,
30 seconds
but the
left.
site has already been punctured. Draxi has no idea.
Remaining.
Are you here? Walks out, but unfortunately for him, a very ready RRQ on the hand.
Spike planted.
And this has been going on for 3 maps. It always starts 2-1, and it doesn't look like the trend is changing.
It's a brutal series, my friend. Doctor is just like looking at it. He wants it, and he will not get it though. Let's wait if they can get closer.
Concealment.
All right, what's this gonna do? Ah, I see.
Oh, the smoke.
You heathen! It's called a cumulus cloud.
Obscuring
Are
vision.
clouds technically smoke? I don't think so. But you know what? That is a question that I might have to Google and read upon someday, or at least sometime later. As today, at least at this very moment, like I mentioned, 2-1 is the score line. It's been the score line for 7 hours now, I believe. The last 3 maps or so.
Well, you love to see it. Back and forth as is always. People might be wondering why we're kind of taking this too chill, right? But to be candid, it does feel a lot more just preppy from either side, right? They're just making as very little noise as they can, trying to clear out just possible corners, and then just exploding once they can, really. Now, Doctor, this is going to be brutal, but somehow, some way, still manages to get through on that. Georgie, though, not on the luckier end, will actually just be almost pinched. Low in terms of HP. Thankfully, Emon is going to be here. Batman closed off.
Enemy remains.
The back of the side. Beautiful,
No
perfect, and timely flash from Draxi. Shuts it down.
Spike
Now
planted.
are you? Nexi, you cheeky boy, leaving your turret still activated on mid, making the vicinity of you still have that particular utility up and running. Cheeky boy. And now RU, as he gets spotted, yeah, he has no other option other than just to vamonos, vamushon out of there.
What?
Vamonos, right?
Yes, I don't know, honestly. At this point, I'm not entirely sure what is happening. As Action PH, they seem to have lost that spark. They seem to have lost that lethality. As RRQ been playing for the long game all along. They do take quite a bit of space. The long con, the long haul, whatever you want to call it. So far, RRQ are succeeding. Nexi does have a lockdown available to him. And RU is ways away from reliably countering that. He doesn't have the Hunter's Fury. Once again, just a beautiful setup here. Valiant effort by a Batman to hold the line. But where was the support?
No, they couldn't really go through Garage anymore. And then Draxi's flash was just perfect enough, but Doctor, come in! Well, they came in to the office. The Batman, though, gonna have to just throw things back out. They did see him pick up the rifle here, though, so he might need to crossfire alongside it, but it doesn't need it! 2 bullets in the chamber is just what a Batman needs! As he hits shot after shot. RRQ done and dusted on C Long. That turned into a very, very watery grave. Let's see how that came out. Okay, backs
I made
away,
a comment.
and then they just, obliterated everybody. All right.
I made a comment about maybe APH losing their luster, losing the edge of their blade, but you know what? A Batman's like, watch this, bro. Now we have another timeout by RRQ. They heckin' love timeouts.
Well, as long as they can draw out the game, this is what RRQ loves to play. This really reminds me I forgot what team that was, but it's like early 2015 CSGO days, you know, when a team would just call very much all timeouts, or will just actually save a single round so that they can just talk during that one. And just start contemplating what they need to do. Maybe it's old school Fnatic or old school what was that team again? TSM. But that being said, they are coached by an ex-CSGO pro from the PH, if I'm not mistaken. So, you know, they're taking this slow, methodical pace and trying to talk things over, which is definitely good. It has allowed them for a lot more leeway and just understanding of opponents. And it's working. I mean, look at that. We're up to game 3. And APH always have to fight for their meal, fight for their win. Yeah, exactly.
Oh yeah. Matchup adjustments are so important no matter what game you play. It'll dictate quite a bit on what tools you can and cannot use. And some people might be adamant it's just up to skill, bro. Yeah, that is true, but at the same time, there's quite a bit of research being thrown around there. As the Doctor has really not vacated this spot yet. Trailblazers and I feel like this could be the end for the Doctor. Yeah, I was about to say he does survive for a good minute, but Kelly S eventually lines up the shot through the wall. And Action PH, a bit of a symptom again. that they are very, very aggressive, very forward
I've
on,
got
that,
your
on the
trail.
Haven defense.
Georgie hoping that maybe his pre-fire angle will net him something. Not at the moment, though. RU's going to be peeking this. Still finds Tuga to charge up. Georgie is into the corner, but gets flushed by Kelly. Yes, Batman coming in. Flicks perfectly and is playing through graffiti here as he is getting confounded by the lockdown. One-on-one. Draxi holds it up.
Wow.
Batman gets booped up. Doesn't see him, but still reacts in time just in the nick of things before a bat can actually close it off. Very close for comfort. Had to use more utilities, more ultimates. And we're probably expecting RRQ clean up the round, especially with Draxi getting that 7 kill of his.
Good lord. That was as expensive can be. But the price for victory will always be high. Batman seems to be heating up. His flicks and his adjustments have been crispier and crispier. The rest of Action PH, they kind of have to work off of this heat. They kind of have to find that sweet spot where they can really flourish. And the doctor has found a different location for his office. This time around, it's by a sewer. Not the healthiest thing in the world, apparently. Nonetheless, a position that he is very willing to hold. RQ, they slow it down. As you mentioned, they have a different approach, a different philosophy for this game.
That is to not have the doctor be on Garage for the 3rd time in a row.
Yeah, fool me once.
He's no, dude. He's held that position like 3 times in a row.
They'll never expect the 4th time.
If they do, they're geniuses.
They do expend quite a bit of utility to try and flush him out, so maybe the psychological conditioning may have worked out for them, but a Batman does get caught. The combo is going to come, but it's going to completely whiff. As APH, they still try to shift their presence towards mid and grass control. RRQ, they have not moved at all. They've set up a tent. They've set up the bonfire. And the cabbages are coming after them. Nexi is going to have a little bit of an encounter with a Batman, but a Batman will fall. The heat is not going to be there. A quick dash by Georgie to try and mitigate any offense leaking towards him, but instead, the doctor is here. Oh my goodness.
Spike down A.
Oh, they're just gonna get
It finally
confined in the confines of the A site, and they're gonna have to pick up the spike where like 3 people are already there. Doctor's making a lot of noise. Kelly S running for dear life. Nobody peeks him, but somehow he gets out.
One more.
What?
One more. Barely have enough time.
Shock dart. Oh, the timing! He actually blends it. 2v2, but they will be able to fight it. Still though, RU finds the other. We're down to Nexi. He makes noise dropping the weapon. They know exactly where he is. Updrafted to check up top, but Georgie's already at the hunt, at the chase. Nexi's been knocked off of his block. Oh, RU. It was very close. He had enough HP to tank the Hunter's Fury, but the second one's definitely brilliant from the Soba of APH.
Out of charges. Right here.
My lord.
Welcome to Valorant
I'm honestly terribly sorry. I'm just in awe of what happened, how quickly that devolved, and how the adjustments made by RRQ just to keep his team alive and to try and steer the momentum away from RRQ. Now we have an eco on the side of RRQ. We have a massive gun advantage on APH. It is not, God forbid, APH lose this round, because on paper they should take it easily. But we have seen so many teams get squashed by eco buys. A testament to how mechanically insane our region is, but maybe also a byproduct of a little bit of a hubris. Oh, they're on an eco. We can run them down.
Well, another timeout called. Was this APH's timeout? Yeah, because again, RRQ already called it like a couple of rounds back.
Here.
I gotta say, APH, I like the philosophy that they've kind of brought into this Haven map. And the philosophy is, just don't care about the site. Care about the specific point of attack from RRQ. Because RRQ attack on a split style, especially when it's A, right? So if they can get control of A-Long or Sewer, then they basically cut the offense in half for RRQ. And if they can win the fights there, then RRQ have very little to work with as they're coming into these particular sites.
I don't understand. They've managed to slink through. Like I said, these eco rounds have been fatal. But the Doctor is absolutely on fire! What was that? I know that was an eco, but oh my goodness, like a turret. Lord, calm down. Did he get that, actually, I want to see this. I want to inspect this a little closer. He gets one, he swings around. He gets one through the smoke. Ah, wow. Bit of a 180 carnival here, huh?
Well, ring around the rosy. A bit of carny action. To the lion's mouth? I don't know. Bit of carnival indeed. Afro circus, Afro circus.
Here.
See, everything has completely gone over my head at this point. It is
like Sky's Guiding Light.
Yeah, most of the time. Most of the time. But once again, the Doctor is such an aggressive controller. He's always in forward positions. It's been paying off in the last few rounds, but Georgie does get that anti-flank down, at least for another 40 seconds. Gonna give them a little bit of leeway to move, but this astral divide, this cosmic divide, is not gonna be enough as Eman. He waits patiently. He gets a blind will flash himself just for his troubles. Doesn't want to witness, but I love this play. Oh my goodness, they reapply the wall this time for their benefit. And Kelly, yes, the fabled lurking jet tries to cut off the rotations here. RRQ, they go for the CT plant. But the team of APH divvied up almost equally, barring the Doctor, still looking for that anti-flank here. He hears the sound, gets the flash, gets the initial duel. But Eman, who's already had 2 kills to his name, adds even more. Has the Kelly, yes, they let them pass. Oh no. Oh, RU is a genius, but they have to stick it. They have to pick a target. They have to pick a Batman. But the spray control, despite finding 2. Unshaken. Even in front of his teammates even in the face of his teammates falling. They get it. They finally get it. Action PH run up the lead to 3 more rounds.
I was actually surprised that Kelly S, or rather not Kelly, but on APH's RU actually used his scan there. I mean, Doctor was coming through A-Long and he didn't find anything, but that mid-hold from Eman, timing was so good. He got bypassed by the Trailblazer, didn't even get spotted. So he was netted an almost 3K, which was absolutely gorgeous. That lurk from Kelly S, and that was almost brilliant because the wall really muffled a lot of the noises he was probably making at ramping through an A main or A site, but it took such a long time to hit that lurk. Did really just nothing against APH here. Of APH, Batman already prepared for the swing to come through.
Nice. One enemy remaining.
Good for 2. One more coming outside of the corner. That is going to be Rapid. Overwhelmed. 7-3. APH into this one without any fears whatsoever. They did take a bit of damage though, losing 3, but they still should be able to buy up to full.
Yeah, they have utility to their name too, but this is a high prio round for them because one more hit like this, then we are going to see a very clean half on the side of Action PH. RRQ suffering a tiny bit stifled and could potentially lose a bigger swing. 7-4, very doable. 7-5, even more realistic. 9-3, superstitious. Georgie is in the god spot. He has no dash. What happened? Did he expend it already? But
I think he might have
no
already.
No capitalization though, Asurai. Strangely enough, they don't flush him out, but they do throw the Killjoy ult down.
Mamba out. No traps, no nothing.
Oh my.
Okay, just a little bit of sucking. but that's still gonna allow the plant to spike. KJ ultimate
Actually,
was
no.
used where? Oh, behind them, there's like 3 flankers right now. They're gonna try to overwhelm. It works somewhat. Rabbit's trying to escape, but the Batman with the punish. Here comes the Doctor as well. George has been dispatched already. And the 3 versus 3 continues. Tuga and Kelly has only to remain. Kelly's giving away his position. RU making a lot of noise, allowing his teammates to come in alongside him and simultaneously knocked away. I was kind of curious where the lockdown was, because normally it should engulf the entirety of the A site. But it was actually a flanking lockdown. That is absolutely brilliant. It keeps RRQ on their toes.
Last round before the
gives
switch.
APH a lot more windows of opportunity to get back into the site and get kills.
Lots of leverage.
I got
and
enough
lots.
time to go
I
into the
actually really
astral
appreciate that play from Action PH, just showing a little bit more of their creative side, opposed to holding Garage 6 times in a row, a million times in a row. Now Action PH commanding lead and an economy to shatter. It is a halftime though, so at this point it's not really important. We still have Seekers on the side of RRQ. He'll get relatively quiet this game so far, but when he needs to step up, he steps up pretty hard. Georgie, very close. The shotgun is gonna be hurt, and Kelly S, out of paranoia, will spray into that, and for good reason. The Rolling Thunder is gonna come out. 8-4 looks like it's going to be in the way of RRQ as they find so many. Next, he plays an off angle, supplemented by this Cosmic Divide. And the Doctor just kind of peeks into that for whatever reason, and they really only have one avenue to go. RU at least flushes out the Garage player. See them do magic. This time around, Kelly S will not be fooled. 8-4. Impressive half. And then so far an impressive recovery by RRQ.
Beautiful stuff there from RRQ. And Georgie, a bit too frenetic on the immediate repeat as he wanted to get some value. I think off of his first peek there. I honestly thought that he had a rifle alongside him. Maybe he did? And then he also had a judge at the middle of where the rifle was. And he was like, yeah, I'll just use the judge. And Kelly just heard all of those pop shots, especially when the Seekers were about to hit Georgie. He's like, okay, I see what you're doing, Georgie. I got you. Or counter you, rather.
I'm interested to see what the speed that RRQ want to take this. They honestly have so much control over Sewer already, just with the lineup alone. That could be, or at least provide a passive threat for APH. This defensive lineup, or at least this defensive rotation, is, I would say, a little more impressive. But Action PH having that Sky, they do have a little bit of extra aggression to their name. The Doctor's really popped off this time around, 16-6. And I feel like he's been pretty consistent in all the series that he's played in.
Yeah, I agree. He's been pretty consistent.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It was 8-16. Forgive me and Asarai for... we fighting for our lives.
Well, technically, it's not us that's fighting for lives.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's also
right.
RRQ that's also fighting for their tournament life as of this particular moment. So everything really is on the line here for RRQ. Just double checking again the exact stats that I was mentioning a while ago. Give me a solid moment. I'm just going to whip out my notes.
I hope it's the notes you're actually whipping out, Asarai.
What else am I going to be whipping out?
Your wits, of course. What else?
My cheese wits.
I don't know what assumptions you have.
Back to
I anticipated us winning.
To the task at hand. All right, you nutter, you. Action PH and RRQ actually aren't far apart from getting the same stats. So if RRQ actually win this, APH will have the same stats as theirs with 2-2 in terms of wins. But yeah, if APH wins, RRQ will be at the same score as Southfield Esports at 1 win, 3 losses.
I see. There's a few kills already going around the map. We do lose Draxi, we lose Aryu, who's been pretty vocal on their retakes. At least in this post-plan, I think posted it towards Seat Long. So losing RU like that, it's gonna hurt them quite a bit. A bit of a duel between the Doctor and Tuge, who's been much impressive. But he can see through walls, apparently. Kelly, yes, tries to find the Doctor, finds a third for him, but a defuse is already on the way. Oh, beautiful blind as RRQ. They defend their honor. Georgie gets an extra bonus, but it is not meant to be. The pistol round, and like we mentioned, right? The swings are so deceptive. It was just 2 swings, and suddenly RRQ are in the lead.
Kelly S is playing out of his freaking mind right now, Raph. Able to just isolate those fights, and he was so low in terms of HP. He's just hitting all the shots. He's very, what's the word in English? I mean, the Tagalog word is palong-palo. He's very hit. Oh my gosh, that's not... He's very on it.
Yikes.
Picking up
Whatever
on it.
you may find, it's Kelly S finding 3-piece for him, and of course, he can sound.
Spike down A.
And that's just gonna hurt their economy even more. Doctor.
Flash.
I killed him.
About to lose his medical license because he's doing too much damage to the opposing team. Definitely ignoring the oath that he took. He has a minute left, and a Bulldog that's been freshly taken. He could go for the double fake. He could even go for the B flank. But the traps, they're everywhere. It does look like he doesn't want to go for any of the unsafe routes here, as the assumption is that nobody's going to be pushing from long. We already had 3 players fall from C, so they could only be huddled up together so they don't lose the 2v1, ideally, right?
Yeah.
But now he probably has a free plant and a Bulldog against 2 Spectres, so he has the ample amount of time. And look how far this rotation is. Spike down. Does he go for the long angle to maximize the Bulldog, or does he go for a cheeky, unexpected one? Putting himself at risk with the Spectres, I'm not entirely sure. But the anti-meta or the meta. Go ahead.
The thing is, Rabbit has 3 stars, so if he plays the long angle, he'll be smoked off and sucked off if he's not careful.
Well, gets shot anyway.
Yeah, there it is, right? I think if he had maybe a star, he would have gone for long play. That might have made sense. Oh.
But there's only one angle they can realistically defuse from.
Actually, technically 2. Right on the spike and then right on the side of the spike. Yeah.
Either way, that variance is, I feel like, would be tiny. As
yeah, sorry, I just wanted to say, like, it's the Bulldog, so maybe not?
Because 2 bursts of the Bulldog, you're dead. Especially with the half armor situation they had. Now we have an eco, and this swing is further going into the favor of RRQ. Georgie really is not paying any attention to that, waiting for a little bit of, or at least playing for a post anti-flash. Kelly S could walk out at any given moment, but the cross, the timing, benefits him very much. Trying to maybe get a hold of another link, or at least another side of link, so none of the Action PH players put themselves in a position where they can succeed.
Well, they can always have Georgie just get into the site and then plant the spike. Oh, but I love this. There's actually a nano swarm that is just perfectly placed to actually deter that. So Georgie, regardless, will have to just hope that he's not going to get screwed by this. Kelly S. Bit faster on the charge. Eman looking to challenge. He's good on it first, though. Rabbit comes in to stop them from just corralling onto the B site. And we'll try to challenge them back. But Eman has forced himself really far back here, hoping that maybe he can get a 1 catch-up. But the speed pick from Rabbit overwhelms. Batman, good for 2! Good for 2! Are you now last bastion of hope? They've doubled up into 1 angle here, Raph. And the smoke is not lasting for long. He's going to have to peek this. He's been spotted. He's also going to get gutted, and that is almost very much near RRQ, equalizing the rounds.
But they are. Off the back of a very, how would I say this? A lucrative bonus. Not really, actually. They do expend quite a bit of money on that operator, and Kelly has been reliable as all hell. But the gamble here too is what if Georgie gets it? Obviously, they have the trust to not happen, but just the variations that we have to take into account. Batman, though, that was a very good effort. I feel like he's been an outstanding performer here alongside the Doctor on this very map specifically.
Absolutely. Georgie got through. Is he actually going to push through this smoke? What a risky maneuver, but it still works. He finds the kill. And Georgie,
oh my lord,
too much aggression. Rabbit runs him over. He backs away, equalizes the fight first. And there is no fear in Georgie whatsoever. Like, this guy just does not, will not stop peeking corners, peeking angles. Speaking of angles and corners, it's Kelly. Looking to maybe get more value, but he 1-2-3'd. He 1-2-3'd Raph. While he was priming up his dash. That might have been a bit too much. Trade after trade, though, blow after blow. It's gonna be 2 versus 2. As the dust settles, Rabbit looking for a tiny bit of corner here, tiny bit of leeway.
You should run.
Waiting for a Batman to get cheeky. The Killjoy lockdown will force them just a teeny tiny bit.
Oh,
one more onto Nexi here, but it's been flushed off in 4 seconds. Well, I think he still has time, but the problem now lies that APH can reposition, and he still has to beat the turret that is going to wait for his contact. Yeah, exactly.
The moment this falls, they're going to flash. It's mistimed. But it doesn't matter. Nexi does not have amount of time that he would want, and not enough bodies on his side to sway Action PH and their effort to take this map away from them. Looking much smoother as Action PH. RRQ. I don't think they've used their timeout yet.
They probably... Wait, I think they both used their timeouts already, right?
Oh, no, second half?
No, not yet. No. You're right.
In any case, they have a choice to make now. Do we go and try and break their economy while boosting our own by expending our ultimates? Or at least 2. We already see the Blade Storm come out, I think, from both sides. A bit of a duel might ensue here. It's spotted out. Georgie knows the danger. Does he blink? Does he swing? Yes, he does. One has been eliminated. Cannot find the kill. One more knife is all it takes to reset. But the Classic is here. Only gets a share for his troubles.
Give me those back.
And the blade by Kelly S. As effective, if not more, with the Doctor. Just a little bit more gun to his name. And there we go. Action PH. First hit double digits. And now they have ults as well.
What's getting scary, though, from Kelly is if they didn't actually look to fight him, I think his teammates would have been able to clear out some of the players outside of Garage. Might have been able to also pick up the weapons. So APH were like, nah, that ain't happening. We need to clear this up. We already know where basically all of them are, so just fight for it. Look at this, Raph. You know, stop fragging for APH. It's the Doctor with 19.
You are divided.
The multi-kills. The multi-curse.
They are doing very, very well, capitalizing on all that space. Kelly S does get hit by the vulnerability, so he might have to reconsider for a more passive angle, even with the operator. Gamble they're not really willing to take. I'm not entirely sure what the thought process was there. Bit of a dry peek alone. Or they do get much needed space. Actually, I'm not entirely sure they even had the Cosmic Divide up, but once again, the Doctor does not get the timing. Rabbit, who's been a shining star for RRQ. They do pop that Trailblazers to counteract, or rather the Seekers to counteract the other set of Seekers. A bit of a brawl and a bit of a mix. Who is going to come out of this mosh pit, apparently? Nexi, what? Masterfully looks, or rather uses the cabbages as a distraction, and suddenly Action PH, they crumble.
Well, that's going to be a round for RRQ. Played perfectly. Just waited far back, you know? I mean, APH, they already committed so much ultimates, so much utility just to get the plant on the spike. They get the information, though, but RRQ had plenty of numbers. And here's the weird thing as well. They were pushing through their own wall. which was kind of interesting because again they could have just played for the post plant, but they got very, very antsy and started just aggressively peeking, and that might have been a deterrent on their end because it was still very doable that they would have gotten kills there, but the lack of information thereof as to how many RRQ players were actually situated on C already was, I think, staggering for APH, and that's what probably is netting the call on the timeout here. Again, just to reset themselves, guys, chill out. Calm yourselves.
Now, relax. As the timeout will come for Action PH, they desperately need this because they did look severely disjointed on a very expensive round there. I'm really not entirely sure why they wanted to pressure Garage more, especially in that fashion. But bad plays only turned out like bad plays. And very, very... I don't know what I'm trying to say. It's kind of like basketball. If you have a good play off one pass, then it worked. If it didn't, then that's too bad. Now RRQ, they're still trying to close the gap. LES this time around anticipating a little bit of aggression from mid. The adjustment is there, but the dash, the rework was not prepped. LES may need to build a little bit more muscle memory.
Wow.
As most Jet players. Wow, the Rolling Thunder took...
Yeah.
Well, that was unlucky. That was unfortunate, but this is amazing! As Duge gets, and Draxi actually, gets the perfect flash. They only find one. Aryu has been concussed, has been hit, and still not giving a single thing to care about. Not a single care in the world. First it was Rabbit, then it was Draxi. Nexi left alone to attempt a clutch. As I mentioned, both these teams looked so impressive, but the Doctor, once again with his scalpel, then named the Bulldog. And I believe Asteroid, this is... Okay, no, I just checked the bank. Economy's pretty okay. It's pretty decent. They will have to suffer a fairly stifled by, but... Oh my lord, he was fully stunned still.
Yeah. Also, if you weren't able to see that, Doctor actually got through the A site by just lurking. And since APH wasn't able to really clear up the rest of B, although they did make a lot of noise, which took basically all the attention of RRQ, this did allow Doctor to sneak by. Didn't get any kills, but he did get valuable information that the A site was very much open to for APH to take. So the plan A didn't work. They got themselves the plan B, which was to go to site A.
Nowhere to run!
Big ultimate. No!
Oh.
No.
And a run back. A run back. Georgie did the exact same thing, but there was no turret to distract him. And he finds a freebie for himself. This time it's Rabbit. Not a lot of utility now on the board for RRQ. Everybody's getting eliminated left and right. A sneaky Draxi. He finds one. But the trades and the smooth operating of Action PH comes into play.
Match
and
point.
Finally put themselves at match point.
Oh, this is not ideal for RRQ. Not the match point itself, but the amount of money and weapons that they can just purchase coming into this one. Not even the Blaze for Kelly S is nearing completion. Tuge's Seekers here, but APH, they found the mix. Let's see how this
what they do
unravels now. Yeah, well, the flash. It's a bit of mid control, make everybody a bit antsy. Doctor just making sure that he can pop a couple of shots here through the smoke, because he knows that they want to close the distance if at all they can. And APH is taking a step far back and seeing if anybody from RRQ with the known SMGs that they have purchased will be playing in close quarters. If they get picked, this is going to be amazing. If not, they can always default to C, where RU is already prepping the site with the drone. Georgie's coming through here. He is dying to the Nano Swarm. This is really unfortunate. And next, he hasn't been cleared at the back of the site. He might be able to do some damage. Not really. Rabi's coming in from the corner here as well. As Tuge gets himself the Seekers, which is worth it because Aftershock and Tuge are able to hit shot and Rabbit about to pinch.
Oh
This
my
is still
goodness.
not yet over. Are you able to manage somehow? Has to reposition. Does have the spike. Running for dear life. And I think he heard or knows that Rabbit was already at the lurk. So he's just going to tuck tail. Go straight to A.
30 seconds left.
Reload the weapon, of course. And then plant the spike for the 2 versus 1. The thing is, I think Tuge's flash should be coming up in a couple of seconds. Is he going to double all the way back to C? Doesn't have time.
I thought he was going to plan for the long angle for short, but I
Getting
think this
ahead.
is going to force him to peek out just a tiny bit more. Again, a minor detail. But this time around, the sound cue is there. He goes for the long wraparound. One of them can realistically stick. I think the stars are going to come back anytime soon now. No. This has to be... Okay, just like I mentioned, it's a minor detail that Tuge capitalized on. Nearly gets an ace for himself, some free upgrades, and more ult orbs. That is... The Seeker is almost coming back online already.
Gotta say, beautiful, beautiful Nano Swarm from Nexi. That just sizzled the feet of Georgie, and Georgie was like, where am I going? Why am I dying? Because of that, he in quick panic, just went straight to garage and left his teammates to kind of fend off for themselves. It's not bad, but all of them
It's
were
an
kind
interesting
of
play, to say the
focused on
least.
that too much. Yeah.
Either way, I thought that the utility use on RRQ side was so timely. It's just now we have, or at least now APH have to deal with them potentially trying to take orb control from either A, or actually pretty much A. They might give it to either Draxi or Tuge, who are very close. That Rolling Thunder is going to be absolutely lethal no matter what setup they go for. They could probably just give, or at least consider just conceding sight, get an orb, potentially get a pick. But this is all hinging on Draxi. This is all hinging on theoreticals. As a Batman and the Doctor could have the same idea, and they almost always have that C orb readily available to them. Georgie has an Odin, interestingly enough. For what reason? Maybe they're going to go for a B play here. Some short control, have that B plant that we've seen a few times. It's been cheesed out on the wall bang.
That's true. Oh no, he
Like
goes
I-
back to the Vandal. Boo, Georgie, boo. Okay. I thought they were going to do
Yeah,
something
using
cheeky.
the better weapon.
I mean, it's only, what, 200 creds more expensive? I get to buy with
I
200
believe it
creds
is.
more. Yeah. It's 3-1 to the Vandals 2-9. It's fine. It's fine.
Revealing area.
Okay, the arrow for a bit of that clearing. They're really committed to actually getting this garage noise made. But it is working, though. Look at the positioning right now for RRQ. The flash on mid finds nothing. And they might actually second push this one as Tuge doesn't have any more guiding lights to clear this out. They do have just a little bit of vision here. But if APH read this correctly, yeah, they actually second guess, and now we'll be using maybe the drone to clear things out. The Trailblazer for a bit of safety.
I've got
They gotta wait.
Spot out.
They gotta wait.
Just one, and there we go. They come right in. Georgie falls a little bit back to the spray line that Tuge did have. He's being chased down here, but backs away. Doesn't really overcommit just yet. They claim the site, and what does RRQ have for the retake? Weapons and utility, no ultimates just yet.
They do have quite a bit of flashes on Draxi's side. As long as they stick, doesn't matter. Rabbit, I don't know why he's holding Garage like this. He might actually find one, but instead it's Georgie isolating him. Wary of the flank, but maybe not realizing that this is a forward-facing post plan. Georgie now is on a mad flank. Team, potentially the coup de grace they need for the series. Kelly S. looking to rectify whatever mistakes happened in the previous round. Making a valiant stand. The Cosmic Divide is there to spray the dink. But the frag is going to come out for RU. And Action PH, they take the series 2-1.
That will be the final nail in the coffin. This would mean that RRQ are in the same line as SBE in contention to being eliminated from the group stage. We still have week 2 for sure, but this is not a good flavor for these bottom 3 teams. APH though, very much a fighting force, Raph, and they came out much cleaner at the very end. There was a weird wave of APH, very back and forth. They were looking really clean, and then Georgie would just lose his mind a little bit. Granted, that's just how APH are, but I think the winning factor for them is how well they can reset every time they call for that timeout, and it really shows.
Oh yeah, and we talk about just, once again, it's just those micro decisions that lead to another, and everything that they do is pretty much contextual. But my goodness, man, what a series that RRQ and APH put up. Action PH still not ready to let go of that top spot or the chance to vie for it, as everybody was firing on full cylinders all across that 3-map series. A Batman who was very, very crisp, very clean. Can't even take away the fact that everyone else on Action PH had all their moments.
Speaking of moments, there were plentiful throughout this entire series. I can't wait to get back into the panel and break all of that down. Especially that we will be able to see all of the other things, like MVPs and all of that. On the other hand, for RRQ here, I gotta say as well, this team played as well as we would see. There was a lot of punish play that we saw, and Kelly S really honestly has come into his own as, I would say, the star player for RRQ. And him being put in the helm of Duelist when in his previous teams he wasn't really given that chance, because again, he in the previous teams that he was before, there were other star players that were given the helm and he was more set to a supportive relegated role. He still used it fine, worked on it fine, but I think they were missing the beat of how well he can really play fighting angles, entries, and everything. Basically a really strong duelist. And now with this, there is very much a hopeful chance for RRQ to still come back into this. And again, tournament's not over. We still have week 2.
Just pretend I said everything you said all over again, because I agree. Once more, I agree. I'm very inclined to agree. My energy levels, they're telling me, Raph, yes, say yes.
Yeah.
But jokes aside, Asteroid, it's been a game of defaults, and I see the adjustments. We do see all those minute shifts in positions that's been very prevalent in both these matches, but maybe, just maybe, if they how would I put this? Not run into the doctor's shotgun would be one of those things that they shouldn't do.
Yeah.
But aside from that, right, talking about that, they were very adamant on some of their defensive configurations that did cost them a few rounds. Action PH, they pulled through at the end, but only when they started moving around like a shark.
Yeah.
I love this clip. Favorite clip of the day, I feel like.
It was my favorite clip for this
clean.
one. Probably the M on Ace, or the RU clutch on Breeze. That was pretty fantastic to have witnessed.
Dear.
Damn, just lovely stuff. There is a jam-packed amount of highlights here, especially, with RRQ as well. Like, you're kind of worried about Nexi just kind of playing the supportive role here, but he was still able to hit some pretty nasty amount of shots.
Oh yeah, we have so many fraggers. We have that in spades. And just Georgie really flexing some of his muscles. I feel like some of the moments that Kelly S was on Jet, maybe he hasn't been scrimming as much in this patch specifically, because there were a lot of times where he didn't prep the dash, or he didn't dash in time. But either way, there's something that to go across, review the VODs, see what happens, see where they can improve, much like any other team. I gotta say, everyone, and I mean everyone, the play has been much more raised this time around.
Well, we're gonna raise a little bit more hell for you guys as we go into the panel after this break. Don't go anywhere. We just finished this entire day's series, and man, the lines have been drawn, and it's been incredibly fun to have witnessed all of that. So guys, don't go anywhere. The panel and the interview is still gonna go underway. We'll be coming back in a short while.
And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you take faking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. Go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it, so tell me.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All that hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. 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 The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. The celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've written. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order. It's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. The blend. Uh-huh. The blend. The blend. Uh-huh. The blend. The blend. Uh-huh. Yeah. 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 Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beat as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth to rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's ever rising, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
everywhere I go. The people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If it's said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the melon, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs.
Whoops, multiverse mode once again. As I was saying, it has been a long day with all of the matches making it to map number 3. But you know what? I wouldn't have it any other way. I loved watching all of these matches. Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to VCT PH Stage 2 Challengers. It's still your girl, likable, with the Eminem hater Raf and the Eminem fan Asarai, the boy who educated us that it was indeed not Venom, but Venom Adrenaline Momentum. And speaking of, look at these series highlights. We've got Adrenaline, we've got Momentum over here. Asarai, I'd like to know what kind of Venom these players had to get this good.
It was just I don't know. It still was such a long series, but it felt like it went by like a blur. There were some really big nail biters here. I think one of the things that I wanted to focus on, especially in this particular series, was just how well APH were always able to reset, right? Because I think one of the issues that APH had before, just from my perspective, watching their matches previously, is they're very much prone to not being able to recuperate after a round loss, and it kind of just spirals out of control. This time, I don't know what's happening. They're able to use timeouts to reset everything. You do see that more primarily with like Georgie, who wants to just charge into the site, and after just a quick little reset, he's back again to just being controlled and being Georgie, the good Georgie. So it really has allowed APH with a lot more options here. That being said, RRQ was so very much near to pushing them to the brink, but on Haven, they were able to close it out, especially with a new addition, with the help of the Doctor.
Yep, again, super sharp. As attack is still Asarai. And one thing that we've seen and noticed from APH that we've highlighted many times during the cast is that they're no longer the team that's hyper streaky and is somewhat reliant on that type of playstyle. They become very, very stable. They're spreading out all these explosive moments very, very well. Although the high octane style and the explosive fragging is still very much present.
We can see that over here. Look at all these gameplays. Look at that shot right there. Very clean from Nexi. Oh my lord. Every single duel that I watched throughout this series, I was just biting my nails. I was on the edge of my seat. I don't know how you guys managed to cast this. It's so much to absorb at this point. But then again, that's why I'm trying to take all of the speaking parts away from you guys, because I know that you guys have been over the moon for this series. Look at those. Look at that happy face right there. And game MVP, no surprise over here. It is the man with the many Ys. The series MVP is none other than Georgie Ra. I mean,
you should pronounce it as E.
How do I say it? Georgie Y. I mean, I am asking, why is Georgie deserving of the MVP title, Raf?
Excuse me, I was muted again. Dreadful technology. As I mentioned, Georgie, we always know, or we've known him as an incredibly explosive player. We know that he's always the one to revel in momentum. But aside from all those positive things that we've seen in the previous stage, yet another layer that's bled onto the entire team is that stability. He's become so reliable. And this entire series, he was landing crucial kill after crucial kill.
That indeed. Oh my god, guys. I know at this point, you guys really need to chill, which is why I'm gonna leave you guys over there for a bit. Oh, also hello to your little pupper over
name is
there.
Mochi.
Hi.
She
Hi.
got anxious again.
Aw, okay. You go and cuddle for a little bit. In the meantime, I'm gonna head over to a post-game interview with Action PH's Eman. Hey, Eman!
Hello.
Congratulations on the series win. That was an intense game. I'm out of breath for you guys. I'm sure that you guys are also exhausted from that incredible game, so I won't keep you for too long. First of all, the game was neck and neck, round for round. How did you guys manage to keep your mental going?
For us, I think we always practice our mental because we always think that our only enemy is ourselves.
We got a cameo from a Batman over here. Yes. The handsome gesture over here. We know, all of the boys over at Action PH really do look good. Now, up next, your enemies also look good, and that is Team Secret. Do you have a message for Team Secret?
I don't have any messages, but I know that I think they're back. I think they're the number one team in PH again.
Does that make you nervous?
No.
No, I love the confidence. Now, coming from a series as good as this one, as intense as this one as well, I'm sure you guys are planning to celebrate. I hope you are. Or, I'm not sure. Are you guys gonna celebrate? And if so, how are you planning to do so?
We don't really celebrate here.
What?
Yeah, we just take a rest and maybe play some other games.
Oh no, I feel so bad. Maybe that's why Georgie was just munching on his chicken earlier on. I understand now, maybe that's where he gets his strength from as well, from eating chicken wings right before the start of the match. Now, I am gonna give you this opportunity to give some shoutouts to everybody who's been supporting your journey so far, Eman.
Thank you sa lahat ng sumusuport, lalo na yung mga friends namin and sa family ko rin, and ako lalo na kay Raya Kim sa laging pag-support sa akin na tsaka pag reset lagi ng mental ko rin. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eman. I enjoyed my short time with you. Go rest up. You guys deserve it. And we'll see you guys in your next match.
Thank you po. Bye-bye.
Bye. I am sorry, Asarai and Raf. I had to mention chicken. I know y'all are hungry, but I couldn't resist. I saw Eman eating chicken earlier. I was like, is that the secret to good aim? Like, why is it that when I eat food right before a match, I end up feeling sleepy? But for his case, he was alert as ever.
I think it's because pros just have a different way of sucking all the nutrients from the food that they eat compared to us, lowly mortal people. So that's probably what, they get the most out of just eating chicken compared to us.
I mean, you do have your own buff, the Yakult buff. I saw it earlier.
I don't know, man. It's these things where we kind of over-explain. How did he eat his chicken? Guys, did he eat it sideways? Did he eat the skin first? Who knows?
Please tell me that you guys eat everything and just leave the bone.
Of course.
Okay. I eat the bone. No, I'm just kidding.
I eat the bone too. I mean, partly of it. It has bone marrow. It's pretty good. Yeah.
Crazy. Now we know that Asarai likes leaving nothing behind. But now we're going to be moving on to today's results. I'm going to take over for this one. You guys need to rest up for a little bit more. And today's games were truly the longest games ever. Every single game today resulted in a 2-1 score between the teams on our screens. To top it all off, multiple overtimes left and right. And I just gotta say, it was a treat for us, but I know it was a test of endurance not only for our players, but also for our casters. All jokes aside, this is what we love to see here. As much as we love to see a dominant team, nothing gets me as excited as a tight and nerve-wracking game. Now, let's move on to the standings of our team. It's the conclusion of week number 1, Asarai. How do you think these scores will affect us going into week number 2?
I think coming into week number 2, if we could see the standings again for the overall of this first week, I think we focus more on the danger territory, the teams that will almost want to have a perfect run coming into next week, because again, there is so much on the line. We see the bottom 3 teams right now, Naos, SBE, and RRQ, and a lot of this, I think, will boil down to how well they can just reset for the next 2 days and see how well they can rise back up. I think the team that is at the most in danger of everything has to be Naos. I think SBE and RRQ, they've just seen a couple of bad games, but they were very, very close. For Naos, it was only the 4th match, the 4th series that they played where they looked solid, but still lost in the end against Oasis. So definitely a lot of pressure for Naos to reel themselves back up. This was a team that, again, was so dominant in stage 1, took a lot of names, and came out of the woodwork so, I don't know, beloved by the fans immediately because of how they played. Now they feel a little bit disjointed, not knowing what they need to do. And coming into next week, again, there is so much on the line for them to keep the dream alive.
Keeping the dream alive is what we're really holding on to over here, especially at the culmination of week number 1. So let's take a look at the schedule for the next couple of games. Raph,
Yes.
There we go. Game number 1 is gonna be Alpha Esports Pro versus Oasis Gaming, and then Team Secret versus Bren. Thoughts on these games, Raph?
Well, honestly, what are my thoughts right now?
I feel like your mind is drawing a blank at some point, but let's make it short and sweet.
Potentially. Yeah, but again, going back on this, Oasis has proved to be yet another polished team. I would have loved to see a little bit more of Alpha Esports Pro's discipline, right? Because we saw quite a bit of their firepower today, but that temperament was somewhat lacking on their defensive side. This could prove to be a matchup problem for Oasis, who is, or at least as a team, they have a multi-tool profile, the way they operate around the game. On the second one, we have, well, technically Bren versus Bren. I mean, it's the Bren multiverse, right? Jokes aside, Team Secret, who's been absolutely in tip-top form, versus potentially a reeling Bren. I mean, they had a very good start this week, but unfortunately, we saw today, or at least this week, that they do bleed just a tiny bit, and my goodness, it's that shakiness, it's that initial turbulence that they kind of have to worry about the most, because that can lead to so many things, maybe over-adjusting, overthinking the VOD, etc., instead of actually playing to their strengths. And this may be very apparent considering they are fighting a fully realized Team Secret.
Oof, that's going to be a tough one, but that is, again, something that will have to unfold during week number 2. With everything said and done, that wraps up our panel segment. Of course, we would like to thank all of the sponsors that helped us push through with VCT PH Challengers Series, Stage 2, rather. We would like to thank PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country, together with Riot Games, for bringing the Valorant Champions Tour here in the Philippines. The VCT Challengers PH Stage 2 tournament is also sanctioned and overseen by the Games and Amusement Board.
We would also like to thank our official sponsors. VCT Stage 2 Philippines Challengers is organized by Globe at Home, Fiber Strong, Family Strong. With the new G Fiber only $20.99 and Globe at Home, game with speeds of up to 150 Mbps, mabilis na, unlimited internet pa. To learn more, go to shop.globe.com.ph/broadband.
VCT 2022 is brought to you by Asus Republic of Gamers. The ROG Falchion is the perfect solution for Valorant players with a 65% form factor, up to 450 hours of wireless connectivity, and the new ROG NX switches. Every strike becomes an extension of your intention. Go to page.rog.gg/ROGXVCT 2022 for more information about the ROG Falchion NX wireless mechanical gaming keyboard.
As the ROG Falchion is an extension of your intention, we extend our intention of thanking our viewers for tuning in to today's show. This has been Likeable, Asarai, and Raph in the panel. See you guys next time. Good night.
Next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Load. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really needed a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, Woody in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
Flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I mean, I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go.
They drunk at their problems, they always on road and they starting. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems, they always on road and they starting. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really wanna know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I mean, I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, topping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch, nah.